Alex scanned the notification window again as his laughter tapered off. Congratulations, awakened. Ritualist novice is ready for advancement. You have reached the threshold of your primary class. Would you like to advance or evolve this class? Advance. This class stays the same and advances to the next proficiency tier, improving the benefits from the class and granting a new skill in the same tree. Class preview, Ritualist Journeyman Level 1. Evolve. This class changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. Class preview, Rare Rarity, Dual Mage Novice Level 1. Advance. Evolve. Dual Mage does sound really cool though. Smoke curled from the valley floor. The remnants of the blast from Alex's ritual hung in the air, and all the hair on his arms still stood on end. Scattered groups of monsters fled in every direction as the dust settled. They could only see the closest monster silhouettes and the sounds of fright. That was Mark lowered his shield and hammer. Well, that was something else. Olivia whistled. What the actual hell was that? Is it weird that I'm super attracted to you right now? She twirled one of her daggers around her finger and caught the handle smoothly. I notice you're only letting us get to clean up the stragglers. Alex knew he needed to push away the thoughts of the class advancement. Regardless of the options, he wouldn't want to change classes before heading into a fight anyway. Ding, leveled up. Alex snorted with laughter as Valthurian communicated with him mind to mind and copied a phrase that Mark had used several times during the team's event. The little companion clearly had no idea where it came from, but just seemed to like saying ding. I guess someone's got to do the grunt work, Mark said, oblivious to Alex's thoughts. As if he were getting ready to step out of the house for his 9 to 5, he hefted the shield and motioned with the hammer. Well, come on then. I don't think any of us have a shot at taking first at this point, but I still want to see if I can beat Sam. Hey. Sam said as he gripped his staff in both hands and pretended like he was going to whack Mark with it. Don't worry, Sam, I just focus on using my shield. She and I have been getting a lot closer lately. We've been through a lot together. Oh, is that what you call hiding behind it? Olivia said, seeming more full of energy as she hopped lightly over a nearby tree, using her hand as a brace. It's called tactical positioning, Mark protested, but his barely contained laughter gave him away. Sam adjusted his hoodie, practically vibrating with excitement. Seriously though, that was so freaking cool. Do I need to start learning rituals? He gestured wildly with his hands and pretended like he was creating something in the air. And then boom, Valthurian uncurled himself from around Alex's shoulder and flew over to do a small lap around Sam. Big boom, Val corrected. Ian also passed and gave Pete a pat on his shoulder. The pair set off after Mark, Olivia, and Sam. Rylan was the last one to get moving, and Alex could see his jaw working in frustration as he surveyed the field. His earlier smugness was completely gone and replaced by something harder to read. He muttered something to himself, and even though Alex couldn't hear it, he could see the white-knuckled grip on his greatsword. Alex pushed aside his frustration at the offered class evolution and knew that he still had more work to do on his modified ritual circles anyway. What he could do before the fight was accept his rank advancement. When he had watched Sam go through the process, it had taken only a few seconds and a bright light show before he was fully finished with his D-rank transformation. It wasn't like Val's several-day-long transformation. Anyway, I know epic classes aren't offered until D-rank, so maybe I'm still just seeing rare because of that. While he held onto a sliver of hope, some of him felt that the system wouldn't make it that easy on him. He was close to finishing his goal of creating a working kind of magic, and if epic classes were truly as rare as they thought, he would need a substantial achievement to warrant the system giving it to him. He remembered reading an article that mentioned the offered evolution could be changed as long as no options were selected from the window. With a mental thought, he accepted the prompt for the rank advancement. Just before the process started, he heard the crashing and snapping of branches from the hill in the direction of the command tents. What the hell was that? Someone called. 3 people emerged from the trees, snapping branches and pushing past each other to figure out what was happening. Oh, holy shit. The 3 of them stopped at the same time and looked at the huge line of earth and beasts that had been carved in a straight line out from their position. Golden lights quickly began to coalesce around Alex, and he was lifted off his feet to float a foot off the ground. They started to swarm around him, gathering in numbers before pulling tight to his body. As a final spectacle, a beam of those golden lights shot up into the sky, creating something like a beacon. Alex knew that, unlike the blue motes of light, which were only visible to him, the golden ones in the rank advancement could be seen by others. When he landed, he looked at his status window and the offered class advancement window. He puffed up his cheeks and blew them out in frustration when he saw that the offered class evolution was still the same. Just be patient, man. You knew it wasn't going to be that easy. He looked over his shoulder at the trio, prompting them to talk. Alana wanted us to see what was going on, the lead man said. Alex didn't know him personally, but recognized him from the command tent. We're all good here, Alex said, just as Mark and Sam started yelling over at him and Rylan from where they were heading into the field. Oh heck yeah, that's awesome, dude. Don't be jealous, Rylan. He did all that, and he wasn't even D rank. Mark couldn't resist needling him further and called over his shoulder, now already a good 20 meters into the valley, walking along the scorched earth. Pete raised his sword up high while staring at a nearby fleeing group of monsters. Well, I'm not letting my count get away. His voice carried an edge of excitement as he seemed to override his usual caution. Those ones are mine, he said. Pete, wait, Alex started, but the warrior was already moving. Rylan stomped over with a deep scowl, the only two of the original party still at the wood line. Pick your damn item. You and I both know I won't be killing more than that before the other teams show up. Just pick, Alex thought quickly. He had the brief thought of being a total asshole and taking something crucial to the tyrant's build, like his greatsword or his breastplate. The idea was tempting, and Alex knew Rylan deserved it, but if he did it, then they likely wouldn't get to use his skills in the immediate fight. Plus, he could probably just buy some more. Alex looked at the large amulet around Rylan's neck, which he knew had previously blocked his scan, and thought it might be worth having. However, he quickly dismissed the idea as he realized that almost no one should be able to scan him anyway, especially as he continued to gain more willpower. What do your rings do? Alex asked. Rylan raised his hand to show the two sun-embossed rings that Alex had seen on the warrior constantly since New Year's Eve. This one increases willpower and blocks weak scanning attempts, and this one he hesitated. This one is a spatial item. Alex's eyebrows shot up involuntarily. You were going to take my pouch when you have your own. He gave a sly smile. Well, I feel it's only fair I take yours then. Here. Alex reached into the pouch at his waist and pulled out an empty sack he had folded in the pouch. Rylan's face scrunched up, and Alex guessed he was contemplating going back on the bet. But to his surprise, he put his hand into the sack and items began to fall into it. There wasn't much held in the ring, so Alex guessed it was smaller than his own pouch. Twisting the top of the pouch several times, Rylan tucked it under his arm and took off the ring before slapping it into Alex's open hand. No comments about my lack of effort or progress, about my plateau, or about mages being weak. I just gained 2 levels in a single spell. Rylan almost looked like he'd throw a punch at Alex, but he turned and walked over to the trio, who were whispering excitedly to themselves. James, take this back to the camp and put it in my trunk. Come on, they're scattered and weak. We can pick them off easily. Pete called over his shoulder while passing Mark and Sam, breaking into a run with his sword raised. Alex looked over his shoulder and felt his stomach twist. He reached out his free hand and called out to Pete. Something about the way the monsters were moving didn't sit quite right with him. It didn't seem like they were just fleeing randomly, more like they were regrouping. Pete, Mark's voice carried more urgency as he called after the other man. Come back, get into the formation. But Pete either didn't hear them or chose to ignore the warning as he continued to pursue the retreating monsters. Pete closed in on the rear of the monsters, and for a moment, it looked like he would catch them before they reached a small copse of trees. Just as he reached the back of the group, one of them lashed out with its rear hoof and caught Pete square in the chest. If it weren't for his armor and high constitution, he likely would have died on the spot, as he was unprepared for the blow. Pete staggered back, and in his peripheral vision, Alex saw Mark take 2 steps forward with his hand out and knew that he was about to rush to the other fighter's aid. However, in the span of a single breath, an enormous bear came barreling out of the far cluster of trees at a speed that suggested it had already built up its momentum. Pete didn't even see it coming as he bent over, clutching at his chest. The enormous bear crashed into him without slowing and bit down hard on his upper body and shoulder. It continued through the charge for several meters before skidding to a stop and shaking its head back and forth violently. There was a scream that cut off all too quickly, and Alex felt like his heart skipped several beats. No, the word escaped Alex's lips as a whisper. To him, more shocking than the limp figure hanging from the beast's jaws was the way Pete's sword stuck up out of the ground and seemed to shine light as if pristine and clean. Pete, Olivia's voice cracked, and she began sprinting forward with both daggers already in hand. Nox, the shadow at her feet shifted and expanded. In the next moment, a leopard-like creature of pure darkness emerged with eyes of gleaming white. Alex took a half-step back at the sight, but realized that it was Olivia's shadow bond and that it was already bounding ahead of her toward Pete. Rylan charged after the two of them, his greatsword leaving a furrow in the earth as he ran. Mark stood frozen, with his shield arm half raised, reaching his hand out toward Pete as if he could still stop him from taking off on his own. His face had gone slightly pale, and Alex saw his mouth half open. The bear-like monster shook Pete's body and turned to face the approaching attackers with blood staining its light-colored fur and muzzle. Everyone, form up. Ian's voice cut through Alex's shock. Mark, we need to get moving. Alex, I need help with covering fire now. Hearing Ian's calm and commanding voice snapped Alex back to reality. He raised his wand and fired off a few shots at a small group to their left. He realized now wasn't the time for him to lag behind, and he needed to get this half of their group to catch up with the others, especially as he saw the group that Pete had been chasing turn and assess the change in the tide of battle. Mark, let's get moving. You move at the front, Sam behind you. We need to get up to Rylan and Olivia, Alex called. They began making their way toward where Pete lay, and he could see the scene as Nox was the first to reach the bear and struck in a blur of shadow. It seemed a total opposite of the large, snowy bear, who was all muscle and weight. Nox, on the other hand, was fast and agile, made of complete darkness. The bear roared and spun, but before it could even lift its heavy paw to swat at the six-legged cat, Olivia was there, and both her daggers found deep purchase in its thick hide. The very next moment, Ryland's greatsword cleaved through the air where the monster had been a moment before. Ian moved alongside Alex and sent several arrows in rapid succession into the beast's side. And as they reached the area where Rylan and Olivia were finishing off the closest bear, the once retreating group had changed directions completely and was now beginning to advance on them. We hold this position, Alex said as they reformed their group. Sam, check on Pete and see if there's anything you can do for him. Mark, you're without a healer for a few. The other teams should be done culling their rifts enough to get down here and help us clean up. Until then, stay in a tight formation. Sam and Mark both responded, though it only took Sam a second to shake his head and report. He's dead. I can't heal him. Olivia let out a yell and slashed out with her dagger at a nearby beast. Her cry of anger was clearly filled with pain, and Nox matched it with a roar before launching forward to fight a different approaching elk. Alex felt Valthurian land on his shoulder and felt reassured to have his companion so close. He wove a gust ritual in front of him in the air to empower his wand shots, but wasn't sure he had the mana reserves to activate more than that. So he allowed Valthurian to fire his own mana dart skill through the ritual from his shoulder. The battle stretched on, and for every monster they cut down, 2 more seemed to emerge from the tree line nearby. Alex's mana was spent as fast as he could recover it, and he could tell that everyone was tiring, especially Mark, as his shield arm and shoulder took a particularly heavy beating. But they held their ground, centered around Pete's body as if they could somehow make up for the failure to protect his life the first time. Look, Sam pointed to the ridge to their left, and they could see figures appearing along the sides of the valley. The first of the other 2 teams arrived, and Alex breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other would likely not be far behind. The group of adventurers charged down the hill and began fighting their own small groups of fleeing monsters. Within just a few minutes, the other group appeared on the opposite side of the valley and joined the fighting. With the monsters caught between 3 groups on different sides, they fell quickly. Some tried to flee deeper into the forest, but most continued to fight with a mindless sort of frenzy and died between both spell and blade. Soon, the valley fell silent except for the heavy breathing of his teammates. He lowered his wand and felt like he'd run a marathon. Feeling both physically and magically exhausted, Alex just wanted to sit down where he was. Instead, he walked over to where Pete lay. Olivia was already kneeling over her fallen friend. The blood had begun to dry on Pete's armor, though the scene was still gruesome. Alex stood just behind Olivia, unsure about how to process the loss or comfort his girlfriend. The memory of Pete correcting his stance during their first sparring sessions at Alina's felt like so long ago by now. Olivia rested her hand on Pete's chest plate. She closed her eyes and hung her head in a way that made Alex think she was saying a prayer for the man. Nox prowled nearby, and as it moved past them, Alex felt Valthurian begin to vibrate on his shoulder. His head moved slowly to follow the shadowy 6-legged cat, and Alex could swear that Val was growling. Mark approached with his shield lowered. We need to take him back. He struggled with the words, and it felt so surreal to think that they were all laughing and joking after Alex's spell. Ian stood a few paces back, not quite as familiar with the man, though he held his bow in his hand with a grim expression. We'll carry him together. As they prepared to transport Pete's body, Alex caught sight of his sword still standing upright in the dirt where it had fallen as the bear had barreled into him. He walked over and pulled it from the dirt. I just never thought. Sam's voice cracked, but he cleared it and tried again. I never really thought it would happen to one of us, not with my healing. It can happen to any of us. Ian's words came out quietly, though Alex could still hear them. Alex knew that Ian had lost 2 of his teammates on his original team with John Riley, also gaining himself a scar on his chin and cheek in a particularly hard fight. We're not invincible, no matter how strong we become. Alex's hand tightened around Pete's sword, and he slid it into the spatial pouch at his waist. They fashioned a stretcher from nearby branches and a tarp that Alex had in his spatial pouch. They carried Pete's body back, and Alex couldn't help but feel that his death was such a waste. They'd all grown careless in that moment, thinking that through Alex's display of power, the beasts were weakened and didn't deserve their full focus and attention. The dangers of the rifts and the monsters were still a serious threat, even if they had the advantage of levels and strategy. Walk back felt longer than it should have. Alex watched Val circle overhead, the amphipter's usual playful loops replaced by purposeful sweeps as he searched for threats. The sun began to set behind the valley's ridge and cast long shadows across their group. The kill notifications had long since stopped appearing in Alex's vision. Instead, he felt an ominous feeling like Pete was the start of a much more serious and dreadful tally, one that represented the childish desire to treat combat like a game. By assuming that their higher levels and better gear meant some sort of immunity to the dangers they'd seen before. Playing at heroes, Alex muttered. Mark walked beside him in silence. Even Sam's energy was dimmed, and Alex knew he'd need to talk to the teenager later to make sure that he wasn't attempting to carry the weight of not being able to save Pete with his healing. He should have stayed in formation, Rylan said with his eyebrows drawn close together as he looked at the ground in front of him. There was anger in his voice, and Alex couldn't tell if it was at Pete himself or the rest of the group. Olivia walked ahead of them and called her shadow companion back to her own shadow. Alex wanted to comfort her, but knew that she likely just wanted some space to process her grief. She was much closer to Pete than he was, after all. The valley disappeared behind them as they made their way into the camp of tents. Many people seemed to be in great spirits, laughing and recounting their own fights. They'd won the battle, but to Alex, the wind felt hollow. Ryland's boots crunched through dead leaves as he stepped deeper into the woods. He was happy for the chill in the air and the long walk to get out some of his frustration and the weight of failure from the day before. His jaw clenched tight enough to ache, and he had to force himself to relax. The forest around him pulsed with life, and he could hear birds calling and the branches clattering together overhead. But just like everything that morning, the sounds only served to grate on his raw nerves, and each trip or rustle of leaves just pushed him further. Freak this, his fist shot out and connected with a solid oak trunk. Bark exploded outward, and wood splintered as his fist passed straight through the outer third of the tree's trunk. The tree groaned as a spiderweb of cracks spread out from where the splinters were on its surface, and he continued walking. He shook out his hand and could feel blood trickle down a split in his knuckles, but the pain felt right, deserved. I should have been stronger, should have been faster. The image of his friend's broken body flashed through his mind. Heavy teeth punctures in the shoulder where the enormous winter bear had latched on and thrashed about like a dog with a chew toy. Ryland's stomach turned. He felt like he should have been able to do something, like the group should have been able to stop him, or protect him. But no, the real problem was Alex freaking Moore, the idiot mage who somehow stumbled into more power than he had any right to. It should have been impossible. He wasn't even D-rank. The image of the valley and of several hundred monsters reduced to ash and twitching corpses in an instant was burned into Ryland's eyes. The power should be mine. I've worked harder, sacrificed more. I've played the political game and been patient. I've made deals with the devil to get us all more information so that we can stay ahead of the Hunters Association. Yet somehow, even with his hesitation and weakness, he had found some new kind of magic. The very thought made his blood boil. Hearing everyone cheer for him and try to pat his back as they returned to the camp made him want to slap him across the back of the head. Then the self-righteous prick had the nerve to make some brief speech about the threat still being serious and make it sound like Pete's death was a waste. Ryland knew that Pete's death wasn't Alex's fault, but something about the shorter man grated on every nerve. It made his blood boil to think that he picked the weaker and safer route of the mage and was somehow still able to be stronger. He just needed to learn his place. Ahead, golden light pierced through the canopy and cast long shadows that stretched toward him like grasping fingers. The sun felt wrong to him, too gentle and out of place in the early March air. This deep in the woods, no one else knew what waited beyond the tree line, and in Ryland's mind, no one else had earned the right to know. The Guild's intelligence network, as extensive as it was becoming, remained blind to this place. Only Ryland held the secret. His fingers brushed the single ring on his right hand. He had others there, but the one on his ring finger was special and marked with the sun insignia. It still caused him to fume to think he had lost his favorite one to Alex in their wager, but he had needed to divert his attention from the more important ring. The best way he could think how to guarantee his decision was to mention the spatial item. The main ring, though, was such a small thing to mark such a massive discovery. He had been cautious. He'd gone about things the right way and done it smart. He didn't sell the information to his sister like a dumbass for pennies and some additional social recognition. No. From the start, he'd done things right and had used his superior intellect and experience in high-power social situations to manipulate them how he wanted. It had been obvious from early on what they wanted, and Ryland knew how to manipulate that to his advantage. Their experience crystals had helped him keep pace with Alex's inexplicable growth, but lately they had been asking him for more. They wanted more information. They wanted more patience. Not anymore, he muttered as he quickened his pace. The shadows shrunk as he grew closer to the source of the golden light. The air grew thick with power, and his skin began to prickle. It's time to remind them who really holds the power here. Time to demand what I deserve. They'd done this dance before. 2 times now, he'd arrived at their camp seething and with demands. They always attempted to soothe his ego as if he wanted their pampering, and then caved to his demands. Both times he'd left with experienced crystals that had pushed his power to the next step. The elves were scholars and mages. They were all brain and had no real spine behind them. Their kind moved with grace and spoke constantly of patience and wisdom, but when they were pressed, they always yielded. The first time he'd threatened to reveal their location to the guild, they'd practically tripped over themselves offering him gifts to ensure his silence while they thought how to negotiate peace with the world's leaders. The second time he'd come in the same mood, by the time he'd made it to the elders' central tent, they were already preparing what he wanted. Rylan smiled grimly at the thought. For all of their ancient wisdom, the elves were predictable. They needed his protection from the outside world and his insight into human politics to attempt to negotiate a place of peace on Earth, but most of all, they needed his silence. They were reliant on him in more ways than one, and today he would remind them who held the leverage in their arrangement. The ring grew warm against his skin, and he pushed his fist outward to let it touch against the invisible barrier in front of him. Another step would take him through their precious wards and into the sanctuary. He looked at his hand as it was raised, and the complex wards in the barrier recognized the key to allow him through. Blood ran down his knuckles and dripped to the forest floor from where he'd hit the tree. Let them play their stupid long game. Let them pretend that their patience and wisdom would do them any good as they picked apart reports on guild politics and Hunters Association movements. None of it mattered to Rylan. In just a few short months, he'd already gained more than half of their total power, and he knew that was why they were trying to slow him down. They were uncomfortable with him surpassing them. They want information. Fine. I've got something that will make them listen, but they're going to pay for it. Alex's little display had changed everything, and they needed to understand that. The rules of the game had shifted, and Rylan refused to be left behind again. As he waited for the ring to unlock the wards, he looked over the encampment in the field beyond. The golden light caught the tops of the yellow and orange fabric of their elaborate and tall tents, making them glow like flames. There were red banners with their posts shaped like feathers that rippled in a breeze that shouldn't exist this deep in the woods. Each of the tents and banners was marked with intricate runes that he knew were powerful magic. He dismissed the sight, having taken it in multiple times, and glanced down at his pocket. He tapped twice on his smartphone screen, confirming that the emergency tracking app was active. If he didn't input the correct disarm code within 3 hours, the app would send his coordinates and all of the information he had about the Sun Elves to his sister and other trusted guild moderators. He'd learned long ago to never enter negotiations without insurance. With the app active, he slid the phone back in his pocket, and his fingers cautiously drifted to the small detonator concealed in his lower pocket. Early in their relationship, before any of the elves had broken from the rift, Rylan had planted explosives in an area around the rift. At the time, it had seemed drastic and one of the most deadly things he'd ever done. But his connections through the Untethered had helped him get his hands on the explosives easily, and it was his biggest safety net. The elves might have centuries of experience, but they didn't have the cutthroat instincts that drove someone like Rylan. They also had no idea just how ruthless humans could be in their pursuit of power. It was why, despite their level superiority, he always left these meetings with exactly what he came for. Another moment passed, and he could drop his hand as the barrier shimmered. The barrier was see-through, but was almost physically impossible to pass through without a key enchantment. The barrier part of the wards dissolved before him. He knew he only had a few seconds to step through, and after he did, he was washed in the full light of the miniature sun that hung suspended in the air above the camp. It unsettled Rylan that the entire camp was cast in a perpetual golden daylight, which they never seemed to turn off. At the heart of the area, surrounded by the organized rows of tents and careful paths, was a blue tier in reality itself. The epic rift twisted and turned, and its shades of ethereal blue seemed an odd contrast with the yellows, oranges, and reds of the camp. Despite how uncomfortable he felt the air around the rift would be to stay in, the Sun Elves had built their entire camp to protect it. They had several layers of wards to prevent anyone from entering and potentially killing something within, which would reset the rift break timer that contained them. Alien livestock grazed in small sectioned-off areas. With each break, they had brought with them different pastured creatures through the rift. He did his best to cool his anger as he passed them and moved into the encampment itself. Among the tents, there were other Sun Elves that went about their daily tasks with a fluid grace that just didn't seem real to Rylan. Some of them tended to small garden patches, while others worked at crafting stations and open tents that were adorned with complex runic patterns. Several elves noticed his passing, and something about their angular features and golden skin made his own skin crawl. The Sun Elves were, as a race, almost all taller than humans, with arms that hung down just a little too long and faces that were a little too narrow. Those that he passed acknowledged him with slight nods and neutral expressions. Rylan straightened his posture as he approached the largest tent at the camp's center. The two flaps that served as a front door were embroidered with a bright yellow sun that seemed to glow, backed by a large singular orange feather. He took a steadying breath while wiping the blood from his knuckles onto his pants. These creatures might have the advantage in power, but he had always been able to outmaneuver them in conversation. Today would be no different. He pushed the tent flaps aside and entered with purpose. We need to talk. Three Sun Elf leaders sat around the table covered in maps and scrolls with their strange writings. Their discussion fell silent at his entrance as they looked at him without comment. When no one answered him immediately, Rylan felt his carefully constructed composure begin to slip. I need more crystals. His voice remained controlled, but the edge of impatience was clear. Not next week, not after your careful consideration. Now, the eldest of the three, Solarin, tilted his head. You seem troubled, Master Warrior, perhaps. Don't, Rylan cut them off. I'm done with your flattery and games. You want to know about Earth's politics, about how much the safe zones have developed. Fine, but first I need power. Real power, not more information on how the system and classes work. I want your experience crystals. He slapped both his hands down on the table. That bastard isn't even D-rank, and he's out there creating new magic. Literally combining your stupid runes with that circular ritual magic to blast away over 100 monsters in a single spell. You understand what that means. He threw his hands in the air and his composure slipped further as he recalled Alex's display of power. Everything I've done, all the training and planning, and he just stumbles into it. Some weakling who can barely take a punch has managed to combine two different kinds of magic. It's just magic. A bitter laugh escaped him. Unseen to Rylan, the three Sun Elves exchanged quick glances, and their expressions spoke a subtle language. Rylan knew that they liked to play weaker than they were and act like they needed his protection and guidance to navigate Earth's politics. Right now, he didn't care. He needed their crystals to catch up, to suppress anyone else who could be stronger than him. I've been patient and have played along, but I won't be left behind. He stopped and forced himself to take a deep breath. Just give me what I need, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the new safe zone protocols and how things have changed. That's what you've been wanting to know so that you can reach out and negotiate a plan to settle with the government, right? He teased out the valuable bit of information that he'd been sitting on for quite some time, letting them know that he was aware of their true intentions. Surely you're mistaken, Master Warrior. Solarin's melodic voice held a note of doubt that even he could recognize, and Rylan was surprised when he continued on about something unrelated to the offered information, instead focusing on Alex, new magic is rare, and two different kinds of magic cannot be combined, the very nature of. Rylan snorted and interrupted the pointy-eared male. I saw it with my own eyes. A ritual circle like I had seen him draw on the ground, but it was floating in the air, and a rune was clearly in a smaller circle at the very bottom. Lightning crackled all around it, and when he activated it, he shook his head. The power was unlike anything I've ever seen. It carved a beam of lightning straight through the monsters, and they didn't even stand a chance. The three others leaned forward, their previous caution forgot. These runes within the circle, the youngest one spoke, his fingers already tracing symbols in the air. Did they perhaps look like this? 3 different runes appeared in a pattern in the air, shimmering and gold and intricately connected. No, nothing that complex. It was just one rune. The younger one gave a frown and sat back, clearly disappointed. That is the enchantment for lightning blasts. And a single rune shouldn't do anything unless he's using it as a charm. How frustrating. Unnerved, another of the elders' hands moved and sketched a single, simple pattern in the air. The spark rune glowed between them. Yes, Rylan jabbed his finger at the floating symbol with a triumphant smile. That's exactly what he stopped as the elders turned to each other and began speaking rapidly in their musical tones and native language. It frustrated Rylan when they did this. As they had stated early on, he understood that they could intentionally block off the system's natural translation for sentient races. One of their enchantments or skills allowed them to use it naturally and when they wanted, to turn it off and speak privately. Their previous demeanor changed completely as they ignored him. Hey. Rylan stepped forward and slapped his hand on the table. We're talking about my crystals here. They continued to ignore him completely. Solarin's eyes blazed with an intensity of emotion that Rylan hadn't seen any of the elves display before. If this is true, then we can adjust the plan altogether. If the humans have discovered a unique way to combine them and allow the ritual to carry more pattern power, then we may be able to set ourselves up for an even brighter future. The implications, the youngest elder's voice trembled. If ritual magic can be merged with runic arts. Wait just a damn minute. Rylan's voice rose, and he could tell that something was wrong. The air of the tent felt different, almost as if it were heavier. He only recognized it because of his skill in using intimidating presence and realized that it was the aura of the 3 elves leaking out, their normal and impeccable control showing slight cracks. We had a deal. Solarin lifted a single finger, and in the next heartbeat, 2 figures materialized from the tent's edges with a bright flash. Both of them were loosely coated with cloths of orange fabric tied around their eyes. One of them immediately knelt at the elder's chair, while the other moved with frightening speed toward Rylan's combat instincts flared. He recognized the use of a movement skill and reacted. He'd never seen combat-ready elves in the camp before, but there was no doubt as he saw the one before him move. He was already moving to counter, though, dropping his center of gravity and pivoting toward the nearest exit. His elbow shot out in a strike that caught the approaching elf in the sternum. With his strength, it was a blow that would have incapacitated or killed most humans. The elf swayed to the side just before impact and only grunted, slowed for a moment, before continuing forward. Ryland's hand flashed to the knife concealed at his lower back, but the other elf was too fast. Cold metal clasped around his neck before he could so much as lift his weapon. His strength drained away instantly, and he felt as if all of his stats had been stripped away in a heartbeat. A sharp kick to the back of his leg sent him crashing to the ground. The hooded figure plucked Ryland's phone from his pocket with a movement that blurred and was too quick for his eyes to track. Ryland's eyes widened in panic. Solarin smiled down his nose at the human. Your technology was quite clever. If our scouts had not been shadowing you for so long, we would not have figured out what it was. He looked at the phone as it was handed to him. These devices are quite interesting. I hope to play with one day. He handed it back to the scout who slipped from the tent with the phone in hand. Once it passes through the rift, though, you said that the technology no longer works correct. It shouldn't be able to send a signal if it's not functioning on your plane anymore. As for the explosives you buried within our wards, the elder clucked his tongue. They've been relocated. That was quite the nasty bit of metal that you had prepared for us. What are you? Ryland gripped at the collar and pulled desperately while looking around. His mind raced to understand what had happened and how they'd known about each of his contingencies. You've served your purpose admirably. Now be a good boy and quit your yapping. Solarin's voice dripped with condescension. This is the only information we need, and time has just become our only remaining concern. He gestured to the two other elders. Though perhaps less time than we originally thought, if this human actually achieved what you suggest. You can't do this. Ryland struggled against the weakness that flooded his limbs. I'm way too highly placed in the guild. People will notice. Notice what? Solarin smiled, and for the first time, Ryland saw a predator behind the mask and felt his blood run cold at the sick smile that covered his angular features. You spent months helping us understand your planet's people, politics, and defenses, all while telling no one of our existence because, for some reason, you thought you were in control. Solarin's gaze drifted to a small, ornate table in the corner where an elegant chess set rested, pieces frozen mid-game. You humans and your games of strategy. Did you really think those little victories meant anything? That I couldn't pretend to suffer defeats at your hand, Master Warrior, while learning of your own strategies? The elder's eyes gleamed and flashed bright gold as he looked down his nose at Ryland on his knees. Your desire for power made you quite the useful tool, but I'm afraid your role in this tale has reached its end. He gave several quick gestures with his hands, clear and discreet instructions for each of the two hooded figures. The one behind Ryland grabbed his blonde hair and roughly began to drag him out of the tent. The last thing he saw was Solarin turning back to the others and beginning to speak rapidly with the remaining hooded and blindfolded elf, already discussing their plans as if Ryland had never existed at all. Sunlight poured through the courtyard windows, and a cool breeze ran through the large sliding glass door that was open. Sam sat cross-legged out in the courtyard, while Alex and Sarah sat at the granite countertop of the living room. Alex was hunched over his leather notebook, its spine starting to crack and several pages threatening to escape its binding. His pen scratched against the paper as he muttered to himself. It worked when the ritual was that large. The power distribution must have. Alex's voice trailed off as he finished sketching the diagram and took quick notes along its edge. Sarah sat a few stools over at the same countertop, with her laptop open and headphones in to cut out his constant mumbling. She peered closely at the ring Alex had gotten from Ryland the day before. She was interested in testing its limits in terms of storage capacity and activation methods, promising to share her notes with him as soon as she was done. You stupidug, come on." Mark sprawled across the leather couch with a controller in his hand. He flopped back onto the pillow and tossed the controller up in the air before catching it. I know people talk about the difficulty of this game, but at some point it's just not even fun. You know what's easier? Actually, fighting monsters. At least then I can just catch them on my shield and get Sam to back me up instead of having to drink these stupid potions during fights where I'm walking around in slow motion. Valthurian was wrapped around Alex's shoulder, with his head wrapped back around and onto his own wing as a place of rest. The Bond was using his expansive mana pool to steadily infuse mana into the amulet around Alex's neck, safely tucked into his sweatshirt and shirt. Alex was just thankful that he'd stopped trying to fill his boredom with the task by flicking his tail to hit Alex's pen in the middle of writing notes. It had only been too late that Alex realized Valthurian only continued to do it because he'd had a reaction the first few times. Alex, Sam moved quickly into the living room from the courtyard, excitedly holding out a 3-foot section of the thick thorns that he'd been working with. I think I've almost got it. Can you help me take a look? Alex's head came up quickly, and it only took him a moment to shift his thoughts from the notes to Sam. "That's different," Sam said as he hesitated for a moment and blinked at Alex's quick response. "Usually it takes 2 or 3 tries to get your attention when you're doing rune stuff." Alex stretched his back and set down the pen. "Yeah, hitting level 30 in the mission a few days ago, and then going through the rank advancement seems to have helped with that. Everything feels clearer. Nomi mind can definitely handle my willpower a bit easier." He stood from his stool and walked over to Sam. He nodded and signaled Sam to make the attempt again, and he watched through his heavenly eye. He studied the green and brown tinted mana as Sam attempted to direct its flow through the thorns and gain a system skill. "Ah, I think I see what's happening. See how the mana is splitting here." He pointed out a section of the thorns where Sam was consciously attempting to branch his mana to another segment. "Try just focusing on the main branch first, and then once that's filled, you can try to advance the skill later to have multiple segments." Just then, the gym door clicked open, and Olivia emerged. Dark circles were under her eyes, and he could tell that her workout clothes were damp with sweat. Her shadow moved slightly as it passed Alex and Valthurian, the small baby dragon making its normal growling noise as the shadow bond passed. "Liv," Alex said with concern as she passed. She shook her head though, not meeting his eyes. "Just need a shower and some more rest." Her voice was a giveaway how tired she was, and she turned the corner into the foyer and made her way upstairs. Sarah pulled out one earbud from behind him at the counter and watched Olivia retreat with a concerned look on her face before she made eye contact with Alex. They both shared a worried look before Sarah encouraged him to give her a bit of space before checking on her. She put her earbud back in and continued to work. "Alex," Mr. Grant's voice carried from the foyer as he and his wife passed Olivia. They must have been waiting to speak with him, but Mrs. Grant still gave her a wave as they passed each other. "Do you have a moment?" Of course, Alex said and stood from the counter where he'd been working and closed his notebook. "Let's sit over here." He gestured at the table where there were multiple free seats and they could sit and talk more comfortably. The Grants exchanged a look before Mr. Grant spoke. "Since the incident last weekend, we've been thinking about how much things have changed. And now that we're here, about how we can contribute." After everything that happened with Samuel, he paused, and it was clear to Alex that he was tense. "Well, I know I was rather adamant about awakening as a combat specialist the other day. It wasn't my finest moment." Mrs. Grant smiled and gave him a pointed look. "What Eric means is that his protective nature got the better of him. But we've discussed it, and we both want to be useful to step into this world with our Sanjas perhaps in a different way." Alex nodded and felt some relief wash over him. He really didn't want to have to talk Sam's father out of being a combat-oriented awakened, and it had been clear at the time that he was distraught and making a knee-jerk reaction to his son having been detained and kept from them once more. "Actually, I've had some thoughts about that. You both have years of farming experience, right? Going on 3 decades now," Mrs. Grant confirmed proudly. "What if you're open to Idiu awakened as non-combat personnel, like Edwin and Gabby? There are neighboring properties to this one here that I've been thinking about purchasing. We could set up some industrial greenhouses and get some food production started. I think this would be a really big step in getting our group to be more self-sufficient." He glanced toward the courtyard where Sam worked. "We could have a couple more industrial-sized ones for crops, but I'd also like to get a smaller and more outfitted one for Sam to create some magical herbs. I think he's really on to something there." Mr. Grant's expression shifted from uncertainty to interest. "Greenhouses, that's a great idea. With the right setup, you could be growing year-round. That's what I was thinking. And Sam's new flourish skill has been incredible for some of his smaller experiments with the magical plants. I was thinking that Sam and I could split the startup costs to build the greenhouses and store any crops in the meantime while things are being built. There are so many ways it could go in terms of retrieving magical plants and mana-rich soil from the rifts to potentially boost the production of certain crops. I would need to put more thought into it, but I don't have the time. So it makes sense to me that I'd need experienced farmers to manage it properly." "I was short-sighted before," Mr. Grant admitted, rubbing his right knee with his hand idly. "Wanting to jump into fights with monsters that was just fear talking. Fear of being helpless if something happened to Sam again. But this is something we know, something we can actually contribute." Alex smiled and appreciated the honest admission. "Well, with everything happening with the guild and Rylan lately, being more self-sufficient feels more important than ever. I've been focused on my magical research and dealing with Rylan, but I need to think long-term too. My focus really can't shift either, so I'll need to entrust the planning and coordination to the two of you. You'll, of course, have Edwin as a resource, and I'll be happy to help however I can, but this will need to be your and Sam's project. The investment would likely pay for itself within a year or two," Mrs. Grant added thoughtfully as she nodded. "I'd guess it's faster than that," Alex said. "Especially with Sam's new flourish skill, the magical herbs will likely sell for a lot more than normal crops. If we get on it quickly enough, we could be one of the firsts moving into this field." Both of them nodded in response, gears already turning. "Then it's settled," Alex looked between them. If you two can begin doing research and come up with a proposal plan, make sure you include estimated costs and timeline for everything from construction to planting tests or cycles. I'd also assume you need some people to help you work the plots, so you can take into account at least the first year of salaries there. And if you need to look at hiring someone to consult with on management details, you can do that as well. Then once things calm down a bit, I can approve whatever you come to me with, and we can start taking the first steps by getting you both awakened. The more detail, the better. No problem, I'm happy to take advantage of your experience, he answered with a smile and shook Mr. Grant's hand. We'll leave in a bit to go back to the safe zone and grab the last of our belongings. Are you sure? We can get you whatever you need here. No, really, that's okay. There are some family keepsakes we'd like to get and make sure that two of our friends who had moved to the safe zone know why we're leaving. Mrs. Grant smiled and touched her husband's arm. Okay, well, be safe. Alex felt a bit unsettled by the checkpoints after seeing how easy it was for Sam to get detained without explanation or the ability to contact others. Of course, Alex answered. They turned and left the living room. Alex smiled to himself as he watched them go. One less thing to worry about. Hey, Mark called over to him from the couch. Did you figure out what you want to do with your class yet? Alex groaned, let his head loll back, and rubbed his face with both hands. No. I don't think there's really anything I can do about it. What do you mean? It's still a rare option, right? I mean, yeah, but it feels a waste not to take an epic class for the evolution. Yeah, but I mean, you can't take an epic option if it's not giving you one. Alex groaned again. I know, but I feel like I'm close to figuring this out. If I can successfully combine these two kinds of magic and they are both modified for my purpose, I feel like that has to be a huge achievement and it could change the option in the window. You think figuring out how to make your spell circles is going to give you an epic class? Alex nodded. Yeah, exactly. Right now, they're just so close to being complete. It's why I've been messing with them nonstop to try and find the solution. I mean, the fact that even Maylis is surprised with the progress that I've made tells me that if I can make it work, it should be a really big deal. Mark nodded. Bit of a risk, though, isn't it? Every time you level without advancing, you're missing out on those class stat points you could be getting. Alex nodded and didn't want to get into the min-maxing thought process too much with Mark, only because he felt it was still a sensitive topic for his best friend since Mark wasn't offered any rare class options, meaning he had to take an uncommon as his best choice. But Alex knew that if he could figure out how to successfully make spell circles, and it paid off with an epic evolution option, then it would be worth it even if he didn't make a choice for another level or two. Could you make a choice and then use the class reset token we got? Sarah asked, without looking up from the ring she was holding close to her eyes. Why would I do that, though? It seems like a waste. Well, she said while looking up, if you choose now, you'll get 2 new class skills. Then you could wait until you finish the spell circles and then use the token to get a new class and hopefully an evolution, giving you 2 new skills again with the new class. Mark was shaking his head, though. No, I don't think that will work. Olivia said that when you use it, the system won't offer your previous class or the evolutions of it later. I know you might not want to be a ritualist anyway, but I feel like the token is supposed to be used for changing entire job sets, like moving from a warrior to a teacher or retiring or something. You could really screw yourself over if it only gives you non-combat options. Yeah, the system literally just punished me for getting clever with the use of 2 skills. I don't know that I'm ready to start pushing that boundary again so soon. Alex shivered at the thought of the system so casually contemplating ending his life or taking his eye. Anyway, I feel like I'm really close to finishing this. Even if I level up once or twice before completing them, it will be worth it to wait. The evolution to epic will give more stats overall, even compared to advancing. That makes sense, Sarah said. I guess in terms of stats, evolving to the same rarity is actually the worst choice here. Then you're going back to the bottom of novice, and your stat gain stays the same. At least advancing will give you an increase in stats. True, the only real upside to taking the evolution now is that I'm missing my main class skill for the current class. I don't think that it makes sense for me to advance to journeyman. I'll push for the finish of spell circles with parallel mind while we figure out what to do about Rylan. Best case scenario, it happens soon, and I get offered an updated evolution option by the system with an epic class. My leveling has been really slow in the last few months anyway, so I'm hoping I can finish the spell circles before I even gain a level, meaning I wouldn't have lost out on anything by waiting. Alex shook his head, still finding it surreal to talk about stats and classes with someone like Sarah, not to mention the fact that it was their new reality. Hey, I'm going to head upstairs and check on Olivia. Sarah and Mark both nodded before returning to their respective activities, Sarah to studying the ring and Mark to playing his video game. Alex smiled at them all, happy to have the house full once again. He carefully closed the leather notebook he'd been taking notes in before heading up the stairs and setting it on his desk. Valthurian followed him the whole way up the stairs, flapping his wings and moving ahead of Alex down the hallway before returning to him in a way that reminded him of a dog. The thought crossed his mind to sit for a bit and dive into his notes again. Do I give her more space, or go comfort her? Val trilled from his perch and said, friend sad. Go help. Yeah, buddy. Let's go help. Alex found Olivia lying face down on his bed, with her head buried in a pillow. It unnerved Alex that he couldn't see Nox in her shadow even through his heavenly eye, though he knew the bound shadow was there with her. She rolled a quarter of the way onto her side, just enough to see him through her messy hair. You don't have to keep checking on me, she said, but she did shift slightly to make more room for him. I know everyone's worried. Alex sat on the edge of the bed. Yeah, we are, but it's just because we care. You've barely slept this week, and I know that losing Pete hit you pretty hard. Alex reached out and touched the small of her back. Hard to sleep when your shadow keeps drinking all your mana and giving you the headache from hell. She rolled over to face him, and his hand ended up resting on her hip. But as big of a pain in the ass as he is, Nox saved my life more than once in that rare rift. I can't imagine not having him anymore. And he's not doing it for any other reason than it's his instinct to consume the mana. Don't blame him, I just need to get stronger. How does it work? The bond, I mean. It's different than your bond with Val. Olivia shifted a bit. Nox isn't just connected to me. I think the knight is parasitic. He lives in my shadow and feeds on my mana constantly, like a hunger that never stops. But the system protects me and prevents him from going too far. She rubbed her temple and winced. I told you a bit before, but in that rare rift, creatures of the night were hunting and capturing any humans who entered. One caught me off guard and dragged me to its den. Rylan helped me escape, and as I was making my break for it, it caught me and started to feed on my mana. I thought I was going to die, but something clicked. She gripped the blanket at her waist. It was really just survival instinct, but when I yanked back on my mana as hard as I could, it reversed the flow and bound the monster to me instead. Alex watched her face and felt part of his chest tightened at the hollowness in her eyes when she talked about her near-death experience. The system gave me a skill for doing it called Shadow Bind. After that, she paused, and he saw a darker emotion fill her eyes. I spent weeks hunting through that rift afterward. I used my first bound shadow to weaken slightly stronger ones. I'd release my current bond and capture the stronger creature while it was vulnerable. A humorless smile touched her lips. Like trading up, each new bond consumed the previous one. She turned to face him fully. I know it's brutal, and saying it out loud it sounds insane. She closed her eyes, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. She let out a shaky breath as Alex ran a hand through her hair. Nox was one of the highest-level predators in the forest, and he was the strongest I could manage to bind without being overwhelmed. Together, we freed a lot of people who were held to be fed on in the dens. Ruthless for sure, but necessary. She closed her eyes. Maybe that's why he's such a pain in the ass. We understand each other. He had known the gist of what happened on the mission, though she hadn't wanted to share details when she first came back, especially not about the binding skill, had been assuming that Nox was a companion through a token, like he had gotten Valthurian. Speaking of Val, Alex glanced at his companion, who was hovering near the doorway and making his unusual, unhappy chirping noises and soft growls at Nox's presence. However, he seemed to acknowledge there to be some amount of boundary, as he didn't quite want to enter the bedroom. We should probably work on getting these two to tolerate each other. A genuine laugh escaped Olivia's lips. God, we sound like a couple trying to introduce their reactive dogs. Don't worry, he's friendly. She mimicked a high-pitched and nasally voice. He just plays rough. Alex joined in before growing a bit more serious. But really, we should figure something out. I don't think Val's going to stop being jealous that there's another creature around, and I think he really only understands that Nox is from the same plane as the shadow serpents that we were running from in the Celestial Rift. I don't think it's all Val. I'm pretty sure Nox is doing something to antagonize him. But let's do it tomorrow, Olivia yawned. Right now, I think I just need to rest some more. The drain isn't as noticeable when I'm sleeping. Want me to stay? She nodded, already closing her eyes. She reached out and grabbed his hand on her hip as she rolled over and pulled him down beside her. Just for a bit. Tell me about your lesson with the grumpy ghost. Alex kicked off his Converse so they weren't on the bed, got himself comfortable on top of the sheets behind her, and thought about what he could begin to tell her from Maylies' recent lessons. Well, despite how cranky he can be, I think Maylies has found something pretty cool for me to get into. A booming crash jolted Alex from his explanation of lessons, and the house seemed to shake with the impact. Olivia also sat up instantly despite her fatigue. The sound had come from Alex's office across the hall. Everyone else was downstairs. Alex jumped up quickly and pushed off from his bed with socked feet and activated feather step to cross the large bedroom and burst into the hallway. He hadn't even taken another step before a second explosion seemed to rock the house. Smoke billowed from Alex's office, and he crouched down and cursed. The door into the office was cocked onto the side as it hung on by a single hinge. He stayed low and moved forward to assess the situation. Though the smoke obscured his normal vision, he could still scan with his heavenly eye for mana signatures. He cursed again as he realized that his spatial pouch was sitting on the corner of his desk on the other side of the room, leaving him without a wand or many of his reagents. Running through his list of options quickly, he wasn't able to use any of his normal rituals without the reagents. The Spark Rune ritual would be far too big to cast in the house and would take too long. Val, come to my shoulders and use your illusion. If I tell you to, shoot a mana dart through the ritual over my hand when I activate it. Without another option, he urged Valthurion to hide on his shoulders and would use him as a temporary wand to launch mana bolts through a modified gust ritual if needed. He moved forward through the haze in the hallway and caught a glimpse of two figures in hooded cloaks going through the papers on his desk and the books on his shelves, moving slowly and confidently. Now, Val. Alex activated the gust ritual over his hand and blew through it just before Valthurion's dart of mana flew through the space and at the intruders. In a nonchalant movement, the closest figure raised an ornate staff. The bolt skidded off of an invisible barrier and around the raised staff. It smashed into the wall with a small explosion, the tightly twisting air around the bolt causing more damage than a standard bolt of mana. His mana vision registered the surge of mana through the staff an instant before a wave of force slammed into him. He crashed into the hallway wall, the impact forcing the air from his lungs. Alex glanced over his shoulder and saw Olivia enter just behind him in a crouch. She activated an ability that seemed to envelop her, and she moved out to the right side of the room, opposite Alex, toward the far figure. She's using the smoke and dust to amplify her stealth to close the distance. He gave her a nod before committing himself to the left side of the room and approaching the nearest figure near his desk and spatial pouch. Letting loose several more empowered Val bolts, Alex went for the loud approach, hoping to draw both of their attention and distract from Olivia's movements. While he did, he activated his heavenly eye and attempted to get a readout on the intruders. To his surprise, he got nothing back, similar to when he tried to scan Rylan and was met with a mental block. He couldn't get any information on the pair. He gritted his teeth and had Val continue to fire off enhanced shots as he thought through their situation. The enemies didn't seem bothered by the bolts of mana or the fact that he was there. They just continued rifling through his things. He looked around and saw the section of crumbled wall, the carpet on fire, and paper fluttering around from his blasts in the open air. Olivia's shadow expanded as Nox emerged, exploding in a splash of inky shadow. The second figure turned, paying more attention to Nox than either of them. The cowl of their cloak covered their face, but they yelled something that in any language could be recognized as a spitting rage. Raising the wand in their hand, it glowed a brilliant orange in Alex's vision as it yelled another command in a strange, foreign language. It didn't sound like anything he'd heard before. Through his heavenly eye, he could see an intricate layer of enchantments activate on the gripped wand. Both the wand of one and the staff of the other looked like true masterwork gear, even when compared to the gear Yura had given him. Then, the world exploded in a golden light. Alex's back slammed against the office wall, and he scrambled forward on his hands and knees. Not wanting to be a predictable target, he kept moving. He blinked rapidly to clear his vision since the light had temporarily blinded him. The wind blew loudly, and he heard more pages flying around the small space. Now, though, there were many voices joining the chaos. Both of the intruders spoke in their strange language, and Alex could hear Olivia yelling something. Through the near wall, he could also hear Mark's muffled yelling as he made his way up the stairs. Knowing that he needed to act fast, Alex looked around for something he could use, anything more powerful than the enhanced wind bolt ritual. He had to blink and squint rapidly to see as his eyes continued to adjust, but he saw Olivia slump back against the wall, her head tilted to the side, and a small trickle of blood leaking from her temple. The far intruder was kneeling over the prone form of Nox. He held his wand point down with both hands as if it were a dagger, shining yellow and ready to plunge into the shadow's side. The nearest figure turned his back to Alex, flipping through his main journal on the desk. Alex saw his opportunity as a small patch of flaming carpet died out. He did something with the modified rituals that he'd never done before. He used mana thread to quickly lay down the ritual, though he positioned it so that the catalyst node was over the burnt carpet and ash, and activated the explosive ritual he'd used so much within the Celestial Rift, creating the ritual itself around the reagent rather than creating the ritual and then adding the reagent. Another explosion rocked the room, and the percussion caused Alex's ears to ring. He tried to flex his jaw and pop his ears as he righted himself once again and cleared his vision. Loose papers whirled through the air with renewed vigor, and the heavy oak desk groaned as it settled on its side. The nearest intruder stumbled, caught off guard by the unexpected force and location of the explosion. Their cloak was the only thing to be marked by the attack otherwise. Their strong barriers defended them from any actual damage. As they righted themselves from the force of the impact, their hood fell back. Alex's breath caught in his throat. Long pointed ears were the first thing to draw his attention. They were slender and sprouted from long hair and curved back after several inches. He saw elongated features and fair skin that seemed to almost glow. An elf? What the hell? Here. His mind raced with the implications. He'd seen a lot since the rifts had appeared, but the large majority of odd sightings had been from within a rift, not here on Earth. The only way it could be here was through a rift break, which meant... A sharp cry from Nox cut through his thoughts. The second intruder had recovered quickly, repositioning their stance over the shadow companion. Golden light blazed from the wand in their hand, and they raised it high, ready to plunge it down for a final strike. Alex didn't hesitate, doing the only thing he could think to try and stop the intruders. While he didn't have much love for the shadow beast, he knew that it was bound to Olivia in some way, and anything he could do to deny the intruders was the right course of action in his mind. He yanked Valthurian from his shoulders, the disguised amphipter still maintaining his cloak form. In a smooth motion, like tossing out a net, he flung Val wide. The illusion spread through the air, casting a shadow over Nox's prone form. Val, fly, cover Nox. Whatever the golden light was from the wand seemed to greatly affect the shadow creature. Alex knew that Valthurian was less likely to be affected, as he seemed completely unbothered by the initial blast that they'd suffered, and he also had the magic resistance passive. Valthurian's form expanded, his illusion darkening the space beneath him as he spun and fluttered across the room. In an instant, Nox melted into the artificial shadows, disappearing from beneath the elf's slowly falling wand. With the dark beast gone, there was no further resistance under the wand, causing the golden weapon to push down and strike the floor. Through the settling dust, Alex spotted his spatial pouch. The force of the explosion had sent it skidding away from the elf and across the damaged hardwood floor and carpet. It had stopped near the center of his now ruined office. I need my wand or at least the reagents in the pouch. He glanced up at the nearest intruder and saw him preoccupied, holding the thick journal under his arm as he bent to pick up the loose pages that had been lost in the blast. Alex activated Feather Step and launched himself forward. His feet barely touched the ground as he reached his destination in 2 steps, moving around a large piece of the stone wall. Smoke curled through the air, and something that was burning caused his nostrils and lungs to sting with its acrid smell. Alex skidded to a halt in front of the pouch and snatched it up, looking toward the same elf, noticing the way it tossed him an irritated glance. He found it odd how they were blindfolded, but seemed to easily see their surroundings. Fumbling with the pouch, his hands shook with adrenaline as he plunged his hand into it to get his wand. The smooth wood was called to his hand through a thought of will. Triumph filled him as he pulled his hand out and began to flush mana into the wand, but his heart sank as he turned to face the intruders. Both elves were already moving toward the jagged hole they'd created in his office wall on entry. The night air whipped their cloaks around them as they prepared to leave the second story. One of them, the one who had their hood knocked off by Alex's explosion, turned slightly, and his lips curled into a dismissive smirk. Alex could see pointed teeth in the grin, and they shifted once more to leap from the wall. Their cloaks billowed, and his blood ran cold. There on the backs of their cloaks was a symbol emblazoned in golden thread. It was one that he recognized, the same intricate pattern of a golden sun. The connection hit him like a physical blow as the pieces started falling into place, as it was undoubtedly the same one as on Ryland's gear. "Wait," Alex called out, his voice hoarse from the smoke. The word had come out before he had any idea what he was thinking. He was driven by confusion and a need for answers. The elves paused at the edge of the wall as their cloaks rippled in the night's breeze. Alex raised his wand as mana surged through the wand, but he hesitated. They hadn't actually attacked them, not really. Despite their overwhelming advantage, they'd only defended themselves, focusing only on searching through his office. Nox was the only exception to that. They could have likely killed us, especially with how unprepared we were. His wand lowered slightly as the realization hit him. With Olivia still dazed against the wall, Nox injured, and Val still maintaining his illusion, instigating the intruders into an actual fight could prove fatal. The grin on the creature's face told Alex that they knew it too. Without waiting anymore, they both crouched, and he could see a skill activate as they launched off into the night. Alex's wand still crackled with unused energy as they vanished and left him standing in the center of his wrecked office with the last of the papers fluttering to the ground. "Alex," Mark's voice boomed from the hallway. "We're coming in. It's all right, come in." Alex shouted back as he moved toward Olivia. "Sam, we need your healing." He reached Olivia as she began to push herself into a seated position, her eyes focusing slowly. Blood had created a thin trail down the side of her face, but the wound itself seemed superficial. Behind him, Valthurian dropped his illusion and flew back to hover near the two of them while pulsing feelings of concern through their bond. Their cloaks, what Olivia started and winced as she touched the side of her head. What were they after? Alex glanced over his shoulder, impressed that she hadn't been conscious for half as long as he had, but she'd recognized that they were looking for something. I think they were after my notes," Alex said as he helped her sit up straighter, "but they barely acknowledged us. It doesn't make sense." Mark burst through the doorway, holding both his shield and sledgehammer. Sam was close behind him, and both of them moved into the room, surveying the damage with wide eyes. The hole in the wall let in a cold draft, which stirred the papers briefly back to life and sent a chill down Alex's back. His office, where he'd spent countless hours over the last 2 months studying and advancing his magic, lay in ruins around them. Sam hurried to Olivia's side, and Alex could see his hands glowing green with nature mana. As the young healer worked, Alex's mind raced. The sun emblem, the elves' presence on Earth, their mission here to steal his work, it all connected somehow. Freaking Rylan, Alex spat. He stood and walked to the hole in the wall, looking out into the night. I have no idea how any of this connects, but he's a central point. What? Mark said as he stepped around a partially collapsed beam to join him at the hole in the wall. Rylan has something to do with this. You're sure? Alex nodded and couldn't stop his eyebrows from coming together in a vicious scowl. Without a doubt, the intruders weren't human, Mark. And they both had the same sun logo on their cloaks that Rylan has on all his fancy enchanted gear. Mark sucked in a hissing breath. The rings, yeah, and the new amulet he was wearing that blocked my scan at the podium event. Wait. Sarah, Alex looked around and saw her kneeling down by Sam and Olivia. Sarah, toss me the ring that I got from Rylan. She gave him an odd look. It's downstairs. I'll go grab it, she said, moving without asking questions. Wait, Mark interrupted. You said they weren't human. Alex gave a grave nod and waited for his friend to work through the meaning of that fact. Sirens could be heard in the distance through the now open wall of the office. The implications of elves walking freely on Earth troubled him more than the theft itself. Something bigger was brewing, and somehow Rylan was involved. Alex had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning. Sarah returned, holding the spatial item, and handed it to him. He looked down at the logo on it and felt his blood begin to boil again. There was no doubt. It was the exact same as the intruder's cloaks. I need to wake up Maylis and get him to look at the ring. Sam, reach out to your parents and tell them to stay in the safe zone for the next few days. And to think that I wanted to bring them here, thinking that they'd be safe. I need to talk with Edwa. Master Moore, Edwin said from the doorway. Most of the heads in the room turned to him, save for Olivia, who seemed to be moving slowly. Alex noted how composed Edwin seemed, looking around at the destruction of the room. For some reason, it helped him center himself as well. Edwin, reach out to someone about fixing this. He gestured at the enormous hole in the wall as he stomped on a few of the smoldering parts of the carpet. Let's get it fixed quickly. I know I should have done this sooner, but it's really time to start getting this place fortified magically. There's just been so much going on, and I wanted to do it myself, which is stupid. If I'm busy, I should have just had someone else do it. Don't be too hard on yourself, Olivia said as she sat up straighter against the wall. Those guys were way too strong. Everything we threw at them didn't even affect their shields. I doubt whatever meager magical defenses the AG could have helped you put together would last against them. Did you see their levels? Alex shook his head. No, they were both blocked. Like Rylan was before. I don't know if it was an item or their levels were just that high, but seeing how strong they were, we've got to assume that they're at least D rank. Mark cursed in response. Look, we need to move quickly. Sam, make sure Olivia is good and then talk to your parents. Edwin, find a crew to start repairs. Val and I will charge the amulet as quickly as we can to get Maylis to look at this ring and see if he knows anything about this. Alex, I really feel like we should reach out to the hunters about this. If there are D-rank sentient monsters walking around and attacking people or stealing things. Alex nodded. I think you're right. Just let me talk with Maylis first. You and Mark, see if you can help me dig through the office for a few minutes and see if we can find anything of theirs. I hit one of them pretty well with the explosion ritual and messed up their cloak pretty good. We can figure out what to do after that. I need to talk to Alana, Olivia said firmly. Alex nodded again, though his brow creased further at the thought. Yeah. So a flash of red and blue lights swept across the ruined office walls through the gaping hole. Alex moved a bit closer to the edge and could easily see a patrol car coming up the long driveway. That was fast, Mark said from beside him. That's kinda suspicious. Alex watched the vehicle approach and felt that the lights were unnaturally bright. He glanced at Mark. They had to have been nearby already. The car stopped and a young officer emerged. Her head was tilted back to look at the study on the second floor. Her eyes were wide and they dropped quickly as they locked with Alex's. Activating Feather Step, Alex lightly stepped through the large hole and easily dropped the 2 stories. He landed softly beside the startled officer, who took a step back. Officer Jamson, Hunters Association liaison and law enforcement officer. She swallowed hard, and her gaze darted between Alex and the room he'd drifted down from. We detected a significant amount of mana coming from this area, and the explosions were concerning enough that I was asked to come check on the situation. Mark's voice carried from above. You were monitoring this area. Alex could hear a smacking sound and then Mark's mumbled protests. Oh hey no, you stop it. I'm Juice, his voice cut off as he stepped back from view, no doubt talking with Sarah. Standard procedure for zones with high level awakened. Officer Jamson's words came quickly and carefully, like someone speaking to a large animal. When we registered the explosion, we knew you were the only thing in this direction. She straightened her shoulders. I came to ensure everything was secure. Alex noted the slight tremor in her voice and the way she kept a careful distance. It struck him as a bit odd, just a training accident. I was testing a new ritual. Of course, sir. The officer nodded quickly. I've heard about your experiments. You have. Well, just stories, but if you're sure there's nothing I can do for you, then I'll be heading back to the safe zone. Jamson took another step back toward the car, with her eyes lingering on Valthurian, who had followed Alex down and now hovered protectively near his shoulder. If you need any assistance. Alex leaped back up to his office after the patrol car disappeared down the driveway. Sarah asked him, "Why didn't you tell her what really happened? I thought we were going to involve the hunters." "We will," Alex said, moving to gather some more of the scattered papers, "but on our terms and through your contacts, not a random officer. We need to talk to Alana first and find out what she knows about her brother's connection to all of this." Mark helped him collect the papers. "I still feel weird that she was here so fast. Is the house under surveillance or something, Sarah?" "What? No, well, not that I know of, but they're definitely aware of us being out in this direction. I feel like that was obvious after they came a few weeks ago and seemed to know about Alex all too well. Explosions off in the distance, even if not in the safe zone, are probably pretty concerning." Alex shrugged. "It doesn't really matter." He pushed the thought aside. They had more pressing concerns than how local law enforcement viewed him. "You're taking all of this way too well," Mark said while watching him from the corner of his eye. "Why aren't you more pissed that they stole your magic?" "Oh, I'm plenty pissed, but not about the notes. They didn't steal anything that I can't remember on my own." "But you're always referencing your notes," Sarah said. Alex waved his hand in response. "I just keep the notes to help me organize my thoughts. It's not there to help me remember. I can make the runes and ritual bases from memory at this point. I'm just pissed that they were able to steal the notes. There are too many unanswered questions, and I intend to find some answers, starting with Alana." Alex stepped over the blackened crater of his office floor and was careful to avoid the small parts of the boarded floor that splintered and stuck up at odd angles. Soot marked his jeans where he'd knelt earlier to examine the damage. In the heat of the moment, he hadn't thought of the damage that his own ritual might do to the room, not that it fazed the elf very much. The ritual hadn't done much more than cause it to stumble, singe its cloak, and look at him in irritation. Cookie. Val chirped from where he hovered near the hole in the wall. A cold draft stirred the loose office papers, causing Mark to shuffle faster while picking them up. Alex turned away from the wall and joined him and Sarah in straightening up what they could. "Later, buddy. We need to wake up Melis first. Keep putting your mana into the amulet." Mark grunted as he casually used his increased strength stat to lift a part of Alex's now broken oak desk. As if reading his thoughts, Mark said, "Man, you're telling me your ritual did this but didn't do anything to their barrier. That's pretty serious magic. I think it messed up his cloak a bit, but otherwise he was totally fine. At least most of your books are okay," Sarah said as she wiped the debris and dust off of one of the system-generated manuals. She set it on the shelf before moving over to another one a few feet away. Alex pulled another mana stone from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Val. The amphipter caught it in midair. His form briefly glowed blue in Alex's sight as he started to absorb the mana from the rock. Together, they continued to channel mana into the amulet hanging from Alex's neck. "The faster we can wake Melis, the sooner we can hopefully get some answers." His fingers came back away black when he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The air still held traces of acrid smoke, making his nose wrinkle. Pieces of his research lay scattered across the floor. The elves had taken his main journal, and who knew what else. "Found another one," Mark said while holding up a torn sheet of paper. He smoothed it out gently and set it to the side with another small stack that they'd begun to accumulate. Alex nodded absently and looked down at the ring held in his hand. The golden sun emblem caught the light, and there was no doubt that it was identical to the one on the elf's back. How long has Rylan been working with them? From the start, he remembered seeing the rings on the other man's hand as early as the New Year's Eve party, but another thought struck him as he tried to think back. "Oh, wow." The others looked up, and he voiced his realization. "It hasn't been on my mind as much lately, because it's just so normal now, but Rylan was supplying all of the information to the guild. In the beginning, I always wondered how he was able to get such reliable information on the system when no one else could. It makes so much sense if he had some sort of deal with a race from within the rifts. That brings up an even scarier thought, though," Sarah said. "If they're giving him information on the system, what is he giving them in return?" They continued to chat about the implications of Ryland's situation as they picked up around the office, killing time, until the runic apprentice item was fully charged with mana. Nearly an hour had passed before Valthurian announced to the room grumpy man waking up. The spirit's mind firmed, and Alex could feel his imposing intellect. His usual grumpiness seemed amplified for some reason. "I can't tell much of time while asleep, but I know that was far too quick." Melis paused, taking in the destruction around them through Alex's eyes. "What in the name of the seven happened here? We were attacked, Alex said tightly. He held up the ring between his thumb and forefinger, by elves wearing this symbol. They stole my research notes, and I need to know if they can track us using this item. I don't know if I should just toss it immediately so that there's no chance they can continue to track our movements. Through their connection, Alex could feel Maylies' attention sharpen, as the spirit did the mental equivalent of sitting up in their chair. Hold it closer. Let me see the runes clearly. Alex did as he was asked and turned the ring slowly while Mark and Sarah watched in silence. Blue lines appeared in Alex's vision as Maylies highlighted various runes that were etched into the metal using whatever illusionary tool he had at his disposal from the amulet. No, this kind of enchantment wouldn't allow tracking. It's merely meant as a container item. Even though this one is on the smaller side, the enchantment is very tightly done. Maylies trailed off and his tone shifted slightly. These are Sun Elf runes. I'd recognize their work anywhere. Sun Elves, yes, religious zealots who worship solar magic. They're prevalent throughout the wider worlds and are known for their mastery of runic magic. Hold it a bit closer. There was a pause before he continued. They're also infamous for their conviction that their way is the only correct path, that they will be the salvation of the wider worlds from the night. Total extremists who are willing to let one of their own planets fail in integration if they deem them to be unworthy of the pattern. Several things went through Alex's mind in an instant. The fact that the race was generally from the wider worlds made him question how the rifts truly worked. The comment that Maylies made about the elves being the salvation from the night made him want to know more about it. That term had popped up multiple times now, to include the darker side of the celestial rift as well as, more recently, with Olivia's new companion and the rare rift that she had to deal with. Alex described the attack, mentioning the golden barriers that shrugged off his ritual explosion and the empowered mana darts that Valthurian shot at them. What seemed strange was their singular focus on his notes. They barely acknowledged us except to casually defend against our attacks. Why would they even want my research? It's not complete. If they want spell circles, they're going to be sorely disappointed. A long moment passed between them before Maylies responded. Listen, kid, your methods are unique. The admission seemed to pain him. You've been combining runic principles with ritual magic in ways I haven't seen before. Ways they likely haven't either, and it's probably hard to be self-proclaimed masters of runic magic if there is a baby mage like yourself doing innovative work they haven't thought of. Okay, so it was clear that their main focus was on my notes, but why didn't they even try to attack us? I've got a feeling that would have ended really bad for us. The Sun Elves value magical innovation, even if they would never admit to learning from outsiders. Sorry to say it, but they likely just didn't see you as a threat. Like I said when we first met, you've only just been fumbling around for a few months. The average Sun Elf's lifespan is several hundred years, and they are steeped in magic from an early age, though I doubt they're working alone if they're here on your newly integrated planet. You're right, they're getting help. Rylan, we think he's their contact here on Earth, but I've no idea how he was able to get them out of the rift. But he's been feeding the Adventurers Guild information about the system since pretty much the beginning. Sarah just pointed out that he had to be giving them something in return. Information exchange would probably be the least concerning possibility, Maylies said grimly. My first concern was if they'd be able to track us back down here, but I guess if they found us once, it's possible they could find us again. If they can't track us, is it possible that we can track them with the ring? We also have a small piece of torn cloth from one of their cloaks. There's got to be a kind of magic for that, right? No, Maylies' answer was firm. The Sun Elves are masters of warding magic. They've likely already secured themselves against any attempt at magical tracking, and their defenses would certainly be stronger than any attempt your world would likely be able to muster. Warding, like protective enchantments, similar principle, but different execution. Enchanting and warding are two different sides of the same coin. While enchanting focuses on imbuing items with magical effects, warding creates expansive protective nets. Think of it as the difference between forging a sword and building a fortress. Wards use anchor points, which are specific runic markers that are spread across an area to create a web of magical effects. Alex was intrigued despite the current situation, so instead of putting runes all onto one item, you distribute them to form a larger magical structure. Yes, the placement of these anchors and the flow of the mana between them is crucial to the magic taking hold. A poorly arranged ward is like a wall with gaps useless against any real threat. The Sun Elves excel at this art and use it to protect their temples and settlements. If they've established a base here on Earth, it will likely be thoroughly warded against scrying. Can we break through them? Ward breaking is indeed an art, but not something that will come to you in a few hours or even days. Breaking wards is usually more challenging than creating them. There's really no time at the moment, but I'm going to need you to teach me more about wards, Alex said as he looked around the office and pointedly at the large hole in the wall. If they're going to come after us, Agano, it doesn't even matter if they never did. We're going to need a space that is safe. It sounds like wards are the thing to make that happen. Under normal circumstances, I'd refuse to teach you anything new until you've mastered what is already on your plate, Maylis grumbled. But given the situation, yes, you should learn warding. Since this is not an established space within the wider worlds, you will likely have to weather attacks, and safety should be more of a focus for you than an average student. I know that you don't like the idea of me using this for lessons, but I'm going to split my consciousness so that you can continue to tell me about the basics of wards and if there's anything we can use immediately. I just don't have the ability to sit down and focus on it fully right now. Please don't make a big deal about this. The spirit grumbled, and it clearly contemplated refusing to help until Alex could devote his full attention to the lesson. Eventually, though, he gave in. Very well, but if it comes up later that you're asking me questions on things I've already told you, I'm not letting you do this again, no matter the circumstance. Fair enough, Alex said as he activated Parallel Mind. First, we need to figure out what they're planning to do with my notes, and then we need to find out why Rylan was working with them in the first place. He looked over to Mark and Sarah, who had been staying quiet and listening to his half of the conversation as he spoke out loud. During their back and forth, Valthurian had gotten off of Alex's shoulder and flown over to rest on his cat tree, only to find that it had been knocked over in one of the explosions that took place in the office. So, what did he say? Mark asked as he set down another piece of the broken desk. His voice was serious and didn't carry any of its normal mirth. Alex quickly summarized Maylis' insights and the information he'd gained about the elves while his parallel mind continued to absorb information about the basics of warding from the spirit. When he finished, Mark scowled and looked at the floor. So, you're saying that we're dealing with an ancient race of magical experts who apparently have some sort of arrangement with Rylan. Alex nodded, and Sarah's expression hardened further. I know you guys probably aren't going to like this, but we really have to tell the Hunters Association about this immediately. Alex started to say something, but Sarah held up her hand to continue talking. If there are high-ranked creatures from a rift walking around Earth, she shook her head. This isn't just about the guild anymore, and Rylan has already taken this farther than a petty grudge. But if he's seriously working with these elves, this could spiral into a global crisis. All right, I get your point. You should get them the information, but I need to go and talk to Alana and find Rylan. I want to go with you, Sam said. Alex shook his head. No, you should go with Sarah and Mark to the Hunters Association. Alex ran a hand through his hair and gave a grunt as he realized he'd left a streak of soot through it. I hate to say it, but nowhere feels particularly safe right now. I know that the safe zones are stretched thin, and he gestured at the hole in his wall. Well, this place clearly isn't as secure as I thought, but a few weeks ago I might have worried about sending you to the Hunters Association for fear of them trying to recruit you or snatch you up for your powerful healing abilities. But right now, Alex's jaw tightened. I trust Sarah's contacts there more than I trust the guild at the moment, at least until we figure out how deep this goes with Rylan. Sam chewed on the inside of his lip, but then nodded in acknowledgement. Olivia pushed herself up from where she'd been resting against the wall. We should head out soon if we're going to confront Alana. Her voice was steady, but Alex could see a slight tremor in her hand. You sure that's a good idea? How are you holding up? I'm fine. Actually, she gave a frown. Nox is drawing less mana from me than he was before. I thought after getting injured he'd need to pull more, but it's actually less. She shrugged. Either way, I need to be there for when we talk to Alana. I know you look up to her, Alex said, hesitating to voice his concerns about how badly things could go if Alana was in Volvador if Rylan showed up. I do. She's supposed to represent everything the guild is about. Freedom from the control of the government, supporting each other, growing stronger as a community. Olivia's voice grew bitter and her face scrunched up. But if she knew about this and did nothing, after what happened to Emily, she clenched her fists at her side. No. If they intentionally allowed a rift to break just to get some more information and stay ahead of the government, I can't allow something like that to happen again. Alex could hear the conviction in her voice and felt his own anger rising. I felt so confident in myself and my abilities when I got home from the rift, but something about joining back up with an organization and having rules to follow was comfortable. I like the idea of being free from government oversight, but maybe that's exactly what allowed someone like Rylan to gain so much influence. I'm sick of the scheming and plotting. Alex thought back to Yura and how the Celestial had tried several times to ignore his opposition and handle them with grace. But in the end, it was his ability to use overwhelming force and subdue them without question that led to a peaceful resolution. This entire time, I've been trying to follow the rules and work within the organization that is the guild, but things really aren't like they used to be. This isn't old Earth where I need to keep my head down and follow rules. People are looking to me because of my power and position. If this is where following the guild's rules has gotten our group, it's time to start making our own rules. Alex said, more to himself than the group, but when he looked up, everyone around him was nodding in agreement. We'll head to the Hunters Association office now, Sarah said as she checked her phone. I've got enough pull here in the local branch to get us an immediate meeting in DC, especially for something like this. Mark nodded to Sam and together they left to go grab whatever they might need from the rooms. He stopped in the doorway and looked back to ask, "What about you two? How are you going to handle Alana?" Alex and Olivia exchanged glances. He knew that they were opposites. Where his expression was barely controlled anger, hers was a mix of determination and disappointment. "We'll figure that out on the way," Alex said as he fished his car keys out of his pocket. "Edwin's got contractors coming to secure the wall temporarily, and I've got Maylee's teaching me more about wards in the background. Right now, we need answers. Sam, don't forget to let your parents know that they need to stay in the safe zone for a few days while we figure all of this out. Sarah, do whatever you can to get the information to the right people, and if there's any chance that Olivia and I can catch up to you guys before you go to DC, I think that would be best." My magic that they have, after all." The group nodded and split up to prepare before going their separate ways in the driveway. Sarah led Mark and Sam to her, and Alex pushed his intent into the random air, stressing his desire to talk to Edwin. As he'd hoped, Edwin was already waiting by the front door before Alex made it down the stairs. Of course, Master Moore. Olivia followed him out of the door and he waved Valthurian into the back seat. She got into the passenger seat and glanced at him. "You know this might not end well," he said. She nodded and looked straight ahead. "Nothing about this is ending well, but we need to know the truth." She paused for a moment. "Just if it's only her there and Rylan isn't around, let's not jump to conclusions. We need to figure out what's going on, okay? Before you go in, guns blazing and trying to blow the place up." Alex gripped the steering wheel tighter and felt that he'd been too lenient and passive so far. Images flashed again in his mind of Yura's oppressive aura spreading out over the entire city before he used his area magic to quell the traitors all in a single blow. He clenched his jaw but gave her a nod. "If Rylan isn't there, we need to at least talk with Alana to figure out if she was involved. If he's there, though, I'm not asking questions. I'm going to kill him." They both nodded, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that whatever answers they got that night would change everything. The setting sun caught the glass windows of the AG's newly developing headquarters. Alex and Olivia closed their doors, his a bit harder than necessary, and quickly entered the college-like campus after settling Valthurian onto his shoulders. The construction hadn't stopped since the podium event 2 weeks before. If anything, Alex felt like it had accelerated. There were new wings branching off from the main building. One was complete, and the other still had the skeleton frame of it being raised. "They've added another section," Alex said. "Where's all this money coming from?" The question popped into his mind without thought. He'd never put his mind toward the guild's spending or payments before this, but he had to assume that they made a massive amount of money on mana stones and other materials harvested from rifts. A group of younger awakened passed by them as they stepped up the curb from the parking lot onto the brick walkway into the center of the campus. They were laughing and 2 of them said hello as they left the HQ, likely off to enjoy their recent gains. Alex clenched his jaw. Val tightened his grip around Alex's shoulders in response, and Alex noted that the mana worm had been unusually quiet since they left the house, likely picking up on the tension of the situation. "Let's go," Olivia said, leading them through the campus. "Alana's office got finished last week, so she should be there." As they moved, a woman in a white winter jacket marking her as another peacekeeper waved at Olivia. "Hey, haven't seen you in a bit." Olivia managed a tight smile and a brief wave but kept walking. Alex noticed how her eyes kept darting down to her shadow on the ground, where he knew Nox was coiled up and recovering slowly. The 2 automatic doors slid open with a hiss, and the inside was much warmer than the evening March air. There was a security desk inside the entryway, and a man sat behind it reading a stack of papers, his face lit up by a laptop. The guard straightened when he saw them. "Olivia, it's good to see you." "And Alex, it's been a while. We're here to see Alana," Alex said. His voice came out harder than intended, but he couldn't bring himself to care. The younger man frowned slightly before looking at Olivia. When she nodded, he shrugged and gestured down the hall. "Of course, she's in her office. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor and take a right. You can't miss it." Olivia was already moving, knowing where it was. Alex followed and felt his pulse begin to quicken once more. He played through the coming conversation in his head and tried to think of the many different possibilities. Is Rylan going to be here? Alex flexed his hand and knew that if the large warrior were present, he wouldn't wait to mince words or trade snide remarks. The only way it was going to feel satisfying, and like any amount of progress in this situation, would be if he got to hit Rylan, and then hit him a few more times for good measure. Alana's new office occupied what felt like a quarter of the 3rd floor. The outer room had a desk and space for what he assumed was her assistant, though it was late enough that the floor seemed mostly empty. The door to her inner office was partially open, and Alex reached it first. He didn't knock and pushed the door wide. Stepping in quickly, he scanned the room, hoping to find a large, lounging warrior. Alana sat behind a massive desk, its surface covered with several monitors. The wall behind her was a floor-to-ceiling window, and the setting sun painted everything in the same warm orange they'd seen as they walked up. Not seeing Rylan, Alex let out a frustrated grunt. Part of him wanted to yell and hit something anyway, but he restrained himself and looked to Alana. The surprise on her face was clear, and she began to say something, but he cut her off. He asked the question that had been tugging at his mind nonstop. Did you know? The words exploded from him, and he knew his volume was still too high and his mana was leaking a bit. Alana flinched at the sudden entrance to the room, clearly caught off guard. Know what? She stood slowly and kept her hands flat on her desk. She looked quickly between Alex and Olivia. Olivia, what's going on? What's happened? Alex felt his heart hammering and he wanted to yell, but his anger had caused problems for him before in the past. He used his willpower to calm down on his emotions as he'd done once before, quenching the fire and leaving him to feel a bit hollow. His thoughts continued to race and his mind felt clear. The Sun Elves, Alex said, though his voice sounded eerily calm now. The ones working with your brother. The ones who just blew a hole in my house and stole my research. He paused and punctuated each word. Did you know? Olivia stepped forward and grabbed his arm. She spoke up with a steady voice. Alana, we need some answers. Now, because if you knew about this. Sun Elves, Alana's face scrunched up, and as she regained her wits, her surprise and fear turned into a defensive posture. What are you talking about? What happened to your home? Alex reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out the piece of torn cloak before placing it deliberately on her desk. Look familiar. It's the same damn sun emblem that your brother's been wearing since before New Year's. Both of the elves that broke into my place had cloaks with that emblem on them. This is just part of the hem, but the logo was even larger on the center of the back. Alana picked up the square-foot piece of cloth and looked at it. This doesn't mean. He leaned forward slightly. They came in and only cared about stealing my magical notes. To be honest, if they had been trying to kill us, I don't know that we would have won the fight. Their defensive magic was so strong that they ignored us the entire time. Do you know who knew about my magical work? Alex stepped closer to the desk. Rylan, Ian, Pete, that's it outside of my own friends. But these weren't humans, Alana. They were elves, pointy ears and all. Suddenly, all those meetings and articles about Rylan having perfect information about the system make a lot more sense, don't they? Remember when I asked you a few months ago, and you said you didn't know either? Well, now we do. Alana lowered herself back into her seat. You can't possibly think that your brother's been working with creatures from another world, getting information from them and other bonuses like magic items and experience to level. Alex laughed a cold laugh. Of course I do. I got the same damn treatment. The only difference was I told you in the guild about it and didn't let them out of the god-damned rift. How else did he know so much about the integration? How else would he have been keeping up and even passing me in levels when I was in a rift with 8 times time dilation? And most of all, how the hell did you not ask or find the answers to these questions? Look, Rylan is a lot of things, I get it, but he wouldn't do something like this. It just doesn't make sense. He would have absolutely told me, Alana said, but Olivia stepped forward. I saw it myself, Alana. Their magic and barriers, the emblems and the ears. Alex even has a skill that allows him to get information on runes, and it confirmed that sun elves make the runes on your brother's magical items. This isn't some misunderstanding, and it's not Alex blowing anything out of proportion. This is serious. Alex watched as something shifted on Alana's face. She set down the fabric and looked at it for a long moment before speaking up again. Rylan has always, she took a deep breath. He's always done what he thought was best for himself, even when we were children. Whenever there was something to win or a way to be better, if he set his sights on it, he'd do anything to make it happen. But this, if what you're saying is true. It is, Alex said flatly. Alana nodded slowly. I'll need to speak with the other moderators immediately. Rylan will be suspended pending an investigation, and if this proves true, she straightened, and Alex could see her shifting further from sister and more toward leader. He'll be permanently banned from the guild. We've invested too much, built too much, to let anyone, including my brother, compromise what's being created here. He stared at her for several moments, his eyes searching her face for any sign of deceit. Shaking his head, he reached forward and took the cloth from her desk. He wanted to ask her if she thought that banning him from the guild was actually going to do anything to stop what he was doing or right the wrongs that he'd done. Rylan deserved to be serving life in jail, not banned from extracurricular activities. Instead, he let his disappointment inherit the entire guild known in a way he realized he should have likely done some time ago. I'm done. Both women looked at him in surprise. The fact that someone like Rylan could operate freely for this long, he shook his head. Maybe if I'd done something sooner instead of trying to play by the rules and mind my own business. But I'm not making that mistake again. I brought it directly to you more than once that Rylan was taking things too far. The most recent time, you basically told me to freak off, and then a few days later came to me and asked for help while telling me to grow up and be an adult. Alex Olivia's voice was soft. He turned to her, expecting her to follow his lead, but she shook her head. I get where you're coming from, but I need more time to think this through. I need time to think about all of this, to get more evidence about Rylan and the Sun Elves. We need to understand what we're dealing with before making decisions with hot heads. What about Mark and Sam? Are you quitting for them too? He understood her decision and didn't fault her for the logic. Alex knew one thing, though. He was finished taking the cautious approach when it came to decisions like this. I'm not making decisions for them, but I expect they'll do the same. He looked to Alana before facing Olivia once more and asking, what if the elves are being let out intentionally? If he allowed their rift to break for his own gains, if that's what happened, I'm gone. Immediately, her jaw set and she looked at Alana as she made the last statement, but I won't run to the Hunters Association. Not after what happened before. She let out a long breath. I really want to believe in what's being built here. To believe in you, she said to Alana, but Rylan has been a problem. I've known it, you've known it, we all have. We've been hoping that his change in behavior recently was real, but that was mostly because we didn't want to deal with the problem to begin with. Alana began to type rapidly on her keyboard. I'm calling an emergency meeting of the moderators now. We need to contain this before. Before what? Alex asked. His tone was still quiet and measured, but cut through the tense silence between them like a blade. Before word gets out that the guild's golden boy has been conspiring with creatures from other worlds. Before people realize how royally freaked up this entire situation is. You're just going to lie to them. He turned toward the door. Good luck with the damage control. I'm going to get my magic back and fix what I can of this mess. Alex, Alana called after him. Whatever Ryland's done, the guild is bigger than him, than any other individual. You have to understand that, right? This is meant to be a symbol of freedom for people. He paused at the doorway. Maybe that freedom is exactly what got us here, but it doesn't matter. Right now, we've all got bigger problems. His boots moved from the carpet of the office carpet to the hardwood floors. No more letting others handle things. I can't go full tilt into everything, but I'm not going to start learning how to take charge of these situations without just doing it. Even if it means I freak up here, and there's something like this wouldn't have happened if I had just stomped Rylan out early. His mind flicked back to all the troubles that his friends had been going through recently, and the fact that he was so unprepared that he could have died that very night in his own home because of how passive he'd been. He heard Olivia's quick steps catching up to him as he reached the elevator. They rode down in silence. She spoke up as they walked out of the door on the first floor. You could have at least told me you were going to quit, so I could have put some thought into it, too. It wasn't something I put a lot of thought into, but in the moment I realized that I likely should have left a while ago. I only stayed because things were comfortable enough. The guild gave us resources and information and easy access to rifts. He looked over at her. I think it's that same being comfortable that led me to only really focusing on my magic and helping Mark and Sarah catch up. The same comfortable that led me to think about the house being safe with a modern alarm and a few cameras. Things need to change, Liv. Leaving the guild is the first change. They walked out of the building and down the steps, passing by a group of 5 people on their way. Part of Alex wanted to explode and snap back at her, though he knew that he didn't have anything to be angry at her for. The entire situation was just a heaping pile of trouble in paradise, a voice called from behind them. Alex stopped on a dime and felt the hair on his neck stand up. He turned slowly to find Devin sitting on a short half-wall made of brick near a small field of grass. It was an area where many people congregated to relax and pass the time outdoors. Many lounged on blankets in the space even then, despite the rapidly fading light. 3 other awakened stood with him, all wearing knowing smirks. The cold focus that had settled over Alex during his conversation with Alana found a new target, a deserving one. He looked around and took in the situation quickly, cataloging each of their levels and classes while approaching at a steady pace. As he approached, Alex thought about how he wanted to handle Devin. A part of him felt that it was necessary to just walk up and punch him, but something about that didn't seem satisfying enough. Devin stood as he neared, and his posture shifted from relaxed confidence to guarded and ready. Perfect timing. Alex looked at Devin's face closely and read the surprise there. For added effect, Alex activated the Intimidate skill for the first time and felt its effect ripple outward. Let's have a chat. Devin's smile faltered but didn't vanish completely. I don't. Alex raised his hand to interrupt him. With quick efficiency, he used his threads of mana to lay down a ritual circle at their feet. He discreetly reached to the pouch under his jacket and dropped the 2 required reagents onto the ritual before activating it. What is this? Devin asked with suspicion. Alex kept his voice low, just some privacy. See, Alex gestured at the crowd, which went instantly silent at a single pulse of his mana. The spell makes our bubble completely private. You can't hear them and they can't hear us. Devin glanced at the onlookers and how several had phones raised, but it was clear that several were turning to talk to one another, and only a faint, muffled sound could be heard from the nearby conversations. Just between us, Alex continued and was careful to keep his face neutral and his tone casual. I know what happened in the rift with Mark. I know it was Ryland's idea too. So what? Devin said, relaxing a bit, though he looked cautiously between Alex and his friends, who were having a somewhat loudly muffled conversation with Olivia outside the bubble. You can't prove anything. I don't need to prove it. I just want to understand. Alex kept his tone reasonable and tried to get it to sound almost sympathetic, as if they were longtime friends. Tell me what happened, and maybe I can focus on Rylan instead of you and your party. He's the one that I actually have a problem with. I'm sure you guys have heard all about it. Devon's eyes darted to his companions again as Olivia stood close to them. 2 people died, Alex said flatly, because of whatever you and Rylan arranged. He stepped closer. Look, I'm sure you didn't mean for things to go that far, so just tell me what really happened. Clear the air. Devon swallowed. It was supposed to be simple, okay? Rylan just wanted to humiliate Mark and make him look incompetent. Go on. I was supposed to call for an early pull, make it look like Mark couldn't handle the stress of a serious fight and was too jumpy. Devon lowered his voice a bit, oblivious to what was happening. It was just supposed to make him look bad in front of everyone, that's all. No one was supposed to get hurt, let alone killed. The boss wasn't supposed to be that strong, and we had healers with us. Among the spectators on the outside of the bubble, Alex noticed phones being angled for better recording. Some people were talking to others who just arrived and were pointing at Devon, though all conversation was muffled. So you admit it was deliberate, on Rylan's orders. Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to. Go that far, end with dead awakened. Alex's voice remained level. Just embarrass my friend for what? To soothe Rylan's tiny ego. Devon paled as he noticed the growing crowd. Something in their movements and the way they were talking made him glance down at the magic circle. He glanced back up at Alex, and understanding dawned on him. Wait, can they hear us? Every word. Alex dismissed the ritual, and sound crashed back into them. The ritual only blocks sound in one direction. I chose to block only what was coming and not out. The color drained from Devon's face. You tricked me, Devon hissed while shooting his friends an accusatory glance, and you got 2 people killed. This place is rotten, all of it. I'm done, he said, repeating his earlier statement. Alex activated Feather Step and crossed the small distance between them in an instant. His fist connected with Devon's jaw at a fraction of his full strength. The measured strike was just enough to knock the man off his feet and cause a solid amount of pain. Devon tumbled backward over the half-wall he'd been sitting on before they began talking. That's for Mark, Alex mumbled. Prick. Several of the onlookers let out a collective ooh, and his friends still didn't move to help, looking back and forth between Alex and Olivia. When Alex turned to move back to Olivia, he saw her staring at him. Pride, maybe even approval, showed in her eyes as he walked up to her, and they both turned and made their way to the parking lot. He shook out his hand once, but was surprised to find that it didn't hurt in the least despite hitting the other man hard enough to bust his lip. His phone buzzed, and he checked it to find a text from Sarah. Sarah, we're at the Ha. They want to talk to you ASAP about the magic. Sarah, Evan is here and says he can go meet you at the checkpoint security to help get you guys through. Olivia nodded and glanced back at the people still gathered on the small lawn space. That felt good, didn't it? Calling him out. Alex thought of Yura and how the celestial man had shown him that sometimes power had to be used to force change. Yeah, he said. It did. Is it bad that I wish I could have actually hurt him a bit more, though? I feel like I'm not supposed to enjoy it this much, but he did that, knowing full well what would happen to Mark. Sure, maybe it got out of hand, but he intentionally tried to screw him over, and for what? Just to soothe Rylan's ego. He reached up and undid the clasp of the cloak around his neck, which was just Valthurian's tail within the illusion and had become a sign for the bond to end the charade and do whatever he wanted. Let's get going and see what the hunters know about this. No more playing nice. No more letting others handle things. Alex and Olivia stood at the checkpoint with the sounds of the safe zone all around them. Val subtly shifted around Alex's shoulders, his illusion reactivated to maintain the appearance of a deep blue cloak with gold trim. The amphipter had been unusually attentive since they'd left the guild, perhaps sensing the importance of what was to come. Cars waited in line to enter, with only a few exiting. Dozens of men and women in uniforms moved in and out of the traffic, speaking to those in the cars. As they waited, a lithe man in uniform approached them with a look of irritation etched on his face. Identification, please, he said please, though his voice made it sound more like a demand. We don't have any identification. We're expecting some representatives from the Hunters Association to guide us through, Alex replied. Okay, well, come on in. We can get the paperwork started then. He turned and waved them toward the same small building that they'd entered when coming to get Sam. Alex shook his head. I think we'll wait here. The man looked back and had a frustrated look on his face before shrugging. Whatever, you'll have to come and do it either way, just trying to be helpful. Soon after, Evan appeared at the front of the line, stepping out of a car with a figure that Alex didn't recognize. The two couldn't have been more of a contrast if they tried. Where Evan looked every inch the young scholar, the other figure's build and fluid movements spoke of high stats and combat experience. He scanned the man. Jason Erickson, level 26. Unbound. Class Brawler Novice. Primary stat Agility 36. Secondary stat Strength 32. Tertiary stat Constitution 21. Most used abilities Quick Reflex. Journeyman. Dash. Novice. Throw weapon. Novice. Alex was impressed. While the man wasn't quite as high-leveled as he and Sam, he was almost on par with Olivia, though his build seemed to lean into the full physical category rather than her magical agility hybrid. I didn't realize that the Ha had someone this powerful here in the safe zone. Did they send him to escort us as a message? Alex, Olivia, Evan greeted them with a nod. He gestured for them to follow, and the other man didn't say anything as he peeled off and walked to the office building. You can leave your car here for now. It'll be fine in this lot. Alex felt a bit uncomfortable at the idea, and Evan seemed to pick up on it. You could bring it in if you really want, but riding with us is going to be way faster, and we're hopping on a plane soon anyway. We are? Olivia asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, yeah, Sarah didn't tell you guys. Both Olivia and Alex shook their heads. Well, the New Jersey branch is pretty small. Whatever you guys did, it's really stirred up the whole organization. They want to fly all of you down to DC to brief the director and assistant director. Olivia looked at Alex, and he felt a bit hesitant. He was coming off of the surge of frustration that still felt pent up after not finding Rylan at the guild headquarters. He took a deep breath and centered himself, using his colossal willpower. He was enjoying the recent discovery that all he needed to do was force himself to be calm, and it happened. His pulse slowed, and a large amount of tension he'd been holding in his shoulders without realizing it released. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. This is exactly why we wanted to tell them. At least they're taking it seriously. All right. Few minutes went by while the brawler worked out whatever needed to be done in the building before rejoining the group, and they all walked through the checkpoint to 3 waiting SUVs. When they piled in, Evan jumped into the middle vehicle with Olivia and Alex while the brawler went to the one up front. I didn't realize you were so highly placed in the Ha, Alex said to Evan as they began driving through the safe zone. Oh, I'm not, Evan replied. Sarah told them it might be a good idea to send me since I was a familiar face. Nicer than having a bunch of awakened in suits greet you and get you into some cars, huh? He said the last line with a knowing grin. Alex and Olivia both chuckled, knowing very well that they wouldn't have wanted to go if that were the case. The vehicle had lights on the top that flashed like a cop car might and parted the crowds and most traffic with ease. As they drove, Alex's gaze roamed the streets. His heart sank at the sight of people sleeping on benches or in tents, looking dirty and fatigued. He had expected more from the safe zone, which had been described early on as a sort of oasis and safe haven against the monsters and rifts, but the reality was jarring. Gratitude washed over him for his own fortunate circumstances, and he was happy that he'd managed to get clear of the safe zone rather than being trapped within the sense of security. As they pulled up to the Ha building, he felt a further sense of disappointment. Instead of an enormous skyscraper, crammed with awakened, they were greeted with a mundane 3-story office building. They got out of the SUVs and were led inside. Alex was disappointed at the lack of awakened presence and sense of wonder he'd expected to see. After all, the Hunters Association was the group with the government's backing. He must not have been able to keep those thoughts from appearing on his face since Evan leaned over and snickered at his side. This is just the part that they let others see. He lowered his voice. All of the real work is done downstairs. Alex looked at his feet and realized that the structure must have sublevels. They continued to move through the entryway and into the lobby where they saw the 3 of their friends waiting for them. Hey, Sarah called as they approached. She seemed to be the most at ease of their group. Hey. So they've got us getting on a plane, Sarah nodded in response. I got to talk with Jonathan and Director Matthews on our way here, and they both thought that the threat was big enough to get things moving immediately. But why DC? Olivia asked. DC is the main headquarters for the entire country. Their best teams are there, and it's just an hour on a private plane. A private plane? Alex asked with a scoff. Who are you? Mark chuckled from beside Sarah. I said the same thing. She said she makes the flight every other week. Why do you? For the first time, the brawler spoke up. Can we have this conversation as we move? I was told to escort your group to the main branch as quickly as possible, as this entire situation is time-sensitive. The group looked to Alex, and he gave Sarah one more thoughtful look before nodding. Yeah, let's go. This is going to be our best shot at making something real happen. The moment someone starts trying to force me to give over my information or record all of my stats, though, I'm out. Sarah rolled her eyes, and Alex even caught Olivia giving him an exasperated smile. They moved through the building and to a new set of vehicles. They were forced to spread out to fit in with the drivers and security. Alex called Edwin during the drive to let him know where they were going. They got to the edge of the safe zone, where a small, private airfield and a plane were already waiting for them. Once settled, the group sat in cushioned chairs that faced each other, similar to how they might sit on a train. Alex spoke up. All right, Sarah, you've always been a bit secretive when we asked you about what exactly you do with the Hunters Association. Want to share now before we get there? Sarah brushed her hair back and wrapped the loose strand around her bun to keep it in place. It's not really any big secret. And what I do isn't really the important thing here. It's more to do with who I do my work with. She let out a breath. I guess I should explain a bit more about why I got recruited in the first place. Sarah told an abbreviated version of her hiring process for the whole group. When you were still in the rift, I got approached by the Hunters Association. They offered me a job, and at the time, I thought you had died. I didn't really expect things to progress as quickly as they did, and it wasn't until I'd finished signing the necessary paperwork that they filled me in on everything. There was an extremely powerful awakened working with them, though they were scared about his mental stability. They wanted to have someone come and work with him directly and personally to conduct psych evaluations and help him heal if necessary. Right, you said they helped you awaken, right? Yes, I wasn't the only one brought in either. But after the group of 7 of us was awakened, they hired me unlikely because of my trait. Their teams saw the potential uses of it before I even thought about how to apply it. Even after the first few days of having the trait and being able to see auras, we knew that it would aid me in my work. So I started to work with their awakened Jonathan. Jonathan, this is the guy you wanted me to meet, Alex asked. The same. He is the strongest awakened that I've seen. She paused for a moment as Alex and Olivia glanced at each other. Like stronger than him, Olivia asked, pointing sideways at Alex. Sarah nodded and continued. That's the main reason I wanted you two to meet. His aura is immense and moves naturally, though he doesn't seem to be able to control it consciously like you can. Anyway, my job has shifted a few times, but because of the urgency for Jonathan to get help, I was working with them within a few days. I've gone to DC a few times to meet with Director Matthews, and like I mentioned to you a few weeks ago, he seems to have some different ideas about how he could place me in the organization to work with my trait, but I don't want that. I enjoy my job and have a passion for helping people heal through their trauma. And Jonathan, she shook her head, and the story tapered off. All right, well that makes some more sense, Olivia said. The few run-ins that we've had with the Hunters when those two came to the house, and then again when you guys had to help Sam at the checkpoint, you came to the rescue with your connections. I'd assume that it helps when you have a direct line to the freaking director of the entire organization. Some color rose to Sarah's cheeks, and she nodded. The group continued to talk in private throughout the plane ride, and Alex felt like their arrival still cut the conversation short. Upon landing, the difference became stark. Everything felt larger, more spacious, and more organized. It seemed as if things had been planned out ahead of time, compared to Jersey, where things seemed to be crammed together as an afterthought and out of necessity. The private airfield was attached to the Hunters Association complex and was just a short walk to a hangar, where they were politely greeted by a team and led into a more permanent building. The people working there seemed to move with a purpose, and all of those that Alex scanned were awakened. He was shocked at the number of them that held non-combat classes, and he wondered how much better that made them at their jobs. He noted how clean and well-maintained the premises were, and as they approached the security system within the main building, he couldn't help but be impressed. It reminded him of airport security prior to the integration, though it scanned mana levels, and they had asked them to put on some sort of limiter band. Alex immediately started to refuse, but when the brawler spoke up and said that it wasn't necessary, they weren't pressured to do so any further. He contemplated stealing one of them and tucking it within his spatial ring, but thought it would be best not to do something like that without any knowledge of what they did or how they worked. Probably wouldn't be great to start this relationship off by stealing from them before we're even in the front door. The entire experience of moving into the main complex seemed so different to him compared to everything he'd seen from the guild. From the start, they'd met at someone's house, and even though it was a really expensive house, it was still just Alana's home in the mountains. They'd used an app and recruited people through suspect means by hosting their own site and scrubbing information that came in to find newly awakened. The main complex of the Hunters Association stretched out around them, and Alex had to stop himself from making constant comparisons to what he knew of the guild. There were polished floors and busy personnel. His gaze swept over the stream of workers moving through the space with purpose. The different uniforms caught his attention as well. Some people wore suits, some wore lab coats, and others yet wore gear he'd begun to associate with adventurers and rift delvers. Regardless of the apparel, all of them had the Hunters Association insignia on them somewhere visible, either on the clothing itself, or in the case of some of the combat-focused awakened, on armbands tied over their upper arms. He used his heavenly eye to scan some at random and was surprised at the number of non-combatants that he saw. A level 10 alchemist here, a level 12 censor there. There was more variety than he'd expected as well. The majority of people weren't combat-focused at all, they were specialists in their fields, using their abilities to enhance their work. He glanced at Sarah and realized that was exactly what they'd done with her, and to a lesser extent, what he'd done with Edwin and Gabby. Through their bond, Alex could feel Val's fascination with the various magical signatures around them. The beast's illusion remained steady, but Alex could sense his desire to investigate the different types of mana being used throughout the facility and had to urge him, more than once, to stay concealed. They approached a bank of elevators, and once inside, Alex noted the panel of buttons with interest. There were 5 more floors above the first, but there were 10 floors that stretched down into basement levels. Descending in silence, Alex's breath caught as the doors opened, and they emerged in the 4th basement floor. The brawler began walking with Evan closely behind, and Alex looked with interest at the several rooms that branched off to either side of the wide hallway. The rooms on both sides had floor-to-ceiling glass walls that reminded Alex of racquetball rooms that he had seen at the gym near his parents' old house. The rooms were bare and were cube-shaped, allowing them to stack next to each other in even measure. Outside of each occupied glass room was a person in a lab coat holding a tablet and tapping away as training was performed. Through his mana sight, he could see the faint glow of mana from the glass itself and recognized it as some sort of enchantment. Smart. They can observe training while keeping everyone safe. Alex thought about how he wanted to eventually turn his workshop into something this safe, and had to rein in his thoughts from thinking about future upgrades to the house. He looked up as they continued to walk and saw that the ceiling stretched high overhead, hinting that each floor of the 10-floor basement was several stories in height. The escort soon led them to an open area beyond the training cubes, and he found many people already assembled and were waiting, some talking and debating enthusiastically. Most of those gathered wore lab coats, though quite a few in adventuring gear stood off to the side, watching the exchanges. When they were guided to a table and many of those around them quieted, Alex realized that this was their destination. "Oh wow," Sam said while doing a small circle. Sarah was smiling and waved at a group of adventurers on the other side of the open space. Alex could see a towering bald man with huge muscles who might make Mark seem small. He thought back to Sarah saying her friend Jonathan was the strongest awakened that she'd seen and idly wondered if that was the man. Evan drew his attention back to their own group. "Are you ready?" "Ready. Yeah, to talk about your magic." "What, here? I thought I was just going to answer some questions, not give a lecture." Evan gave a short laugh. Well, it was supposed to be a few questions, but a lot of these people have spent the last month studying magic almost every waking moment. If you really did make something unique, they want to hear about it. Alex felt a bit anxious but just shook his head. "It's not complete though. I only came here so we could make progress on the Sun Elf threat, not to give a class on magic. That's the reason all of these people are here." Magic researchers from all over the country were brought in to help on this situation, and even more of the combat personnel were called in too. Alex Moore. Alex turned to see a tall, older man striding up to their group. He had white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. If it weren't for his awakened physique, Alex would expect the man to be in his 60s or 70s. A high vitality build then. Sarah nudged him, and he responded smoothly. "Yes, that's me," he said. Alex extended his hand and shook it in a tight grip. Alex shook the director's hand while taking in the man before him. Director Matthews had hard, honest eyes with a face lined in a way that spoke to a few decades of hard work in the sun. His suit was immaculate and fit his broad shoulders well, and his calloused grip spoke of someone who had led a hard life even before the integration. The director's gaze also lingered briefly on Alex's face, taking in the jagged scar across his nose and mismatched eyes, though his expression remained professionally neutral. Alex adjusted the blue and gold cloak around his shoulders, causing the fabric to settle more naturally as he did so. The heavy weight was comforting in such a setting. Alex glanced at Sarah, who stood off to the side with a small smile. The director gestured to a man beside him, who was younger than the director himself but older than Alex. He had a build of compact muscles and seemed to move with slow, deliberate movements. Where the director had light blue eyes that seemed honest and inviting, this man's eyes seemed calm and intelligent and moved across those gathered with a quiet assurance. "This is Jonathan Reeves." Alex's eyes widened a fraction as recognition hit him and all of the dots connected. This was the same face he'd seen on the TV countless times now. The Crimson Warrior wasn't quite the towering figure Alex had assumed from the broadcasts. Instead, Jonathan was close to his own height, though with much more muscle and a quiet confidence that filled the space around him. The cameras definitely didn't capture this guy's intensity. Alex shot Sarah another look, this time with a raised eyebrow. He realized now that this was the friend she'd been trying to introduce him to. Literally the poster child of the entire Hunters Association. She returned his gaze with a small shrug, though she couldn't stop the smile on her face from growing. "It's good to finally meet you," Jonathan said as he extended his hand. "Sarah's mentioned you're a hell of a fighter and good with magic. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it." There was a moment as they shook hands where both of them assessed the other. Alex could see some mana rolling off of the man's skin, but could tell that he was intentionally trying to hold it in, and Alex could respect his efforts. Other than himself, he hadn't seen many bother to put in the time to practice such a skill. He felt an urge to scan Jonathan, but resisted, knowing that it would be rude to do so. Likewise, Alex replied. They released grips, and Alex faced the director again. "There are a lot more people gathered than I thought. I guess I assumed I'd just be briefing a few people on the Sun Elf situation, not giving a class. There's no need to give any such instruction." We could have done this in a small briefing room with a few people, but this should humanize you a bit more in their minds. Plus, I don't know nearly enough about magic to understand half of what these researchers talk about, so that nothing is lost in translation. I thought it best that you answer their questions directly related to this situation. Ms. Lee filled me in on the general issues and emphasized the fact that this is a serious crisis we're facing. There are researchers, administrators, and combat personnel here who will aid in the potential mission ahead. They might have some more basic and practical questions, and I thought that it would be best if it came directly from you. You only need to share what you feel comfortable with. Humanize me. Why would they think of me as anything else? All right, when do we start? Whenever you're ready, Director Matthews said, though he raised a hand to make Alex pause. As a warning, there are some politics here, as there are in any large organization. Some of the people here are fascinated that you've found or potentially created something new. Others are jealous or want to try and disprove you for the sake of their own growing reputation. Alex groaned internally while keeping his face neutral. I just wanted to warn you before you stand up there and someone starts peppering you with questions. Remember that you have the ability to steer this thing. Don't let them run you over. A flexible microphone was attached to it, and he coughed lightly while tapping it to make sure that it was on. The device screeched and made a high-pitched noise, causing most of the noise in the room to die down, Val to stir, and all eyes to turn on him. He felt the weight of their stares, and some of them openly gawked at him. He knew that his eye was likely glowing a bit, dispersing some of the low light of the environment, giving it a strange sheen. He heard a few whispers and brushed aside the self-conscious thoughts. It was silent for several long moments as he thought through how to proceed. Hello, he said while moving his mouth away from the mic. My name is Alex Moore. I wasn't prepared to answer questions in this style, but I'll do my best to answer them. To keep things on track, I think it's best to continue in this order. I'll give an overview of how my magic works, what my goal has been in creating it, and what some of its limitations are at the moment. But then we should move on to the more practical questions about the current situation. The only reason I am here tonight is the loose rift creatures. He looked over to the director. Does that work for your people, Director Matthews? Alex hoped that by establishing the order of events, he could limit the amount of detail he provided about his magic and keep the conversation focused on what truly mattered. Harith's Sun Elves. Wait a moment, one of the researchers said. Aren't you going to demonstrate? If all of this is just theoretical, then there isn't as much of a threat as you're presenting. A demonstration. His brows came together, and he looked to the director and his people from the corner of his eye. No, I don't think that's necessary. The magic is functional, and it's been tested in combat against rift monsters. Because of the size restrictions that I'll speak to shortly, the spell takes almost a minute to set up and charge with the right amount of mana. But when it went off, it was something that I'm not sure how to compare to a modern weapon. It killed more than 100 monsters from level 15 and up in a single spell. The semicircle of tables in front of Alex burst into whispers, and he knew he had most of them interested at that, even some of those who weren't researchers. He scanned the faces across from him and still saw many that were skeptical, but he knew that there wasn't anything to do about them unless he was willing to demonstrate his power in front of them all. Is this magic replicable? Alex thought about it and shrugged. I guess so, but likely not in a very practical way. There are quite a few things you need to make it work, and one of them that's crucial is a skill that requires a very high willpower stat. He heard several people whispering willpower as a question to each other while some others took notes. They'd also need extensive knowledge of rituals and how to modify them on the fly, but I don't see a reason to tell them that. While he felt that working with the Hunters Association was important for the sake of solving the Sun Elf and Rylan issues, he didn't have any intention of giving them all the information that they'd need to replicate his magic or the ability to assess his power level, at least not yet. Someone began to speak up, but Alex interrupted them. Everyone, please hold your questions until the end of the explanation. I'll start by talking about the general theory and what I believe the elves could do with it. While the ritual's circle is the base and guiding factor, the rune he continued speaking for some time, divulging enough information to let them know his theory and how the magic combined, but never enough to allow them to replicate his work anytime soon. He was intentionally vague around things like the modified ritual circles and catalyst node placement. One of the researchers attempted to call him out on this directly, but he just shrugged, said he wasn't comfortable sharing at the moment, and reminded them that wasn't the point of his being there. When they began to respond, the director spoke up in Alex's favor and kept things on track. Staff members moved through the room and broke down tables. The crowd had dispersed, leaving behind a few groups still talking quietly. Alex watched them as they chattered and spoke excitedly. He yawned and, despite his sleep resistance, felt drained from the events of the day. The fact that they'd been hanging out in the living room that morning, making plans for a farm and moving forward with no idea of what was coming, felt crazy. It felt like multiple days had been crammed into this single Saturday. Alex felt his cloak grow heavier and nearly slip from his shoulders for the second time in the last half hour. Through their bond, he felt a drowsy sensation and couldn't help but smile as he realized Val was literally falling asleep. Director Matthews approached him. The man's presence wasn't easy to miss as he still had two people trailing him. "Walk with me," he asked as he gestured to the far end of the room. Alex nodded and fell into step beside him. They walked in comfortable silence for a moment before the director spoke. "I'll be honest with you, Alex. I wasn't fully aware of how serious this situation was. I knew it was urgent from Sarah's call, but between their levels, their powerful magic enchanted items, and the fact that they're already operating freely," he shook his head. "Well, we clearly have a huge problem on our hands." Across the room, Sarah and Jonathan were deep in conversation with Mark, while Sam and Olivia had wandered toward the training rooms and watched a group of awakened practice on the other side of the glass walls. Alex nodded as he watched them and thought through the director's statement. Alex met the director's gaze steadily. "We'll be participating in the fight." It wasn't a question or a request, just a simple statement of fact. The older man studied him with an unreadable expression. "Why?" Alex thought through his answers. "Two reasons," he said. "First, while I was speaking, I could see the levels of almost everyone present. We're among the highest level awakened you have access to. I feel like that comes with a responsibility to help. I feel partially responsible, not for the elves but for Rylan. He seems to be working with them, and I had a chance more than one, really to do something about him and didn't take it. More importantly, though, they're planning to use my magic that I created. I don't know how they plan to use it, but that makes this my fight." He gestured toward his friends. A smile broke out across the director's face. "Good answer. Was that a test?" "Everything's a test, son." The man's eyes crinkled at the corners as his smile grew. "Your attitude, your sense of responsibility, that's exactly what we need around here. To your other point, yes, you're high level, but we still have some teams that are quite a bit higher. If you're willing to help, we could certainly use your magical knowledge." Alex let out a breath he hadn't realized that he'd been holding. Reaching into his pocket to disguise the use of his new spatial ring, Alex willed the cloth piece to emerge and appear as if it were folded in his pocket. "Here, I don't think the divination will work, and it might not even be best to try it. Apparently, they're very good at warding and would probably protect themselves from this kind of tracking. All right. If you don't get anything back in a few hours, I'd like it back. Not a problem. It shouldn't take more than an hour or two to know if we can get results." He turned to leave and then paused. "Oh, and Alex, feel free to use the training rooms while you wait. If you'd like, we can also supply rooms for you and your team to sleep in, or you're welcome to find your own rooms in the city." Alex watched the director walk away, already calling over someone who was wearing one of the researchers' uniforms. He turned toward the training rooms where his friends waited and watched several rooms. As he approached Sarah, Jonathan, and Mark, Jonathan pulled away and gave Alex a nod while catching up to exchange words with the director. "They're going to try tracking the elves through the cloth. They said they'd let us know in an hour or two if they think it's possible." "I thought Maylee said it wouldn't work," Mark asked. "He did, and I told them it probably wouldn't." "Guess they want to try anyway," Alex said while suppressing another yawn. "If it works, then we have a location. If not, we're back to square one." Alex shrugged. "The director said we can hang out here and watch some training or go somewhere to crash for the night. They'll give us rooms, but I feel like we should go find our own hotel or something." Jonathan wandered back over, typing slowly on his phone with his index finger. "I'd take them up on the offer to stay here. The safe zone's packed, and finding decent rooms would be a nightmare." He put his phone away and looked at the group, nodding at Sam and Olivia as they joined them. "What do you guys want to do?" Alex asked the group. "I think I'm done," Mark said while stretching. "I think I want to stay and watch some of the training," Alex said at the same time. "So much has happened today. I'm totally beat," Olivia mentioned, giving Alex an apologetic smile as she agreed with Mark. "I'll stay down here with you," Sarah said to Alex. "I don't really want us splitting up," Alex said, shaking his head. Jonathan spoke up. "The rooms we provide would just be upstairs, so some of you could stay and some could head up if you want. I can have someone show you the way." Alex gave it some thought before nodding and agreeing to the offer. "Go on up with them," he said quietly to his disguised companion. Val didn't need to be told twice, unwinding himself from Alex's shoulders as he pretended to take off the cloak. Olivia held out her arm, and Alex draped Val's form over his forearm as she gave him a peck on the cheek. The group seemed pleased with the decision, and everyone except Alex and Sarah went upstairs. Jonathan said that he would return after the others were settled into their rooms. Alex watched them leave before turning back to the training rooms. He and Sarah walked slowly down the hall toward the elevator that their friends had taken. He looked left and right as they moved, observing those within the glass cubes. A few of them were completely blacked out. "What's with those?" Alex asked, wondering if they were broken. "All of the rooms have blackout features that turn the glass walls completely black and shut the cameras down." "Is that safe?" "It's not meant for safety," Sarah laughed. "It's there for privacy. There are plenty of people here who want to practice or test things without being observed. But the cameras aren't monitored anyway. They're there to record sessions in case anyone wants to watch their own training back," Alex said, impressed. His skeptical outlook lately had him wondering how private the footage was and who could access it if they really wanted to. "So what do you think?" Sarah asked. He let out a breath and scratched his head. "I'm pretty impressed. It's about what I thought it would be." They obviously didn't skimp on resources around here, and the average level of people in that talk was well above most people in the guild. Sarah nodded. "It's got its headaches and problems, but I really do like it here." Alex stopped behind a small group of people looking through one of the windows at a man standing alone. He had both arms raised in concentration, and a few in the crowd made less than supportive comments. "Look at this guy again," one of them snickered. "Think he's one of the last ones from his grouping." Alex moved closer, and Sarah followed behind him. His mana sight could see what he was trying to do. The man was older, with Asian features and gray streaking through his black hair near his temples. He's trying to form a spell with unstructured magic. Unlike the near-instant manifestation of system skills that cast spells, this was different. Alex watched in fascination as the mana moved slowly and deliberately through the air. A few of the other watchers made disparaging comments before wandering off, leaving Alex and Sarah alone at the glass. He studied the man's mana movements carefully and saw the way he was attempting to construct the spell. "Oh no," Sarah said while shaking her head. "I know that look. Oh, come on, he's using spellcasting but on his own. I've got to talk to him." "Congratulations, sleep resistance tier I has advanced to tier II." Alex laughed out loud as he felt his tiredness wash away. Suddenly the room felt brighter and his shoulders felt lighter. He realized there was tension in his forehead, and he relaxed it while smiling at Sarah. It was Sarah's turn to let out a sigh. "There are couches around the corner there," she said, pointing. "I'll be doing some work on my tablet. Just call me if you need anything, and I'll stick my head back over here in an hour or so." Alex nodded without looking away from the mage inside. He heard her snort and say before leaving, "There's an intercom to the right of the wall. You can use it to talk to him. His name is Kazuo, and he's from one of the test groups that have become something of a spectacle around here." Finding the button, Alex pressed the intercom. "Mind if I join you?" The man inside jumped slightly, and Alex watched the spell, which was already shaking, fall apart. He let out a sigh and turned toward the glass before studying Alex. Alex was surprised that the smaller Asian man seemed to be the only person during their entire day who didn't stare or look closer at his face. Instead, he looked at Alex for a long moment before nodding and turning his back to the glass once again. The door hissed open and Alex stepped inside. "I'm Alex. That's impressive work you're doing." "I'm Kazuo," he said with a slight bow, "and most would disagree with you." His accent was somewhat thick, though his words were clearly chosen and spoken in a deliberate manner. "They think I waste my time. Why not use system skills?" Alex asked, genuinely curious to meet someone else who was going about things similarly to himself. Kazuo's eyes lit up as if he'd been waiting for someone to ask him about it. "I received a manual in Personal Quest. It was very old and very detailed. It shows the true way of using magic." He gestured at the air where his spell had been forming. "System is shortcut. Shortcuts do not lead to understanding." Alex nodded and said, "I also use unstructured magic, but I think your way is harder. I still use some skills to help me. Would you mind if I watched you practice for a bit?" "You are first to ask," Kazuo said with a slight smile. "Most only mock. We have other groups that try different magic and skills, but I am last in my group. Please sit." Alex moved away to sit with his back against the right-hand wall so he could still look out of the glass if needed. He pulled up his knees and rested his forearms on them while watching. The older man's movements were precise, and he moved his hands around quite a bit, which Alex assumed helped him to visualize how the mana was moving. After several attempts, Alex found himself drawn to particular points in the construct where the mana seemed to bunch and coil. "What are you trying to create?" Alex asked during a lull. "Light spell. Simple thing, yes, but building from ground up not so simple." Alex nodded, and his eyes kept returning to the knots of mana as he continued to practice. From what Alex knew about creating and modifying ritual circles, those parts of the spell would cause a problem with the flow of power through the spell, though the older man was intentionally creating them. "What are those?" "The tight spots where the mana bunches up." Kazuo turned to him with surprise written on his face. "You can see so clearly. Even with using skill, it is blurry to see mana." "My willpower is pretty high," Alex said plainly. "Helps me with the clarity, I think." "Ah," Kazuo said and nodded with a bright smile. "Those are control nodes, very important. Manual speaks of them often." He moved closer to Alex. "Think of thread on a wooden peg. When thread wraps around peg, it changes direction. Yes, same with mana. Nodes control flow, speed, direction of power." He gestured with his hands, mimicking the movements he was making before. More wrap, slower flow, different angles, different directions. Without nodes, spell falls apart. Alex felt his breath catch. "Does this help in the stability of your spells?" He said the words and tried to keep himself from getting too excited. But as Kazuo nodded and showed him again, Alex had a feeling that this was the piece he'd been missing and searching for. His magic needed something like these nodes to properly control and direct the flow of power. "I've been trying to modify the ritual circles further, but I should have looked more into spellcasting from the start." Could you show me how to create them? Alex asked, already activating parallel mind. As Kazuo began his excited explanation, Alex let one part of his mind focus intently on the instruction, while letting the other work through the implications for his own magic and how to make them work within the modified circles. If this works, it'll change everything. With these, I could stabilize the entire construct, and the spell circle could hold at least one rune. The ritual circles could truly become my own spell circles. His mind raced with possibilities as Kazuo continued his instruction. Neither of them was aware of the time that slipped by or of Sarah and Jonathan watching from beyond the glass. Alex sat cross-legged on the training room floor, still watching Kazuo's hands dance through the air. Through his mana sight, he could see the spell take shape like a constellation. There were delicate lines of power that were connected by bright nodes of concentrated mana, which he now knew were the control nodes. Each point must maintain balance, Kazuo said as his fingers pinched together in the air to create another knot of mana. It says to think of a river flowing between stones. The placement of large or small rocks guides currents. Parallel mind was still running, which let Alex split his focus to absorb the teaching, while the other overlaid the principles onto his modified ritual circles over his left hand. His mind raced with possibilities and potential outcomes. Most here think system skills are the only path forward, Kazuo said while shaking his head. But you understand importance of foundation, yes, Alex nodded in response. Could you show me that first pattern again? Alex asked and leaned forward, the one with the 3 nodes. Kazuo smiled and was clearly pleased to have someone else enthusiastic about his magic. The mana between his hands twisted together into another intricate pattern. Node placement very important. Too close and pressure builds. Too far apart, control slips away. Another hour slipped by as they worked through increasingly complex formations, until they reached the point that Kazuo had been practicing when Alex first saw him. With control much higher than the older man's, Alex was able to quite easily mimic the movements of his mana and even find a few small areas where it could potentially be improved. Kazuo demonstrated different node arrangements, where some were dense and tightly packed, and others were spread in wider configurations. Each different variation, though, showed Alex new possibilities and potential pitfalls with his own modified circles. Why are you putting more wraps here? Alex said as he pointed with a finger at a spot in the air. More wraps mean more control and slower flow, like thread on spool. Tight wraps slow power down. Loose wraps let power flow at same speed but delay travel. Alex's mind continued to work at maximum speed as he thought through the implications. The modified circles had failed because the power wasn't being controlled properly, but with the nodes integrated at key points. Sarah appeared at the window occasionally to check on their progress. Once she spoke through the intercom to let them know that the hunters were still working with their specialist to attempt to track through the cloth, though there were no results. Several others came and went, most taking note of what Kazuo was working on. In some of the downtime, as Kazuo waited for his mana to regenerate, they talked of some of the special teams and projects that the Ha had established. His group was apparently one where they'd selected small groups to focus on magic without the use of skills. There were others, testing limits of single stat builds and strange class selections, but Kazuo was happy with his recruitment and seemed to wear the fact that he was the last remaining member of his group as a badge of honor. Alex kept working, and their conversation tapered off as he grasped the concepts and needed to focus more on testing than learning. Unsure of how much time had passed, Alex reached a point where he felt confident in conducting a test. Excitement built in his chest as he stood and accidentally startled Kazuo, who was sitting quietly with his eyes closed, recovering mana. I think I'm ready to try something, Alex said. Try what? My magic. But Alex glanced at the glass wall where there were still several people looking at them with passing interest. I'd prefer some privacy. I can turn on the privacy mode. Alex nodded and walked to the glass. Sarah happened to be there, watching them. He pressed the button to open the door and spoke with her quietly. I'm going to test something. We're going to black out the room. It shuts the cameras off, right? Yes. They have metal coverings that block them off physically as well. What are you working on in there? He gave a sly smile. Kazuo may have helped me find the piece missing to my research. If this works, I think it'll be fully functional. Is it okay to cast it in there? Will it mess up the enchantments? Do your worst, she said with a shake of her head. They're pretty durable. All of the rooms on this floor were built with this kind of testing and training in mind. All right, I'm going to give it a shot. See you in a few. He looked around at the faces in the hallway. Some people were looking at them with interest, but none in a way that set off alarm bells in Alex's head. I guess I did just give a speech on a new kind of magic. It makes sense they're hoping to see a bit of it in action. Be careful, Sarah said as he moved back into the room. Responding with a thumbs up, Alex activated the room's blackout function. The glass walls darkened to pitch black and Alex watched as metal shields slid over the cameras with a soft click. The room felt more secure to him now that there weren't people actively watching other than Kazuo. "You might want to leave," Alex warned Kazuo. "I'm not entirely sure how this will work." No. "I see the magic." Kazuo's eyes lit with interest, but he created more space from Alex by moving to the far corner of the room. "I will stay." Alex nodded and raised both hands while deactivating his parallel mind skill. The knowledge of his test over the last several hours came to his mind, and he focused on them with his full mental stats. Knowing the path he would try first, the one that he thought had the best chance of success, he activated Mana Thread. Streams of threads spilled from his fingertips, and he began to weave them into a familiar pattern. This time, however, he added the control nodes at key intersections. The modified ritual circle took shape and was smaller than the previous two uses of the enlarged spark rune-empowered ritual circle. "If this works, I can finally stop thinking about them as ritual circles. They will be my own." He couldn't hold in the smile as the circle took shape and was about the size of a 45 lb weight plate. While he felt he could potentially make it even smaller, he didn't want to push things too far in his first test and knew that this was still a size range that consistently failed in previous testing. With the nodes containing the power, this has to work. Like he'd practiced with Kazuo, Alex created his first circle. Next, he would normally insert the rune, but instead, he added the control notes and could feel the difference immediately, even with minimal power flowing through it. Where the previous attempts felt like trying to hold water in a paper cup, this felt solid and controlled. He pulled out his wand and held it tightly in his right hand, while his left hand added the finishing touches to the control nodes, ensuring that the mana flowed in the proper directions through the junctions of the spell circle. As the spark rune fell into place, marking the final step, he couldn't help but shift his weight to and from either foot. Completing the last stroke caused the spell to hum with power, and he began to funnel his mana into it to set the rune and activate the circle. The spell activated with a fraction of the previously required mana, something easily achievable on his own, without Valthurian or additional stones, and the spell crackled into existence for the barest moment. Just as before, it was visible to his mundane eye for a brief flash before it settled in the air and hung suspended in front of him. He lifted his wand and pushed the point of it into the circle, hand shaking slightly, while using mana infusion to push a standard 7 mana bolt through the wand. There was a horrifying sound of electricity, crackling for a bare moment before the enhanced bolt of mana shot across the room and slammed into the enchanted walls. It left a small crater and spiderweb scorch marks from where the lightning branched out from the point of impact. "It worked," Alex breathed. He studied the damage on the wall. "Man, their walls are really sturdy. I know that spell was weaker than the one that blew a hole in my workshop by a fair amount, but still it's clear they've done some serious work on these training rooms." He felt his excitement building and knew that he needed to test the circle again. While the success had been solid, Alex felt a need to prove it to himself by performing another flawless cast. A blue window appeared in his vision, but he dismissed it for a moment. It felt like a huge moment for the last several months of work to all come together. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he started to form the same spell circle in the air as he'd done before. But he paused and knew that it would work and felt like he should test something else. He stopped the threads of mana in the air and thought for a long moment. Would it be helpful to test it on a different circle? I've really only got the activation rune and spark rune to work from at the moment. Melee started to teach me about the barrier rune earlier today, but I'm not anywhere near ready to start using that. What other options do I have? If I can't change the rune, I could change the ritual base. He worked through the growing list of rituals he could perform on the fly. With a nod, Alex resumed his work with the mana thread skill to build a circle in the air in front of him. He angled it so that it was aiming in a different direction than the bolt from his wand, wanting to see the difference in power for himself. The base circle was completed quickly, and before he began to add the control nodes, he paused to look at the work through his mana sight. The concentrated heating ritual was one that he'd used to devastating effect against the slimes, though not too much outside of that in combat. It was, however, one of his only rituals that had such a clear directional component built into the ritual circle, sending the energy out in a clear line rather than simply being contained within the bounds. He tweaked the structure slightly, angling the 3 triangles to better propel the energy forward before feeling satisfied enough to add the control nodes. It took him another few seconds to write in the rune, moving with deliberate slowness. The entire way through the process, he was sure to monitor the stability of the circle. It made him giddy to recognize that the control nodes made the structure of the circle as solid as concrete. It felt unshakable, and even as he activated the spell circle that hung in the air, he looked forward to testing them extensively. With a pulse of his mana, the circle flickered into existence as it activated. Much like the larger ritual circle he'd activated in the woods in Missouri, there was a deafening crack as the pressure within the chamber adjusted from the large bolt of lightning that flashed across the room. He blinked rapidly, and the bolt dissipated just as fast as it had appeared and the spell circle along with it. He looked at the empty space in the air with some fascination. Interesting. So by the energy being pushed out, I don't need to send a mana bolt through it, but it also doesn't hang in the air for the opportunity to use it more than once. Looking past the space that the spell had been, he looked at the wall and felt a smile cross his face as there were even more marks of spidering burns from the second small crater in the wall. The training room was so quiet that Alex could hear Kazuo's breathing, and he noted that the older man was breathing quite quickly. Alex, though, couldn't think of anything other than the thought that played on repeat through his mind. It worked. It worked. It worked, he yelled. Laughing, Alex let himself pump his fist and jogged over to the wall to look at it up close. Once there, he could see that the damage to the wall was less than he'd thought. There were no branching cracks from the central mark. The only true damage to the wall was a small 2-inch wide divot with a 1-inch deep chunk of it missing within the radius. Damn, they really are tough. Alex startled as he remembered the dismissed status window and immediately felt his spirits soar even higher as he looked at it. Congratulations, Awakened. Your achievement has been recognized by the system. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a planetary title. You gain Title the Magician. Oh, holy shit, a planetary title. He willed his focus to show him more information on the new title, Title the Magician. Planetary title, your mastery of innovation has the potential to reshape the world. At your touch, the spark of genius becomes a roaring flame of transformation. Your craft bends reality to your will, shaping the world through skill. By taking this title, you reveal to your world the true scope of your power to manifest change and creation. +5 to all magical stats, +1 active skill slot, +1 passive skill slot. Bound item, unique identification item manifest planetary title. He looked over his shoulder at Kazuo and his racing thoughts came to a halt. His mind had been moving toward the strange title, powerful rewards, and the idea that his offered class evolution may have changed, but the look of sheer horror on the older man's face brought him up short. Kazuo, are you okay? What's wrong? 2 months these rooms stand. Weapons, explosions, fire magic, nothing leave mark. Nothing. He pointed at the 2 spots of damage to the walls. But your magic. Alex's excitement faltered further. Wait, really? Nothing's damaged these walls before. Kazuo shook his head slowly. Well, shit. Alex glanced at the wall again. Think they can fix it? I'd like to test a few more variations, but if it's causing actual damage to the room. Don't know, Kazuo admitted. Never needed repair before. Alex sighed and tucked his wand into his spatial pouch. As much as he wanted to continue experimenting, he couldn't justify potentially damaging the facility's equipment, not when he wasn't even part of their organization. Maybe we should stop for now. I have, some things I need to look at anyway. Kazuo nodded quickly several times before they both moved to the exit of the room. Alex deactivated the blackout function and stepped out of the training room and forced himself to stay composed. With his increased willpower, he found it easy to push his emotions down and smooth out his facial features to be totally normal. He saw Sarah sitting a short distance away and made eye contact with her as he approached. I take it from that goofy look on your face that it worked. Maybe not totally normal then. Yes, he burst out in a quiet exclamation. Man, better than I'd hoped even. He pulled out his phone as he flopped down onto the uncomfortable couch next to her. Part of him wanted to dive in and immediately see what he could find on planetary titles, but there were other things to do. A thought occurred to him then. I need to make a quick call to Edwin and have him look into something for me. Sure, go ahead. Reception might be spotty down here, Sarah said. Man, I also need to start charging the amulet again and ask Meili some questions about this stuff. I'm sure he knows more about rank advancement and planetary titles. A commotion drew their attention. Several other hunters were crowded around Kazuo, peppering him with questions as they stared at the wall damage visible through the now clear glass walls. Their voices carried a mix of awe and concern. You're making an impression, Sarah said with a sly smile. Yeah, Alex said as he scratched the back of his head. I was impressed by how sturdy those walls were, that's for sure. Alex stood and thought to thank Kazuo one more time for his help over the last few hours, but he stopped short at the sight of a familiar face in the crowd. Jake stood slightly apart, watching Alex with an unreadable expression. Jake, the name came out before Alex could stop it. His brother moved forward, ignoring the commotion happening behind him. Hey little bro, got a minute? It was a similar greeting to the one he always gave, though Alex could hear the strain behind the words. Alex glanced at Sarah, who nodded. Hey Jake, go ahead, I'll wait here. She looked back down at her phone, continuing to swipe the screen upward. They walked back, further down the hallway toward the presentation area where Alex had given his speech earlier. The room felt different when empty of the commotion and buzzing researchers, so Jake started and ran his fingers through his dark hair. I've been meaning to talk to you for a while now. Yeah, look, I don't know how to start this. There was a long pause, and as Alex looked at his older brother, he realized for the first time in his life that Jake was shorter than he was. Alex, I was a jerk to you. For years. Jake met his eyes directly. I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I know that the words don't make up for all of the shitty stuff I've said and done to you, but I've seen a lot in the last few months. My life has changed a lot, and I think I've seen just a glimpse of what you must have had to deal with Mom and Dad. It sucks, and I had no idea you felt this way. It's just a shame that it took something as drastic as a system integration for me to realize it. The apology hung in the air between them. Alex studied his brother's face, surprised to find that he felt more detached from the old hurt than he'd expected to be. Jake laughed. Hard to be surprised when your little brother's face keeps showing up on TV. Mom and Dad can't stop talking about their famous son, by the way. Right. Alex shifted his weight. So what are you doing here? I know you went to work for the HA, but I thought you, Mom, and Dad were all still up in Jersey. I'm a recruiter for the Hunters Association, and a pretty good one at that. He finished with a winning smile, and Alex still saw a bit of his normal brother there, and even felt an odd sensation brush against the outer edge of his awareness. But then Jake leaned against a nearby table and let his shoulders slump forward. It's not always easy, though. Lots of talented people out there who want nothing to do with government oversight. Sometimes I can't really blame him, but he shrugged. Anyway, I moved down here a few weeks ago to go through some training with their recruiters, but I'll be heading back home in a few months. Before Alex could respond, a staff member approached with Sarah. Mr. Moore, the divination attempts were unsuccessful. They handed Alex back the small bit of cloth from the Sun Elves. We should reconvene tomorrow after everyone's had some rest. Director Matthews will coordinate another strategy meeting soon to get things moving forward. Alex's hand tightened on the scrap of fabric. The excitement of his breakthrough faded further away as reality settled back in. They still had no way to track the elves. He tucked the item into his spatial pouch and turned to Sarah. We've got to think of a different way to track them. He rubbed his hand over his face, and the exhaustion that had fled with the excitement of magical discovery crashed back into him with full force. Jake, it was good to see you, dude, but I've got to get to bed. This has literally been the longest day ever. I think we'll be here for the next few days. Let's try to grab lunch or something. Even as he said the words, Alex felt that they were a bit hollow. While he wouldn't mind getting lunch with Jake, it still felt wrong, and he wasn't sure he'd put much effort into actually making it happen. Alex sighed and jerked his head toward the elevator as a signal to Sarah that they should head up to the rooms. Hey, Jake called as they turned to leave. Answer your phone tomorrow. I might have something I can do to help. What Alex started, but Jake was already walking away quickly with his phone in hand. Sarah raised an eyebrow. What was that about? I have no idea, Alex said, squinting at his brother's back. Guess we'll find out tomorrow. They headed toward the elevators, both feeling exhausted from the long day. Alex called Edwin and was surprised to find him awake despite the late hour. Edwin responded easily, saying that his trait pulled him from sleep, though at the time he wasn't sure why. Alex told Edwin to get back to bed, and in the morning he could start looking up any information on the topic he'd send in a text. Alex knew he was being a bit paranoid, but he didn't want to risk letting anyone hear him talk about a potential enormous breakthrough. Edwin didn't ask questions, so they hung up and Alex texted him the topics. Alex, planetary titles if you find anything. A few more manuals on the basics of all three kinds of magic: runes, rituals, spellcasting. He slid his phone back into his pocket and took a steadying breath. One last thing to check. As the elevator let out a ding sound and the door slid open, both of them moved down the carpeted corridor toward their rooms. Alex put his phone away and willed his advancement window to appear. Congratulations, Awakened. Ritualist Novice is ready for advancement. You have reached the threshold of your primary class. Would you like to advance or evolve this class? Advance, this class stays the same and advances to the next proficiency tier, improving the benefits from the class and granting a new skill in the same tree. Class Preview, Ritualist Journeyman Level 1. Evolve, this class changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. Class Preview Epic Rarity, Spellweaver Novice Level 1. Advance Evolve, standing at his room's door, he stared at the blue window for a long time, his hand resting on the handle as he studied the display. His patience had paid off spectacularly. The epic rarity seemed to jump out of the window at him, validating months of his research, efforts, and experimentation. It had been something of a gamble to wait instead of accepting the new class earlier, but he was happy that he followed his gut. I knew it. I knew that if I could just get the spell circles working, something better would come. He thought back to the dual mage class he'd been offered and wondered if it had been the system giving him a hint that he was too ignorant to notice at the time. It was something offered just after combining two different kinds of magic. The runes and rituals were a big step, but he knew the circles weren't complete, and an epic class was just out of reach. If he got offered a rare class called Dual Mage, Maybe the system was trying to hint that he should look to the third kind of magic for his final push. I'm probably just overthinking it. It seems like a stupidly easy solution in hindsight, but I'm glad I ran into Kazuo. I probably would have kept putting off looking into spellcasting until much later, thinking that it was a frivolous pursuit that could wait until after my own magic was complete. Sarah noticed him staring at the door as she reached her own room. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," Alex said, unable to keep the smile from his face. "Everything's perfect, actually. He'd tell them all about it tomorrow, but for now he wanted to savor the moment." As he entered his own room, his exhaustion returned in full force. But it was a good kind of tired that came from the satisfaction of seeing months of work crystallize into something real and totally unique to him. Olivia was asleep on the bed, taking up more space than was necessary. He gave a smile and turned off the lamp next to her before moving to the shower. A big part of him wanted to look at the offered class evolution immediately, but he felt it might be more special to do it the next day with the team, similar to how Sam had waited. Between the new title, The Breakthrough with His Magic, and the class evolution, the day had brought more progression than he could have hoped for, and he couldn't wait to look at his entire status screen after accepting the class evolution. Even though he planned to wait for his friends for that, there was one thing that he just didn't want to wait for. After his shower, Alex sat on the edge of the bed in the dark. Careful not to disturb Olivia, he unlocked his phone and set it on the bedside table, face up, to give himself just a bit of light. His curiosity about the manifest planetary title wouldn't let him rest. Just a quick look. He focused his will and activated the ability, giving a muted noise of surprise as a golden light began to emanate from his skin. The glow filled the room, and he glanced nervously at his girlfriend, but she just shifted in her sleep to face the far wall. The light concentrated over his chest before coalescing into a shape that pulled away from his body. Alex watched with fascination as a large golden card materialized in the air before him. It was bigger than his hand, closer to the size of a small tablet, and seemed to radiate a warm light. The card hung suspended in the air while rotating slowly. It reminded him of some sort of video game power-up, and it screamed for him to reach out and grab it. Its surface gleamed and seemed to shine with a slight bit of reflective pattern on the front as it turned. In the center, Alex saw himself depicted in flowing robes, holding a wand. The artwork captured him mid-cast, as if in the act of weaving one of his new spell circles. Gingerly, he reached out and plucked the card from the air. He held it closer to his face and looked at the words across the bottom. The magician, the surface of the card was solid and sturdy. He turned it over and found the back decorated with an intricate pattern of magical symbols that looked to be much more complex than the few runes he knew. After several minutes of staring at the card, Alex tried to activate the ability again to see if it had any sort of function. But the card simply dissolved into motes of light once again and rushed back into his chest, leaving the room in darkness once more. The light from his phone seemed so dim and cold blue compared to the warm light of the card. He stared at his hand before chuckling to himself and shaking his head. Lying down, his mind raced with questions about the card's purpose. Another thing for tomorrow. Feeling exhaustion begin to tug at him immediately, Alex activated Parallel Mind. While he knew he wouldn't rest as well this way, he felt it was worth it to begin charging the amulet while he slept. That way, at some point tomorrow, he'd be able to activate the runic apprentice and ask Meili some questions about his recent gains. He smiled as he closed his eyes and told his other mind they could switch halfway through the night. Sunlight streamed through the large windows of the restaurant. The buzz of conversation and clinking silverware filled the trendy breakfast brunch spot. Young professionals hunched over their laptops while others lounged, shared plates and drank mimosas and Bloody Marys. Alex's cloak shifted slightly on the back of his chair, and he reached back to ruffle it, gently shaking it back and forth with his right hand. "Be still," he muttered. Val had been restless all morning, having gotten almost too much sleep the night before, and Alex knew that the amphipter hated staying in the cloak illusion for extended periods of time. So Mark said, taking a bite from the omelet on his plate, "Why'd you drag us out here at the crack of dawn?" He grabbed his cup of coffee and took a sip. Alex shifted in his seat. "Well, for starters, it's already 10 so no one woke you up at the crack of anything. Second, I just didn't want to have this conversation in the Ha rooms." He tapped his thumb on the table. "The rooms were assigned to us, and I'd rather not take any chances of them overhearing." Sarah's fork paused halfway to her mouth, and he gave her an apologetic smile. "You think they're monitoring us?" Sam asked. Alex shrugged and gave a slight wince to Sarah. "Sorry, I know you work for them. I'm probably just being paranoid, but..." "No, being careful is smart." She set down her fork. "The Hunters Association is in a time of tight control, and it wouldn't surprise me if they had some way to monitor certain rooms either from technology or skills." Sam took a bite from his biscuit and asked past stuffed cheeks, "Better safe than sorry. Besides, the food here is probably better than whatever they're offering. The hospital food always stinks." The edge of Alex's cloak suddenly snaked forward, snatching a piece of bacon from his plate. "Val." Alex hissed, but the mana-evolved worm had already retreated, leaving only a ripple in the fabric and feelings of satisfaction running through their bond. Sam stifled a laugh while Mark and Olivia both rolled their eyes. So then what's got you so worked up? Mark chimed back in. You've been practically vibrating since we sat down. Alex stopped his thumb from tapping the table and couldn't hold back his grin. Remember how I've been working on completing my magic, creating the spell circles? Well, yeah. That's the whole reason we're here, right? Well, I finally cracked it last night. Alex lowered his voice and leaned forward despite the noise of the restaurant. The others leaned in closer to listen as well. I finished creating the circles last night. I still need to test them a lot more, but that's beside the point and not even the best part. I got a unique title and I was offered an epic class evolution. Sarah's eyes widened. Epic, you got it. That's incredible, Alex. Mark shushed her to keep her volume down. Holy crap, dude. What kind of class? Show us. While his tone was still excited, it was a comical form of a loud whisper. Sam beamed. Is it something new? Did you get cool skills with it? All right, all right. Alex laughed and sat back a bit. I wanted to wait like we did with Sam, so I haven't accepted the evolution yet. I wanted to check it out with you guys. Willing the advancement and evolution options to appear in his vision, Alex selected the evolution option. He watched greedily as the window shifted, and he saw the offered benefits of the Spellweaver. Spellweaver, epic. The Spellweaver is a versatile master of the arcane who excels at blending multiple forms of magic into potent spells. By harmonizing diverse magical traditions, the Spellweaver adapts their approach to meet any challenge, whether supporting allies or confronting enemies. This class embodies the principle that true magical mastery lies not in specialization, but in understanding the power between different forms of magic. Primary class stat, willpower. Secondary class stat, intellect. Tertiary class stats, constitution, mana, wisdom. Spell storage. Novice level 1 store your last cast spell. The stored spell can be recast at will, maintaining its original effects and mana cost. Only one spell may be stored at a time. Spellweaving. Tier I. Each transition between different types of magic during spell creation increases the final spell's power. These power increases will continue to stack until the spell is cast, at which point all stacks are consumed to enhance the spell's potency. Sweet baby Jesus, Alex said to no one in particular. He stared at the screens hanging over the table and his knee stopped bouncing. Alex read the windows again and again. Come on, dude, Mark said with anxious excitement. Alex sputtered before laughing in disbelief and discreetly sharing the windows with his team. Mark whistled low while Sarah and Olivia both studied the text with interest. They all seemed excited to share something with Alex. This is huge, Olivia said. Like, holy shit, this is really huge. There's so much testing to do with both of these. You're telling me, Alex said, feeling a bit tired at the idea despite his excitement. A sharp ringtone cut through their conversation and Alex reached for his phone, ready to silence it. However, as he did, he saw the name on the screen, Jake. His brother's words from the day before echoed in his mind. Alex's thumb hovered over the screen as his friends watched him curiously. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the call and lifted it to his ear. Jake, Alex, hey, glad you answered. Look, this is important. I think I have a way to help you guys with your tracking situation. What do you mean? Well, I don't know the details of what's happening. I showed up so late yesterday only because I heard people talking about some guy with a yellow eye and a scar intimidating people upstairs. Glad to know what people think of me. Alex thought a bit sourly. What about it, though? I don't think my magic has anything to do with your job. Right, well no, but my job is recruiting talent for the Hunters Association. I'm telling you, if you need something found, this guy can do it. It sounded intriguing, and Alex could appreciate the fact that Jake was trying to do something to help. What makes you think he'll help us? Does he work for the Ha? No, he doesn't. But I think that's exactly why he'll help you. I've tried to recruit him a half-dozen times, and he always refuses, saying he'll never work for Uncle Sam again. Since you guys aren't actually affiliated with us, I could introduce you as family and you can explain what you need. And can we trust this guy? What does he need to know? There was a pause and some static over the line. Yeah, I think you can. He's a bit of an odd old guy, but he seems trustworthy enough. Word from nearly everyone who lives around here is that he's helped most of them find something that they've lost for little to no cost. Alex looked at his friends and thought of bringing it up with all of them, but realized this was the exact kind of situation that they'd been looking to him to decide on. All right, where is he at? Can we set something up for today? Yeah. I'll text you the address and can pick you guys up in an hour from the headquarters. You, Mark, Sam, and Olivia can pile into my car. Sarah will have to stay, though. He'll know that she's with the Hunters Association if she comes. Really, what is he going to smell it on her or something? No, but his dog will. Re-8, Alex said skeptically. Static crackled over the line and he could hear Jake doing something on the other side of the line. Jake, sorry, gotta run. Meeting is starting. I'll text you, be ready in an hour. The call ended as Jake hung up. Alex set his phone down and looked at his friends, so that was interesting. Guess we're going to meet up with Jake. Mark and Sarah both look surprised. He says he's got someone who can help us track down the elves. Hold up, Olivia said with her hands raised. We're not glossing over this evolution. This is huge, Alex. Spellweaver. I've never even heard of a class with a description like that. Mark nodded as he wiped his mouth. Yeah, and those skills. Spell storage sounds insane. You could basically double cast anything that you had the mana for, right? Alex couldn't keep the smile down any longer. I think so. Both of the class skills will take a lot of testing. Spell storage definitely seems strong, but I'm actually a bit more interested in looking into the passive. If spell weaving does what I think it does, then it could help a lot with my lower intellect. The title sounds crazy to me, Olivia said. Alex nodded, unsurprised that she was the one to see its value. I'm also shocked. I had no idea a title could give something like extra slots. I've actually been charging up the amulet since yesterday. I want to ask Maylis about it. Do you guys mind if I ask him now before we head back? The group's reaction was a mix of shrugs and general encouragement. Alex pushed the last bit of mana into the amulet and ended his parallel mind skill while reaching out with his mind. He could feel Maylis' consciousness being stirred and was greeted by the runic master's cheerful personality. What now? Maylis' gravelly voice said. I finished spell circles last night, Alex said without ceremony. There was a brief silence, and the grin on his face grew wider and wider with each passing moment of the spirit's shock. You what? How? Alex explained briefly about the control nodes and combining the different types of magic, and how he stabilized the modified ritual circle base and finished creating the magic system. His friends watched with growing amusement as the amulet spoke to Alex. Impossible, Maylis muttered. You're telling me you managed to merge ritual magic, runes, and spellcasting. You, some child who barely. He broke off, and Alex could practically feel the spirit's indignation warring with curiosity. Alex relayed the conversation to his friends, still grinning like a fool. Oh, and I got something called a planetary title for it. The amulet's mind went completely still, like a deer in headlights. When Maylis spoke again, his voice had lost all of its normal, tired, condescending attitude. A planetary title, this early in your world's integration. He paused again. Did you receive another title for being the first to earn one? No, why? The silence that followed was heavy with some implications, and Alex used the time to explain to his friends. So that means someone else already has one. Alex mused aloud. It doesn't matter that much. I'm surprised you're already getting one of these titles at all. Maylis, Alex asked, what exactly are these cards? Their recognition, Maylis explained while Alex repeated his words to the group. While the title and card grant certain benefits, the card often acts as a literal calling card, proof of great achievement that's recognized across worlds. Though he added dryly, that's hardly relevant for your planet at this stage of integration. You shouldn't be going off-world for a decade or more. Wow, off-world, Sam said. He and Mark looked at one another with wide eyes. Well, I can just hold on to it until then, right? Yes and no, Maylis answered. You could hold on to it, but these titles are unique in that they can only be held by one person on your world at one time. There are different titles for different things, but right now, you're the only. He trailed off, prompting Alex to show him the title or tell him the name. Alex pulled up his system window so Maylis could see through his eyes. Right, so you can be the only magician. If you stop your progression, though, and someone else was to achieve something of more value for your world and its progress, then you could lose the title. Lose it, that's what I said, isn't it? Don't make me repeat myself. Listen, the titles are normally pretty volatile in an integration because there are all kinds of large steps in progress being made for the integrated world. I tell you not to get your hopes up on keeping it, but I can tell just through your emotions that you're going to do whatever you can to hold on to it. Of course, why wouldn't I? Don't get me wrong. You should, but have you ever run a race? If you're out at the front in the start, it can be a lot harder to hold on to your lead. There's no one to chase, no one to strive for. If you want any hope of holding on to that title, you need to push yourself and pioneer the way of magic for your entire world. Alex repeated the words to his friends and let out a breath. That's a large task. No kidding, kid. Wait, you can hear my thoughts. Why have I been talking to you out loud this entire time then? I specifically asked if you could when we first met. No, I don't think you did. No, I definitely did. Ask him more about the skill part, Mark asked, interrupting the internal back and forth. The one that makes some kind of card. Alex described the card to Maylis, but before he was even finished, the spirit interrupted him. Yes. Its most frequently used function is to identify that you are in fact the magician for your planet. It can't be faked or copied, and the system will allow it to be identified as the real thing. Alex kept his face neutral and nodded, relaying the information to his friends. Maylis also says that people try to claim titles like this often for the reputation, but this prevents that. Something about the way the spirit kept answering his questions made him wonder if there wasn't more to it. He decided to wait and push the issue more when they had some time. Nice, Mark said. Guys, you had better get ready to head back if Jake's picking you up in an hour or so. Sarah looked chagrined for interrupting the fun talk of Alex's progression, but he just waved her away. No worries, we should get moving. He directed his thoughts toward Meili's and asked the spirit if they could pick up where they had left off on the warding lesson. There was still more to learn about the pattern of the barrier rune before he could attempt to start practicing it. When Meili's agreed, Alex used Parallel Mind once again to split his consciousness and begin learning while they made their way back to the Hunters Association HQ. The gravel crunched under Jake's assigned SUV as they pulled up to a small log cabin. The thick forest surrounded them and created a natural barrier for the property from the rest of civilization. A weathered pickup truck sat, backed into the end of the driveway. "Let me do the talking first," Jake said, killing the engine. "And maybe stay back a few steps. Is he really that dangerous?" Sam asked while peering through the window at the cabin. "Not really dangerous," Jake replied, "just particular about his space and his privacy." Alex studied the cabin while they all climbed out of the car. Smoke curled from the chimney despite the increasingly mild weather. Mud tracked around the house and up the small porch. He could just barely make out the side of a garden patch on the far side of the house, filled with green growing plants. The wooden steps creaked under Jake's feet as he walked to the door alone. Before he could knock, a deep bark echoed from inside, followed by the sound of heavy paws thudding on the floor. Alex noticed Sam get excited by the sound, happy to see a dog. The door creaked louder than the stairs as it opened, revealing a tall, lean man in his mid-60s. His face looked weathered and had the marks of someone who spent most of his time outdoors. He had short, cropped gray hair that looked militaristic to Alex. Scars marked his skin, standing out as white on tan skin, visible beneath rolled-up sleeves. He held a shotgun with casual familiarity and pointed it directly at the stunned Jake. A massive bloodhound came up and stood next to its owner, giving several barks that turned halfway into howls. "Told you last time what would happen if you came by to try and recruit me again, boy." His voice was gruff and confident. The dog bark howled at them once more as if to punctuate the point. Jake raised both of his hands slowly. "Not here for that, Mr. Hume. This is my brother Alex, and these are his friends. None of them work for the same group that I do, and they don't have any affiliation with the government. They need your help finding something, and I told them that you're the best." The bloodhound's ears perked up, its nose working overtime. The old man gave a frown and looked down at the dog as its eyes lit up, and it looked directly at Sam. Then his tail began to wag, causing the owner's eyebrows to rise. Its hazel eyes, set into the loose folds of his skin, looked first at Alex and then fixed on Sam with interest. The man's eyes came up and surveyed their group before landing on Alex. They locked eyes before Mr. Hume continued to assess him, looking at the scar across his nose and the golden eye. "That right, my name is Craig." He lowered the shotgun slightly. "Duke seems interested. That doesn't happen often." Sam knelt slowly, angling his body and head away while holding his hand out to sniff. The dog glanced at Craig before padding forward to sniff Sam's fingers. As it got close, it looked at Alex several more times as if ready to bolt before moving out wide to approach Sam from a different angle. When he reached the young man, his tail began wagging in earnest. "Well, I'll be damned," Craig muttered, his stern expression softened slightly. He studied Sam for a moment longer, then looked back at Alex. "Your friend here, he's got a way with animals." "He does," Alex nodded, "and we could really use your help if you're willing to hear us out." Craig reached up with a free hand and scratched the stubble on his cheek while watching as Duke leaned into Sam's kneeling form. The old tracker's posture relaxed some more, even though his eyes remained sharp and critical of the group. "Jake, you can wait in your car," he said finally, while lowering his shotgun to point at the ground. "Rest of you, come in, but make it quick. I got things to do." He stepped aside, revealing a sparsely furnished but well-kept interior. The inside of the cabin smelled of wood smoke and coffee, with hints of gun oil and leather. There were a few maps hung up on walls and various different packs and herbs spread on the counter. "Coffee?" Craig asked, though he was already moving toward the pot on the stove. Duke settled down near a single chair that Alex assumed was Craig's usual spot. Sam smiled happily at the pup, content to let it rest near his partner. "Someone," Olivia corrected. "Multiple someones, really." Craig's eyebrows rose as he lowered himself into the chair that had clearly molded to his form. "That's so. Your people get lost or kidnapped." Alex raised an eyebrow. "No, does that happen often, though? People getting kidnapped?" The older man shrugged as if he wasn't affected, though his eyes remained hard. "I've had the request a few times. We're from New Jersey, and well, we are trying to track a group that comes from a rift break." Alex wasn't sure how much to share. "I know how it sounds, but we want to find some really strong monsters that are loose. If we're not able to track them down, there's a real chance that they kill or harm innocent people." "Monsters, you say? What kind of monsters?" "It does matter. Elves, like something out of a fantasy book or like Santa's little helpers." He gave a bit of a chuckle, but no one else in the room even cracked a smile. "The world's different now, Mr. Hume," Olivia said. "I'm sure you've seen it yourself." "That I have." Craig's eyes drifted to his dog. "Got myself a proper bonded partner out of it, too. System gave me some skills that enhance what I already knew about tracking and working with dogs." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Why come to me? Surely there are others closer to your town. We've tried other methods." Jake says you're the best, and right now we need the best. We need someone who knows how to track, and now that I see you have Duke, I'm guessing that you track through scent. We have a piece of cloth from one of their cloaks. A smile crept across Craig's face. Flattery's not necessary, son, but I appreciate the honesty. He stood and walked to the maps on the wall, clearly contemplating the offer. I can pay you, Alex offered, unsure of what was holding the older man back. I don't want your money. He shook his head. The only payment I ask people for is a favor in case I ever need it. Something about the offer worried Alex. He hesitated and glanced at his friends. All right, you can have a favor from me, but with the condition that I can say no. If you ask me to go slaughter children, I'm not going to do it. Craig chuckled. I'd never ask for something like that, but I take your meaning. That is fair. He looked over his shoulder at the group, only to find Duke sitting with his back to Sam, staring at his owner. The dog was panting happily while Sam scratched behind his large, floppy ear. Dog's a good judge of character, he said finally. And I haven't had a proper challenge in a while. He nodded to himself. Give me 20 minutes to pack some gear. Duke and I will help you track your elves. Call me Craig, damn it. He continued to grumble as he walked into the side room of the cabin. Outside, Jake was leaning against his SUV, scrolling through his phone. He looked up as they emerged and tromped down the creaking stairs. He agreed, Jake asked in mild surprise. Damn, usually takes me 3 visits just to get him to open the door. I think Sam did most of the heavy lifting in there, Alex said. Olivia lightly punched his shoulder. We need to figure out seating though, Alex said while doing a quick count, with Craig and Duke plus their gear. I can stay behind, Mark offered, though his disappointment was clear. I'm not exactly the best fit for tracking through the woods anyway. Jake jerked his head toward his car. I'll let you guys take the car up north, but the whole branch is on the move right now. I should stay put. I can drive us all to the HQ, and Mark and I will hop out once there. Just, take care of it, okay? I just got a new one when I came down here, and I don't want them to issue me the old one again. Gave Alex a charming smile and hesitated. Good luck with whatever this is about. Maybe fill me in some time. Yeah, I will. Alex returned the smile and felt a warmth toward his brother that he hadn't really experienced in years. Craig emerged from his cabin with a well-worn military green pack and what looked like rugged outdoor tracking gear. Duke trotted at his heels without a leash, wearing a vest. The old tracker locked his cabin before moving down the stairs with a grace that belied his age. Well, he called gruffly, we're burnin' daylight. Sam grinned and opened the back door, patting the seat for Duke to jump in. The bloodhound complied eagerly, and Alex couldn't help but smile at how quickly the two had bonded. As they prepared to leave, Alex caught Craig studying him. Something wrong? Nah, Craig shook his head. Just thinking you remind me of someone I served with. Same look in the eyes. He unslung the pack from his shoulder and tossed it in the backseat before climbing in himself. Let's go find your elves. Alex stepped out of the SUV, and his shoes crunched on the gravel from the side of the mountain road. The air bit at his exposed skin, and the smells were fresh and clean compared to the overcrowded cities. At Craig and Duke's guidance, they'd parked at a small trailhead tucked away in the Catskills. Their use of tracking skills seemed wide-ranging, and during certain parts of the drive required many U-turns. The weathered wooden sign marking the start of their hunt had been pulled from the ground some time ago and was tossed lazily a few yards into the woods. Craig got out of the rear door and held it open wide for Duke to jump out. The large dog did a few slow circles before stretching backward and then forward. After the quick stretch, his head was already up in the air, sniffing away at all the different smells. Surprised them all when instead of lowering his head to begin sweeping the ground, he instead made a beeline for Alex. Whoa there. Craig's eyebrows rose as Duke circled Alex, nose twitching excitedly. Twice when Alex turned to follow his movements, Duke hopped away with an energy that didn't quite match his previously slow behavior. Duke, what's gotten into you, boy? Alex smiled. I think he's sensing my companion. He reached up to touch the shimmering blue fabric. It's okay, Val. You can come out now. Say hello, the cloak rippled and dissolved, revealing Valthurian stretching his wings around Alex's chest. The blue creature unwound himself from his shoulders and hovered in place. Say hello, Val chirped aloud while swooping open to eye level with Duke. The older bloodhound tucked his tail under his butt and moved quickly a few feet away from Valthurian toward his owner. Craig staggered back. What in God's name? Duke barked once before regaining some of his previous confidence. When Val didn't make any more advances and just hovered a foot off the ground, looking at the dog interestedly, Duke's tail began to wag. He barked once more and dropped into a play bow, all sense of work thrown out the window. He's my companion, Alex explained to Craig with a chuckle. The older man had been so calm and confident at his cabin. To see him shaken at the sight of Val made him seem more like a normal guy in Alex's eyes, like Duke is to you. The group watched as they circled each other, and Sam laughed. I think they like each other. Alex looked over and had his eyes drawn to Olivia, who was kneeling down with her hand on the ground, not the ground, her shadow. She was whispering something to her companion as well, and Alex wondered what Knox's reaction to the entire situation was. Craig removed his weathered cap and scratched his hair. In all my life, never seen anything like that. What is he? An amphipter, Alex said as Val performed a loop over Duke's head. At least that's what he's become so far. He's still growing. Never heard of that. Craig shook his head, but his initial shock was fading to interest. Bonded companions, thought hat part I understand. He looked at Duke with obvious affection. Amazing what that connection can do. Olivia stood and brushed off her knee while checking her watch. We should get going, it's going to be dark in a few hours. Right, can I please have the cloth you mentioned? Craig asked while holding out his hand. After he was handed the cloth from the attack the day before, Craig whistled sharply. Duke's demeanor shifted instantly. Duke, find the trail. The bloodhound bounded over and sniffed the cloth in his hand several times before lifting his head into the air. He sniffed in different directions before putting his nose to the ground and beginning to do a spiraling circle outward from their position. Give him a minute, Craig said. Duke's nose worked full speed as he did some initial laps. Each time he passed the trail, he paused before continuing, and on the third lap he stopped. His head swung decisively toward the narrow path leading into the trees. Got something? Craig nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. Val help find. Not a bad idea, Alex said. Just stay within sight, Val, and don't get seen. If you need to, use an illusion to hide. The worm chirped acknowledgement through their mental connection as the group fell into line to follow Duke down the trail. You think we'll actually find where they're hiding? Sam asked quietly. I feel like if anyone can, it will be these two. Alex watched the bloodhound work. Duke zigzagged back and forth from the trail, constantly crossing over the area where the trail was heading, only drifting occasionally to the right side of the trail, downwind of the normal path. Alex looked past Sam and saw Olivia walking in the middle of the group with her head down. Sam, switch spots with Olivia for a sec, will you? The healer tapped her shoulder and whispered a few words before they swapped spots, allowing Alex to chat with her easily. How are you feeling? Fine, she said, though Alex could tell she was already panting after only a few hundred yards. He decided not to mention it, instead asking about Knox. How's Knox doing? Did he want to gobble up Val? Alex could see her sly smile as she glanced at him from over her shoulder. No, he actually wanted to come out and meet them both. Alex raised his eyebrow instinctively. Really? Why didn't you let him? He's injured. And I figured he'd scare the hell out of Duke and the old man. Wouldn't do us any good if he fell over and had a heart attack or something. All right, fair, he said with a snort. How are his injuries? I'm not sure. He seems healed but isn't getting any better. He's starting to pull more mana from me again, which freaking sucks, but also makes me feel like he might be getting better. I don't know really. She shrugged. Alex glanced down at her shadow. All right, well, let me know if you need anything. I still don't know if I like him. Tell him to lay off draining all of your mana. Olivia's head quirked to the side. You know he can hear you, right? Good, he was meant to. She laughed, though Alex realized she wasn't laughing at his comment. He said that's rich coming from you. What's that supposed to mean? He says that he sees you draining mana from your bond all the time, she said through continued giggles. Alex pretended to look aghast but couldn't help but smile. It's a fair point. And damn it, her laugh is so cute. They quickly fell into an easy silence and the group continued to move through the woods. As they hiked deeper into the forest, Alex activated Parallel Mind. While his main consciousness stayed alert to their surroundings, he raised his left hand, palm up, and began to work on his mana manipulation. His willpower had grown significantly in the last several levels, and something almost felt more normal about his mental stats being cut in half even with his advancement to D rank. He knew that his willpower was insanely high, still too high for his body to fully adjust to without use of exercises and games to adjust. Thin blue lines materialized above his fingertips as he raised his left hand, and they began to twist and weave into complex patterns. He could see what he was doing from the corner of his left eye in his mana sight. Sam looked over his shoulder, past Olivia and at Alex. What are you working on? He asked in a low voice. Mana shaping exercises for my willpower so I can cast spell circles faster, Alex replied, feeling elation at the fact that he could say that with more confidence now that he was complete in their creation and had even been recognized by the system for his efforts. The control nodes need to be perfect every time, and I need to get faster at forming them. Speed is the goal now that I've got the concept down, and the more that my body and mind can adapt to my willpower, the faster that casting will go. Sam nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a vine with thorns on it. With careful movements, he channeled his mana into it. While Sam was focused on his task, Olivia looked over her shoulder and smiled at Alex. Without commenting directly, Alex gave an approving nod. Well, aren't you too cute? Olivia whispered. Just make sure you don't trip while you're training. They continued like this for nearly an hour, each focused on their tasks, Craig and Duke leading the pack and following the trail, Olivia scouting and keeping watch, while both mages practiced their arts. They followed the trail for a time before Duke made a sharp turn and led them directly into the woods. After the turn, Olivia swapped places with Sam once again, hanging close behind Craig as they made their way through overgrown brush. How can you tell when Duke's following something or when he's lost the scent? She asked. Craig gestured to the dog working ahead of them. See how his tail's up and he keeps moving from left to right but in the general direction. That's confidence. When he loses a trail, his posture drops and his pace slows, and he'll usually circle back a few times until he picks up the trail again. He pointed to subtle disturbances in the forest. Sometimes I can spot things to confirm we're going the right way too, like a broken branch here or some misplaced leaves there. Most of this was possible before our skills, but since awakening it's just gotten easier. For hours, they followed this rhythm, Duke leading the way while Val patrolled overhead. Every once in a while, they would see his blue form pass over a gap in the canopy, sending a shadow over the group. As time ticked by, so did the miles. While Alex and Craig maintained an easy pace with Duke, Sam and Olivia soon began to lag behind. Need a break? Alex asked. Olivia just shook her head and continued to push on, barely acknowledging her tired state. Sam shook his head stubbornly after seeing her response, though he'd shed his sweatshirt and sweat circled his gray shirt collar. I'm good. Just not built for this like you guys are. He managed a weak smile and took a water bottle from his own spatial pouch. I don't have much in my physical stats. A short while later, Craig suddenly raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. Duke had frozen ahead and was staring in a direction with a rigid posture. The tracker knelt and examined the ground. Fresh tracks, he whispered. Multiple people passed through here recently. I say we stop talking now and focus on moving quietly. He whistled softly and clicked his tongue. Duke looked back at him before trotting ahead. He'll scout a bit further ahead now and make sure we're close. While they waited, Olivia began to move off to the side. I'll take a quick look at the area around us, she murmured before her form started to blend in with the darkening forest. Liv, Alex said cautiously. Don't worry, a disembodied voice said. I won't go in the same direction as Duke, just looking around us to make sure there aren't sentries. She returned minutes later, stepping from the wood line into easy view. Couldn't find any signs of sentries, but there was a rise about 100 yards that way. It'll give us a better view without getting too close. Duke returned shortly after that and confirmed with Craig that they were close. The old tracker knelt and gave his partner some praise before they all moved slowly and quietly to the rise Olivia had mentioned. They crouched near the top and Craig signaled for them to lie down and crawl the last few yards to the top, preventing anyone from being easily seen. At the top, they could peer down onto the elven camp, and they were surprised to see that, despite the growing darkness, their camp was lit by a small sun hanging in the air. What the hell is that? Olivia said while squinting to let her eyes adjust. Alex squinted as well, not because of the light, but because both of his eyes saw two very different views of the camp. Through his left eye, his mana sight saw hundreds or thousands of small streams of mana encircling the encampment below. There was a massive network of blue and golden threads spreading out around it. The strands wove together in a perfect dome and were so dense that they almost completely obscured the camp itself from his mana sight. He opened his eyes fully and focused his mind back on his normal vision and saw the camp without issue. It's a warding net, just like Meili's described. The entire camp is surrounded by it. He blinked and looked again through his left eye. Swapping back and forth from both kinds of vision, he marveled at how tightly woven the magic was around the area. He spent some time observing the movements of the camp itself and the way that the sun elves behaved. The thing that drew his immediate interest was the ritual engraved around the camp. As he looked at it closer, he saw how its lines and geometric shapes wove through the tents and pathways as if it had been hastily created. Alex pulled out his phone and took several pictures of the creatures. He noted their tall stature and long arms. They had golden skin and angular features that seemed to match many of the descriptions of elves that they'd had in fantasy genres on Earth. Definitely not Santa's helpers, Craig muttered, which earned him a few tense smiles. Alex took more pictures of the encampment and tried to take special note of everything he could about the ritual and its setup. He frowned and handed his phone to Olivia to take over the pictures. As quietly as he could, he removed a fresh leather notebook from his pouch and began to sketch out some of the details of the ritual and runes being used in the camp. The ritual formation seems to surround the rift, and if I can tell what they're doing here, it looks like they're funneling mana in a direction. He sketched quickly, doing his best to make sense of the complex pattern, but it remained unclear as his attention was pulled to something out of the ordinary in the camp. Humans, two figures in dark tactical vests with distinctive Hunters Association armbands, approached the elven camp. Association agents, Olivia hissed and looked at Alex. What the hell are they doing here? Alex's own eyes narrowed, and he focused his heavenly eye on the pair. He felt the mana pulse behind his eye as he activated the scanning function. He was unsure if it was due to distance or an item, but after a bit of resistance, he could see their statuses. Damn, Director Matthews wasn't kidding about having high-level people. They outranked him by a good bit, and if anything, he felt like it was proof that the government was using their resources to get willing fighters into time-dilated rifts. How different would my level and skills be if I had continued to risk my life in the Celestial Rift for the last 3 months? Alex considered scanning the elves as well, but stopped himself. He thought back to the ring that Rylan had when he was in the mana tap. While it had provided resistance to scanning, when Alex had pushed through it, it had alerted the tyrant to Alex's prying eyes. Should have known these bastards would be involved somehow, Craig whispered beside him. They watched as the humans spoke with the three elves who had stepped from the camp to meet them. The conversation appeared civil at first. Both agents carried spears that glowed in Alex's vision, and he could guess that they were system-granted weapons. Are they working together? Did they know about the elves all along? His thoughts were disproven as the exchange quickly deteriorated before their eyes. The leader of the two, William, tapped his chest several times, emphasizing the camera that was attached to his tactical vest. Next to him, Joseph tensed and the butt of his spear shifted backward. After several more shouted statements, the elves' posture changed to something more predatory. Alex wasn't sure what it was. They barely took any steps or readied their bodies, as if they were going to enter a fight, but something in the way that they held their heads and stepped slightly further apart to give each other space. Alex tensed, and his hand wanted to instinctively reach toward his pouch and wand. Olivia saw the motion and shook her head in a warning. In a blur, both agents moved. Joseph vaulted backward, and after leaving the ground, spun his spear so fast that it bowed in the middle and blurred. William lunged forward, and his spear glowed a nasty red color with the activation of a skill. The weapon struck an instantly formed golden shield with the sound of a minor explosion. Hairline cracks appeared in the barrier, but it held. William shouted something while thrusting his spear forward again, reactivating the skill. The elves all responded with a calm and casual sort of grace that told Alex they were used to fighting. One raised his hand and sent a pulse of golden energy out that knocked William back and sent Joseph stumbling out of the backward vault he'd performed. Another elf stepped forward, and a new barrier blocked William's next thrust. A beam of bright golden light erupted from her pointed wand and burned straight through the lancer's skull. Joseph recovered and repositioned himself to escape. As a beam was sent his way, his spear whirled in a defensive pattern that deflected the first beam that was sent his way. For a moment, Alex thought he might make it out with the use of a movement skill, until the third elf flicked his wrist. Twin beams shot from his bracelet and caught him mid-stride. Both agents crumpled and fell into unnatural positions on the ground. The entire exchange lasted less than a dozen seconds. "Holy shit," Sam whispered. They didn't stand a chance. From their vantage, they could hear the distant thump of what sounded like artillery, followed by the whistle of incoming shells. 3 explosions erupted around the perimeter of the camp in quick succession, causing Alex to duck his head and hunch his shoulders. "Military response team," Craig muttered, "must have been waiting nearby." The smoke cleared to reveal that the camp was completely untouched, protected by a shimmering golden dome of energy that flickered briefly before returning to its normal see-through state. The elves looked up curiously and pointed at the sky while talking amongst themselves. They seemed completely unbothered by the assault. Minutes later, a distant whine grew louder overhead, and Alex looked up to see 2 military jets streaking across the sky. Something detached from the lead's underbelly and screamed toward the encampment. Alex marveled at the detail that his mind could pick up in the short time it took for the missile to connect. The explosion rocked the mountainside, but when the flash died down and the dust settled, the camp was still unaffected. There was only the fading sight of a slight ripple along the shield's surface to show where the missile had struck. Alex's frustration boiled over, and the picture became clearer. The hunters must have found out that they were here with their magic and come to handle it themselves. His eyebrows came together, and he ground his teeth. "Look what happened. They just got people killed for nothing." "I thought Melee said that the divination wouldn't work," Sam asked quietly as they began to scoot back from the rise they were watching from. "Maybe he was wrong. Maybe they just used normal modern tech to track Ryland's movements or something. I don't know," Alex said. They retreated deeper into the tree line as more jets approached, and more of the implications flooded Alex's mind. The association had found the elves, either with their lead or independently, attempted a negotiation, and when that failed, resorted to military action, all without informing Alex's team. He thought back to the conversation he had with Director Matthews and wondered if he severely misjudged the man. "We got the proof and documentation we needed. We saw them, their camp, and what they were doing. I'm not sure what they plan to do with my magic, but it looks big. I've never seen a ritual that large, but I know it's possible to achieve large-scale effects with ritual magic. It's time to go have a conversation with the director and figure out what the hell is going on. You okay?" Olivia asked after an hour of walking in low light. Alex spoke his mind. "They're all just playing their own game. I'm getting sick of following these rules and doing what everyone else asks." She sighed. "I'm probably the last one to say this, but I think we're going to need their help to stop this. It's not like I want to work with them, but if those shields can stop missiles, and we couldn't even hurt 2 of them at the house, we'll need some help. Maybe, but they need my help more than we need theirs. I doubt anyone can even start understanding that ritual down there like I can. Confident, are we?" she asked teasingly. Alex shrugged in response. "But I don't even know what those runes are." "You don't? Then why do they need you?" She prodded, encouraging him to continue. because it's my magic to begin with, and even though I'm not an expert at runes, I've got access to one. We've got some things to get straight when we get back." At the thought, he once again began to infuse his mana into the amulet around his neck. Meles is going to get really annoyed at all of this waking him up. For some reason, despite the situation, the thought made him smile. As they continued their trek back toward the vehicle, Alex let his mind drift to his recent gains. The new skills that he'd gained from Spellweaver were a significant leap in his power, and were tools he'd need to master quickly if they were going to face the Sun Elves again. Spell storage in particular held a lot of potential in his mind. The ability to recast or even precast spells would change his entire combat approach. He needed to test it more, but if the spell cast was stored within the system, then it was possible that it would be recast almost instantaneously, as many other system skills were. If that were the case, then he wouldn't need to worry about lengthy casting times to start off a battle. He could precast something from safety and have it stored in case of an ambush or launching a powerful attack from the start of a fight. Alex knew that it made him more flexible and reminded him of a nuker or burst damage type kit in many video games. This worked well with the effective damage he'd seen so far from his spell circles with the Spark rune. He knew that he'd need to spend time developing a strategy on which spell he should keep stored between fights and how to best use it to his advantage to start a fight so that he could manage his mana well throughout a fight. He saw a scenario with a skill such as this where he could quickly end up casting spells more rapidly than his mana could keep up, putting him back into a similar situation to before he had Valthurion. His mind worked through potential scenarios. If he could soon make a spell circle with a barrier rune, then he could store it for instant protection or maybe cast a lightning bolt spell circle for a powerful opening move in a fight. The possibilities seemed endless, depending on how the skill worked. "I'll need to try and find some time to test everything before we fight the elves," Alex said. Olivia nodded, and Craig glanced at the two of them but stayed quiet as they continued to make their way back to the car. The corridor stretched ahead of the group, and Alex did his best to keep his face neutral. Behind him, Olivia and Sam stayed close, and Sam spoke up, clearly uncomfortable in the silence. "I'm glad we at least got Craig's number after all of that. I'd like to visit him when things calm down." Olivia snorted. "You just want to see Duke again." "What? He's a good boy." As they had made the long drive back from New Jersey, Alex had trouble sleeping. Every time he dozed off, he had a dream of the explosions coming down from the sky and the elves being completely unaffected. After an hour of fitful sleeping, he pulled out the sketches he'd taken of the ritual along with his phone and began to take notes on the ritual's structure and individually sketch the runes that were used. They rounded another corner to find Mark and Sarah waiting with Jonathan. The corridor widened into a small reception area with sleek modern furniture that looked like it had never been used. "I called ahead," Sarah said as she gestured at the tablet in her hand. "They've been waiting for you guys to get back." "What?" Mark's easy smile vanished. "What do you mean just those three? We're all a team." "John, what is this?" Sarah asked. Jonathan raised his hands. "I tried to talk to him and get all of you to come, but the decision wasn't mine. With both of your levels being low and you not being a combat class, they decided that there wasn't a reason for you two to be involved. The fewer people who know what's happening, the better." Alex stepped up and said, "This doesn't make sense. Like Mark said, we're all a part of the same team. They can still give valuable insights." "It's not negotiable," Jonathan said firmly. "Director's orders." Alex met Sarah's eyes. The flash of hurt there was quickly replaced by something harder. She looked at Jonathan coolly and nodded. "Fine. We'll compile our observations and knowledge from the incident at the house and send it to you over the secure net." Mark's jaw worked, and it was one of the few times Alex could remember seeing his friend truly seem angry. "Yeah, we'll be right here taking notes." The unspoken again hung in the air, and Alex felt bad for Mark. He knew it would frustrate his large friend to no end to be one step into the awakened world and to be shunned from something so major happening right in front of him. "I'll check in with you guys when I can, and I'll see if I'm able to change anyone's mind when we're down there," Alex promised. He turned to Jonathan. They left the small conference room, and Alex looked over his shoulder to see Mark and Sarah talking to each other through the glass wall. It was clear from how Mark talked with his hands that he was anything but happy. They continued through the hall and passed a security checkpoint before stepping onto an elevator. They rode it down to the 8th floor, where they were forced to exit and go through another checkpoint before getting back on the same elevator to continue to the 10th basement floor. They crossed a wide, empty administrative floor to a small, unmarked elevator. "This facility doesn't appear on any blueprints," Jonathan said as he pressed his palm against a scanner. "What you're about to see is classified, and you'll each be required to give an oath of secrecy." A scanner was built into the wall that they had to step through to get onto the smaller elevator. It didn't make any noise as they boarded and rode deeper into the earth. The elevator descended rapidly, and Alex felt his ears pop. Through their bond, Val stirred with sudden interest at the feeling of the descent. Before the doors had even opened, Val silently communicated with Alex. big blue world door here. Good mana. Alex stiffened. There's a rift down here. Jonathan's eyebrows raised slightly. You can tell, when the elevator doors opened, they weren't just in another sterile corridor or industrial floored basement. Instead, they were in an enormous natural cavern. Metal scaffolding and prefabricated structures hugged the rough walls, and workers in Hunters Association uniforms moved with purpose across metal walkways and between temporary buildings. What the foo? Alex let the curse taper off as he heard Olivia cursing several different ways under her breath. Pretty crazy operation you've got here, and all of it neatly hidden in the capital. Jonathan didn't answer, and they followed him across a metal walkway spanning the cavern floor. There were construction lights that cast hard shadows across their path from the beams overhead. A few workers nodded at Jonathan as he passed. How long has this been here? Alex asked. The operation's only been here for a few weeks. They approached a central structure that was larger than the others and had several armed guards at the entrance. This is where we access the rift, Jonathan said. Remember, time passes differently on the other side. 4 hours here and there will only be 1 out here. So it's a rare rift then. Alex and Olivia shared a glance. Once inside the larger structure, the air felt like it had changed. Alex recognized it as a different sort of charged mana he'd felt around all the rifts that he'd gone in. The entrance opened into a single large chamber, and in the middle was the large blue swirling tear in space. Unlike all the other rifts that he'd seen, this one was contained within a reinforced frame, monitoring equipment surrounding all of its sides. What is that? Olivia breathed. We're hoping that we can study what makes the rifts work. If there's a way for us to close them from the outside, or at least understand how we can get electronics through the doorway, it could change everything. Now after you. Alex hesitated for a second longer, looking at the modern metal frame that seemed to stretch the rift's opening to fit within its shape. What's on the other side? A building. It's safe, don't worry. Alex nodded to Olivia and Sam and stepped in before they could. Despite Jonathan's assurance, the moment Alex felt his weight reassert itself, he dropped it into an athletic stance and looked around. Instead of wilderness or ruins, he emerged into what looked like a military command center that had been built completely around the rift. Personnel moved between desks and workstations where he could see maps and scattered papers. Welcome to Operation Timehold, Jonathan said from behind him, having come in only a few heartbeats later. Director Matthews approached and gave them a curt nod. Mr. Moore, glad you could join us again. We didn't expect you to go off on your own yesterday. Alex blinked, still taking in the facility. It was only after a second that his mind caught up, and he gave the director a serious look. We didn't know that you were already aware of where the Sun Elves were. I thought we had agreed that my team and I would be included in this mission. The director stood before him with his silver-cropped hair and tailored suit. Despite being in his 60s, he carried himself with the assurance of someone powerful. His weathered face remained impassive as he looked at Alex. Your team was to be included, Mr. Moore, in the event of a planned assault, not negotiations or probing missions. He gestured for them to follow as he walked deeper into the building to gain distance from the rift environment. Sometimes plans move quickly, and I'm given orders that can't be ignored. I'm sure if more planning was involved on both sides, you would have shared your plans to scout them out, the same as we would have. He saw it for what it was, an easy out, not just for the director, but also for himself. You built all this inside a rift, Sam said, looking around in fascination. We adapt. This allows us to stay safe while gaining certain benefits, Director Matthews replied. When this rare rift stabilized beneath our facility, we recognized the strategic advantage. Every crisis our administration faces never has enough of one thing: time. A tall, skinny man stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. The time dilation effect gives us more time to analyze threats, develop strategies, and make decisions. So you use this place to give yourself more planning time, Olivia said, sounding skeptical. Precisely, Ms. Santoro, Matthews confirmed. Alex surveyed the room, noting more maps and several bookshelves lined with what he assumed were consumable manuals. Maybe they're letting it double as some sort of safe holding space. Decisions like deciding to approach the elves without us, Alex said, and he realized the words came out a bit sharper than he intended, clearly not ready to accept that. Easy out. The willowy man's expression soured. Need to know basis. You're Alex Moore then. Last I checked, you weren't on the government payroll and haven't gone through any of the necessary steps to even begin the process of coming down here. They walked through 2 more corridors, and Alex made sure to remember which turns they made, so that he knew how to get out of the building and back to the rift exit if needed. He idly thought that using some sort of maze inside a rift would be a nasty trap. While his core seemed to always tug toward the exit, it did so in a straight line. The deeper they went, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he couldn't quite tell if that was coming from his general distrust of the Hunters Association or from his time spent in the tunnels below the Shadow Sect. Unlike the temporary structures on the other side of the rift, Alex noted that these were more permanent and built to last. Through open doors, Alex saw various sites of hunters working, some deep in study of items, others in combat training. This was constructed about 2 months ago, said sorry. Standard Earth time, the director explained. Jonathan walked quietly behind them and Alex felt the need to look over at him more than once. For those working here though, it's already been a year. Sam leaned close to Alex. This is really cool. We should do something like this. Alex raised an eyebrow at the younger man but didn't comment. The scale of the project was enormous, especially with them building an elevator shaft so far down into the earth. One question rose out above them all to nag at Alex though. How did you know that the rift was down here? Good question, Director Matthews said. We are. Director, I insist that this is not something to be shared with someone outside of the organization. We have protocol for a reason, Sullivan said. Alex looked over his shoulder to see the man, but instead noticed Jonathan rolling his eyes at the back of the group. It's all right. We have an experimental technology that will allow us to detect nearby rifts. There's an entire branch of the Hunters Association devoted to studying rifts, and this is one of the first hurdles to accessing more of the spaces to study and test. Really, Olivia said, having been quiet for much of their trek. You have something to detect rifts, but are hiding in here while more of them break out there every day. The group was quiet for a long moment. The director was the first to speak. Unfortunately, it's still very finicky and will only work in certain circumstances. If it's something that we figure out to work consistently, it would solve a lot of our problems. He looked to Alex then. We need to clear the air here if we're going to move forward. I brought you 3 down here as a show of good faith. Believe it or not, we'd like to work with you as much as you want to be on this mission. All 3 of you are very talented, high level, and have quite unique skill sets. His face was serious, and he paused to look at all 3 of them. It was a direct order from the president himself that we were to attempt a peace talk before attacking blindly. If some amount of common ground could be found, we may have taken it or we may not have. That's above even my pay grade to decide though. Strike teams were set up to probe the enemy and attempt immediate retaliation should the worst-case scenario happen. Which it did, Olivia pointed out quietly. He looked at her seriously for a moment. It did, he confirmed. As you mentioned in your talk about the attack and capabilities of the Sun Elves, their shielding is extremely tough. It's concerning that even modern firepower is unable to leave a scratch. He reached up, and Alex saw him show some human emotion for the first time. The director looked exhausted. This meeting is meant to move things forward and allow us to discuss the situation with the added benefit of the time dilation in the rift. We have body cam footage from the agents who made contact as well as some satellite imagery. Olivia and Sam looked at Alex, and when he nodded, both directors nodded as well. All 6 of them moved through the final door and into what Director Matthews had referred to as the war room. The room had a large circular table in the center with chairs surrounding it. There were maps and printouts covering the walls, along with some satellite imagery and terrain survey maps. A physical model of the forest sat in the center of the table, complete with miniature trees and tiny figures representing the elves' positions. The model reminded Alex of when they'd helped rebrand for an architecture company, and they'd had several in their waiting room. A completely different life. Welcome to our war room, Matthews said. Old school by necessity. Nothing digital works in the rift still, though we're working on that too. The deputy director coughed pointedly, causing the white-haired man to make a noise of dismissal. These were taken a day ago before we lost our reconnaissance team, Sullivan said as he pulled out a folder and spread the photos across the table. Alex examined the photos. They showed a view of the ritual circle that was a bit hard to see compared to what they had observed in the woods. From the purely top-down perspective, the large hanging ball of golden mana over the camp obscured many of the details at the center of the ritual. The ritual had also been further along in its creation during the time he took his notes. After verifying their presence, the decision was made to attempt peaceful contact. As I mentioned, the orders were to see if there was any chance that the elves were willing to negotiate. Studying one of the photos, Alex looked up. But why did they attack your people if they were trying to stay hidden? It's not likely that you would have even known about them if I hadn't come to you right away. Matthew's face darkened. There's some debate around that, and we're hoping that you can help confirm something for us. I can try. What do you need? Alex answered, curious to hear what might help the situation. There are really only 2 reasons for them not to at least go down the route of peace talks. Either one, they were too stupid to realize that they had a perfect opportunity to stall us, or they didn't need the time to stall. After seeing the chest camera footage from our agents and seeing how they handle themselves, it's very unlikely to be the first option. The light went off in Alex's head, and he grabbed the notebook from his pocket and opened it next to the images that the hunters had provided. Wait, what does that mean then? Sam asked, looking at the model carefully. It means if they don't need to stall for time, they're probably really close to finishing what they're planning, Olivia answered Sam, and it looked like she might be sick. The director looked away from the table and at one of the covered walls. You've seen the magic they're building. As the only ritual expert we have access to, what can you tell us? Oh, I'm not an expert, Alex said distractedly, flipping through his notebook. but I've been analyzing this since we got back last night. He pointed to several elements of the design. These markings are similar to what I've worked with before, but there are key differences. It's not entirely my magic. They have taken elements of how I structure rituals to work with runes and tweaked that, combining it with their own, much more experienced runic knowledge to achieve their goal. Sullivan leaned forward. What are they trying to do with it? Alex rubbed his temples and organized his thoughts. Best I can tell, this ritual is designed to funnel a ton of mana in a direction and pull mana from multiple different sources. That's all you can tell? Jonathan asked with a look of surprise on his face. Well, at the moment, yeah, these runes are also more complex than anything I've ever seen before. I can probably get some information on them pretty soon, but even then I think I already know what they're doing. He looked up, seeing the gravity of his words register on their faces. I believe they're trying to force the rift open wider permanently. What? Several voices rang out at once. Everyone in the room stood up straighter, and both Deputy Director Sullivan and Jonathan left the room with purpose, leaving the three of them with the director. Will that do what I think it will? Alex chewed on his lip. It's just my best guess, but it would make the most sense based on what I see of this ritual. If they do this, who knows how many D-rank sun elves are about to come pouring out of that rift. It might just be a bigger rift break the next time around, or it might be that the entire thing is broken open. The room was so quiet that it sounded far too loud when Alex turned the page. How much time do we have? Matthews finally asked. Alex shook his head. Hard to say without knowing their methods better. This is really complex and honestly has quite a bit that I could learn from it. The ritual was looking almost complete while we were there yesterday. Based on how much power, I'd guess that something like this could take. He tried to compare it in his head to his own larger ritual. How many people do they have? Less than 50. He thought about how much mana it roughly took for him and Val to power his rituals, adjusted for the scale of the new one, and thought about the elves having mana reserves closer to Valthurians than his own. Maybe a day from the time that they started up, but that's a complete guess, and we don't have any idea when they're going to begin. I'd say that the best thing you can do is have a few people with mana sight skills get close enough to see them and watch for when they begin the ritual. Then they need to have a way to communicate with you all here. The director braced both hands flat on the desk and let his head drop to look down at the table. Yes, we have to act, he said. If they complete this ritual and bring through an army of level 30 to 60s, we don't stand a chance. There are fewer than 50 of them there now, and I already feel it will be a tough fight. We have the ability to communicate with people just outside the rift, and they'll bring any information in and relay it to us directly. Even with this time dilation, though, it doesn't give you much time to maneuver, Alex said. Only a few minutes later, both Sullivan and Jonathan arrived back in the room, trailed by three people who began immediately talking with the director. They talked about tactical options and pulled out more maps and different diagrams. As the conversation intensified, Alex noticed Olivia growing increasingly pale. Her hands gripped the edge of the table with white knuckles. She suddenly stiffened, and her breath audibly caught in her throat. Her eyes widened, and Alex rushed forward. Olivia. I need a minute, she whispered. Then louder she said, I just need to step out. Before anyone could respond, shadows began to pool at her feet. Deep black shadows moved with purpose and swirled around her legs like oily water. Sam stepped toward her. Olivia. A growl filled the room. The shadows thickened further, and a form began to crawl from the shadow. It reminded Alex of a horror movie as a large paw came out first, followed by the head, and a large feline form came through with a rolling shoulder. Nox, no, Olivia gasped, pressing her hand against her chest. Back, several of the people in the room called out and moved away from her, but Alex noted the one that moved forward. Jonathan reached to his waist and pulled two large hatchets from a spatial pouch. Everyone stay calm, Alex commanded, stepping between Jonathan and Olivia. She'll get it under control. While he didn't know much about the berserker, his name and image were seen all over Hunter's propaganda, and his reputation for closing rifts solo was something that even the high-level guild members whispered about. The shadow beast's form flickered for a moment, and Olivia wavered with her eyes closed tight. Alex could see the bright white golden on the top side of Nox's neck pulsing and glowing from where the sun elf had attacked him. After a tense moment of concentration, Nox retreated into the shadows at her feet, and they returned to their normal state. Olivia's face was slick with sweat. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom. Jonathan looked at her calmly for a few moments before looping the hatchets in his waistband, but it didn't go past Alex's attention that he hadn't put them back in the spatial bag. Down the hall, first right. She hurried out without another word, leaving the room in silence. What the hell was that? Sullivan demanded. Her companion Alex explained and did his best to keep his voice calm despite the concern he felt for his girlfriend. We should go check on her, though. This isn't normal. We're in the middle of a briefing, one of the unnamed researchers said. Let him go, Jonathan said. We have to make some plans anyway. Alex found Olivia in the hallway outside the bathroom. She leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, and he felt like her skin had a grayish tint. Hey, you okay? No. She opened her eyes but still quirked up the corner of her mouth. It's getting worse, Alex. Knox is hungry. Being in here, something about the rift energy makes it harder to control him. Has this happened before? She nodded slightly. Small slips, nothing like this. I usually can feel it coming and get somewhere private, but I wasn't expecting this change within the rift. Alex hesitated. Do you need to leave and go where? Home with Mark and Sarah, where I might hurt them if something did happen. She shook her head. I can handle it. I just need a minute to pull myself together. He touched her arm gently. I want you here for this mission, but not at the cost of your safety. They have their own people to work around too. I know. She straightened and some of the color slowly returned to her face. I'm okay now. Let's go back before they decide I'm too dangerous to have around. Liv, wait a sec. I'm serious. What are you pushing so hard for? You've been dead on your feet since you got home. I'm worried about you. Olivia let out a breath and looked at him, and even though she was scowling, he could tell there wasn't heat behind it. I'm pushing because you're about to go risk your neck to stop this rift from being broken open. Even if it wasn't about you, a common E rank killed so many people in my hometown. But this is going to be a D rank sentient group of magical monsters. I can only imagine the blood they'll spill if they can really break that thing open. She started to shake as she finished the last sentence, and he could see her eyes misting over. Stepping forward, Alex embraced her and felt one heavy shake into his shoulder before she took several deep breaths. When they released each other, her eyes looked firm and her jaw set. He gave her a nod, and together they moved back to the war room. Sullivan eyed Olivia warily when they returned. The conversation paused briefly, and the deputy director was the first to speak. Ms. Santoro, are you fit for this mission? I am, she said confidently. Jonathan kept a steady eye on her, and Alex found it hard to tell what he was thinking. Maybe we should talk about if you should be. I can control Knox, Olivia stated. This environment triggered something unexpected. I'm adapting now. Matthews studied her for a moment. We'll proceed with all three of you on the team for now, but I need absolute certainty that there won't be complications in the field. There won't be, Olivia promised. All right then, the director continued. Based on Mr. Moore's analysis, we need to finalize our plans quickly and be prepared to move at a moment's notice. He gestured at the maps. Our primary objective must be stopping this ritual before completion. The meeting continued for another hour, with officers presenting various scenarios for infiltrating the Elven encampment. Each plan seemed to rely on overwhelming force and modern weapons. Alex felt like they wouldn't work based on what he'd seen during the last attack. I need some time to think, Alex finally said. I don't think these approaches will work against their shielding, but I don't really know enough about wards to go against them either. Matthews nodded. Take some time. I need to go and make some calls and get the military behind us. Join us in the call center when you're done. He turned to the large, bearded man by the door. John, can you get your team ready? If other means fail, this will likely be an escort mission, and we'll need you all to get Mr. Moore to the ritual safely to stop it. Sila's included. The director seemed to think about his answer, but then shook his head definitively. No, we can't pull him. His mission takes priority, but we've recalled all of the other D ranks we have in most flying in. Jonathan grunted in acknowledgement while Alex wondered what kind of mission could possibly take priority over such a severe threat as the Sun Elves. As the others filed out, Alex stayed behind with Olivia and Sam. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. What can we do? Sam asked, looking between the two. Alex was surprised that he was so calm despite the whirlwind of planning and decisions around them. I don't know, Alex admitted while looking down at his notes. I'm sure they're expecting us to try and stop them, but we saw how that worked before. And you think the ritual is really to bring more of them through. It's the most logical explanation. Alex pointed at his notes where he'd replicated the ritual base from the camp. See these patterns. They're designed to stabilize the passage. I just don't know how close they are to finishing. Close enough to finishing to make everyone here panic, Olivia said to herself. The flickering lantern light in the briefing room clashed with Alex's modern idea of a briefing room. He'd normally see a harsh glow over those gathered, but instead, the warm light made the area feel somehow less serious despite the maps that were spread across the conference table and the high-level officials that were present. Alex sat in his chair, shifting constantly to find a more comfortable position. His eyes were fixed on the current speaker, Major Coleman, as the officer gestured to the pinned images of dense forest terrain. Anticipated resistance based on number of hostiles counted, the Major continued. Their movement patterns suggest that work on the ritual is required to continue around the clock. As Mr. Moore has pointed out, this is likely to prepare the ritual to accept mana for activation. Alex nodded at appropriate intervals and chimed in when was necessary, but they were largely past his contribution and into airspace logistics and ground team movements. His eyes remained focused, but only half of his mind processed the military jargon. For one of the rare times, Alex's primary consciousness was focused inward, on Melis's voice and illusory images that were projected in his vision to highlight key learning points. Parallel mind was running constantly, and after his recent title gain and increase in stats, plus his rank advancement 3 days before, he felt like he had more than enough mental stats to split between two minds. He thought briefly back to where he'd started, with just 6s in his mental stats and a paltry 3 points in his willpower. Now, even without being able to utilize all of his willpower, and with his stats split between two minds, he was still almost 4 times that base number. Magical stats, intellect, 3230. Willpower, 260, 259. Mana, 37, 38. Wisdom, 52, 51. I don't feel all that much smarter. You shouldn't, you're not smart. Stop getting distracted, Meles growled, and the room before him pulsed with an irritated red glow. This arrangement of yours isn't working, kid. I know, this just seems unsolvable. Alex refocused his determination and studied the complex ball of mana floating in front of him. Even though it was the size of a bowling ball, the illusion was still created to mimic the tight threads of the elven ward net. This was the hardest version of the puzzle that Meles had created for Alex so far, though even Alex knew it wasn't as complex as the real thing. I really don't see how I'm supposed to break through something like this. Why does their skill seem so much higher than just D rank? HMMPH. The higher you go in ranks, the more of a drastic difference there is between the top and bottom power levels of the rank. In the briefing room, Sullivan leaned forward, and for a moment, Alex wondered if the other man was trying to catch him not following along. Mr. Moore, your thoughts. Alex's secondary consciousness snapped to attention, and he listened to his own response. I'm not sure that the insertion point is something to be worrying about. The camp itself was pretty small, and if the goal is to make a beeline to the portal, then as long as we can get through the barrier, then the path to the rift should be pretty much the same. That's true, we already know that they don't have any warriors with them, someone said to Alex's left. Alex shook his head and spoke up again and had to stop himself from sighing. They don't have warriors like Jonathan, but I've already told you all that you need to stop thinking of mages as weak. Every one of them is a mage, likely much stronger than those on Earth. I had a tough time just causing one of them to stumble, let alone win the fight because their personal shields were so strong. He's right, Director Matthews said. We already know that mages aren't weak, they just have a slower start to their power. If their offensive capabilities are remotely close to their defensive ones, then we have a tough fight ahead. It doesn't do any good to go into this underestimating the opposition. Inside of his mind, Meles pulled at his attention. Show me the barrier rune. Let's see if you've learned anything worthwhile. Alex complied, using threads of his mana to curl up from his fingers and trace the pattern of the barrier rune from memory. The rune took shape, made of complex triangles pointed inward and interconnected, stabilized with lines between them. He worked methodically, making each shape with intention. Finally, he pushed his willpower and intent toward the rune while running his threads through the shape in the mana setting pattern. Too slow, Meles snapped when Alex completed the entire process. Much too slow for combat conditions. It's right though, Alex argued. It being done right means nothing if you're dead before completing it. Do it again. Faster. Alex began again, determined to improve, creating and deconstructing it to conserve mana, all the while his runic mentor berated his attempts, often saying he was taking steps backward rather than forward. Back in the briefing room, the meeting began winding down, and officers stood and gathered their notepads. Some notes were taken and passed to lower enlisted to be run to the outside world, and Alex could feel the tension slowly rising. He reversed his mental focus, letting his consciousness in the briefing room take priority while the lesson with Meles faded into the background. As the room emptied, Director Matthews approached Alex. You seem distracted today. Alex rubbed his face with both hands. I'm still concerned about the barrier. I have a feeling that the bombarding tactic isn't going to work. I've been thinking of a way to pierce the barrier, but I'm not sure it'll work either. There has to be a better way. Good, Matthews glanced at his watch. I'm glad you're giving it thought. We need people to think outside of the box. If anything, this crisis has shown me where we need to invest some recruitment focus for the hunters. Alex shifted in his seat, noting how it was the second time the director had made a statement like that. If you're looking for someone to invest in, you already have a man focused on spellcasting. Kazuo is taking a similar approach to things as me, just with spellcasting instead of rituals and runes. I would lean on him if you're looking for people with potential. He's determined and making progress despite the people I saw doubting him. I thought you said we had 10 hours. Yes, but things can always change. We've been in here for 16 hours already, meaning almost half of that time has been used. Make sure you rest while you can. If the military taught me anything, it was to get as much sleep as you can when you can. He gave a tired smile along with the advice as he gave a wave and moved to his next meeting. I believe Jonathan wanted me to send you all to his team in the training facility after this meeting. Susan can take you. Olivia and Sam stood from their chairs against the wall. Olivia rose more slowly than normal and Alex glimpsed Sam grip her forearm and help her stand. She thanked him with a smile and they all followed Susan as she led them through the complex's tunneling hallways. He glanced back at her more than once, but other than a subtle shuffling of her feet, she just seemed a bit more sluggish than normal. The training facility echoed with the sounds of controlled chaos. Alex, Olivia, and Sam stepped through reinforced doors and into a huge room outfitted like a forest. There were concrete barriers and cement flooring around its edges, but within the barriers was a dirt floor filled with trees and a terrain that resembled the Sun Elf area. It wasn't a direct match to the forest, but it was close. "Whoa," Olivia said from his side. "It's a little hard to remember that all of this is built inside of a rift." Alex shook his head. He saw Jonathan's team moving through the nearby trees with perfect coordination. Alex could see 3 people close to them, but saw flashes of movement of 2 others on the far side of their formation. A burly man with a close-cropped beard stepped from behind a wide trunk on the far side and struck out with an empowered punch. When it struck the dummy that was anchored into the ground, there was enough force to uproot its base and send the entire thing flying into a tree 20 feet away. Nearby, a lanky woman with a single braid hanging down her back stood perfectly still with her eyes closed. 3 other operatives in different colored vests emerged from different positions and closed in on her. The moment they were close enough to attack, she disappeared in a blur of speed, reappearing behind the furthest one. She removed a pistol from her waist, pointed it at the man's back, and pulled the trigger, a paintball slapping into his armored plate carrier. Olivia gave a low whistle of appreciation and leaned against the nearby railing as she watched. That's some serious speed. A third member of the team, slim with dark skin and sharp features, wove between trees. Several streaking bolts of mana flew toward him, though each time, he managed to either slip past them or duck behind the thick trunk of a tree. The fourth was a stocky woman who watched from the original position next to the final member of the team. She seemed to monitor the positions of the 3 active members, and Alex saw her cast something from her hand with blue mana, but couldn't tell what it was due to distance. The final member stood on a rise with his eyes glowing white and had short blonde hair. His mouth worked rapidly as if chanting something, and although it looked extremely menacing, Alex couldn't see any substantial amounts of mana moving around the man. "Where is Jonathan? Isn't this his team?" Alex asked Susan as they waited for the group to finish their exercise. It is his team, though he doesn't normally participate in the standard formation exercises. His combat style doesn't play well with others. She pointed up to his right without taking her eyes from the exercise. A light bulb felt like it went off in Alex's head, and he internalized the fact that Jonathan was called the Berserker. The exercise ended abruptly at a sharp whistle from the direction Susan had pointed. Alex saw Jonathan watching from a catwalk overhead, the walkway spanning most of the training area from left to right, allowing him to walk along the space and observe his team, regardless of their position. The 5th member, whose eyes had been white during the use of a skill, looked up to Jonathan and, receiving a nod from the larger man, returned the gesture and whispered a few more words. There were no high fives or congratulations. The team exchanged brief hand signals, clipped words, and Alex heard the heavyset woman giving feedback to the largest man, but that was all. The team moved toward the new arrivals, and Alex was impressed with how they moved both on and off of the field. Jonathan stepped forward and stood at the front of his group. "Team, meet our civilian consultants." As Alex, Olivia, and Sam looked at the team of operators, they saw varying expressions. Some were curious, while others were skeptical or assessing. Damien Kovac, Jonathan indicated the bearded man who had demolished the training dummy. Close quarters specialist and bruiser for the group. Damien nodded curtly, and his gaze hovered on Olivia for a moment. "Layla Reyes is our scout and movement specialist." The braided woman smiled and seemed genuinely happy to see them. "Hi, everyone." Martin Noor, Jonathan gestured at the slim man, dodge specialist and team decoy. He gave Alex a goofy grin and a wave. And Greg Pike, team coordinator with telepathic linking capabilities. The 5th operator simply inclined his head. Alex realized that was what he was doing while moving his mouth through the exercise, not chanting an incantation, literally talking to his teammates. "Team, run the last formation for zone control." Alex looked at the team appreciatively, and his eyes moved back and forth between them. He wanted to use his heavenly eye to scan them and see not just their levels, but their classes. It'd be good to know their builds before going into combat, but he stopped himself. It was clear that scanning someone was rude at best, and if one of the hunters had a skill or item that could alert them to his probing, it could lead to some nasty conflict in the group. The relationship was building, and he felt that he could likely ask Jonathan about it and get an answer, though he wasn't sure he wanted to share his own information with his most recent development. The team exchanged glances before Layla nodded and said, "Setting up for Sierra." As the team dispersed to their positions in the indoor forest, Jonathan turned to Alex. "Got a second?" Alex followed him to the raised catwalk and could look down on the team clearly. Below them, Sam and Olivia were guided by Susan to a safe viewing position. "This drill was made specifically to work at countering mages," Jonathan explained. "Most of our formations are set up to work around cover or melee combat, but with the potential for the elves to have powerfully enchanted items, we've been thinking up different situations to counter them. So what's your approach? Alex leaned on the railing to look down, curious how they might deal with a mage. While it might be for the elves at the moment, he had no doubt that if effective, it could be used against someone like him. Disruption. The berserker gestured toward his team as they took positions. Pike links the team mentally, allowing silent communication. Layla identifies targets, but Martin is the key difference. Watch how he draws fire in this scenario. Damien waits for a signal and breaks through to melee while Teresa is on triage. As if on cue, several staff members that were positioned at different points around the forest launched skills toward the team. All of them were ranged and had various elemental effects. Jonathan's team moved in what appeared to be a chaotic pattern until Alex realized they were cutting off and closing in on the outer enemy. Your team works well together, Alex said while watching with interest. How long did it take you guys to build this level of coordination? Jonathan's expression darkened somewhat. Too damn long. We lost 3 other hunters while figuring out issues early on. That's why we're so touchy about untested elements in the field. The comment was pointed, though Alex felt it was tactfully approached. Like Olivia and Knox, you mean? I do. Jonathan didn't soften the blow. But it's not about personality clashes or personal preferences. It's about the mission and efficiency. The exercise concluded with Damien dispatching the final enemy, driving his fist into an enchanted training dummy that absorbed the impact before toppling backward. Jonathan signaled for the team to continue their drills without him. The Hunters Association doesn't have the ability to wait for the perfect awaken to come along, he continued. So we're standardizing what we can at least for the advanced teams. Every of the elite hunters has the same base kit. We fill all 10 active skills and 5 passives. Everyone has at least a movement, defense, and crowd control, or CC break, skill, regardless of their trait. Wouldn't it make more sense to let everyone specialize or form the abilities on their own? Then they would have a better understanding of their full set of skills. That might be optimal, Jonathan said with a shrug, but again, it's about the mission. He pointed to Teresa, who was demonstrating something for Sam at the edge of the training area. Annis is naturally a long-range caster, but she has a close combat movement skill that looks a bit ridiculous when she uses it since it causes her legs to swell like she has bodybuilder muscles. Doesn't really matter though since it saved her life 3 times already. Alex nodded at the sensibility of it all. So you prioritize function over form. I like that. It makes a lot of sense. Function over everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Getting the mission finished is what matters, not whose feelings you hurt or if you look goofy doing it. Adapt or die. Alex couldn't help but think of some of the games he'd played. There were some people who wore things for the way that they looked, while others didn't care how ugly and mismatched they looked as long as they were optimized. He thought about his own path, and how he'd had the thought before to fill his skill slots to at least utilize something rather than leave them empty. He realized that creating a similar rule to Jonathan's for his own team might be worth it. As far as he knew, he and Olivia were the only 2 with an actual movement skill, if he didn't count Mark's charge. They watched as Greg directed a complex finish to the current scenario, and Alex was impressed with how well he seemed to be able to move his teammates around from his tactical vantage point. A half hour passed with the 2 team leaders discussing training methods until they heard Susan call out to them. They walked back down to rejoin the group, where Teresa and Sam had delved deeper into their discussion about healing skills, and Olivia had started to compare evasion tactics with Martin. I asked Susan if we could set up the breach sim again, Damien said to John as he approached and gestured to the section where staff members moved with purpose. Might be helpful for these 3 to see how it's run. I'd like to see that, Alex agreed as he felt his interest piqued. But Greg spoke up, and Alex felt the immediate need to be defensive. Pulling in these civvies last minute is just going to complicate things, John. Even if we had some time to train together, they wouldn't fit into the rotation we've worked on for months. Even if Greg had a horrible way of pointing it out, Alex sensed respect for their team. Their constant training and higher levels reminded him in some ways of the training that he went through in the Celestial Rift, how he was constantly pushed to adjust what he knew and was working toward. We're not here to disrupt your team dynamics, Alex said. But all 3 of us are high enough leveled and good enough in combat that you'll probably want to use us regardless. I'd be happy to prove that in a spar or run a few mock missions with you guys if that helps. Even if it weren't for that, my knowledge of the magic being used is definitely something you're going to want. Alex bristled, but Jonathan cleared his throat and spoke up. Enough. Greg, drop it. You know it's not their fault. If you had 2 D ranks show up at your house in the middle of the night, how do you think you'd fare? Jonathan raised his eyebrow and waited for an answer. None came, and Greg looked properly chastised. When Martin snickered and jabbed at Greg's shoulder, it broke the tension and the communications specialist tried in vain to swipe back at Martin. While Martin seemed to easily slip the lazy jabs and swings, he winked at Alex and grinned widely at Jonathan. Don't listen to him, he's deflecting from your offer to spar. We all heard about you cracking the walls in the training cubes upstairs. Layla cheered Martin on and seemed like she wanted to join in. You lot have got too much free time. Run the next sequence. Alex, the director, is motioning you over. He nodded his head off to the side, where Director Matthews was watching the exchange with a knowing look. There was a chorus of affirmations and Rogers from the group as they turned and jogged back into the wooded area and prepared for another simulated battle. Olivia and Sam stayed to watch, talking amongst themselves, and Alex gave them a short wave as he moved a few meters away to talk with the Hunters Association leadership. Alex followed both of them, and Jonathan started speaking as soon as they were out of earshot. Sorry to pull you away like that, but I feel this needs to be said. I'm not going to beat around the bush here more. Your friend is a liability for this operation. Alex frowned. If Olivia says she can control Nox, I believe her. We've seen her slip once already, Jonathan pointed out. That's not even mentioning that she looks almost dead on her feet. Trust me more than most, I respect a tough bastard that won't quit. In training, those are the kind of people we start to push into the position to succeed, but when it comes mission time, it's not just her success or her life on the line. It's not even just about her shadow cat. I've fought the night in more than one rift. They're nasty motherfreakers, and I'm sure if she had it under control, it'd be a boon for us. But it's the fact that she can't even admit to being a problem that is setting off red flags. He shook his head. My team operates on a lot of trust. More so in this crazy theater than any of the others they've been deployed to. If her control breaks at a critical moment, people are going to be caught out. Trust me, I know more about losing control than most. Alex heard a foot drag across the ground behind him. You know, Olivia said, causing the skin on the back of Alex's neck prickled as he realized that other than her foot dragging at the last moment, he hadn't noticed her approach. If you have concerns about me, you could say them to my face. Jonathan sighed heavily and turned his shoulders square to her. I was trying to handle this with some diplomacy. By deciding my role without me, Olivia pushed. Jesus Christ, how old are you? Alex saw something just as dangerous flash beneath Jonathan's eyes, and the man clenched his fist. I'm not over here to do something behind your back. I came over here to ask them in case my decision was overridden, then your position wouldn't have been undermined in front of my team. But this decorum stuff has always been above my pay grade anyway. There's absolutely nothing that I'd say to someone else that I wasn't ready to say to their face. So I'll reiterate, I don't want you on my mission. A long silence hung in the air, and just as Alex was about to speak up, Sam surprised him by speaking up. He's stepping up next to Olivia and said, Olivia's risked her life for our team repeatedly. She's helped us close a bunch of rifts, and she definitely deserves to be there. I trust her, and I know Alex does. Alex's surprise grew as his mind assessed his friend's body language. While Sam might not fully understand who Jonathan was or how powerful he was, Alex saw him in a new light here. Despite the colossal size difference between them, Alex saw Sam as a young man standing up for a friend, regardless of the obstacle. He was clearly scared, as Alex's keen eye caught his hand shaking by his side before it clenched tightly into a ball. While he could appreciate Sam's growth in the past few months, he felt like the situation was slipping, and his friends truly weren't making the best showings of themselves. Olivia's expression softened momentarily at Sam coming to her defense, and Alex saw Jonathan's stance soften some as well. I'm not doubting her courage, son, but this isn't about deserving to be there. It's about the mission and making sure it's successful, even if it hurts our feelings. Worst case scenario, this involves the lives of everyone on Earth. He gave Alex a pointed look, no doubt referencing what they'd talked about earlier, and then raised an eyebrow at Olivia. Are you willing to gamble the success of that kind of mission on the amount of control you have over your bond? Olivia deflated, and color rose in her cheeks. The entire priority of the mission will be on getting into the encampment and getting more to the ritual site, even at the cost of our own lives, if needed. In the ideal scenario, you're not even a combatant in this scenario. You need to get there as fresh as possible and do everything you can to stop whatever they're doing. You're the package and we're escorting. Alex nodded in understanding. He knew they didn't have a realistic idea of what he could do in combat, but it didn't really matter. The more fresh that he could be when getting to the ritual site, the better he'd be able to focus on the goal of stopping it. And Sam, Jonathan looked at the still tense healer. I'd suggest you stay somewhere safe, but judging by your level, I assume you've seen the inside of a few rifts. Where do you want to be? I was talking with Teresa, and she said that you don't have any triage healers. Sam glanced at Alex. I think that's where I'd do best to help everyone. I can fight, but I have a lot of experience dealing with volume patients in a hospital. If you have a triage area set up like she said, I can make sure that those that get brought into my tent are healed. Olivia chewed on the inside of her lip, and her position sagged as she put a hand on Sam's shoulder and said, Fine, I don't like it, but I get it. I'll sit this one out. Sorry, it's just that doing nothing feels wrong. Before anyone could respond, Susan came rushing over with a note in her hand. Director, John, we just got a message relayed from the outside. We have a situation. Within minutes, the entire group was assembled in the war room and looking over still warm, freshly printed images. These came through 4 minutes ago, he explained. Thermal readings of the camp show an increase in body count, and scouts report that they're all elves. Their numbers have spiked, and those with mana sight skills report an increase in skill usage. Alex glanced at the images and noticed the positioning of several of the heat signatures at key points in the image. They're starting to funnel mana into the ritual. They're accelerating the timeline. It seems so, the director said. We don't know if they detected our scouts or if they just finished preparations. Either way, our time is up. We need to move now, and extraction from this facility begins immediately. Wheels up in 20 minutes and we start staging for the assault. Jonathan, prepare your team. Mr. Moore, I normally leave these decisions up to my officers since I trust the men I put in those roles, and I don't want to step on any toes, but necessity requires that I make the decision. You and Mr. Grant will board with the deploying team, but the rest of your people will need to come back with secondary personnel. Everyone else, you know your roles. Dismissed. After his recent experience with the guild and his newfound desire to push back against people trying to direct his path, Alex found this decision hard to swallow. He looked at the director for a few long heartbeats before nodding. Other than that, he trusted his friends and wanted to keep them close. He couldn't think of a strong enough argument to bring them into the assault. He soon found himself herded along with the other Ha leadership as documents, plans, and research were quickly gathered and directed toward the rift exit. They crossed the 10th basement floor area, and along the way, Mark and Sarah were brought to join their group. They brought us down to join the group that's leaving. What's going on? Sarah asked him as soon as she could. Things are changing too quickly, he responded. They're starting the ritual, and I really don't know how long it'll take them to activate it. By the time we land and they finish trying to break the wards, it could be too late. He glanced at Olivia. Liv is staying with you guys and can catch you up. Sam and I are going with Jonathan's team. Alex looked beside her and noted Mark's face was dark with frustration. He wore a scowl that seemed so out of place on his face. Sarah noticed too and gave Alex a slight shake of her head and whispered to him, he is more mad at himself than anything. The idea that he's not able to join because he's a liability is eating him up. His thoughts were interrupted as the group reached the elevator to take them out of the Hunters Association headquarters. An agent waited for them at the lifts and called to the approaching mob. Primary teams and action personnel are on the first ride up. If you're not in leadership or action cleared awakened, please move over here and wait for the subsequent lifts. He spoke loudly enough that Alex knew it had to be a skill and was impressed to see several different colored illusions spring into existence. Several blue rings were created off to the side where he gestured and had floating numbers in them to signify a counter group. A red line continued ahead of them toward the elevator, clearly guiding the designated people to the first lift. Alex looked over at his team and gave Olivia an embrace that caused her to oomph and chuckle as he gave her a peck on the cheek. He looked at Mark seriously and gripped his shoulder. When his large friend didn't meet his eyes, he squeezed harder and, despite their size difference, used his strength to make a point until Mark made eye contact. They held it for a moment before Mark nodded, and his shoulders sagged. Nothing needed to be said between them, and Mark made that clear as he gripped Alex's own shoulder and exchanged his own bear hug. When he was released, Alex looked around and saw Sarah speaking privately with Jonathan. She stepped away and quickly rejoined their group and gave him a smile. Don't do anything stupid. Let them handle the wards, and then you focus on stopping that ritual. Breaking them has got to be easier than making them right, Mark asked, with a subdued sense of his normal humor. More shouting drew their attention, and Alex and Sam were guided away from their friends and into the lift. When the elevator doors closed, Alex spoke quietly to Sam. Hey, I'm going to try and focus on an idea while we travel, okay? I need you to make sure we're where we need to be. Just listen to which plane we're supposed to board and I'll follow you. Really? Wait, why? What's wrong? I'm worried that breaking through the wards by brute force is going to take too long. I might have an idea of how to strip them down faster, but I'm not sure. I need to focus both of my minds on the problem and test it as much as I can. All right, you can count on me. Great, Alex said. But first, he pulled out his phone as they moved and called Edwin, asking him to send over pictures of notes he'd taken earlier. The helicopter's vibrations rolled through Alex's bones to the steady whump 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 of the propellers. He sat between Sam and one of Jonathan's team members, looking out of the small windows at the other helicopters in the air around them. Each carried what Jonathan had called an orange, as if it was a team name. They were the Hunters Association's highest-ranked awakened. The sight of them during the briefing had been sobering. There were just over 20 men and women with haunted eyes and a large variety of visible scars. Some of them twitched and didn't seem comfortable in the crowd. Even without scanning them, though, Alex could tell that their gear was all top tier. During the opening of the brief, he'd had to stop his jaw from hanging open when the director stated they were all present because they were close to level 50. They live in the rifts, Jonathan had explained earlier in their flight after Alex had asked. Before the integration, they were Delta Force, our military's Tier 1 unit, the best of the best. They hunt the highest rarity rifts they can get into and maximize the time dilation. Most likely haven't been out of a rift for more than a few days since all of this started. You don't do that, Alex had asked in return. As far as he knew, Jonathan was the poster child for the Hunters Association. He'd shaken his head in response. That's not my path. I close rifts to protect people, not chase power. Now, though, Martin traded pre-integration war stories with Greg, who sat across the cabin. He tried to draw Alex into the conversation a few times, but Alex was too focused on his creation of a new spell circle. The others chatted, while the one that impressed Alex the most was Damien, who was actually managing to sleep despite the rough ride, noise, and pending battle. Their easy camaraderie reminded Alex of home and his own team's dynamic around the house. His phone screen dimmed in his lap. He'd spent the last few hours deep in thought, both parts of his consciousness from parallel mind, focused on analyzing the ritual schematic photos Edwin had sent him from different angles. 2 leather-bound books sat heavy in his lap. One was his for his notes, which he'd rapidly begun filling with new theories on turning the ritual schematic into a usable spell circle. The second was actually given to him by Jonathan before boarding the Hello. Alex adjusted his grip on the books, and the cloth around his hands seemed to shimmer in the light that came through the small round windows. The enchanted wraps felt comforting around his hands and wrists. What caused him to feel most out of place, however, were his enchanted robes. While valuable and a part of his combat kit, the gift from Yura seemed to stick out among the tactical gear and more modern equipment that the rest of the team wore. As soon as they'd landed from the plane in New Jersey and were ready to board the helicopter, Jonathan had insisted both he and Sam wear at least a vest, even going as far as to require Sam to wear a helmet. The Kevlar vest pinched uncomfortably against his chest, and Alex had to force down his desire to grumble further. His entire hope since returning home had been to increase his friends' levels and bring them all to more equal footing so that they could work together. He'd thought at the time that it was the right decision to avoid power leveling them in the way that the mana spinners had done to him. Even with their approach, Alex felt that Mark and Sarah had made huge progress. Comparing his growth to Olivia, who took over 2 months to reach level 12 while working as a peacekeeper for the guild, Mark reached level 10 in just over a month. Now, though, going into something like the current mission, he wondered if it still hadn't been fast enough. The frustrated look on Mark's face when he'd been asked to stay back made him think that he'd made the wrong choice. Maybe I should have taken them all and helped boost their levels to start. Alex couldn't help but notice the odd swap that had happened in how he was feeling just a few weeks ago. He'd been pleased with his friend's growth while feeling immense frustration at his own stagnation and lack of levels gained. Now, however, it was the opposite. In hindsight, he realized that stagnation on levels and his focus on his own magic is what led to the development of spell circles, his achievement, class, and new title. If I'd focused on leveling, I likely would still just be using rituals and have gained a few levels in a rare class. In contrast, where he'd thought Mark and Sarah had made great progress before, he now wondered if it was too slow and felt like his concern for their safety was holding them back. He sighed and lowered his head into the palm of his hand, enjoying the pressure against his forehead. At the time, one of my biggest reasons for not wanting to tell Mark and Sarah about my awakening was that I was worried they would hold me back from doing what I wanted because they might have thought it was dangerous. Now look at me, doing that exact thing to them. His phone buzzed and the screen lit up with a message from John. John Riley, guild's falling apart over here. Alana is trying to hold it together, but people are jumping ship left and right. Me and Ian have barely heard anything. What the hell happened? Alex's thumbs hovered over the keyboard. Alex, lots going on right now. You guys okay? What's your plan? John Riley, not much of a plan right now. She's not telling people much, just that the issue is being handled and Rylan is banned, trying to figure out our next moves. Alex, stay safe. When this is done, I'll find you. We'll talk about everything. John Riley, all right. Are you and your team still with the guild? Alex, no. I left the night everything started to go south. Gotta go talk later. The helicopter lurched, and Alex had to put both hands down on the books in his lap to keep them from sliding. Stupid car, bad at flying. Alex kept down an amused smile as Valthurian, in cloak form, spoke to him mind to mind. We'll be out of here soon, buddy. A deep boom rolled through the air, followed by another and another. Alex looked out of the window as artillery fire lit up the late afternoon sky. Missiles streaked toward the elven wards in the distance, and their trails burned bright against the growing darkness. The forest around the Dome of Runes caught fire, filling the air with thick smoke. Each impact sent waves of pressure through the air. Damn, Damien said as he half stood to lean forward and watch the display through a small window. Not even a dent. The wards shimmered to show a dome under the smoke that rippled with each impact. Despite their attempt to overwhelm it, humanity's best modern efforts were ineffective. The full might of the military crashed against the ancient elven magic and failed to break through. Layla leaned forward, and her braid fell forward over her shoulder. How are we supposed to? We'll find a way, Jonathan cut her off, though strain crept into his voice. We have to. He glanced at Alex, who had been working steadily for most of their journey, only stopping 15 minutes ago. Use that skill book now. We're touching down in 5. Once we get a grasp on the situation down there, we need to be ready to move. Alex picked up the leather-bound tome on top of his personal notebook in his lap. You said it breaks restraints, stuns, holds, and anything that locks you down. It's got one use and then a long cooldown, but it'll probably save your life. Alex held the book and willed his system to consume it. It dissolved into motes of light, and he watched it drift into the air before rushing into his head. He absorbed the knowledge and knew with certainty that he had a new skill, Shrug Off. It was so interesting to him how gaining a skill from a skill book differed from gaining one through a token. He now had some intimate foreknowledge on how to use the skill based on the previous user of the skill, and whoever created the consumable manual. He pulled up his status screen and looked at his latest edition, still completely baffled by the enormous changes that had taken place in just the last few days. Bound items, unique E-rank growth item, Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. Unique identification, item manifest planetary title. He brought up the new skill's description to look at whatever specifics the system might give him. Shrug off your metal as a warrior allows you to shrug off a controlling effect that impairs movement, affects the mind, or binds your body. The new skill is reactionary, though, not really a way to work it into planning for fights. His mind drifted to combat strategies and how to incorporate his new skills. He didn't feel the need to use a blade or his wand much anymore outside of supporting tools. The lightning spell circle he developed could strike a single target or chain between targets without reagents or catalysts. It was pure mana converted into lightning, and it made him feel powerful. He had practiced building spell circles during their downtime in the Hunter Association's staging Rift, getting the hang of how he could best utilize the new passive he had by alternating his magic types. He wished they'd had some time to actually practice in the area where John's team had trained, but with the meetings that they wanted him to sit in on, it was difficult to find the time to blast lightning around. From the practice he had building the frame of the circles, though, he developed a working theory that the control nodes from spellcasting actually made his spell circles so stable that, with some more work, he might be able to fit a second catalyst node into their structure. Theoretically, that would allow him to use a second rune. There was so much room for flexibility and adaptation in the circles. He saw a future where he was able to adjust any number of things for several different spell effects. If there was the ability to create a projectile-type spell with the ritual foundation, it freed up the ability for him to use one or potentially both of the rune slots with effects or modifiers. However, if he wanted to do something else with the ritual base, like use the threshold activation base he'd learned from the alarm ritual, then he could eventually learn a projectile rune and have the catalyst node cover that portion of the spell. It seemed so much more modular than what he knew of any of the singular kinds of magic. Just need to make it out of this on the other side. The thought led him to think about the next steps, and as he glanced out of the descending helicopter, he saw another salvo of missiles bombard the wards with no result. He let out a sigh and decided that if worst came to worst, he should be prepared. Holding his hand out, he began to form the newly designed spell circle he'd made during their travel time. He wove threads of mana into the air. The ritual circle took shape, and he was thankful that Edwin could take pictures and send them over so quickly. He'd largely forgotten about the mana absorption ritual that he'd used his 2 combined skills on several weeks ago. His memory of the gains was somewhat spotty since he'd drawn them on large sheets as he went until he was just holding on to the combination for dear life. He let a modified version of that advanced ritual take the shape of the base of his spell circle. With his slight modifications, it now allowed the mana to flow to the center of the ritual, to an open hole about as wide as his fist. Several curved lines were incorporated in the advanced form to funnel the mana inward like a whirlpool. Next, he placed the control nodes with precision, and finally, he slotted the barrier rune into the catalyst node. The spell circle hung in the air over his hand, and he tuned out all the surrounding wind and noise. With a breath, Alex reached out with his hand and pressed his palm through the opening in the middle of the circle. He pulsed his mana to activate the spell circle, careful to maintain the proper setting pattern of mana through the barrier rune. From start to finish, it took him 5 seconds to build the circle and cast the spell. As it activated, he could see the ambient mana begin to move through his left eye. He grinned when he realized it was working just as intended, and his mana plummeted as he activated one of the more complex rituals and runes he'd ever known at the same time. Alex activated his new class skill and willed the spell circle to be stored by the system. He had very little time to toy with the ability, and the following prompt startled him as it appeared. New skill registered. Please name your new skill now. Spell storage. Spell name. What the foo? The helicopter touched down with a jolt, pulled him from his thoughts, and shattered the spell circle hanging in the air. Through the open door, Alex's enhanced vision caught waves of mana saturating the air. The elven ritual was pooling ambient mana, filling his sight with swirling colors of power. "Medic," someone shouted. A group of hunters sprinted back from the ward line, one of them carrying a limp companion across his shoulders. "Freakers set up traps," the man said as he moved past their group and toward a nearby tent. Before Alex could move, Sam was already hopping off the helicopter and moving after them. He ducked down against the harsh winds of the propellers and had to hold the large helmet on his head from falling down at odd angles. "Damn it. Layla, get in there and make sure they know he's a healer and let him work," Jonathan commanded. After moving through the open flap of the tent, Sam coordinated the emergency response with ease. The scared kid from the Celestial Rift had become someone reliable and confident in a crisis. Sam began directing people to move and adjust the man's position, and there was a moment where everyone looked at him in stunned silence. They all snapped into motion, though, as his trait of green vitality bloomed out from around him and filled the tent. At the same time, he cast rejuvenation on the injured man and another who had an injured leg. Layla slowed to a halt before she even reached the tent, seeing things being handled smoothly. The rest of the team filed out of the chopper and onto the trodden dirt of the cleared forest floor. Several tents had been set up as a sort of forward operating base, and Alex looked around himself in the chaos. His brown hair and robes whipped about in the wind. A group of the specialists jumped off of a nearby chopper and moved quickly to the command tent. All of their gear showed clear signs of use, and he saw one woman pull out her knife and begin pointing to sections of the map on the table. Explosions rang out a short distance away, and people called out orders or questions in all directions. He quickly directed his intent to name the new skill and dismissed the window to approach Jonathan with his idea. "Jonathan, I think I can get us through the wards. Just need to get close enough and avoid whatever traps they set. Is there someone who can guide us to the base of the ward safely?" He wished he could consult Maylis about his calculations, but the amulet needed more time to charge. Val had been using his excess mana to attempt to charge it while they traveled, but unless either of them was willing to dump a lot more into it, there wasn't a way to wake up his mentor. It was strange how quickly he'd grown to miss the spirit's grumpy guidance. Behind all that bluster was genuine wisdom and maybe even a bit of pride in Alex's progress, though Maylis probably wouldn't admit it. Jonathan gathered his team for a final briefing. The usually easy banter was gone, replaced instead with a grim sort of focus. Several of the other teams moved in closer and held their own huddles before setting out. "Listen up. That ritual isn't just about claiming territory. If they complete it, they'll have a permanent foothold on Earth. One that will be extremely hard to contest, given that they're all D rank, where most of Earth's levels are between 2 and the low 30s. It would give them a staging ground for whatever comes next." He looked each person in the eye. "Alex has a plan to breach their defensive wards. Once we're in, we focus on getting him to the rift at the center of the ritual, protect him and shut it down by any means at any cost." Several of the team checked their weapons, and Layla, being one of the most vocal, spoke up. "What kind of resistance should we expect inside? Unknown. But they've seemed to fully commit to this, so we can expect them to defend the ritual to the end. Their numbers spiked before we left, and the update on our way was that several heat signatures went dark. We don't know if that means that they are sending some people back into the rift, or if they're using other means to disguise their presence. Expect opposition. The elite teams will have our back." Jonathan turned to Alex. "This is it. You ready?" Alex felt the responsibility weigh on him, not just for the team that was counting on him to break into the wards, but for everyone who'd be affected if they failed and he couldn't stop the rift from breaking open. He gripped his notebook tighter and gave a firm nod. "Ready." Maylis had been teaching Alex how to break wards with more runes and ward theory. The processes were slow and extremely technical, largely relying on finding exploits in the existing ward net. But Alex had new tools at his disposal. The sky flashed with another artillery barrage, and Alex barely noticed as Jonathan touched his earpiece and signaled a ceasefire. His mind was already running through the spell circle configurations, and he hoped that the pull would be strong enough to actually work. Two special operations teams moved before them, following the trail closely and on high alert. Next, Jonathan's team moved carefully behind them and through the marked path. The guide helped them avoid the magical traps that had claimed several of the first assault hunters' lives already. Alex studied the ward barrier as they closed in on its outer edge and used his mana sight to look at the intricate pattern of mana. The mana net that Maylis had described and shown him examples of in their lessons seemed flawless in the barrier. There were no weak points or gaps for him to exploit that he could see. He stepped close as the team fanned out around him and took a knee. Alex let his eyes roam over the thick mesh of mana, showing overlapping strands of mana that he knew connected from one anchor point to another. Time to see if this works. Alex held up his hand toward the barrier and activated spell storage, ward drain spell circle. His eyes went wide with surprise as the spell formed in half the time it took him to create it himself, and as he activated it, it only used a fraction of the mana that it did before. The system drew on his mana and formed tiny lines of mana around the size of his mana threads and constructed the spell circle exactly as he had. His brows came together in confusion, but he knew it wasn't the time to sort through the minutiae of the ability. As the mana around the circle began to draw in slowly, he pushed his hand through the hole in the center of the circle. When his palm settled against the firm wall of the see-through wards, he grinned when he realized it was working just as intended. For the final step in his plan, he activated his own mana siphon skill and began to pull at the mana that was accumulating at the center of the spell circle around his wrist. The sheer volume of power that surged through him was startling, but his heightened willpower allowed him to keep control and maintain his focus. As his own mana reserves quickly topped up, Alex needed somewhere to send the mana. He quickly adjusted the flow and sent some to his companion, still disguised as a cloak around his shoulders. The small beast hummed contentedly as mana filled his reserves. After his reserves were also full, Alex began feeding the excess into the runic apprentice amulet around his neck. Alex stood there, motionless, with a mirroring stillness in the surrounding forest that made him uncomfortable. Sweat began to coat his forehead as he pulled with his mental might against the mana and did his best to send a steady stream of it toward Melis. Finally, a crack appeared near his hand in the almost invisible barrier. Melis' consciousness stirred. "Why, my sweet mother of Eldariel, boy, what in the night is that? Little busy right now," Alex grumbled. "How much more of this mana can the amulet hold?" "Plenty. It's designed to be charged for extended periods of time. You normally just put enough into the amulet to wake me up, not fully charge it." "Wait, is that? Boy, this is brilliant," Melis said as he looked at the hovering circle of mana through Alex's heavenly eye. "How did you come up with something like this?" Alex grunted and ignored the spirit's jab. He blinked rapidly to keep the sweat from his eyes, and after another minute or so, the crack had spread and widened enough to create a tear in the net of the wards. "Now, go now," he called to Jonathan's team. They slipped through while he held it open, followed by two of the teams of specialists before he came in last. Behind them, the ward began knitting itself back together, and the remaining heavy hitters were left looking at the barrier in frustration. They only looked at it for a heartbeat before they spread out and moved to find other means of entry. Melis made some appreciative noises in Alex's head. "You really undersold what those look like. I feel like if I got to study that for a few days, I'd be able to find some holes even in the wards you were showing me as an example." "It's not even my area of study," Brat Melis responded with a huff. Jonathan waved him into formation. "You good, Moore?" He took in Alex's appearance and the sweat on his brow. "To him, it probably looks like I just stood there and stared at the wards." "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's go. Do you need a second for your mana to come back?" Martin asked, giving Alex a concerned look. Alex shook his head. "No, it cost mana to cast the spell, but it siphoned back out more mana from the wards than what I spent to cast it. I'm good. Good. We need to move fast. Keep up and stay in the middle of the formation. Remember, we need to get you there, not fight our way through everyone we see. That's what the other teams are for." They advanced toward the rift in the center of the camp, and Alex breathed heavily as he moved along with the group. It was eerily quiet, and the tents seemed abandoned. They didn't run into any of the initial resistance they'd expected, which seemed to put even the professional soldiers on edge. Smoke from the artillery strikes hung thick in the air and mixed with an unnatural golden light over the camp that seemed to act as a miniature sun. The combination of the two casts everything in an eerie, hazy glow. As they passed, Alex noted how elaborate and high quality the tents seemed to be. Made from yellow and orange fabric that matched the robes the elves had worn, many now lay collapsed and torn. The ones that were still standing seemed to be completely emptied out and proudly held the feather-shaped banners up. Through his enhanced vision, Alex saw layers of magical signatures everywhere. There were some more wards and many different enchantments, though they seemed like small things compared to the outer warding scheme and the enormous ritual that they closed in on. He noticed a trampled garden plot and empty pens that must have held livestock. Everything spoke of planning and a desire to stay on Earth longer. Why go with this scorched earth approach? Were they really just gambling everything on getting their people out of the rift? Then the smell hit them. It smelled like rotten and cooked meat and something that smelled even more foul, though Alex couldn't put his finger on it. "Burning hair," one of the team said from his side. Alex coughed and covered his mouth and nose with the top of his robe. The first body they found made Layla and Greg curse at the same time. An elf lay sprawled on the ground, eyes and mouth burned black, frozen in a silent scream. They found more as they proceeded, all killed in the same way. He realized with a start that these were the same marks of death as the murders in the safe zone from more than a month ago. They were behind that. How long have they been here for? They're using them, Alex said quietly, powering the ritual with sacrifices, soul magic. One of the most hated kinds of sources of power. Something is wrong here. The Sun Elves should despise the idea of anyone using this kind of power. A faint sound drew their attention to the right. Two beams of bright golden light cut through the smoke as the team pivoted toward the sound. Martin rolled his shoulder forward and swiftly dodged the energy beam. Greg wasn't as fortunate as the second beam punched through his chest, leaving a smoking hole. He collapsed without a sound. Contact, 3 o'clock, Jonathan shouted as he gripped both of his weapons and took a ready stance. Teresa slid to Greg's side with her hands already glowing with healing mana. Damien moved to shield them both while Martin sprang forward to where the beams had originated. Jonathan scanned the smoke with Layla, ready to advance at the first sign of movement or call from Martin. Through his heavenly eye, Alex could see 6 mana signatures moving through the haze, crouching low and moving slowly. One was barely 10 feet from Jonathan and released the barest amount of ambient mana, and it was clear to Alex that it was being concealed by something. "John, low to your left," Alex called out while already forming a spell circle with his mana. Jonathan pivoted instantly and swung his oversized hatchet down with deadly force. The invisibility spell shattered as the elf half fell to the ground, held up in the air by the hatchet that was now attached to his skull and held in a muscular hand. Blood sprayed against the white tent standing to his left, and Alex didn't waste any time. A third beam lanced toward Alex, who ducked low and responded by pulsing his mana into the spell circle waiting over his palm. Lightning cracked between his palm and surged forward in a terrifying arc. It struck one of the mana signatures he'd seen. There was a scream as an elf appeared and collapsed. Its scream cut off, and it twitched on the ground for a moment before falling still. "You have slain son, elf level 39. Momentarily stunned by the fact that the single spell had been enough to kill something 9 levels higher than he was, Alex stared at the notification and broke his concentration away only as the blue motes floated up from the body. The remaining elves abandoned stealth and shimmered into view while activating golden shields around their bodies. Their ambush had failed, but it was clear they didn't have plans to retreat. They probably should have just opened with those shields. Then Alex saw him. A collar and chain were dragging his former guildmate forward. His head hung low, and his eyes were vacant. His skin was mottled with purple veins, looked sickly white, and seemed to be covered in a coating of greasy dirt. His right arm had grown with so much muscle that it caused it to look grotesquely oversized and stand out from the rest of his body. It hung down to his knee, but his knuckles dragged across the ground as he stumbled and hunched over. Rylan moved like a puppet, showing no recognition of his surroundings or the combat that was exploding into chaos around them. Until his eyes met Alex's, something sparked in Rylan's eyes. There was a sense of recognition, confusion, and then rage, an anger that built to a clear storm on his face. The elf holding his chain smiled cruelly before deliberately dropping it to the forest floor. "Kill them," the elf said. "Kill them?" Alex reacted instantly by creating a lightning spell circle over his right hand, prepared for a movement skill from Rylan. Jonathan's team moved with practiced ease. Damien intercepted another elf who emerged from the smoke, wreathed in a golden barrier, while Martin and Layla engaged 2 more who appeared from behind them. The coordinated defense created an opening for Alex, but he could see that they were outnumbered. "Go for the ritual." Jonathan shouted as he swung his hatchet at the nearest elf. "We'll hold them." Alex nodded and dodged the charge he'd been anticipating from Rylan, the big man's momentum carrying him into a stack of supply crates. The elf who had been holding Rylan's leash stepped forward, and golden light swirled in his hands. Alex's eyes widened, and he changed his aim from Rylan's back to the elf that was casting magic toward him. The bolt crashed against the elf's shield, and though it clearly left cracks in the barrier, the lightning skittered across the surface and dissipated beyond. The elf barely flinched. "Such a waste," the elf said in a melodic tone that somehow managed to drip with condescension. "To think that the elders considered him worthy of the pattern. Worse yet, a mage who can't even pierce a basic ward," he sneered. "Fight my dog instead. That seems more to your level." Behind him, Rylan rose from the wreckage of boxes, and his eyes spun around wildly in his head. He let out a yell, and Alex danced to his left with feather step, attempting to angle himself to see both Rylan and the elf while hoping to create a path toward the ritual behind them at the same time. Feinting toward the ritual, Alex used feather step to close the distance to the elf and punched forward with his right hand. As he did so, he activated the spatial ring on his finger to place his sword into his hand and thrust it toward the elf's neck. As expected, it struck the shield, which held firm. The elf crossed his arms and watched with amusement. "Is that truly your best effort, human?" Rylan charged again, and Alex activated his movement skill once more. This time, he scooped up a huge fallen piece of wood and created distance. Rylan swerved to follow, and the elf moved with them as well, eager to watch blood spill. Alex breathed heavily as he landed and used a strategy that had worked well against the large man before. He spun a weight, reducing ritual in between the two of them, and waited until Rylan was close to drop the feather into it. He timed the swing of the huge piece of wood to collide with the warrior just as he stepped into the circle. Grunting with effort, he used all his strength and leverage to swing into an object with little to no weight and sent the man flying into a tent, collapsing the structure around him. The elf laughed. "At least you provide good entertainment." Alex didn't waste the opening. While Rylan was struggling against the thick fabric of the tent and the elf was distracted, he quickly laid a lightning spell circle on the ground behind the elf. It was an effort to snake his thread that far, but he managed it quickly. He used one of the spell circle bases that he'd only used through theory and not in practice, but he saw it as his best chance to catch the elf off guard. When he charged forward this time, he expected the same reaction from the elf. He held in a smile as the elf said, "You're persistent, I'll grant you that," and watched impassively. Alex struck the shield with his fist, but this time he activated his spell storage, ward drained spell circle against the shield, and followed up with mana siphon to pull on the ward as hard as he could. The elf's eyes widened as he felt his ward weakening. "What are you?" Alex's front kick connected solidly with the elf's chest and sent him stumbling onto the waiting spell circle. Since he'd used the base of the alarm ritual, which was activated as someone crossed its threshold, the elf triggered it without Alex needing to. The lightning erupted upward and traveled along the sinewy sun elf's body, crackling with magical energy that caused him to twitch and spasm on his feet. Not even bothering to activate his movement skill, Alex dashed the few feet forward and lunged with his blade once more. It sunk to the hilt in the monster's chest. The elf stared at him in disbelief and began to pull magic into his hands, but Alex twisted his hips and leaned his shoulder into the swing as he cut from the middle to the left of the elf's body from the inside, killing it and causing it to collapse to the ground at his feet. "You have slain Sun Elf level 41. A yell of rage announced Ryland's release from the tent, and he stood proudly with an item held over his head. Alex looked away from the tyrant toward his group and saw them finishing up the fight with the elves. Glancing back at the bully that had needled him for so long, Alex shoved down the desire for a fight and made the decision to get to the ritual site as quickly as he could and knew that John and his team would handle Rylan. He used his movement skill to dash toward the center of the camp, but only made it 20 feet through the air before crashing into a shimmering barrier. Regaining his footing, Alex looked around quickly, confused. Well, Ryland's voice echoed through the space, followed by unhinged laughter. "The prodigy returns. Did you really think you could stop this? I knew that you'd try. I will be the one to kill you more. You thought you could fight against me, stand on equal footing with me." He slammed an abnormally large fist into his chest. Jonathan arrived and slammed his weapons against the translucent wall. Alex looked at the altered form of Rylan and back over his own shoulder to Jonathan. Their eyes met, and Alex shook his head once while allowing his willpower to press down on his emotions. "Go find the last of the elves. Do what you can to stop them." He stepped closer toward the barrier and activated spell storage to create the draining ritual, once again noting the lessened draw on his mana. He stuck his hand through it and began to drain the wards even as he felt his own spend to cast the skill. Rylan sneered as he continued. "Pete lost his life because of you. You're going to pay, and I'll show you and everyone else who is stronger between us." Suddenly, a wave of crushing dread washed over Alex. The air around Rylan seemed to distort, and through his heavenly eye, Alex could see his mana flood out of his body in a blanket across the area. It pulsed outward, and the rune on his cheek flared to life. "Fear me," Rylan yelled in an unnaturally deep voice, the tendons and veins in his neck standing out from the strain. He started to walk forward as he saw it take effect on Alex. Feeling his limbs grow heavy, his instincts screamed at him to flee. For a moment he felt like his stomach had dropped, but then the anger replaced the fear, and Alex activated his new shrug-off skill. The fear washed away, and Alex shrugged his shoulders as if willing the feeling to fall away from him. Seeing that he was free of the effect, Rylan's step faltered, and he paused a distance away. Every fiber in Alex's body wanted to fight Rylan, to attack him immediately and stop his odd, mad chittering. But he needed to break the wards and help Jonathan's team stop the ritual. He really didn't have time to deal with Rylan's shit. "What are you even talking about, Rylan? What have they done to you? You literally got walked over here on a leash like a dog." Alex split his consciousness with parallel mind, let the mana threads fall from his hand to the ground, and started building ritual circles at his feet in preparation. As his mana topped off again from draining the wards, he began to push the excess into the ritual circles below him. "They didn't do anything that I didn't want them to," Rylan said, cackling with more laughter, clearly deranged. His skin was bleeding in several places and looked to have cracks across its surface, almost like cuts in the paint on the side of a car. His right arm was larger than it should be, almost as if he'd been working out just that one arm and using some alien steroids at the same time. "This isn't good, kid. They've altered him with a living rune. It just doesn't make sense, though. Combining soul magic with runes is something that every sun elf should abhor the idea of, and on top of that, he should be completely mad, not talking nonsense about the two of you," Maylee said into Alex's mind. Whatever was in his mind, whatever he latched onto it, must have been a powerful motivating force for him to even retain a sliver of his sanity. Alex swallowed hard and looked at Rylan's face. His long, blonde hair was thinning and falling out, but what was left of it was dirty and clung to his face in a way that told Alex he hadn't bathed in days. On his cheek, there was a rune marking his face that seemed to be carved into it. The skin puckered and split away from the gashes, and Alex could see something in the opening that writhed and wriggled just beneath the skin. Purple veins stood out in a way that spidered out from the fresh, rune-shaped wound. They were never in control, never in charge. He slammed his right fist into his chest again. I am now the peak of power, Alex. A mage could never understand, at least not without me showing you. His smile turned vicious, and his body language shifted from twitching conversation to deadly intent without warning. The man's large frame launched at Alex, covering the 20 meters between them in an instant. Alex barely had time to think before his body responded on instinct. He used feather step and pushed off while reaching into his spatial pouch. His mind worked in overdrive as he thought back to previous fights with Rylan and knew that the large man had just used one of his skills with a charge effect. Even then, he moved faster than Alex had ever seen. Alex drifted along the ground and threw the reagents from his pouch onto the spot where he'd been standing, right where Rylan was about to land. 3 ritual circles materialized in his mana sight. As Rylan's massive fist slammed into the warded wall where Alex had stood, he triggered the rituals. The impact sent echoing ripples across the barrier's surface, but a heartbeat later, twin explosions drowned out the crash. He had laid 3 rituals, 1 for binding and 2 for explosions on either side of the larger man. Though he knew the bindings wouldn't restrain Rylan for long, they only needed to hold for a moment to let the deadly explosions do their work. Freak, Alex said to himself. He could hardly hear anything over the sound of his heart hammering in his chest, which somehow seemed to pulse loud enough to fill his ears. Val, stay hidden for now. Last time he targeted you, knowing it would get to me. Just stay on my shoulders for now, and I'll dodge for the both of us. He took a deep breath and used his willpower to clamp down on his rising emotions, just as he had at the guild headquarters. His mind cleared, and time seemed to slow as he surveyed his surroundings. The cage Rylan had created with the ward trap offered few areas of cover, just collapsed canvas tents scattered across packed dirt. A makeshift barricade of wooden supply crates stood to his right near the barrier's edge, while hard-packed forest floor stretched beneath them. I need to end this fast. Every second I waste in here, that ritual progresses out there. Not waiting for the smoke to clear, Alex drew his wand from the spatial ring with a flick of his wrist and channeled mana into it. Through the falling dust and debris, a silhouette emerged. Rylan stood in the center of a crater, his massive form bleeding but seemingly unfazed. The binding threads had snapped against his strength, and the rune carved into his cheek pulsed with a sickly violet light. Trying to kill me right out the gate, Rylan's laugh echoed across the space. I'm almost impressed. There wasn't any hesitation there. He brushed dirt from his shoulder with exaggerated casualness. But you'll need to do better than that. Alex scanned Rylan as he sent a few covering bolts from his wand. Alex's eyes went wide as he saw Rylan's changed status. The tyrant moved with a speed that surpassed anything Alex had seen so far. He pivoted and turned with an unnatural grace that seemed at odds with his bulky, deformed frame. The rune on his cheek pulsed again as he did so. Alex's thoughts raced to the situation beyond the warded area. Even though he wanted revenge against Rylan, the elf's ritual continued with each passing moment he remained trapped here. Failure to stop it would have consequences far beyond his own survival. The barrier around them pulsed, and Alex glimpsed unnatural energy coalescing toward the rift outside. He needed to end the fight as quickly as possible. This is really not good, Maylee said. The world blurred around him as he darted backward, and the whoosh of air from Rylan's massive fist brushed his face as he leaped back again and avoided another blow. No shit, you said that already. Alex created distance and used his split consciousness while continuing to move. One half tracked Rylan's movements and kept their spacing wide while the other calmly assessed his arsenal of magic, weighing options and strategies. Yeah, keep on running, mage boy, Rylan's voice called in a rasping voice. Let's see just how long you can be that slippery. All it's going to take is me catching you one time. The ward dome trapped them both in the makeshift arena, and he only had about 50 yards across to move in a roughly circular shape. There was no way out and nowhere to hide that wasn't completely obvious. With Rylan on the inside of the ring, Alex had to move nearly double the distance to stay ahead of the hulking figure. He ducked quickly behind a stack of supply crates to buy himself a few seconds. His first thought had been to create distance, but he could already hear Rylan bulldozing in his direction. He activated Mirage and watched as the illusion materialized beside him. The Mirage perfectly replicated his appearance, capturing even the odd way his celestial robes bunched around the military plate carrier. Like a puppeteer, he used his mind to raise the illusion's hands. As soon as Rylan barreled around the side of the crates, Alex slipped around the far side of the stack. Rylan's gaze fixed on the Mirage that looked like it was cowering, hands raised, but his face twisted into a knowing grin. You think that trick will work on me again? Rylan casually swiped his hand through the illusion and began throwing the crates around as if they were toy blocks. the illusion shattered with no resistance whatsoever, and without his direct control, it didn't even flinch as it did so. I've done my homework on you, Alex. Ilana's files on you were quite informative. I know your whole playbook. Alex leaped backward again, his hands already weaving a new pattern. A plan began to form in his mind. If Rylan thought he knew all of Alex's tactics, then he could use that confidence against the warrior, considering that he likely hadn't seen his new magic used against the elf in the initial exchange. Mana threads spiraled into a ritual circle beneath Rylan's feet. The weight-increasing ritual was one that Rylan knew about, and it didn't have a great effect on him even the first time he'd used it. Alex removed the heavy silver ball from his spatial pouch and threw it at the ritual circle. It activated and took effect, working for a moment. Rylan's forward momentum faltered, and his foot dragged against the ground. His movements slowed, and the thick muscles and veins in his neck could easily be seen as he struggled. Oh, come on, Rylan quite easily cleared the boundary of the ritual, moving forward with barely labored steps. My strength was too high for that last time. Why do you think it would work this time? I'm stronger now than I was before. With a grunt, he pushed through the last few feet of the effect, and the rune on his face pulsed again. Laughing, Rylan took a deep breath and let his head roll back as if he were enjoying the power coursing through his body. Alex didn't waste the opportunity. He let the weight-increasing ritual go and quickly spun up the restraining ritual. Magical threads jumped up around Rylan's feet and calves, which seemed to only make the deformed giant laugh harder. While Rylan was gloating, Alex moved further back until he was close to the barrier and activated spell storage, allowing him to almost instantly create another spell circle focused on siphoning the mana from the wards to refill his core. Congratulations, spell storage has leveled up. He dismissed the blue window and knew that Rylan would soon get fed up with the cat and mouse game. Whatever the elves had done to him, it transformed him into something even more powerful than his already high level would suggest. Worse still, the living rune's power wasn't simply enhancing Rylan's strength with each pulse and leaving him in a mindless rage. If he had fought with blind fury, Alex could have exploited that weakness, but instead, after each surge of energy from the rune, Rylan remained in control of his mind. Alex saw a calculating intelligence behind his eyes, even if it was tinged with madness. You know the interesting thing about this gift from the elves, Rylan called out. They invited me to the pattern and said that if I could hold on and just push through the pain, I'd become something more. As if to demonstrate, Rylan suddenly hurled a crate, but not at Alex's current position, instead at where he was about to dodge if he'd continued his own pattern of movement. The box crashed into the ground and shattered to send home the point. See, Rylan's face twisted. Now I'll be able to bring this back to the guild, and we can start unlocking the powers of those who are deserving. Alex blinked at the monologue. Does this maniac think he's going to get out of here and just go back to living a normal life with the guild? Rylan, the Sun Elves will try and carve out a section of our planet for themselves. That could mean killing or enslaving thousands, including your sister. Pete's death wasn't my fault, but even if he were still alive, there's a chance he'd have to fight these elves. Alex called, making one final attempt to get through to the warrior. He briefly allowed himself to look past Rylan, but he couldn't see Jonathan or his team anywhere. When Rylan just twitched and ignored Alex's questions, he shook his head and realized it would only end one way. Time to shift strategies. Alex watched Rylan stalk forward, prepared for a spell. His twisted body seemed to grow stronger with each passing second, though Alex realized it was likely closer to the pulsing of the rune than fixed time. When I move next, drop to the ground and use your illusion. Alex sent his thoughts to Val, and the companion instantly understood his plan. What's wrong, Alex? Rylan taunted as he spread out his arms. Running out of tricks already. I thought the great Alex Moore would put up more of a fight. Alex feinted to the right, allowing his disguised bond to slip to the ground just before he darted left. He drew Rylan's attention and activated Mirage to replace the illusion of his cloak, while Val used his Create illusion to appear as a piece of debris from one of the shattered crates. He worked on dancing to the side and back further, baiting Rylan into position, completely oblivious to the swap. Alex slung several wand bolts at Rylan, which seemed not to do anything other than annoy the laughing man. Is that all? Val abandoned his disguise, his instinct for the timing in a fight growing sharper. His blue-scaled form erupted upward from directly behind Rylan, wings snapping open as he shot toward the exposed back of Tyrant's head. Val's small body glowed as he gathered his personal mana and released his skill just as Rylan was turning to swat him away. Val used his mana explosion a mere foot from Rylan's head and sent the other man flying into a collapsed tent. Alex felt like it happened in slow motion. Despite the tight hold on his emotions, he felt a spike in his heart as Val got closer to Rylan. However, that feeling morphed into a small O shape in his mouth as he saw Rylan propelled with such force that he toppled head over heels across the small clearing, appearing to do a cartwheel around his oversized arm. The blast wasn't devastating, but it wasn't meant to be. In fact, it was stronger than Alex had expected, though it accomplished exactly what they'd intended. It got Rylan off balance and created an opening. The young dragon flew upward and created space while Alex wove his magic. The spell circle hummed to life as Alex ended his parallel mind skill, allowing access to his full mana pool to charge the spark rune. Within seconds, he completed the circle and pulsed his mana through it. The circle flashed into view, and as Alex thrust his palm forward, a bolt of lightning erupted from its center, striking Rylan between the shoulder blades just as he was regaining his footing. The electricity arced across his body and his massive frame convulsed. The warrior's muscles spasmed, and he screamed in pain as the current coursed through him. For a moment, Alex thought he'd won. Then Rylan straightened and rolled his shoulders as if shaking off a minor annoyance. Just as quickly as the current had started, it died down and left smoke curling from Rylan's clothes. Despite that, the man turned with the same twisted grin on his face as before. "Is that all you've got?" he jeered. "I figured you had something up your sleeve, but was that really it? A baby version of the power you used in the valley? Ah, I see. The larger one takes too long to set up, doesn't it?" Valthurion swooped down and released a series of mana bolts that struck Rylan's head and chest. The companion was quick and darted away, and Alex didn't waste the second opening and spun a gust ritual into existence and blew into the back of it, allowing himself to easily amplify the bolts from the wand. His first shot struck Rylan in the chest. The empowered bolt hit with enough force to stagger the big man, but it was just blunt force that slapped against the slab of muscle. He fired again, and each bolt cost him precious mana. He managed 2 more shots from the wand in his right hand and another lightning bolt spell circle with his left hand before he felt a piercing headache. The barrage pushed Rylan back several steps, but the effects were diminishing. The rune on his face pulsed violently, and his recovery time grew shorter with each attack. "My turn," Rylan said through gritted teeth. "Stop." Unlike the first skill Rylan used, this one didn't give any indicator of mana movement, and the word was spoken at a normal volume. Despite his saying it normally, the word seemed to reverberate through Alex's mind. His body froze mid-motion and his muscles locked up. It felt as though invisible chains had wrapped around him. He fought against them, and he felt his willpower pushing against the skill, though it felt different. "Fantastic," Rylan said as he stalked forward with slow steps. "The tyrant's command is a new one. What do you think?" He approached Alex, who could only watch as his body refused to obey his desperate mental commands to just move. "You feel how different it is, right? I created this one just for you." He mentally slammed into his shrug-off skill, but it refused to activate, still on cooldown. Alex forced his fear to still and ignored Rylan while focusing on pushing every bit of his willpower against the skill. "Why isn't it working?" "My willpower is way higher than his," Melee spoke up. "It's your willpower against existing magic, not a direct contest of wills. Push harder, kid, push." With a tremendous effort, Alex managed to twitch his fingers as the mental chains began to crack, but it wasn't fast enough. Rylan's massive fist slammed into Alex's midsection with devastating force. The impact lifted him off his feet and sent him flying backward through the air. Pain exploded through his torso as he felt ribs crack from the blow. He crashed to the ground and rolled several times before coming to a stop in a heap. Each breath sent daggers of pain through his chest. He glanced at his status window and saw that his health had dropped by more than half from the single punch. "Another hit like that, and I'm dead." Alex struggled to his feet and pushed through the pain and coughing. Rylan charged forward again with the unnatural speed that came with a structured movement skill. Alex barely had time to activate his own in time, slipping to the side as Rylan's fist shattered the ground where he'd been standing. He split his consciousness once more but felt a noticeable difference this time, as each half of his mind limited his total mental resources. Recognizing how low he was on mana, Alex darted toward the edge of the arena, where his siphoning spell circle still hung in the air against the wall. Val provided cover while Alex slapped his hand against the surface and activated Mana Siphon again. Instantly, he felt mana flooding back into his core and hoped desperately that the wards would crack. The sensation of fresh mana felt like a bucket of cold water was splashed over his migraine, though it did very little for his aching body. Running away again, Rylan's voice boomed across the enclosed space. The taunt echoed around them, and Alex clenched his jaw in frustration. He looked around the area, scanning for his next step. Brute force clearly wasn't working, and every attack seemed to make Rylan stronger as the rune on his cheek flashed. Is magic empowering him? Like something that eats my magic? Melee's. It could be that. Melee's answered in a clipped tone. "You don't know? The living rune is corrupted. It's unnatural and an abomination." The anger in Melee's voice was surprising, but Alex groaned and rolled his eyes. "I don't care if it's the holy mark of a saint." "Is it eating my magic and making him stronger?" "My best guess. Yes, you're likely going to have to kill him without magic." A single hit and his legs felt heavy, and he had one arm wrapped protectively around his stomach. Each breath sent waves of pain through his chest. Using Feather Step, he put distance between himself and Rylan. He slipped behind a collapsed tent, offering a paltry amount of cover. Rylan didn't rush after him. Instead, he let out a mad cackle and began to circle the area with exaggerated casualness. "Did that hurt, Alex?" he called. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long. Why rush it now?" He picked up a wooden crate and tossed it lazily in one hand like it weighed nothing. Alex coughed and peered around the edge of the fallen canvas. The tyrant was strutting around now, clearly savoring his advantage. "You know," Rylan continued as he hurled the crate toward Alex's hiding spot, "I could end this already, but where's the fun in that?" Alex retreated further to the side of the tent and desperately searched for a new strategy while fighting through the pain. Nothing in his current arsenal seemed effective against Rylan, and while they'd gone toe-to-toe in previous fights, Alex wasn't sure how he'd fare against the empowered version of Rylan. Despite his mind moving at unnatural speeds and in two different lines of thought, he felt stumped. Sweat trickled down his temples as he heard Rylan's footsteps start again. The tyrant picked up another crate and lazily threw it toward the tent. "Come out, Alex." Rylan's voice took on a sing-song tone. "I'm done chasing you around. Stop hiding and face your fate." "Freak me, I can fight, but how is he just eating magic?" He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out his giant, looking at the blade with a bit of skepticism. While he had kept up his morning training on most days, it wasn't his preferred weapon lately by any means. It felt wrong to take things to a physical contest, and he didn't think that he'd last more than a few blows. The living rune adapts to a person, though with the corrupted form this has taken, they did something to it. If he was able to hold on to his sanity, he must have held on to something. "If I had to guess from his fighting style, he doesn't like mages. He hates mages. He hates me. Well, then I'd guess he held on to his hate for you and mages as the rune attempted to alter his body. It could easily have taken on some anti-magic effects." Alex groaned in frustration, taking the time behind the tent to pull a potion from his ring and take several swigs from it. "I need something new, something he hasn't seen before, that'll let me close the distance." The Mirage skill had largely proven useless, but Alex knew he could control it, at least in some jerky motions, if he focused on it. "All I need is a split second of a distraction." It would be a gamble, but he thought through his plan and decided to take his chance. "Come on." With his split consciousness, Alex activated Mirage and watched as the illusory duplicate appeared beside him, perfectly still. His heart hammered, and he focused his desperate concentration on the image and attempted to clamp his will down on it. The pressure was immense, and he gripped the Mirage with his mind like a vice, trying to will his stat-enhanced mind to control each minute aspect of the Mirage and force it to move naturally. But the harder he squeezed, the more odd and rigid the puppet-like illusion became. Sweat slipped into his eyes, blurring his vision. He blinked rapidly, frustrated by the resistance he felt. Then, as he was about to attempt to push even harder, he sensed something unexpected. There was a gentle pull against his mind, almost like the Mirage skill was tugging on it. Instinctively, Alex loosened his mental grip. Instead of fighting against the sensation, he allowed his mind to follow the subtle thread of connection, and his willpower shifted from forcing control to guiding it. The collapsed tent was thrown to the side and ripped away without warning. Rylan stood there, his massive frame casting a shadow over Alex from the elven sun that hung overhead. "Found you," he said with that twisted grin on his face. The Mirage dissipated as Alex's concentration broke. He dove to the side as Rylan's fist obliterated the spot where he'd been crouching. Rolling to his feet, Alex activated his movement skill to put distance between them and darted across the open area. But even as he moved, his mind raced. That sensation he'd felt was a familiar pull between two skills. It wasn't random, and he was certain that it was a certain kind of synergy between his split mind and Mirage. Rylan laughed and threw a box after Alex as he created more space to think. The idea of combining the two skills hadn't occurred to him in that way before. He'd used one to control the other, but not to work in concert together. His mind halted as he thought back to the last time he'd attempted to combine two synergistic skills in a clever way. He almost broke out into a cold sweat at the thought of being swept away by the system, to have his skills torn away without a chance to object. "Freak me, would it punish me again? What are you saying, brat? Funny. Melees, remember how I said I got you? I combined two skills and the system intervened. It took one of my skills to prevent me from doing it again and removed some of my gains. How often does something like that happen? Never. Why would the system do that? Its entire purpose is to allow you to progress. People combine skills all the time. Skill merging is a known system feature, if rare." Alex didn't answer, pushing the thoughts away and nodding to himself. If that instance was truly an outlier, then he couldn't let himself be held back from innovating combinations with his skills out of fear of the system. The combination of these two skills shouldn't grant him instant knowledge 4 tiers above his own anyway. Now standing in the open, Alex faced Rylan. The tyrant slowed, perhaps suspicious of Alex's sudden resolve, giving up. Alex took a deep breath and did his best to relax his posture and put Rylan on edge, expecting a trap or rituals laid on the ground. He activated Mirage again, creating another image beside himself. This time, instead of trying to force the illusion to move, he looked for and focused on the subtle pull he'd felt before. With parallel mind active, he allowed one half of his consciousness to follow the connection and allowed it to flow into the mirage rather than fight to control it. Alex stepped to his right and directly behind the mirage. Without warning, something shifted in his perception. The world blurred momentarily, and his vision doubled in a nauseating swirl of color and light. Then, abruptly, his vision returned, though with a large difference. Alex gasped as his consciousness slipped into the mirage. He remained aware of his physical body, standing behind his own image, staring at the back of his head, but simultaneously he saw through the illusion's eyes and was looking at Rylan. He shifted the mirage's hand in a fluid, perfect motion in time with his real body. Two perspectives, two Alexes, one mind split in two. Congratulations, parallel mind has leveled up. Congratulations, mirage has leveled up. Congratulations, you have successfully created a skill merge. Would you like to merge? Parallel mind journeyman and Mirage journeyman. Merging two skills will return the new skill. Illusory clone novice. Would you like to merge these two skills now? Yes, no. Ah, freak, I really hope this doesn't hurt. Val, come back down here, but come down in between the two of us so he can't tell which is which. I need a bit more mana, I'm almost completely out. Alex stood, overlapping with his mirage in Rylan's vision, as his companion came down between the two of them before returning to the original's shoulders. Rylan was still a distance away, though he seemed to be getting impatient with the lack of movement from Alex. As quickly as he could, Alex explained the plan to Val. He took a single deep breath, despite the intentional effort it took to do so, and then both Alexes stepped away from each other, then back in line and away from each other again. Without another glance at himself or the waiting Rylan, he took off at a sprint. He pumped his legs and his arms, willing them to move as fast as they could. Despite the panic he was feeling, he could hear the corrupted giant in pursuit. The warded barrier shimmered ahead, and he saw where the draining spell circle still hung. Alex glanced over his shoulder and adjusted the blue cloak to see, somehow maintaining his speed despite the backward look. Rylan was gaining ground with his unnaturally long strides, fueled by his strength stat. Where they'd started stood another Alex, moving with jerky movements and trying to follow after the pair. Even though they were more fluid and controlled than they had once been, the arms were still raised unnaturally fast and at slight angles in the joints. Come on, move more naturally. He's got to take the bait. Alex thought in frustration as he put everything on the gamble. Rylan bellowed as he followed toward the warded barrier. Alex let out a sigh and wondered what the best way to proceed would be. Keep moving toward the barrier, or make a stand. Alex slowed his pace and pivoted while lifting his giant into a defensive stance. He realized in the final moments, as the tyrant closed the distance, that he greatly wished his friends were there to fight by his side. Rylan closed the distance in a few heartbeats. His massive fist cocked back, and a feral grin was on his face as he pushed off with a final leap toward Alex's much smaller frame. Alex looked on and set his jaw, determined to come out on top. He took in as much of the warrior's posture and trajectory as possible, noting where he'd land and where his weight would be distributed. Taking a small step back, Alex turned to the side, prepared to meet the clash head-on with the giant and dig his heels in, only to have his foot meet with several broken fragments of a scattered box from earlier in the fight. He cursed out loud as his footing slipped, and he fell to one knee. Rylan landed and, seeing Alex no longer ready to meet the blow head-on, kept his fist held back as he smiled down over him. Your tricks are so pathetic. At least at New Year's you were willing to fight me. The look of pure triumph and gloating glory grated on Alex's every nerve, so he decided to take it from him. Without warning, Alex lifted his hand. In full confidence, he pointed it at Rylan and smiled as his middle finger slowly rose. The look of sheer confusion and anger that crossed Rylan's face made it all worth it. At the same time, Rylan sent his large right arm hurtling forward, and his fist was aimed directly at Alex's head. Time seemed to slow as Rylan committed to his attack, his weight driving forward. The fist connected with nothing but air as Alex dissolved into a small shower of blue motes. In that fraction of a second, what had appeared to be a poorly controlled illusion dropped all pretense of unnatural movement. With practiced speed, this Alex activated his movement skill to close the distance, and lashed out with his giant in a stabbing lunge that had been repeated hundreds of times in practice and combat since his time in the spider caves. The blade slipped between Rylan's shoulder blades with a sickening sound of metal piercing flesh and scraping bone. Alex's second consciousness snapped fully back into his body, where his hand still gripped the giant buried in Rylan's back. Rylan's forward momentum stumbled to a halt and his body trembled. He tried to turn and look over his shoulder but couldn't. He gasped, disbelief widening his eyes. Alex twisted the blade as Yura had taught him to ensure the wound was fatal. You were so sure you knew my skills, Alex said with a steady voice, though in reality, he felt like the hammering and drumming sound in his head would threaten to make him pass out. But I'm sure that's what happened with the elves, too. You keep thinking you're in control because you have all of this power. He yanked the blade out in a spray of dark blood. The reactionary strike from Rylan was telegraphed, however, and Alex easily used the movement from willow branch sways to duck under it, slide his rear foot around in a wide arc, and slash out with his sword as the two of them spun around the other. They used you, Alex cut in, just like you tried to use and manipulate everyone else. There was so much more that Alex wanted to say, to explain, and to just rub in the spoiled, delusional man's face. But as he saw the rune on Ryland's cheek flicker and pulse with an erratic light, he knew he should end things fully. Wait, please help me. Ryland's arrogance finally shattered, and he looked up at Alex. He clutched at his chest with a deformed hand, and tears welled in his eyes. I can still be useful, I can tell you about them. I don't want to die. The last part of the sentence was thrust out, and despite everything, Alex felt his heart clench. Alex looked down at Rylan and gave a final, clean thrust at an angle, through the gap between his collarbone and shoulder. The blade slid through with less resistance than expected and easily punched into the chest cavity. He removed the blade and stood over Rylan. He was surprised that triumph didn't fill him after a hard-won fight, and was worried to note that no pity or remorse filled him either. Instead, he felt a grim sort of satisfaction that the constant threat and scheming bully was dead. A familiar swarm of warm blue motes of light floated up from the body on the ground and hung still for a moment. As Alex watched them, breathing heavily, the entire world seemed quiet. The motes rushed into his chest, and a sensation washed over him as golden motes joined the blue ones in a small snowstorm of energy around his body. Congratulations, awakened. You have leveled up. You have 3 free points to distribute. The ward barrier around them flickered as its creator's life ebbed away, and the magical energy disappeared. It faded from existence with little fanfare, and Alex realized that the world was anything but quiet and still. He could hear screams and shouts from a short distance away and recognized the sounds of combat. Prick, we won. Yeah, Alex said, unsure of how to feel at his young companion's mirrored sense of satisfaction at the tyrant's death. He wiped his blade clean before returning it to his spatial pouch. With the barrier gone, he could see the small, pitched battle unfolding near the rift. The ritual continued, and the rift pulsed with ominous energy as insane levels of mana gathered around it. Somewhere in the chaos, he knew that Jonathan and the elite teams were fighting to stop the large-scale ritual magic. My magic. Val, can you see them? He asked, shielding his left eye from the amassing mana. Valthurion launched from his shoulder and flared his wings as he gained altitude, fighting with point ears here. His companion banked ahead and to the left, directly toward the center of the camp. Alex activated his feather step ability and moved out of the area where he and Rylan had been fighting and closed the distance on the ongoing battle. He skidded to a halt and looked down at the lines of the ritual that spread from the rift and spiraled out into different directions of the encampment. The ritual sprawled across a clearing that had been made around the rift, and as he approached, the air grew even thicker with mana. It was more concentrated than he'd ever felt before, and the energy made his skin prickle. He had to squint his left eye from the sheer, overwhelming amount of color. From a closer vantage point, he could see how the lines channeled energy toward the tier in reality. The rift itself had grown in size, and he forced himself to focus on what he could do rather than gawk at the portal. Scattered around the space to the left and right of the portal, both elite teams fought pairs of sun elves. The flash of mana and skills signaled hard-fought battles against the mages. Closer to the rift, Jonathan's team fought against 2 sun elves of their own, but the elves weren't the composed, elegant mages that Alex had seen in his home a few days before. They were frenzied and had erratic motions that reminded him of Ryland's enhanced form, their tan skin marred with a similar purple rune, though both were etched into their brow rather than their cheek. One elf wielded twin curved blades that seemed to flow and leave lines of golden light in their wake. The other manipulated the air itself to send cutting waves toward Jonathan's team from a range. From his distance, Alex could see Jonathan's team moving with amazing coordination. Damien and Martin engaged the blade wielder, alternating between offense and defense. Teresa maintained a perimeter and watched for a signal from John or Greg, the latter of which stood back, his eyes glowing white as he coordinated their movements through his speech ability. Layla darted between both conflicts, reminding Alex of Olivia's darting attacks and opportunistic fighting style. At the center of it all stood Jonathan. Unlike his team's coordinated dance, John fought with a controlled fury, and each strike that landed on one of the elven barriers landed with immense force. His eyes were clear and focused, and he communicated almost constantly with his team, which Alex found a bit surprising as he'd seemed like a quieter individual. Alex continued to close the distance and stood near Greg, unsure where to join and help in the fight. Greg was the only one at a range, while the others were all within melee range, making casting spells much harder. Alex, Jonathan called, There was a pause as he deflected a wave of energy with a skill and then called out to his team, who shifted their positions. They left these ones back while the others retreated into the rift. They activated those marks on their face and went berserk to buy time for the rest to escape. Alex squinted and looked at the rift. They're retreating into the rift. I thought they were trying to break it open. Jonathan grunted as he blocked another strike from the elf, and it seemed like that had changed his mind. He raised his voice above all the chaos and yelled, "Greg, fill him in. Team, Bravo Protocol. Now." His team responded instantly, disengaging from opponents and returning to predetermined positions. The coordinated retreat happened so smoothly that Alex knew it was a drill that must have been practiced countless times. Greg's voice seemed to appear from directly next to Alex, and while they were already close enough to talk to one another in normal tones, his voice sounded as if he were speaking at a normal volume in a quiet library. That's the thing. We believe that they're positioning themselves to pour out when it breaks open, only sacrificing a few while ensuring an army waits on the other side. Instead of 50 of them fighting to the death here, they leave a handful behind to buy time, and when it breaks, they're ready to emerge with the advantage of numbers. The strategy made sense to Alex, and he felt his stomach drop at the realization of what they faced. They were stopping not just the ritual but an invasion force. As the space around Jonathan cleared, Alex witnessed a transformation that raised both of his eyebrows. The man's body tensed, and his muscles bulged beneath his tactical gear. A red glow began to appear in his eyes, intensifying as the rest of the process continued. Veins across his arms and neck pulsed briefly with the same red light. With a roar that seemed to shake the air, Jonathan held both of his axes out to his side. Alex could swear that the red in his eyes had turned into something fueled by magic or skill, and left a small trail of red energy behind them wherever he moved through the smoke. He charged forward with a reckless abandon that matched the elf's own. The first elf barely had time to raise its blades before Jonathan was upon it, and delivered such a powerful downward strike that it shattered one of its curved swords and sent the elf flying backward into the side of a tent. It seemed like the tent fell in slow motion as the berserker moved on to his next target. The second elf was more prepared and had time to raise one of their strong, warded barriers around himself before sending a torrent of mana-infused wind at John. Alex's shock, the large man simply pushed through it, and each cut and injury that he sustained healed almost as quickly as it formed. The healing was so fast that Alex looked quickly at John's team to confirm that none of them were casting healing spells on him. Alex watched as Jonathan closed the distance in seconds and attempted to grab the elf, though his hand was met with resistance from the barrier. Frustrated, the elf hissed at Jonathan, and the human just yelled back at him in mirrored frustration. Alex saw the mana begin to charge up around the elf, but John gave it no time to cast more magic. With his mana spreading out around him, Jonathan attempted 2 more grabs at the elf before simply barreling into him and knocking him over. Once prone, the berserker began repeatedly smashing at the barrier, uncaring of its resistance. Alex watched slack-jawed as he hit it hard enough to have one of his hatchets break, only to throw it away with contempt and begin beating on it with his bare hands. Greg pulled Alex's attention away from the scene, though. "We'll watch John's back. You need to figure out how to stop this thing." "Shit," Alex said as he recognized he'd been wasting precious seconds watching the fight. He looked down at his feet and traced the white lines on the ground. "How do I even stop this?" He said the words to himself, but Greg must have heard him with his skill. "How should I know? You're the mage, right?" Alex grunted in response and waved at him to end the skill while kneeling at the edge of the nearest lines of the pattern. Careful not to touch any of the lines, he used his heavenly eye to watch the flows of mana. He tested a thread of mana to interfere with the energy, but the thread simply slid away from the ritual lines as though they were a slick, oily substance. Interested, Alex lowered himself closer to the ground and saw that the lines were not merely surface level. Instead, they seemed to be carved into the earth and then filled with some sort of liquid metal to fill in the lines. "Melees," Alex muttered. "What the hell am I looking at here? How am I supposed to know? Kid, I don't know anything about this magic. Show me a rune and I might be able to help." Freak, Alex looked around, assessing what he could of the layout that he'd seen and studied from their vantage point. He knew enough about rituals to find a spot that might be safe to break open and allow mana to leak from their funnel to the rift. He knew it couldn't be broken at just any point, so he moved quickly back into the encampment toward the outer edge of the ritual. He found the location he'd been looking for, between 2 catalyst nodes, where one of the back ends of a triangle touched the outer ring of the structure, and removed a dagger from his pouch. He got down on his hands and knees in the dirt near the spot he wanted to focus on and started with the point of the blade. Nothing seemed to affect the metallic substance that the elves used to lay the foundations of the ritual. He attempted to scrape, slash, and cut at the white lines. Even flipping the dagger around and bashing it with the pommel of the weapon, it continued to operate as normal. An enormous pulse of energy flooded the area, and Alex looked up at the rift. Just in front of it, Jonathan broke through the elf's shield but didn't stop his pounding. Past the brutal scene, Alex saw the rift greedily absorbing all of the mana it was being fed. He activated his heavenly eye and checked its readout to see if anything had changed or if there was any indicator that it was close to breaking. D rank rift. Epic rarities. Rift slots 0-1000. He'd only scanned a handful of rifts upon entering, as it was something that the guild kept constant track of. But seeing that there wasn't a change at all in what was shown between the current rift state and a normal readout, he cursed in frustration. The rift pulsed again, and Alex jumped back from the line he stood nearest to. The white lines that made up the ritual's circle began to glow and produce a radiating heat that pulsed in time with the mana fluctuations. A magical fire started at the center of the rift and sped along the ritual lines as if on a railing. It reminded him of watching a wick on an explosive being set off, how the flame would burn hot and fast and travel along the predetermined line of the fuse. The difference here was that the flame was hot enough that he needed to take a second step back, and it didn't go out where it traveled. It spiraled out through the entire pattern until it met with the catalyst nodes at the outer edges of the circle. "Oh hell," Alex said as he watched with wide eyes. The ritual lines blazed with unnatural light as they were augmented with white magical fire. Alex held his arm up against the heat that pressed outward. Where the flame touched the white lines, the mana channeling along its pathways seemed to speed up several times. Shit, Alex muttered while trying to process what he was seeing. Through his heavenly eye, the mana flow appeared as a torrent of golden energy. He followed the lines up into the sky and saw that the small golden sun that had been providing them light the entire time was now feeding mana to the flames. Each pulse carried more power than the last, and the magical pressure building around the rift seemed like a dam destined to break. Mana, hot mana. Val circled nervously overhead and his small form darted back and forth. "Val, can you see any weak points, any place where the flows look different, like lots of mana in one spot?" Val gained some more height before circling once more and descending. All burned same. Big mana in the middle near angry Jonathan. The rift pulsed again, and Alex staggered back as a wave of pressure swept across the clearing, and there was a percussive blast of wind that accompanied it, causing the dirt of the forest floor to go airborne. He glanced over his shoulder at the portal and caught sight of Jonathan as he roared in fury and continued his relentless assault on the remaining elf. Alex edged a bit closer to one of the outer lines of the ritual and felt the heat from the flames intensify. It didn't look like the substance and the fire were just channeling the mana instead. They were amplifying and refining it somehow. He'd already known that the ritual wasn't crude or novice-level magic, but for the first time, he could see the immense gap in magical understanding between their world and the elves. Whatever mana-conductive metal they were using was clearly used with deliberation, and the runes used in adjusting his ritual magic were unlike any he'd seen before. Melees, what happens when an enchantment overloads? Nothing good, kid. Either it fails catastrophically or exceeds its intended purpose. But even then, it's usually not an item that can be used a second time. If that's what happens here, neither scenario ends well for anyone around. "Shit, we need to try and get rid of some of this mana. How can I stop the flow?" Val fluttered down and flapped his wings to hover several feet above the flames on one of the lines. The small dragon opened his mouth and began to absorb the mana. For a brief moment, hope flared in Alex's chest as he saw it being consumed. Then Val recoiled with a hiss and flapped his wings around wildly, looking more like a panicked bat than an elegant dragon. "Hot, spicy mana. Hot, Val." Alex reached up as his companion regained control of his movements and returned to his shoulder. As he moved through the air, Valthurian's scales seemed to shimmer with some lingering white flame energy that made him shine. "You okay, buddy? Don't like drinking fire." Another pulse of energy rocked the clearing. Alex turned toward where Jonathan had been. Teresa stood in her defensive position, watching as Jonathan came down from his berserker's rage. He stood over the elf's mangled corpse and stumbled a bit before beginning to make his way back toward the team, looking exhausted and like he could sleep for days. Damien rushed forward and slid a burly shoulder under John's arm. "Hey," Alex shouted as he ran toward Teresa. "Do any of you have magical training? Do you have mana manipulation or the ability to draw mana into your body?" Teresa shook her head, her silver hair seeming even more white in the light of the flames. "Nothing like what you're looking for, only in the most basic sense." Greg responded in her defense. "We are fighters, not mages. It's no different than any other weapon system that's issued to us. A lot of the research and understanding isn't our job. It's to learn the skills we're given and be damn good at using them." "Great," Alex muttered as he turned back to face the ritual. Alex looked at the ritual and couldn't tell if the portal itself was expanding or if that was just the vast amounts of blue mana beginning to swirl in time with the portal. "Kid, you need to think of something fast," Melees urged. "I don't know much about rituals, but I do know a lot of magic, and this thing is getting close to being done. If you don't think you can fight off an elven army, you should probably start making space. Alex paced along one of the nearby lines and let his mind run through possibilities. Physical force didn't work. Val seemed to be able to actually drain some of the mana from it, but it was hot because of the fire. Wait, Val couldn't handle the mana because he probably tried to consume it like he does when he eats mana. But what if? Alex let his mind race as the sounds of chaos filled the area around him. The image of a water balloon appeared in his thoughts. He thought of a time when he and Jake would poke tiny holes in the sides of them with their teeth and then use them like a small water gun as a jet stream of water came out. His thoughts also drifted to what happened when the hole was too big. The entire balloon would rupture and spray water and latex into his mouth. He frantically removed his notebook from the spatial pouch at his hip. Flipping through the notes, he looked at his newest spell circle that had been designed to siphon the mana from the warding barrier. His eyes flicked back and forth across the page, and he thought about how he might tweak the design and replace the barrier rune within. "What are you thinking, brat?" Maylis asked in a dubious tone. "If I can create a small enough channel and drain just enough mana away from a key junction point." You've been making decent progress with your runes, and your innovation with spell circles could actually be impressive in some circles. Don't do something stupid now and throw away the opportunity to actually take that to its proper heights. Another pulse rocked the clearing, and Alex's jaw clenched. He turned and watched more white flames surge through the ritual lines. With the enhanced vision of mana that he had, he could see exactly how the power was building, and it reminded him of a dam about to burst. The amount of raw energy flowing through the ritual would probably be enough to kill him a dozen times over, but Alex knew that his unique skill set him apart from most mages. He ran his fingers through his hair as he finished calculating the modifications to the spell circle. His willpower was his greatest asset, and if his control over the two complex skills was any indicator, he felt he had a real chance of making this plan work. If anyone could create a controlled leak in the ritual, it should be me. Don't even think about it. That much mana would burn me from the inside out. Only if I can't control it, Alex finished. But if I'm fast enough, if I can channel it away as quickly as it comes in. The ground trembled, and he knew that there wasn't any more time to think through the situation. He scanned the area nearest the rift and crossed the distance with his movement skill, passing a bone-weary Jonathan on his way there. He closed and put his finger in the notebook to hold his position and slid to kneel at the major junction of ritual lines. He opened the book and held it in his left hand while holding his right hand, palm open, over the intersecting lines. He created the spell circle over the burning pathways and let his hand sink into the open hole at its center. "Val, I need you to move back with the others." Val chirped in protest. "Stay with you." "Not this time," Alex said while gently prying the small dragon from his shoulder. "Watch from a safe distance and I'll let you know if I need any help, okay?" As he positioned himself, the dire nature of the situation finally seemed to settle on him. Unexpected thoughts flashed through his mind, and the mental image of his friends appeared as he began to weave the modified draining spell. Olivia smiled at him, with Mark and Sarah on either side of her. Sam's excited and innocent face appeared next, poking out from behind Mark's large frame. Others popped into his thoughts briefly. Edwin and Gabby, John and Ian, and most surprising, the mental image of Jake. His brother's recent attempt to mend their relationship after years of tension and competition had been a welcome surprise. Despite everything, he appreciated that awkward apology more than he realized. More, Jonathan's voice cut through his thoughts clearly, as if the surrounding chaos wasn't there. "What the hell are you doing?" Alex didn't look up and flexed his hand within the spell circle while readying his mana. "The only thing I can think to do. The ritual will finish in a minute or two." "Stand down," Jonathan ordered. "We pull back and prepare for whatever comes out of the rift and use our home field advantage in modern weapons to hit them hard before they have a chance to dig in." Alex shook his head. "You don't even know what you're doing. Greg says that much mana is going to kill you." Alex felt a bitter laugh escape him. "It might. But if an army of elves almost double the level of the most powerful people on Earth comes pouring through a broken rift right now, there's absolutely no way that we can fight back how we are." Without waiting for a response, Alex pressed his hand further down over the flames and felt the heat begin to burn. But as soon as he pulsed mana and the spell circle began to greedily drink in the nearby mana, the flames went with it. The circle's lines glowed blue, then white as his energy activated the pattern, and it flashed into normal physical existence. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Alex activated Mana Siphon to try to pull more of the foreign mana through his body, and he knew he would need to prepare a spell to dump as much of it out as possible. Then, the world exploded in agony. Mana flooded into Alex's body like a tidal wave crashing through the ritual. Mana channels within his body that were designed to carry normal amounts of magical energy suddenly burned white hot. The pain was worse than anything he'd ever known, and he felt like his nerves were being seared from the inside out. His back arched involuntarily as the mana crashed through him. It felt like molten metal poured into veins of glass as they were stretched beyond capacity. He clenched his jaw down so fast and tight that he could taste blood. Alex wasn't sure if he bit his tongue or his cheek as he fought to maintain consciousness. Melis's voice cut through the haze. "Dump it. Now, kid, you can't hold it in." A desperate kind of clarity settled on him, one that he'd only seen come from moments where his life was on the line. Drawing on his willpower, Alex forced his trembling free hand into motion. He kept his right hand in the spell circle while dropping the leather notebook and thrusting his left hand over his head. Allowing as many mana threads as possible to spin into existence, he traced a complex pattern in the air as he clenched his eyes shut through the pain. It all threatened to overwhelm him, but he pushed through it all. "Congratulations, Mana Siphon has leveled up. This is your bonded companion skill. You have both reached the proficiency threshold of an active skill. Would you like to advance or evolve this skill? Advance. This skill stays the same and advances to an improved version in the same tree. Evolve. This skill changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. You will lose levels in this skill if you choose this option. Advance. Evolve. Congratulations, Mana Infusion has leveled up. You have reached the tier threshold of an active skill. Would you like to advance or evolve this skill? Advance. This skill stays the same and advances to an improved version in the same tree. Evolve. This skill changes based on the different ways you may have used it or pushed the bounds of its purpose. You will lose levels in this skill if you choose this option. Advance. Evolve. The windows winked out of his vision as quickly as they had appeared, dismissed by his desire for complete focus on the task at hand. As the spell took shape above, he adjusted it on the fly. He had planned to use the largest and most powerful spell he knew to dump the mana into it, but as he realized the sheer amount of mana pouring into him from the elven ritual, he knew that the single spark rune ritual wouldn't be enough to hold it all. He widened the ritual base and added the spellcasting control nodes for additional stability. He let the threads wrap tightly, and as the base came together, it was nearly 50 feet in diameter and hung a few meters above his own head, pointing exactly where he intended. What had begun as the standard lightning ritual became his personal creation, a spell circle beyond anything he'd even toyed with. It was a colossal working with dozens of stabilizing notes and multifaceted power channels that spiraled to multiple empty catalyst nodes. He clenched his jaw tighter and, in his mind's eye, did his best to direct the many flows of thin mana strands, showing a level of control and precision that he'd only ever felt once before. His enhanced casting speed allowed him to build the spell circle in a matter of seconds that felt like minutes. Once it was built, he inserted multiple spark runes and an activation rune into the appropriate catalyst nodes. He pumped the creation full of the mana that threatened to disintegrate his body from the inside out. Without the mana siphoning from the Rift ritual, he never would have had the amount of mana required to build the spell circle, but the amount of mana that it would take to activate the spell itself was many times over Alex's entire mana pool. That was what he had been banking on, and he let his entire mana pool dump into the spell construct overhead and felt a brief moment of respite. He opened his eyes, but before he could even register what was going on around him, more mana crashed into his core through his right hand. Liquid fire felt like a punch to the gut and caused him to scream in pain, but through it all, he allowed the mana to travel through his right arm into his chest through his core, and up his left arm and into the spell's circle. Alex was unsure of how long the torture lasted or how many cycles he repeated of expending his full mana pool. But even with his obscene levels of willpower, his eyes blurred and he felt the muscles in his back beginning to relax of their own accord. Alex made the final gesture and activated the spell circle. The world went white. A column of lightning that was pure and blinding erupted from the center of the spell circle. It punched through the golden orb hanging over the camp and into the sky overhead with such force that the air seemed to tear apart, and a singular hole appeared in the thin sheet of clouds before the beam even reached it. A rippling effect of several circles spread out from the hole in the clouds as the lightning disappeared into the sky beyond. The flaming sun cracked, revealing itself to be more of a glass orb than a floating sun, and shattered outward with explosive force. The pieces of it fell several feet before dispersing and vanishing completely. It wasn't an ordinary lightning strike, but instead, a continuous torrent of the magical lightning attempting to break open the heavens. Where it branched out from the beam and bits of lightning struck the clouds, they transformed instant-libbling internally into a storm that rippled even further outward. The dimming sky flashed white as everything for miles around was illuminated. Birds dropped from the sky, overwhelmed by the discharge. The ground beneath Alex cracked from the pressure, and small fissures spread outward in a perfect circle. The air warped with heat and created a shimmering space of odd discharge where physics seemed suspended, and several of the nearby rocks floated inches off the ground. The following clap of thunder was so loud that Alex felt something pop behind his ears, and he felt like the earth around them began to shake and tilt. The storm expanded rapidly, and he opened his mouth wide to try and pop his ears while looking up and saw the storm and lightning expanding rapidly in an unnatural display across the sky. Where Alex's siphon had connected to the ritual, the burning lines began to dim. That same effect spread outward along the trail that the flames had started on, quickly extinguishing entire sections of the elven working, just as Alex cut off the siphoning spell's circle around his right hand. For one blessed moment, Alex felt relief as the pressure within him eased, and the smoldering mana channels in his body saw rest. The small golden sun that had fed the ritual had vanished completely. As darkness crept in at the edges of Alex's failing vision, the once bright golden light now seemed impossibly dull and artificial compared to the brilliant blue-white lightning that still burned into his vision. In unison, both his spell circle and the ritual lines went dark, and a heavy silence fell over the entire forest. New skill learned, Mana Conduit Tier I. Do you accept? Yes, no. Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title. You gain Title Integration Champion. Alex collapsed backward, and his body felt like it was on fire. He looked straight up into the sky and wasn't sure if he was able to turn his head in any direction, even if he wanted to. He saw smoke rising in his vision and wondered if it was from the extinguished flames of the ritual or his body. Blood trickled from his nose and ears, which felt distant compared to his spasming and sore muscles. Alex closed his eyes tightly and felt tears beginning to well in his eyes. When he blinked them open, he saw Valthurian swimming through the air over his head and circling erratically. Feelings of elation, pride, and worry all flooded through their bond. Dirt sprayed onto his face and hit his cheeks, though he didn't have the energy to flinch away as Sam skidded into the crater in the ground that he lay in. He saw the teen's mouth move, but realized that he couldn't hear anything at all, which explained why the entire world seemed so quiet. Sam's hands glowed with gentle green mana that Alex had begun to recognize as either nature-attuned or healing magic. They pressed against Alex's chest, and he felt warmth spread through his scorched mana channels. The spell dulled the pain to a more manageable level, bringing the world slowly back into focus. Sounds slowly returned in muffled waves, and he heard Sam speaking excitedly mid-sentence. Stopped it. You actually stopped it. Sam's excited voice faded in. You saved us. Everyone could see it. I was farther away and on the other side of the rise, but I could still see your spell in the air. No, I'm wait, Alex mumbled, and his thoughts felt scattered as he tried to move. I can do more. I'm not finished. He tried to sit up, but only managed to flex his abdominal muscles and groan. Easy, Sam urged him to continue lying on his back and channeled healing energy into his damaged body. You need to rest. The ritual's gone, look. Teresa and Martin began setting up a defensive perimeter, more from habit than necessity. Their movements relaxed, and much of the urgency was gone from their actions. Greg glanced at Alex several times nervously and kept flicking his eyes upward. He took a few steps toward Alex and Sam before shaking his head and moving quickly away. You don't need to do any more, Alex. Sam beamed and helped him take a small sip of water, followed by a sip of a healing potion. They were saying over the radio that the lightning was yours and you could be seen from 100 miles. Val chirped proudly and settled carefully on Alex's chest. No more spicy mana, yet something nagged at the edge of Alex's awareness. It was a feeling that something just wasn't quite right. Kid. Melis's voice floated through his mind and was uncharacteristically hesitant. With Sam's continued healing, Alex managed to push himself into an awkward sitting position. The rift hung silently in the air where it had always been and was no longer pulsing or fluctuating as it had during the ritual. It looked exactly like any other rift he'd seen. I need to check something, Alex said as he ignored the protests of his damaged body. You shouldn't be moving yet, Sam insisted. Your mana channels are still healing, and... Just help me up. The urgency and seriousness in Alex's voice silenced further arguments. See, Sam said encouragingly, it's stable and there isn't an army of elves pouring out. You were able to stop whatever they were trying to do. Alex squinted, focusing through the lingering pain and hazy mind. I just need to be sure. Despite the flash of agony that it caused, Alex activated his heavenly eye to scan the rift. At first, he saw nothing, and the window popped up as normal, showing that the system recognized it as a normal and stable rift. But as he looked closer and saw the slight change, he felt his chest tighten. No, he whispered. What's wrong? Sam asked as worry crept into his voice. Alex shook his head slowly. I failed. The ritual worked. Sam frowned, but the lines went dark and the golden sun disappeared. Because it finished, Alex realized, and the horror of the situation began to settle. It completed as planned. He looked around, and Sam also began to look around worriedly, wondering if they only had moments before elves began to pour from the rift. Sam, you need to get me over to Jonathan, right now. Alex didn't want to cause panic in the people gathered and beginning to work through the encampment. When they walked up to Jonathan, he interrupted what the man was about to say in favor of getting directly to the point. It's not over. The ritual completed successfully. The look on Jonathan's face faltered and the words on his lips died. He He straightened, and his expression shifted to concern and alert in an instant. "What do you mean?" he demanded, and took a step forward, away from Damien. Alex pointed at the seemingly benign rift. "Scan it. They weren't trying to break it open from the outside." He swallowed hard. They were upgrading it from a D rank to a C rank. Jonathan's eyes widened as he activated his own scanning ability to look at the rift. The color drained from his already tired face while he read the information. Damien must have had a similar ability, since he started muttering at the same time. "Son of an idiot, he's right." Greg stepped forward, and as he spoke, his voice rose in volume. "You said they were trying to break through. How could you get something this critical so wrong?" "Asshole," Martin said, as he flicked Greg in the ear. "Dude was there doing more than you were. Shut up." Before Alex could respond, Jonathan held up his hand. "That's enough, Greg. None of us could have predicted this. I wouldn't have even known it was possible to increase a rift's rank." Alex groaned internally. "What exactly does this mean, though?" Sam asked, looking between them. Alex leaned some more of his weight against Sam and felt his limbs tremble from the strain of his earlier magic. "It means that instead of facing D-rank elves in the 30 to 60 range, we're now going to have to face C-rank elves levels 60 to 90. He paused and let the implications sink in for those around. Jonathan spoke up again, staring at his boots. "The level range on Earth is what? 3 to 40 something. Even the elite hunter teams are barely in the high 40s. He grunted and looked at his team seriously. "How long do we have?" As if answering his question, a new blue window appeared in his vision. System announcement, Overseer ISDRAEL, the judge. Continent locked special event announcement. Congratulations, Awakened. North America has halted your world's first failure event, and your first integration champion has been recognized. During this integration, this small planet experienced 3 separate anomalies, all of which have been pulled back in line with proper integration parameters. However, due to their own cunning, Rift dwellers have managed to raise their Rift to C rank. By protocol, it too should be removed, as your world is not yet meant to face such threats. Due to both of these abnormal factors, I am presented with a unique opportunity, one where I may keep things balanced and still create an opportunity for increased acceleration within new controlled parameters. Thus, under the primary directive, I'm ruling that the limitations and restrictions placed on this particular integration are being lifted. This is not a decision that I make lightly, and it will not be undone. Several Awakened have already exceeded standard growth thresholds around your world, and this rift will serve as a trial for you all. For the sake of further balancing progression against those few who continue to grow too quickly, I will increase the rate at which rifts spawn. Band together or grow alone, drawing the resources from those around you. Alas, growth is born through struggle, and you shall have it. This C-rank rift will remain, and I shall begin another continent-locked event on a continent that has had similar abnormal growth. Welcome to your first continent-locked event. It will stabilize and become accessible in 365 days. This is your trial. You have 1 year to prepare. Awaken. Level, adapt, survive. This is not mercy or cruel fate. This is an opportunity. Progression through adversity. Awakened. Processing. Diverting resources. Adjusting system parameters. Warning, removing system calculated growth curve restrictions due to Overseer override. A deafening silence fell over the group as everyone processed the system announcement. Alex felt every eye turned toward him, and the weight of their stares pressed against his already exhausted body. Integration champion. Greg stuttered to break the silence as he stared directly at Alex with wide eyes. "That's you, isn't it?" Before Alex could answer, people around them began talking and yelling. Some were about Alex, clearly having seen his massive magical display, and others were just about the system announcement in general. Jonathan touched the communication device in his ear, and his expression grew grim. "It's not just us," Jonathan said. "Every Awakened in North America just got the message. Director Matthews is on his way, and we're getting more information." Sam tightened his grip on Alex's shoulder. "What does integration champion mean?" "I don't know, I just got it," when Alex was cut off as chaos erupted around them. The talking and yelling increased in volume, and people began using communication devices and skills, some using movement skills to make their way back to the forward operating area that they'd come from. Jonathan looked at him seriously. "We need to get you somewhere safe. This changes everything." "I don't need to go somewhere safe. What are you talking about?" "Sam, help me walk over there and grab my notebook." Alex pointed to a space about 10 meters away from their group, where he dropped his notebook during the cast spell. He scoped it up and scanned the surrounding area's drastic change as a result of the spell. The miniature crater where they stood was surrounded by several scorch marks from where lightning had sought a place to ground itself, even as it was projected like a cannon several meters overhead. Surprisingly, Mayles was the one to speak up. "The system just made you a target and an asset simultaneously. Being made an integration champion is rare enough, but a continent-locked event this early, Every powerful player on this continent now knows that there's someone marked as singularly special to the planet that apparently already has abnormal growth in several areas. To make things worse, every person who witnessed this event now knows that it's you. You may not want the attention, but you've got it now. A man in uniform approached their small group and had several other armed soldiers with them. Alex noticed they carried standard firearms, and their uniforms didn't show any signs of recent combat. "Mr. Moore, I'm Colonel Hayes. Director Matthews is inbound and requested your immediate presence at the command center. He needs medical attention first," Sam said, still helping Alex stand upright. His mana channels are damaged, and even just from the initial flush of healing, he's not even close to recovered or ready to use more magic. Hayes nodded. "We'll have our medical team." "I'm treating him," Sam said. The colonel's eyebrows rose, and he looked at everyone else around him. When no one else seemed to have an issue with Sam treating Alex, he agreed. 20 minutes, then we need him at command." The entire continent just went on high alert, and mass panic is almost bound to set in. As Hayes walked away, Alex slumped further against Sam. "Moore, look at the rift again," Jonathan said. Activating his heavenly eye caused his head to throb in pain. The timer was already ticking on the rift, and he didn't realize it was possible for his body to suddenly feel more exhausted than it had moments before. "Let's get him to the med tent," Teresa said as she stepped up next to Sam. "Form up, let's move." Jonathan rounded up the team and formed a tight perimeter around Alex as they made their way toward the medical tent. "We've got 1 year to prepare for something that should be impossible to survive." Greg whispered to Alex's left, using his skill to communicate as they moved. "The director is 10 minutes out. The comms are going crazy. Every hunter team in the country is being recalled or redirected." Alex felt Val shift in the cloak form, and selfishly he wanted his companion to stay wrapped close around him in the current situation. 1 year, Sam whispered as they entered the medical tent. "Can we even get strong enough in that time?" Alex grunted in pain as he was guided back onto a cot. He shifted to the middle and said, "We don't really have a choice." Teresa helped Alex get adjusted with Sam. "You guys going to be okay here for a second? I'm going to check on John." "We should be good here," he answered, already looking at Alex's wounds and casting spells. "Just let us know if you guys get moving, will you?" Alex asked. Teresa nodded. "I'll be back in a few minutes," she said as she turned and left the tent to meet up with her team, leaving Alex and Sam alone. The tent was quiet as Sam examined Alex's mana channels. Outside the tent, the camp transformed into a hive of activity. Through the flap of the tent, Alex could see people moving in every direction and hear helicopters approaching in the distance. Alex took a bit of the downtime to examine his new title. "Congratulations, Awakened. You have gained a title." You gain Title Integration Champion. Title Integration Champion. The bearer of this title has faced extinction alongside their planet and chose to fight. When your world teetered on the edge of a failure event, your actions tipped the scales towards survival. The system marks you as one of the few who truly earned their world's right to ascend. This title is only awarded to those exceptional few whose actions definitively changed the outcome of their world's integration. The system recognizes such champions across the wider worlds, marking them as shapers of destiny. Unclaimed Bound Growth Item Token. Unclaimed Token. Alex focused his intent on the title, and motes of light began to form in the air over his chest. He reached out and grabbed the small, floating crystal disc. "Whoa," Sam said, taking a small step back. "Sam," Teresa's voice could be heard from outside the tent. Alex quickly stowed the token in his spatial ring before she walked into the tent. "We're going to start helping with the evac. Are you okay?" Sam looked from Teresa to Alex and back again. "Yep, I'm fine." "Don't just pocket it like some trinket from the fair," Maylee snapped in Alex's mind. "That's an integration champion token. Use it. Actually, better yet, don't use it. Knowing you, you'd find some way to use the item it gives you to blow up your planet. And I'm pretty sure the god in charge of your planet just said she'd let you do it, just leave it in the ring." "Okay, well, we're going to help get everyone moving. The director's bird is going to take a bit longer to get here. Try not to keep the colonel waiting, all right, but just let us know if you guys need anything." Sam and Alex both nodded in unison. She gave them one more questioning look before hurrying back out of the tent. "Maylees, that's really not helpful. I'm serious. You need to look at it and begin thinking about how to wear or use it." Alex wanted to look at the new item, and the rest of his gains for that matter, but thinking about getting a new item, attempting to scan it, and thinking about stats and skills at the moment felt nothing but tiring. He ignored the spirit for the moment. "How bad is it, Sam?" "Oh, it's pretty bad," he gave Alex an apologetic smile. "I can keep healing them, but it doesn't seem like it's doing much. If you let me work on it and try to adjust my healing touch, we can probably make some progress, but it's going to be slow. What about in the meantime?" A creeping sense of dread filled him as he thought of finally obtaining his spell circle magic in epic class, only to be limited from casting by the pain of moving his mana. "I really suggest you don't use your magic. It's going to hurt like hell to cast spells or use most skills since the system uses your mana." I think your mana regeneration might also be a bit slower too. I'm not sure, but like most things with the body, it can't be good to push through an injury like this. We need to let it heal, Sam said. Alex groaned loudly and let his head fall back on the canvas material of the cot. Damn, I'll help you heal as much as I can. Also, you need to check the advanced ritual that Yura gave you. Some body-tempering rituals in there increase the strength of mana channels. It could be that something like that. Sam, Alex said with as much energy as he could muster. You're freaking brilliant. I hadn't even thought of those. We're both past D rank now and should be able to use them. I could kiss you. Sam laughed and shook his head. I actually saw one in there for me that I want to use. It can open someone's body up to receive an affinity. Really? Alex asked. I don't remember seeing one in there like that. Sam grunted in response as he used another healing skill on Alex's chest. That's because the manual talks about opening up your mind and body to a specific Tao. But after spending so much time there, I know that it's really similar. All right, that sounds great. Are you going to go for a nature affinity? Sam nodded and continued to work. They chatted about small things and Alex breathed a sigh of relief as he lay on the cot, happy that everything was coming to an end for now and that he was safe and soon to return to his friends. About 30 minutes later, Alex approached the command tent, making sure to walk slowly and limp every few steps. He was guided inside and asked to sit across from Colonel Hayes and a Major Bennett. It was a deliberate gesture, but he did his best to relax his posture despite the guards at each exit. Alex nodded and noted the phrasing. All right, what can I do for you gentlemen? Your abilities represent a critical national security asset, Hayes expanded on his earlier statement. The display of power we witnessed today was visible for miles. Something of that magnitude requires proper oversight and development. This becomes even more critical if you have been deemed some sort of planet-wide champion. Major Bennett leaned forward, and his expression seemed more enthusiastic and friendly than the colonel's rigid demeanor. The research potential alone is extraordinary. We've never seen anything close to what you did with that lightning. I appreciate the interest, Alex replied, but I'll need to consult with my team before making any decisions, and after some recent experiences, I will likely want to remain unaffiliated. This isn't a request, Mr. Moore. The situation with the rift has escalated beyond individual preferences. The likelihood that the U.S. government will need to declare martial law in all safe zones is almost guaranteed after that announcement. We need your knowledge and abilities, and it's going to be best for everyone to have you under proper supervision and monitoring. That sounds quite controlling and definitely not like it's what's best for me, Alex corrected. Structure isn't always controlling, Hayes countered. The Hunters Association can provide resources, and we can provide protection and a framework for your abilities that benefits everyone. You get a safe place to study, train, and develop your magic further. You're saying you're separate from the Ha. I thought you said Director Matthews would be here. I'd prefer to have this conversation with him present. He will be here. He's been delayed, Hayes responded, but he's fully briefed on this situation and supports our approach. That confirmed Alex's suspicions. He rose slowly to his feet. I think we're done here. I thought that the government and the Hunters Association were working together since the Ha is supposed to be the newly established governing body for Awakened. I'm willing to collaborate as an independent consultant, but not as a government asset and definitely not as something controlled under supervision and monitoring. Alex used his fingers to make air quotes. Hayes nodded to the guards, who moved to block the exits. I'm afraid we must insist on your cooperation at this time. As of the event announcement, it has become a matter of national security, and it's best if we move this discussion to somewhere more safe. We know from the doctor that you're unable to cast spells at the moment. Please don't strain yourself, Mr. Moore. We can work everything out without the need for violence. Remove his pouch and ring, sir, one of the guards asked as he stepped forward. Remove them. They are spatial items and he likely has weapons in them. We need to ensure that everyone is kept safe through this process. Alex smiled slightly. If this is how you treat potential allies, I'd hate to see how you treat your enemies. And just for some clarity, it's not that I can't cast my magic, it's just that I probably shouldn't. With those words, Alex shimmered and dissolved into blue mana particles. The tent erupted into confusion and Hayes shot to his feet while barking orders at the guards. He sent them to search the perimeter while Bennett stared at the empty chair with his mouth slightly open. It was a fake, but it looked so real. The tent flap opened, and the real Alex walked in, though this time he wasn't alone. Director Matthews himself followed behind him, and he wore a thunderous expression. Sam trailed after them with Valthurian riding on his shoulders. The blonde-haired healer looked as pleased as a Cheshire cat. Alex gave him a wink while extending a mana thread to send a quick communication, wincing as he did so, while the director began to lay into the two military officers. That is so awesome. I really can't wait to explore that skill combination some more. Stop using your mana. Sam's voice came through the link clearly. Colonel Hayes. Major Bennett, Matthews said in a low voice that spoke of danger. Would either of you care to explain why you're attempting to detain a civilian consultant without authorization? Sir, we were acting on the assessment that Moore's abilities represent a significant. I'm well aware of Mr. Moore's abilities and what you just told him. The director cut her off. What I'm unaware of is when either of you was authorized to conduct this interrogation or to claim to speak on my behalf. Bennett paled. Sir, we thought. No, you clearly weren't thinking, Major, Matthews said before turning to Alex. My apologies, Mr. Moore. This is not how the Hunters Association conducts itself, and these two will both be met with severe punishments through their corresponding chains of command. He turned back to them both and raised his voice for the first time. If it were up to me, I'd have them stripped right here. But there are proper chains of command for this, and the corruption of such processes will not start with me. He barked out a few orders, and new guards came into cuff and walked both officers out of the command tent. Alex nodded while attempting to keep a deliberate, casual ease despite the tension he felt. After potentially just being thrown in a dark hole somewhere, he was feeling a bit squirrely. This does highlight my concerns about working too closely with organizations I don't know. I think this is the exact sort of thing I'm trying to get away from. The tent flap opened again, and Teresa entered with Jonathan, who spoke to the director in a hushed voice. The room itself fell silent, allowing Alex to hear their conversation. We've completed the sweep of the Elven encampment. Moore's notes weren't found anywhere in the area, and almost no items of note were left behind. The director looked at Alex and shook his head. He had to restrain himself from wincing. You're certain? The implications settled over them all, and Alex rubbed his forehead and let out a sigh. He exchanged glances with the director, who also understood what that meant. They took your work specifically, Matthews said. They took it back through the rift with them. Alex nodded, which means they'll have 8 years to study it in the rift before the system unlocks it. Hayes and Bennett remained silent, and the sober reality of the situation replaced their earlier aggressive stances. Matthews turned to face them all. This changes our approach. Mr. Moore's knowledge isn't just valuable, it's now critical to our defense strategy. If the elves are studying his magical techniques, then we need to understand them better than the enemy does. I agree, Alex said, but that doesn't change my position on my team's independence. Matthews studied him thoughtfully. What do you propose? Give me your best case scenario, and I'll see how close to that we can get with my bosses. Bosses? Everyone's got a boss, son. Alex nodded. A collaborative relationship. I maintain my independence and authority over my team and our property, but I share knowledge and work with your researchers. I already want to share the knowledge of my research and see if it can help others. If anything, I think we might have a leg up on these elves. They might have my research, but they didn't get it when it was completed. And what about the larger threat, the C-rank rift? Alex scanned everyone in the tent. This isn't about government agencies or private organizations anymore. It really shouldn't have been from the start, but it's just become completely about survival. We need to prepare all of the awakened that we can, not just the top of the Hunters Association. Everyone needs to gain as much power and as many levels as possible. Things are going to be in chaos for a while. It's almost guaranteed that the safe zones will begin to riot and crime will skyrocket, Jonathan said. I'm saying we need coordinated preparation, Alex clarified. You are in a trusted position in the public's eye, and the safe zone gives you a lot of organizational potential, even if things are in chaos temporarily. Use what you already have to act as a rallying point for people, and provide incentives instead of trying to manage or govern every awakened that you can get your hands on. Matthews winced in response. A bit easier said than done, unfortunately. This situation is unlike anything that our current government and structure were built to handle. People look to us to keep them safe and provide for them, but that becomes a completely different beast when they need to be protected from a superhuman threat that could potentially fight against an entire squad of military personnel. I'm afraid that the restrictions will need to get tighter before they get more relaxed. The only hope we have of being able to police anyone is going to be to get powerful hunters in the proper positions to do so. I'd like to meet with my friends again and talk about the next steps. We can coordinate through my brother, Jake. I'd like to bring Sarah with us full-time or at least offer it to her. I know she enjoys her job with the Ha. This caused the director to pause before giving a nod. We should discuss Ms. Lee's position more in the coming days. She still has a contractual obligation to the association, but I can agree that there is a pressing need for different objectives right now, and similar to you, I know that she enjoys her friends and trusts you all. Jake Moore is welcome to act as a contact point. I've heard good things about him since he's been in D.C., though he might not want to go back to New Jersey. We'll need to discuss things further, and we'll need to figure out a structure for regular updates and progress reports along with some more notes from your magic system. I wasn't exaggerating, saying that this likely shifts our defensive plans. You'll have them, Alex agreed. I'm happy to share what I can about the magic, but I'm really not sure it's going to be able to be recreated by anyone else at the moment. As they talked about the last few points of immediate importance, Jonathan approached Alex. Great work with the ritual. I know you weren't able to stop it, but I saw what you were trying to do and how much you put into it. He held out his hand to shake. Alex took it. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. Jonathan shook his head and looked as if he were about to say something, but opted for a serious shake of his head and a grunt. Thunder still rumbled outside the tent from the residual storm Alex had created. Government helicopters could be heard in the distance, and as they stepped out of the tent, it smelled like it would start raining soon. As they waited for transport, Maylee spoke in Alex's mind. It was odd to hear his voice devoid of the normal sarcasm. The strongest position is rarely the loudest, kid. Build your power quietly while they watch what you choose to show them. The best piece of advice I can give you, now that you're a planetary title holder and an integration champion, is to gather good people around you. You will need them soon. Alex looked at the deflated encampment and the top of the rift that he could see in the distance. He knew that even though it looked the same as the dozens he'd already entered, it held a potentially greater threat than they could handle. He thought of his team high's friends and the others waiting at home, unaware of how drastically their timeline for advancement had just become. There wouldn't be the ability to take things slow and establish a well-rounded foundation, as Yura had taught him about. If they didn't adapt here, they would die. They had a year to prepare for war, and it would begin today. The helicopter touched down on the landing pad with a gentle thud, pulling Alex from his thoughts. He followed Jonathan out of the chopper, guiding Sam while ducking his head. Wind whipped his hair in all directions, though his blue cloak remained unnaturally still on his shoulders. Several hunters he recognized from the mission trailed behind or joined their group with urgent news for the director. The short ride through the safe zone to headquarters passed in silence, with everyone too exhausted for conversation. Alex's muscles ached on a level he never would have thought possible, and he imagined it went deeper than just the physical tissues. His mana channels had been stressed and burned beyond anything he could have imagined, and Maylee's constantly clucked at him through their link while fretting over the state of his magic. It was an odd sensation to feel like he had a sunburn throughout his entire body while not actually being on his skin. He glanced at Sam, whose eyes drooped despite his best efforts to appear alert. He'd proven capable and confident once again, and not for the first time. Alex realized he needed to stop thinking about Sam like a teenager. Not only was he not the same scared kid that he'd found in shock within the rift, but he was more capable than most adults Alex knew, let alone 18-year-olds. A short while later, the New Jersey Hunters Association building came into view. No fanfare greeted their arrival, though he did note a large number of people on their phones or tapping away on tablets. They entered the building where Mark and Sarah waited. Mark stood as they entered, and Sarah rubbed at her eyes and blinked away sleep. Her blonde hair was slightly tousled on one side, hinting that she'd likely dozed off some time ago. You guys made it. Mark stepped forward and knuckle-bumped Alex. How'd it go? He could see the tension in his friend's posture and the greeting. I have a lot to fill you guys in on. Let's head home for now. Where's Olivia? Mark winced. She left a few hours ago. Said she needed some rest in an actual bed instead of these crappy chairs. He scratched his head and shifted to the other foot. She's pretty pissed about being left out of the mission. I think she understood, but it doesn't really ease the sting, you know. She mentioned something about Knox being agitated, too. Alex nodded in response, but felt some disappointment settling in his chest. Sarah joined them with a yawn. You look like hell. Her tone was teasing, but she plucked at his singed robes. All of you, she added as she scanned Sam, Jonathan, and his team congregating at the far side of the room. The robes will fix themselves, but I'm afraid that the hand wraps are pretty messed up. Let's grab our stuff and get out of here. As they gathered their few belongings, Alex looked toward the director and motioned to speak with him. Give me a second, guys. He stepped aside, and Director Matthews pulled the bulletproof vest he'd been wearing during his time on the mission sight over his head and handed it to someone before walking over to join Alex. We did get through the wards and fought, but it didn't change much in the end. We're still facing a ridiculous threat. Now we just have a bit more time. Matthews waved his hand. Didn't change much. I'm fairly certain you did so much that the system named you a champion of the planet Sun. With as much magic as you pulled from the ritual, it could have been preparing to jump up several ranks for all we know, or maybe jump up and open at the same time. Either way, it was substantial. We also got valuable information on how they fight and effective methods to combat them, even in their enraged state. Time will serve us well to prepare, and if we can utilize the time-dilating effect to our advantage as well, I see a way to come out on the other side. Alex nodded, and the director added, Are you sure we can't get you to reconsider joining us? We could use someone with your abilities and magical knowledge, not to mention the credibility that someone with that title could lend to the Hunters Association. I have a feeling that these next couple of months are going to be rough. I appreciate the offer, Director, but no, I think I'm better suited to work independently. That way I can focus on myself and my team. I understand. Matthews didn't press further. The offer remains open should you change your mind. We're gladly willing to work with you. Alex puffed some air through his nose. As long as we can have a good working relationship, then I think this is best. Good. One more thing, he said as he looked at Alex seriously. If you need anything, you ask me. I owe you one, and I take that seriously. I would be happy to attempt to get a formal reward sent over for your team if you'd like, but I don't want you to think we're attempting to buy your favor. You've said no to joining us and have agreed to an agreeable work relationship. I respect that and am perfectly happy with that answer, but you deserve something for that level of bravery and sacrifice. It's no different than a soldier being injured in a battle. You put your life on the line and came out with grave injuries on the other side. Alex shifted to his other foot and wasn't sure how to answer. It wasn't meant to be like that. It just needed to be done, and I knew the magic the best. I don't want any kind of reward. Matthews nodded seriously and stuck his hand out for Alex to shake. Anything you need, he repeated as Jonathan approached the two of them. Mind if I join? The director gestured him into their small circle. The berserker extended his hand as well. I hope we'll cross paths again soon. I could use some training against a mage like you if I'm going to take on more sun elves. Alex shook his hand firmly. I'd like that, he said, though for some reason he couldn't get the mental image out of his head of Jonathan in a raging state, beating the already defeated elf to pulp. Maybe we just set some ground rules before we do, Alex said with a smile. Both of the other men laughed knowingly. We'll be in touch in the next day or so, the director said as an assistant waved him down from a short distance away. The area was beginning to bustle as more streamed in, and the next steps were being discussed. The volume of nearby conversations slowly rose. As they walked back to rejoin the others, Alex could feel the gazes of others on him. Many were curious, and most were respectful. HA members whispered among themselves as he and Jonathan passed. Their expressions ranged from admiring to awe. As Alex passed, he overheard snippets like "Integration Champion" and "Did you see that lightning spell?" Don't mind them, Jonathan said with a smile as he continued to walk with Alex. Some are just trying to understand their place. They see your power and wonder what it takes to reach that level. I don't think I mind it, but it's going to take some getting used to. He smiled and nodded at someone as they pointed at their tablet and showed a video of his lightning spell reaching over a rise and into the sky. Their opinion doesn't change what happened or what needs to happen next. John began to peel away from him as they approached the group to follow the director. Take care of yourself more. And the kid too. He reminds me of my son. David wants to be a healer like Sam more than anything. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He dipped his head towards Sam, who stood talking excitedly with Mark and Sarah. Alex rejoined his team, feeling strangely lighter after the exchange. The admiration he received from some HA staff only reinforced what he already knew. My path isn't with a group like this. I need to make my own choices and push myself. Ready? Mark asked. More than ready, Alex replied. Let's go home. An agent guided the group out of the building and then took them to the checkpoint where Alex had left his car. The drive was quiet, with the agent only speaking to confirm directions. When they reached Alex's car, still parked in the checkpoint lot, he thanked the man and slid into his driver's seat. There was an explosion of excitement as soon as the team was all alone. Dude, I knew it was you. He did, Sarah said, laughing. As soon as it appeared in our faces, Mark was shouting that it was you doing something ridiculous. Alex couldn't help but join in the laughter. It really wasn't. Ooh no, Sam cut in. It was. I got the video from one of the other people in the medic tent. Check this out. He leaned forward so that both Mark and Sarah could see the video of his gigantic spell. They both wanted details on what had happened, and his large friend became subdued after hearing about the elven ambush and Ryland's transformation. Within minutes of settling in for the drive and conversation dying down, soft breathing and Mark's snores filled the car. Mark was slumped against the passenger window with his mouth hanging slightly open, with Val curled up in a coil on his lap. Sarah's head had fallen onto Sam's shoulder in the back seat. Alone with his thoughts and thankful for sleep resistance, Alex drove through the dark and mostly abandoned outer city toward his house. The events of the past 3 days swirled in his mind, and he knew his friends had barely slept. It was mind-boggling to think that it had only been 3 days since the Sun Elves attacked his house to steal his notes. Things had moved at an insane pace, and he was still impressed that the government was able to mobilize forces so quickly, even with the secret rare rift that they had. He'd barely even had time to celebrate his achievement, the epic rarity class, and a new title. The last one still felt strange, like it was supposed to truly mean something monumental, but it just came as a byproduct of something he'd been working toward for the last few months. It wasn't intentional. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he kept thinking through the rushed events, and his mind fell on the fight with Rylan. It felt like an image burned into his mind of the shock, disbelief, and regret on his face in those final moments of the fight. And then there were the Sun Elves. The entire issue caused a huge knot of guilt and anxiety in his stomach. While the title of Integration Champion seemed to cause starbursts in everyone's eyes when he walked past, he could understand the viewpoint of some who might blame him for the way everything had gone. He shifted in his seat and winced as his muscles protested. The thought of the elves and his involvement made him feel the need to push himself. he activated his parallel mind skill and hissed in pain. It felt like a fire burned in his core and spread out across his already sore mana channels. If he hadn't been prepared for it, he may have gripped the steering wheel so tightly as to break it or swerve the car. Once the pain passed, he took several deep breaths and decided to leave the skill running so that he wouldn't need to endure the pain repeatedly. He looked at his status screen and applied the necessary free points from his level up. He hadn't looked at all of his gains during the hectic events, so he was shocked to take in the changes since he last looked at it. Bound items, unique E-rank growth item Heavenly Eye of the Celestial Sage. Unique identification, item Manifest Planetary Title. His eyes widened as part of his consciousness did the quick math and saw how much his stats had jumped in a single level. He'd gained almost 30 points of willpower. Tallying up the other stats, he saw just how many points he was gaining from his new class. So I'm gaining 4 points of willpower from the class and 3 more from my free points. That's 21 effective points of willpower at every level. Well, I guess that'll only increase since I have the percentage titles. Damn. I'm also getting 3 points in intellect now, 2 in mana and wisdom, and a single point in constitution. He shook his head as he noticed that he'd passed the 500 willpower stat benchmark. It was a marker where he'd been hoping to see an increase in his control freak title, but either it didn't upgrade, or there wasn't a title except for multiples of 10, meaning he'd not get another one until he was at 1,000 willpower. While all the current stat gains were great, as he thought about how long it would take him to reach 1,000 in the stat, the insane amount of willpower he was soon to gain worried him. He'd seen some changes in his personality, but he knew that his body and mind were still adapting to having gained far more of the stat than he was meant to in a short window of time. He had exercises or mental drills he could do to continue getting his body acclimated, and he'd naturally be able to adjust to more, now that he recently hit D rank but with his soon-to-be explosive growth in levels out of necessity to face the elves, and his new stat gains, Alex realized that even by the time he was level 50, he'd have already doubled his willpower. By the time he was ready for his C rank advancement, he'd have passed the 1,000 stat mark in willpower. He realized, with some horror, that Hethi all needed to be past that mark in the next year if they had any hope of fighting against the Sun Elves. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the saliva that built in his mouth and made a mental note to talk with Meles about this kind of growth, and if there was any way to prepare. He felt it was a colossal waste to have such a singularly focused build, but not even be able to utilize the stat as much as he should. It was an odd trade-off where he wanted to be stronger and see the results of his growth and his trait, but was also nervous to see how the full effect of those gains would affect him. He also wanted to talk to Olivia and share some of those fears and feelings, and to hear her thoughts on the looming threat that they all faced. She must have gotten the notification, too. I wonder what her reaction was. His mind drifted further to Olivia, and he could remember her anger at being left behind. He remembered the set in her jaw and respected that fire in her. Their relationship had evolved so quickly from mutual interest and texting late at night about magical exploration into something deeper. The thought of seeing her and explaining everything crazy that had happened on the mission made him smile and look forward to the conversation despite his exhaustion. Thoughts of Olivia naturally slipped back to the guild, and he thought of the text earlier that morning on the helicopter that he'd gotten from John Riley. He made a mental note to text them back and get an update on the guild and hear more about what they planned to do. Another thing for tomorrow. He felt more tiredness settle on his forehead as they pulled into the long driveway. The mansion's lights glowed against the night, and Alex turned off the car as he pulled into the back end of the roundabout. Shaking Mark awake and letting the others know that they'd arrived, the 4 of them shuffled out of the car. Alex's muscles protested in a different way, stiff from the ride, as he stood and stretched the small of his back. Maybe I should look at some vitality items or something. Valthurian flew slowly out from Mark's open door and wrapped around Alex's shoulders as they approached the house. Val drooped slightly forward, and Alex had to catch his head as his slender body began to slide from its perch. I'm heading straight to bed, Sarah announced, already starting toward the entrance. Tell us everything in the morning. Sam nodded in agreement. Sounds good to me. The world will still be here tomorrow. I think I could sleep for days. He followed Sarah inside, dragging his feet as he went. Edwin was there at the door, waiting for them and accepting jackets and other loose gear as they passed. Alex moved to follow, but Mark placed a hand on his arm. Got a minute, he asked. I want to hear what happened. The real version. You don't want to wait until the morning. Mark shook his head. I should have been there. I'll be up all night if I don't at least know what happened. Alex nodded. Let's go up to the study. They walked through the quiet house to Alex's office and tried to be particularly quiet as he passed his own room and into the office, shutting the door softly. He had somehow forgotten that there was a giant hole in the wall, though the night air greeted them. Alex looked around and shrugged as he walked to a corner, away from where his desk normally sat, to 2 chairs that Edwin had left in the room. It was clear someone had been in the office straightening things to an extent. The carpet was still ruined, and there were some rubble pieces and burn marks around, but the pieces of his desk and bookshelves that had been littered about were cleared away, likely prepped for a construction crew. Mark settled into his chair and studied Alex. Fill me in on what happened, of course. Let's see, after we separated, Sam and I jumped onto the helicopter and flew with their team to the forward staging camp. Alex told him everything that happened. There was more detail there than anyone else since his fight against Rylan had largely been private. Mark had been impressed and curious when he heard about the combination of his two skills, and had been impressed to hear more details about the enormous lightning spell that Alex had cast to redirect the mana away from the ritual. He cursed and sat back as Alex explained how things had turned out with the rift, the military's attempt to detain him, and their current situation with the rift and the elves' position to break as the system event. I'm a bit surprised you aren't more interested in hearing the director out. He'd probably make you like the head of magic or something. Most people would kill for that kind of backing and resources, and it would probably feel more legit than the guild. Mark nodded, and even though Alex couldn't see it, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. You know, more people are going to start looking at you now unless you're willing to shut yourself away from the world. Your power and that title are going to attract people, especially since people know of you from the guild. They'll either want to follow you or challenge you. Maylis grunted in Alex's mind, and the spirit chimed in for the first time in a while. Your man is smart. That's just how it works. Alex's mind immediately went to John and Ian, who were reaching out to join him or see which way he was leaning. But about Rylan, Mark's voice softened. How are you handling that? Alex continued to stare at his hands. He thought about his answer. The honest answer, and the one that he wanted to tell Mark. I've killed before in the Celestial Rift, but this felt different. I knew him, and I looked in his eyes as he died. It wasn't really Rylan anymore, but I could see in his eyes that there was still a sliver of control under the madness. The words hung in the air for a few moments, and Mark let him process the thoughts. I should probably reach out to Alana. That's going to be a rough conversation. Even if she realized what he was doing in the end, she still loved him despite all of their issues. Yeah, Alex sighed, but it's necessary, and I was too hard on her and angry the last time we talked. Mark leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees. Well, what's next? His lip quirked up as he nodded past Alex's shoulder. Besides fixing that wall, we need to quickly consolidate what power we have and work on becoming more self-sufficient. I need to hire some more people and start working on spending the resources we have to make more money to keep things moving. Once that's set up to at least get going, we need to train probably in an epic rift. That might be the Celestial Rift, or another one if we can find them, or leverage the new connects with the Hunters Association. Either way, we have to train. And I mean train harder than we probably think is possible. Alex's voice hardened. 12 months isn't a lot of time to prepare for what's coming. By the time the rift opens, the elves will have had 8 years to prepare and will probably be on the higher side of C rank. I don't want to be left behind again. Mark's tone was somber, and he held Alex's gaze. Next time something happens, I'm going to be there, not sitting in a waiting room wondering if my friends are coming back. I get why I couldn't go this time, but he shook his head. You won't be. None of us can afford to stay where we are. They both nodded and stared out of the gaping hole in the wall. Olivia was pretty pissed, Mark added. Not just about being left behind, but worried about Knox too. Something about the bond feeling strained. Alex nodded. I'll talk to her tonight. She's stubborn and just wants to help. I know her past with Emily drives a lot of that desire to fix things and just be stronger. He tried not to think about how that conversation might go, but wanted to talk with her. They spoke for a few more minutes before Mark stood, stretched, and gave Alex a serious smile. I need sleep, and so do you. He stuck out his fist, and when they made contact, Mark tipped his head again and left the office. Alone, Alex turned in his chair to look out into the night. The hole seemed to represent all the changes in his life and status in the last 3 days, and he thought briefly about where he'd been before that. How slow they'd been taking things and how safe he'd been. He wanted to begin laying out his next steps and go through his many system windows, but knew that he'd be better served to get some rest and do it tomorrow with a fresh mind. Maylis, I'm going to need to keep going down the training path forwards. Mind giving me a long lesson tonight? Sure, kid. Sighing, Alex stood and left his second consciousness focused on a lesson with Maylis as he moved toward his bedroom and his waiting girlfriend. The door to Alex's bedroom swung open. It was dark, and he felt his feet drag as he moved quietly to the bed, longing to let his tired mind and body rest. The carpet quieted the drag of his boots, and he caught the door before it closed too loudly. He squinted into the room, looking to catch sight of Olivia and her mana signature, but couldn't see anything in the quiet space. Liv, he said. No answer came, and Alex took a step to his right to flick on the lights of the room. The bed remained perfectly made, with its corners tucked in. The last several days' worth of exhaustion clung to his bones, and he stood motionless for several long moments, confused. There was no other sound in the room, no shower running or lights on. His body begged for rest, but something about Olivia's absence set his nerves on edge. Val, can you sense her or Nox? Valthurian zipped around the room and dipped low to even look under the bed, where Olivia had previously hidden from the worm during a game. No, where is Oli? Alex checked the bathroom and found it empty. The walk-in closet was also empty, and he saw several of her normally neatly folded pile of clothes gone. Her bomber jacket was also gone, and his heart sank at the thought of her going somewhere. Did she go to stay with Jasper and Liam? Why wouldn't she say anything? Alex backtracked through the hallway and down the stairs to look for Edwin. He found the older man still awake and sitting at the desk in his room. Have you seen Olivia? Did she say if she was going to see Liam? Miss Santoro. Edwin removed his thin reading glasses. She returned a few hours ago and informed me that she was going to get some rest. I've not seen her since. You're sure? Alex pressed. Quite certain, sir. I've been reviewing the accounts since the evening meal. The door hasn't opened and she hasn't needed anything from me since she went up the stairs. His look shifted to one of concern and he clasped his hands together. Is something the matter? Probably nothing, Alex said. I'll check upstairs again. He took the stairs with a few stat-enhanced steps as worry rose in his chest. After everything that had happened with the elves, he feared something might have happened to her as well. When he returned to the bedroom, Val was still searching high and low, as if playing hide and seek with her. Alex walked to his side of the bed, where his eyes fell on a folded piece of paper propped against the black and white photo of them in front of a rift one Olivia had gifted him weeks ago. Grabbing it quickly, he unfolded the paper to read Olivia's scribbled handwriting. Alex, by the time you read this, I'll already be inside the celestial rift. Don't worry, I'm going to find some answers, not fight my way through levels. Something is happening with Nox and me that I can't keep ignoring. Getting asked to sit from the mission was understandable, and as much as I hate to agree with the brute, Jonathan was right. I'm not stable right now, and the bond is becoming more and more of an issue. Honestly, it's getting dangerous for both of us. I'll be back in a few days or a week at most. With the time dilation in the rift, that should give me plenty of time to find some answers about the night. If you're still handling the mission with the Ha, then I might even be able to make it back before you guys are home. I know this might seem reckless, but trust me when I say I've thought this through. Nox is a part of me, and our bond goes deeper than this skill. I have no idea if the affinity makes it go deeper, or if it's because he's saved my life, but I need to understand what's happening to him and try to stop it before I lose him completely or before he hurts someone I care about. I need to know more about the night and what sort of magic those sun elves used. I'll be back before you know it. Olivia. Alex read the letter twice and then folded it slowly and carefully to put it in his pocket. Valthurian floated up beside him and tilted his head at the emotions that the small beast could undoubtedly feel floating through their bond. He kept looking down at where the note had been in his hands. Past them, he saw the photograph and picked it up. He spent a few shocked and completely exhausted moments looking at the photograph and wondering how to best approach the situation. Alex placed the photograph back on the nightstand and felt his tired body reacting slower than his racing mind. His heart began to beat faster, and the realization of where she'd gone caused his blood to stir. Oli gone? Val asked, his voice sounding small. Yeah, buddy, but we'll go find her. Don't worry. Alex pulled out his phone to check for any messages he may have missed. There was a missed call from Alana, but nothing from Olivia. He sank to the edge of the bed and gave himself a few moments to feel everything. Memories flooded back, and he saw Olivia wincing over the last few weeks, tired and constantly exhausted, even when doing something as easy as walking through the woods. The stress and pale complexion he'd seen on her face while in the time-hold rift that the hunters had in the day before the mission. Things had taken a turn after the confrontation with the Sun Elves, and he hadn't realized it was that bad. While her control had been slipping, Alex didn't know it was much worse than it had been all along. Her own signs hadn't changed, and from what Olivia told him, the bond had actually been draining less from her toward the end. I thought that was a good sign. Closed his eyes, thinking about her entering the celestial rift. More pressure began to mount behind his eyes, and his breath quickened. No, he whispered to himself. He used his will to squash the illogical thoughts and rising panic. The emotions and feelings wouldn't do him any good in this situation, and he thought about what should happen next. Since parallel mind was already active, Alex thought for a moment and let one part of his mind feel the emotions and embrace the feelings that were flooding in. However, it was that same part of his consciousness that he pushed to the back of his mind, leaving his main focus on a rational and completely detached point of view. He straightened his shoulders and felt his mind clear. While he was still tired, the edges of his vision weren't coming in, and he thought through the situation rapidly. Olivia had already been in the celestial rift before, multiple times, from what they'd talked about. Her entering now wouldn't be any different. There were also allies within the rift that she could rely on for this information, perhaps getting the information she needed without even putting herself at risk. She was also smart and had a better battle instinct than he had. There was no doubt she realized how injured she was and what her current state might mean in a situation like the rift, where she'd be without a team against monsters stronger than she was. It wouldn't make sense to needlessly throw herself into that danger without a plan. Celestial Rift has 8x time dilation. Every day and every hour that passes here means that 8 more are passing there. He looked at the clock by his bed and saw that it was 1:37 a.m. Reaching into the top drawer, he removed the pocket watch she'd given him on Christmas and tucked it into his pocket. If he assumed that she left 2 to 3 hours earlier, it would mean she was already in the rift for 2 hours at the most. He thought through his options and what he could realistically do. You need rest, kid. It doesn't matter what skills you have. Your body, your mind, and your magical network are shot. Maylis chimed in, and Alex remembered that he still wasn't alone. Isn't it time for you to go back to sleep, old man? There was a snort of amusement. If the other half of your mind wasn't busy having an emotional meltdown, I'd be busy giving you a lesson. In the meantime, I'll stay quiet. Curious, Alex allowed the thoughts of both of his consciousnesses to join for a moment, and was surprised at the overwhelming wave of sadness he felt crash into him. There were other feelings mixed in, but he quickly shut off the connection and focused on his primary mind. Well, that seems like an overreaction. Glad for the ability to separate his mind so clearly, he felt it might be best to let himself get those feelings out and process them. In the meantime, he could focus on action and what steps he could take. His first instinct was to wake everyone immediately. They could grab gear and be at the rift site in a matter of hours, but he knew they would be unprepared and rushed. The team needed rest as much or worse than he did, and he had plans he could make while they did so. At the moment, they weren't ready to even accompany him there. Mark and Sarah were still too underleveled to jump into a D-rank rift, and he wasn't sure how Sam would even react to the thought of returning to the Celestial Rift after everything he went through. Even his recent thoughts on how he'd handled their progression and growth clashed with these thoughts of keeping his friends safe. Do we still have that luxury? Would they want to be left behind again? Alex most certainly knew the answer. He realized the situation might actually offer the ability to achieve 2 goals in a single action. If Mark and Sarah were willing, it could be a chance for them to get a similar early boost to levels as he had. With his help, he could aid their rapid ascent through E-rank, and if they were willing to spend additional time within, fighting against the Shadow Serpent sect, then they could work their way through D-rank together, fighting against enemies that were appropriately leveled to prepare for the coming elves. They'd be fighting things higher level than they were, but if they did it right, they could come out of the rift easily in the level 40-50 range, with only a few weeks having passed on Earth. From there, they could move to other challenging tasks to test their teamwork and problem-solving while gaining more levels to C rank. He stood and began pacing, realizing that the plan had some merit. Despite his desire to go after her immediately, he realized that there were several things that needed to be done at the house before he disappeared for an extended period of time. Mana. Val interrupted his thoughts and nudged his shoulder with his small head. In his mouth was a mana crystal that he offered to Alex. He started to siphon a portion of the stone's mana, only to feel it burn against his channels. Grunting in pain, Alex slipped the stone into his pocket, knowing that Val had brought it to him from his personal stash, and he was attempting to make Alex feel better. He needs to get stronger, too. Alex walked to his office and looked around for his laptop, though he couldn't find it and wasn't sure where he'd sit anyway, with his desk being destroyed and removed. Grumbling, he walked back downstairs and found Edwin already waiting for him in the kitchen with his laptop in hand. Master Moore. Edwin gave him a searching look, but didn't say anything before turning and beginning to brew a fresh pot. Alex sat at the counter and opened the computer while pulling up a page to begin jotting down notes and organizing his thoughts. He wasn't sure how many days he'd need to take to organize everything before leaving, but it would need to be fast. The first things to pop to his mind were acquiring skills or training schedules for Mark, Sarah, and Sam. He wrote it down in the note and, as a last-minute thought, added Val to the list. We need to start thinking of his progression as a separate member of the team. He thought about progressing plans with recruitment and land acquisition of the nearby properties. He continued typing, adding specific details under each day's plans. His list grew more specific, and he started adding contacts to prioritize, equipment and materials, and brainstorming training routines. Hours passed as he worked on organizing his thoughts. With a half-empty coffee mug at his elbow, Alex rubbed his eyes and looked around the kitchen while taking a moment to stretch. The house felt quiet, and the only real sound he'd heard was the tapping of keys on his keyboard. Needing a bit of a change, he opened the music streaming service on his laptop and played one of his favorite playlists. AJR began playing over the speakers, and he felt like it had been too long since he took time to listen to music. He took a bit of a break from planning to walk around the kitchen counter and move his body while looking at all of his gains from the recent mission. First, he looked at the offered skill merge for his new combination of Parallel Mind and Mirage. Congratulations, you have successfully created a skill merge. Would you like to merge these 2 skills now? Yes, no. Merging 2 skills will return the new skill to Novice Level 1. Alex thought through the offer and looked at both skills. Mayleys, what do you know about skill merges? I haven't really seen much on it before. Is it dumb that I don't want to merge my skills? They're at level 12 and 15, so they're getting close to advancing on their own, and I do like to use them separately. Like right now, for example, skill merges are a bit more on the rare side. It's also not usually a function of the system that's used until you're in B or a rank, or unless you've completely plateaued. You're right to think about the skills advancing on their own. Most people use a merge to combine two skills that have reached expert or master proficiency, as they will merge with all of those effects or benefits. I see. That makes sense. Take this combination you have created. If you merge them now, you might get a clone skill. Not completely unheard of, but definitely rare and useful. However, if you wait, you could evolve Mirage to become clone, or you could advance Parallel Mind to have more split consciousnesses, which would lead to more clones. Mayleys grunted in acknowledgement. Exactly, or better clones. Or you could steer it away from clones completely if that's not what you want. I don't see a benefit to you using it now. It'll offer a merge each time you advance or evolve the skills now that you've found the combination. Alex felt excited at the prospect of diving into the combination of limitations and utility. For the moment, he decided to decline the offered skill merge. He moved on to the offered advance or evolve options for Mana Infusion and Mana Siphon. I use both of these way too much. So does Val. I don't really want anything about either of them to change, just to improve. He chose the advance option on both skills and looked at the results, analyzing skill usage. Skill advanced, Mana Infusion Journeyman level 1. Mana Infusion grants the ability to infuse mana into objects that are mana receptive. Mana that you infuse now holds to the object for longer and with better efficiency. Analyzing Bonded Companion's skill usage. Analyzing skill usage. Skill advanced, Mana Siphon Journeyman level 1. Mana Siphon draws mana from the surroundings or opponents, replenishing one's own mana reserves while gradually draining the target's mana. In areas of abundant mana, the Awakened can now more easily pull mana from their surroundings. The improvement to Mana Infusion seemed minor, but the improvement to Mana Siphon seemed extremely strong. I wonder if that means I can siphon mana just from the general space around me now. Alex couldn't keep the smile from his face as he thought of his baby dragon in a yoga pose, siphoning mana from the space around him, never complaining about wanting or needing mana again. Mana, Val mumbled through their bond, stirring from his sleep upstairs for a brief moment before feelings of contentment and safety came through, and Alex knew he'd fallen back asleep. He'd gained a level from fighting the elves and Rylan, along with a few levels in his skills. It hadn't been until after the major spell he'd cast that he'd also been given a new passive skill. Mana Conduit Tier I Your body becomes a natural channel for mana, increasing your capacity and control over magical energy. The passive was impressive and would no doubt help him down the road. A pessimistic side of his mind wished that it would help him with his currently injured channels. Regardless, the effect of the passive skill made sense based on what he'd done with the Elven ritual. The last thing for him to look at was the bound item token that he'd gotten from his new title. Pulling the token from his ring, Alex looked at it for a long moment before breaking it in his hand. It felt like some sort of acceptance of who he'd become and who the system was pushing him to be with such a title. Motes of light coalesced before him, and he watched as the item materialized and hung in the air in front of him. He raised a single eyebrow as it formed, and he slowly reached out to pluck the headpiece from where it hung suspended in the air. A hat, Master Moore, Edwin said as he entered and looked at him questioningly. Alex looked from the item to Edwin and back down again. Freak me, he groaned loudly and held up the item to Edwin. Will you help me scan this, Edwin? There's almost no chance I'm going to wear this thing. The man's white mustache twitched, and he stepped forward and scanned the hat in Alex's hand. He shared the system readout with Alex. D-rank growth item, the Magician's Cap. Rarity's unique type, armor item. This arcane headpiece serves as a conduit for magical power, protecting and enhancing the wearer's mental faculties. The cap shields the wearer's intellect from all forms of reduction or impairment, maintaining full cognitive abilities regardless of the situation. The cap attunes the wearer to the arcane, resonating with knowledge across all schools of magic. This attunement facilitates heightened learning and a deeper understanding of magical concepts, providing subtle enhancements to the wearer's magical study and practice. Ah, freak me. The stream of curses that began to spill from Alex's mouth upon reading the hat was certainly excessive. Despite the brief meltdown, Edwin waited patiently for him to finish before dismissing the window and speaking up. Will that be all, Master Moore? You're not funny, Edwin, Alex groaned as he rolled his eyes. You get that I'm going to have to wear this damn hat, don't you? The benefits are too damn good not to. I mean, he narrowed his eyes and pulled the hat down onto his head, It fit perfectly, which only seemed to irritate Alex further. Instantly, he felt a difference in his mind. The space around him seemed clearer and his memory felt sharper. Out of curiosity, he opened his status to look at his mental stats. He began cursing again. Yep. Well, get used to it, Edwin. It's not going anywhere. Sir, Alex grumbled and could tell that he was enjoying the show and couldn't help but give a slight smile to acknowledge the absurdity of the hat. It basically lets me keep my full intellect stat, even when splitting my mind with my skill. That does indeed sound useful, sir. Couldn't it have just been a ring or something? Alex groaned again and walked a short distance from the kitchen to the dining room to look at the hat on his head. You've equipped a bound item. Would you like to bind this item to you? Yes, no. Alex mentally accepted the prompt and as his vision cleared, looked at the magician's cap that sat on his head. He adjusted it slightly by tilting it back. It still seemed to fit his head snugly despite the shift in position. It felt like it wouldn't fall off, no matter how he moved it. At first glance, it could be mistaken for some sort of farmer's hat, but it quickly became clear that it was a very stereotypical wizard's hat. It was a weathered brown tone, the kind someone might expect to see in a children's storybook or a Halloween costume. The fabric, though, as he leaned forward to look closer and run his fingers along the brim, was an extremely fine quality. It made the hat feel ancient in his hands, like it had existed for a millennium before he got it. The brim extended outward from his head and was wide enough to cast a slight shadow over his eyes without drooping to obstruct his vision. From there, the hat rose into a conical shape, but rather than stretching straight up in a comical fashion, it bent backward at its midpoint before the tip curved upward again. He stared at his reflection to see his golden left eye and the scar across his nose, now accompanied by what could only be described as the quintessential wizard's hat, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Despite his enhanced physique and confident posture, the hat seemed to transform his rugged appearance into something from a fantasy illustration. Yet, even as he contemplated removing it, he could feel the clear effect on his mind. Damn, with reluctance, he adjusted it to fit normally on his head and returned to the kitchen. Not a word, Edwin. Not a word. Never, sir. Alex looked at the clock and saw that it was 417, and his eyes felt more tired than his mind did. Edwin retrieved the coffee pot and refilled Alex's mug. He gave the old butler a guilty smile and thanked him for the refill. Sir, if I might ask, what are you planning this morning? I've got to set some things in motion to keep the house moving forward. I want us to start becoming more self-sufficient. That means getting some of those nearby properties and hiring some people to train and get working on turning a profit. Once that's set in motion, we're going to train. You'll hear about it more in the morning, but things are bad, Edwin, really bad. Edwin watched Alex impassively and listened patiently. We've only got a year to level up and get strong enough to fight the Sun Elves. Olivia left to go to the Celestial Rift, and I think we need to go back there, too. We can catch up to her and help with what she needs to do, while also getting more levels than we could probably get anywhere else. Edwin's mustache moved, and Alex saw him straighten with a rigid back. The Celestial Rift, sir. Are you certain? Yeah, I think it's the best move. With the time dilation, it'll also let us train longer and at least adapt to our increased levels. Similar to how Sam did. The butler hesitated, then set down the coffee pot. One moment, sir. There's something I remember seeing as I pulled files from the guild at your request. Edwin disappeared and returned a few minutes later with a folder. He placed it on the counter beside Alex's laptop. What's this? Information from the guild's Rift section regarding the current state of the Celestial Rift. I took the liberty of accessing and downloading the information I could on any rifts that were above common rarity. Being that this was the only epic rift, it stood out to me. Alex scanned the first page, then felt his stomach drop. This can't be right. The document detailed massive changes happening within the Celestial Rift over the last month and a half, which equated to almost a year of time in the rift. However, in the last few weeks, the Celestial sect, which had likely been the dominant sect when Alex rescued Sam, had fallen. There weren't details in the file, but instead snippets of reports on progress as the guild had made contact with Yura, but seemed to try to stay away from the sects to gain benefits from both. The Shadow Serpent sect had indeed won their war against the Celestials, killing Yura in a final battle between the two titans of the rift. Their defeat soon led to the Knight's influence spreading dramatically, leaping across the chasm and taking over the once beautiful cherry tree forest. The last report was from a week prior and reported power struggles within the Shadow Serpent sect, leading to the group fracturing into factions that followed different aspects and controlled different territories. As he finished reading, Alex closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The words on the page seemed to blur as the implications hit him. He reached up and scratched his forehead, but his hand bumped into the brim of the hat. Yura, the Celestial sect, gone. A wave of grief threatened to crash through the maintained split in his minds. Yura had been his first real mentor in the new world of magic. He reached up and touched his cheek just below his left eye. Does Miss Santoro know about this? Alex forced himself to focus. I have no idea if she did. He didn't finish the thought. If Olivia had known the true state of the rift, would she have gone? Probably, especially if she believed the night held answers about healing Nox. But that just changed his own thoughts on the timeline. I thought she would be entering the rift to find answers on the night, probably that she'd go to Yura or the sect for easy answers. But if they're not there, he shook his head at the implications. Images flashed through his mind of the cherry blossom forest and the tranquil mountains in the background of Tianluo. What about the mana spinners? The little colony of intelligent spiders had saved his life and taught him about mana control. Were they still alive in the tunnels under the chaos? He pushed the thoughts firmly into the section of his mind handling emotions. There would be time to process things fully once he reached the rift. When he had the benefit of time dilation, and every minute he spent thinking about things didn't count as 8 for Olivia in the rift. For now, action was needed. Alex closed the folder and tapped the trackpad of his laptop to wake it up. This shifted his timeline to an even shorter schedule. Hours passed, and Edwin worked silently around Alex, bringing him files and taking his own notes based on what was being planned. After all was said and done, Alex had been thinking that he could accomplish what was needed in a week, but with the news of what Olivia was walking into, he decided he needed 3 days. 3 days to get things moving around the team house and get Edwin started on the next steps. Any more time than that, and Olivia was on her own in the rift longer than he was willing to allow. The timing would be tight, as there would be a lot to orchestrate in terms of logistics, contractors, and setting up meetings. Through it all, Edwin reassured Alex and gave him every confidence that the things being outlined would be handled and the right people would be found. Valthurian dozed nearby, occasionally waking to check on Alex before tucking his head into his cold body on the counter. The sky outside the kitchen window leading into the courtyard gradually lightened from black to blue with shades of pink. Edwin paused in his work and looked out at the dawn. "Would you care for some fresh air, sir?" Alex took a breath and nodded, suddenly aware of just how stiff his body had become from sitting at the counter for hours. He stood, stretched, and followed Edwin onto the courtyard patio. The air was cool and crisp at the early morning hours and carried the wet scent of dew. He looked back at the sunrise and thought of everything that had brought him to this moment. The powerless graphic designer struggled through the daily grind, and in under a year he was a completely different person. The path from there to here hadn't been easy for him, but it led him to a spot that he liked. He wanted to continue pushing forward on that path, and whatever hardships awaited them in the rift, he had to believe that they would make it through to the other side stronger for the struggle, and that if they were lucky they'd make it out strong enough to face the impending threat that was an epic C-rank rift. The words of the overseer played through his head again. This is not mercy or cruel fate. This is an opportunity. Progression through adversity awakened. They'll be waking up soon, Edwin said. Good. Alex felt the warmth of the sun on his cheeks as it crested the trees at the edge of the property. We've got a lot to talk about. Alex sat at the kitchen counter, focused on his work in an attempt to keep his tired mind moving. The morning light shone through the glass wall behind him and shone off of the fresh ink in his leather-bound notebook. Gabby had woken some time before, and seeing that he was busy, went about her morning cooking without disturbing him, only flashing a smile as she came in. His mentor, on the other hand, had no such compunctions. That line should be more gradual. Maylies' deep, gravelly voice cut through his thoughts. I don't think this rune is going to do what you want. Alex absently adjusted the magician's cap on his head and pushed the brim back slightly. The weathered brown wizard's hat was an odd look, and even though it fit well, Alex had never been one to wear hats. I'm getting tired of ignoring you. Can't you go back to sleep yet? I'm just telling you it's not going to work, brat. I get that. I already have the theory worked out for the small barrier spell I want to use. This is just me messing around. Let it go. The spirit grumbled a response, but Alex could swear he heard something like, he gets a new hat and too big for his britches. Alex rolled his eyes and pushed himself to activate his mana thread skill. It pained him to do so, but with the system controlling his mana, he just needed to push through the pain, and the skill would continue to work. Hey, come on, kid. You don't need to do that. Ignoring the spirit, Alex stared at the page in front of him while attempting to form the circle. He grunted in pain and winced as he lost concentration before even getting to the point where he could form the rune. Damn, he said as the spell circle shattered. Gabby looked up and glanced at Edwin nervously, but Alex waved them both on with a tired smile. I'm fine. It wasn't long before he could hear slow footsteps descending the stairs, followed by the flapping of wings. His companion entered first and attempted to settle on his shoulders, though the movement of his wings slapped the back of the hat and caused it to fall forward on Alex's head. Mana, Val chirped while nudging his cheek. Alex grumbled, fixed the hat, and looked sternly at his companion. What do you say? Can I have mana? Hey, that was great, Gabby said from beside the stove. What else? Alex said while fishing a mana stone from his pouch. Can I have a mana, please? Alex chuckled at the fact that it still came out as a demand. He held the stone between his fingers and gave it to Val as Sam shambled into the kitchen, rubbing his half-lidded eyes. He mumbled something, slumped onto a stool next to Alex, and lay his head on his arms. Alex got the urge to ruffle his hair, but felt he needed to stop treating Sam like a kid. Instead, he closed the notebook he'd been working in and accepted the refilled cup of coffee from Edwin. He felt that the barrier spell was complete, and he just needed to wait on his mana channels to recover before he could begin practicing with it. If the Sun Elves showed me anything, it's how a strong defense can go a long way. Mark joined them a few minutes later. He paused after entering and made eye contact with Alex before his eyes slowly moved up to the top of his head and a grin spread across his face. Hoping to cut off the ridicule, Alex raised his hand. It was a reward from my title, and you better get used to it. Honestly, the bonuses from it are just too good to pass up. Function over form and all that the phrase made him think back to his talk with Jonathan Reeves and the logic of the words. Sure, Mark snickered as he took his seat. Sam sat up quickly and looked at Alex for the first time, surprised that he hadn't noticed a large hat. A sleepy smile crept onto his face as well. Heh, that's funny. How you doing, buddy? Mark said as he walked past Sam and sat at the far stool. As he passed, Mark ruffled his hair and grinned at the mumbled protest. Sarah entered last and asked Edwin politely for a cup of tea. Sam finally sat up as Gabby set plates of breakfast in front of them. It all smelled delicious, and Alex dug in with all three of his friends. Where's Liv? Sam asked. She coming down later. He clenched his jaw and set down the coffee mug. She left last night. She went to the Celestial Rift. What? Sarah fumbled her fork. Why would she do that? She left a note saying that she needed to do something to help Nox. Something about the Sun Elf spell infecting him and getting worse, so she went to the Rift to try and get information to cure it. Alone, though, Mark's voice rose. Why didn't she just wait for us? Alex lifted his shoulders in a helpless gesture and sighed. No idea, but my only guess is that it was really urgent. If she could have just waited a few hours, then I'm sure she would have. He paused and looked at his friends. I want to go after her. I'm going to need a few days to try and get supplies and line things up here for the house, but I'm going to go. The reactions were very different for each of his friends. Gabby and Sam both froze. Alex could see the color drain from his young friend's face. Go back into the Celestial Rift. 3 days. That's not much time to prepare. Sarah's analytical mind already working through logistics as she reached for her work tablet. 3 days. No way, dude. Shouldn't we be leaving right now? Every hour that she spends in the Rift is 8 for her in there, trust me, I know. Alex finished Mark's sentence, feeling like he'd swallowed something sour. There are just things that need to be set up here, and if you guys want to come along, we need to prepare properly. All of us, Sam asked quietly while still looking at his plate. Alex looked at him seriously. Look, this will be dangerous. A lot has changed in the Rift from when you and I were there, Sam. The Celestial Sect fell, and Yura is gone. Sam's head snapped up, but Alex continued. The Guild had some notes on the Rift's current state, but we have no way of knowing if they contributed to the fall or just watched it happen. Either way, Liv is in there looking for answers, and I want to go help her. I want all of you to come, but there are reasons for each of you to stay. Aside from Olivia, one of the biggest reasons for you to go is the need to gain levels. You all saw the system event that was announced yesterday. We have a year to get into C rank and be ready to face the elves. I'm choosing to accept that challenge. I don't want to stay comfortable like we were in the guild. I'm going to push myself, and I'd like for you guys to join me. There was barely a pause before Mark spoke up. I'm in. I'm not going to be left behind again when I could help. The system is a dream come true for me, and being lower level is the only thing holding me back right now. I want to go, Sam said. His complexion was still a bit shaky, but his face seemed serious. Sarah nodded as well. I want to go. Are you sure, Sarah? What? Why question me, but not either of them? Well, we're going into a D-rank rift, and there will probably be a lot of fighting, especially to get them caught up and find Olivia. I know you don't really like combat. He paused and organized his thoughts, even though he'd played through his conversation multiple times through the night. I want you all to come, but I want to be clear that we're going to be pushing ourselves really, really hard. That's part of why I want to wait. I want to make a training plan and list out some skills for each of you for us to focus on getting while we're in there. So not just fighting, but even our downtime will be filled with combat. I'm happy to organize everyone and be there to cheer you on, but I'm not some kind of drill sergeant. I don't want to force you to do something you don't want to do. Sarah sighed. Yes, of course, I'm sure that I want to go, even if for no other reason than to help Olivia. Why does it feel like I'm slowly getting pushed from the group? I tried not to let it bother me at first, but what do I need to do here? Do I need to leave my job with the Hunters Association to be with the group the entire time? I am a part of this team, and I want. He was a bit surprised by her strong stance, but not disappointed. All right then. He gave her a genuine smile. Like I said, we're going to push hard in there. Especially the two of you, he said while gesturing to Mark and Sarah, are still really underleveled. We're going to need to keep you safe and see if you can't get participation in some easy kills. From my own experience, if there's anywhere that we can get you some quick levels, it'll be in a D-rank rift. An amused snort broke him from his serious talk, and he looked over to see Sam covering his mouth with his hand. Sorry. This is serious, and I'm really nervous. It's hard to take you seriously with that hat on. It looks like it'll open its mouth and shout out your house name any second now. Alex grumbled a bit while touching the underside of the brim self-consciously. Overall, the talk wasn't nearly as bad as he'd been dreading. Sam was nervous to enter, but was surprisingly calm despite his past experience. Mark seemed excited to level, and Sarah seemed happy to have said something and be included in the group. All right, he said while clapping his hands once. There is a ton to get done. I want to split up tasks. If you're coming, then you're helping. Edwin, Gabby, you guys aren't coming, but I still need your help. He gave them his most charming smile and couldn't help but wonder how goofy it looked with the hat on his head. He pulled out a small notepad from under his laptop. I've outlined what I think we need: equipment, training regimens, and camping equipment for the Rift. He turned to look at Edwin. I'll need you to take on some more responsibilities for the next few weeks while we're gone. I'm going to help get things started, but you'll keep going with the interviews if needed, and you've got the authority to hire staff if needed. Also, I want you to get an apprentice or assistant, whichever you prefer. But I'm leaning on you a lot, and I think you need to get some help of your own. Gabby, I'd like for you to meal prep and freeze some meals for us that have stat boosts, specifically a few sets for Mark and Sarah that have an intellect boost. Edwin just took it all in stride and nodded. Gabby responded with a bright smile and a loud, right, boss. Mark, you've got training. We need to work on our physical development, and I've got a plan for one skill in particular to get on everyone's status sheet. Before Alex could continue, Sarah cleared her throat. Oh, I have some bad news, she said with a tense expression. I just got a memo from the Hunters Association. Apparently, they seized control of all of the guild's holdings before dawn this morning and even detained some of the moderators. Ilana included look, UFOUO internal memo. TLP Green. From Deputy Director Michael Sullivan. To all senior field leaders, division chiefs, and special assets. Subject GUILDFALL, immediate action. As of this morning at 300, Hunter teams executed a joint operation to secure all Adventurers Guild facilities across the country. Primary targets apprehended include Guild moderator Alana Voss, Terrence Walsh, Derek Holloway, and several known associates of Rylan Voss. They were detained for questioning and potential collaboration with the Sun Elf incursion. The Guild's main branch was in possession of a Tier 1 strategic asset, which has been quarantined and placed under the highest level of control while we continue to evacuate those within. All civilian access is suspended for the time being without explicit permission and adherence to protocols set forth by the administration team. Current combat-ready hunters should prepare for deployment rotations into the Rift as a necessary resource to prepare for the coming continental event. With limited slots, priority will be distributed to high-level hunter teams and to specifically designated research teams. All field assets should be prepared and stand by for the potential deployment. Leadership will coordinate with those who will be going on the first rotations, and future iterations will be set up once the time dilation effect is factored into expected training growth. TLP Green. Alex's fingers tightened around his mug as he read the memo. Shit, he muttered. That changes things. Should you even be sharing this with me? Sarah shrugged. It says it's being sent to special assets. I'm sure that's the only reason I'm getting it, and they're very aware that we're a team more now than ever. I would guess it was sent to me with the intent to show it to you. Matthews might grant us access, given that we just helped work with them as contractors, Sarah offered. This is definitely going to make it harder for you to talk with Alana, Mark said as he skimmed the tablet himself. No kidding. Alex tapped his fingers on the counter and looked down at his notes. Okay then, Sarah, call the director and see if we can't have a video or phone call as soon as possible. He scribbled a few names on a sheet of paper and handed it to Sam. I need you to call these people. Tell them we're recruiting for the team and the house staff, and if they want to join, they can come tomorrow and talk with me. Really, can't hurt to ask. Why me though? Because people like you, Sam. They like you and respect you. I'm pretty sure more people know you than know me, and they know how great of a healer you are. I think you're the best option. We have to reach out to people. But even then, you'll recognize everyone on the list. They're people we know. Sam beamed, already pulling out his cell phone as he stood to leave the room. Mark, you're still on workout duty. Get with Edwin, and he'll help you get all of the manuals we have on physical training and acclimating the body to higher physical stats. Try to create a plan that all of us can get into immediately and continue in the Rift. Got it. What about you? Need anything else? Alex shook his head and tapped the packet of papers that Edwin had brought him. I'm going to go through the skill list here. I want to pick skills to help fill everyone's slots on the team. Some might be consumable, but most will be manuals for everyone to begin working toward training and obtaining as soon as possible. He adjusted his hat. The timeline was already tight. Now, it'll depend on the HA if we can keep our plan of getting in there within 3 days. I'll keep you guys updated. Jump on those tasks and keep your phones near you. Val chirped from his shoulder. You're with me, Noodle. Sarah, just let me know whenever Director Matthews is free, and I'll take the call no matter what I'm doing. The group dispersed quickly, and Alex pulled the packet closer. He scanned the skill options while half of his mind worked through contingencies. The fact that entry access into the rift was blocked off had taken a stressful timeline and jumped it up to a potential crisis. Melees, if you've got any advice on skill builds for the four of us, now is the time to speak up. What do you think I am, brat? I'm here to teach you runes and that's it. MHMM. I'm just going to start picking what I think works best. Feel free to chime in if my ignorance is bothering you. With absolutely no hesitation or tonality in his voice, Melees instantly said, "Your ignorance is bothering me." There was a long pause as Alex sat with his finger hovering in midair as he processed. Then he burst out laughing so hard he thought tears might stream from his eyes. It was one of those instances where, when Edwin came to check on him, and he attempted to describe what was so funny, it just made him laugh harder. Melees grumbled for a while, but Alex could swear he heard a smile in the insults that followed. The day passed in a blur, and Alex moved to the large dining room table to spread out papers. His main focus was on sorting through the long list of skills and finding ones that could fit each of their builds. He was able to find several print manuals that could be repeated for each of them. He wanted to create a minimum base for each of them, just as John had done with his team. Alex mumbled to himself, and Valthurian watched sleepily from a perch nearby, with the only change in his behavior being when Alex read a skill's name out loud. Only then did he swoop down, wind from his wings causing several papers to scatter as he landed. What that taste is good. He watched Alex with intelligent, golden eyes. Taste refinement, it says that it enhances flavor perception. Not really what we're looking for, buddy. Valthurian flapped his wings, causing more papers to scatter. Want that one? The chirp turned into something of a screech that caused Alex to cover his ears. All right, fine, he laughed. You just want cookies to taste better, he said, not bothering to hide the accusation in his tone. Shaking his head, he wrote a note on the list for Edwin. High priority, Val said so. But hey, if you get this, then you have to learn the other one that I wanted, okay? The small blue creature seemed to give it thought before excitedly wiggling on the dining room table in acceptance. Throughout the day, updates flowed in through his phone. Mark sent photos of the manuals he had settled on and was putting together a more comprehensive plan for ordered training. Sam reported positive responses from everyone on the list and lined them up for the following afternoon with some scheduling help from Edwin. Sarah's news came last and was delivered with an apologetic smile. Matthews can't meet today. Seems like there's a ton going on in the safe zones, and he's got a bunch of logistics or something to deal with. He offered first thing tomorrow morning. By the time evening rolled around, Alex was exhausted. He'd only slept a handful of hours in the last 3 days, and even with his sleep resistance, he was feeling the strain. He trudged up the stairs, and the empty feeling in his room sent a pang through his chest. Flopping down onto the bed, he reached his arm out to Olivia's side and let out a long sigh. 8 days for you already. Sleep claimed him quickly, though it felt like he'd only just closed his eyes when a gentle knock on his door pulled him from it. Edwin stood in the doorway, concern on his face. Master Moore, I apologize for waking you. Samuel's parents have returned to the house and are quite distressed about the damage to the second floor. Alex blinked groggily, though the second half of his mind hadn't been sleeping, so he allowed it to take over the majority of his functions. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. Sam's parents, what time is it? Just past midnight, sir. They've been speaking with Samuel, but the conversation got quite heated as they discussed his returning to the Celestial Rift. Tell them I'll be down in 5 minutes. As Edwin departed, Alex stared at his reflection in the bedroom mirror. He looked at his hat sitting on the table next to his bed and thought for a moment about pushing through the pain and activating the Mirage combo. Then he could send the Mirage to talk to Sam's parents, and he could continue to get some rest. It only took a moment's thought to push the idea away and force himself to wake up all the way. If I'm asking Sam to come back into the rift with me, it's not too much to talk them down and explain why. Walking to the bathroom, he flicked on the light and water to splash his face. He didn't anticipate the conversation to be easy, not when both of his parents were so caring. You're not going back there, Mrs. Grant was insisting while pacing back and forth. We nearly lost you once already. Alex cleared his throat, not wanting to catch anyone by surprise. 3 heads turned in his direction. Mr. Moore. Sam's father turned from where he stood in front of the seated teen. Alex noted the way he gripped his cane tighter. Despite the slight hunch of his shoulders and the gray creeping into his hair at the temples, there was nothing frail about the farmer. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes that spoke of a generally happy disposition were stretched with worry. Can you explain why you're planning to drag our son back into that death trap? I understand your concerns and don't want to sugarcoat any of this. The rift is dangerous, but so is what's coming for all of us. What could possibly justify you taking? Mom, I told you about the Continental event, Sam interrupted. Alex could tell immediately that he was frustrated with his parents and attempting to remain calm. The Sun Elves will be level 60 to 90 when that rift opens. If we don't prepare, things are going to be bad. Worse than bad, Sam said, his voice climbing. There are thousands of other awakened, right? Mrs. Grant pleaded. She had several strands escaping her messy bun, and her frame looked so small next to her seated son. Why does it have to be you? Alex kept his voice steady. As much as he didn't want to butt in, Sam looked like he was about to explode, which would only weaken any argument they had, because Sam is uniquely gifted. His healing abilities have already saved lives, including mine. You've seen that at the hospital. More importantly, though, he chose this path for himself. I'm not dragging him anywhere. Eric Grant's face darkened. He's 16. Dad, I told you already. I should be older than 18 by now. You said that aging doesn't work the same. Your body is still. Mom, we've talked about this too, more than once. We have no idea what the aging process looks like on our bodies now, not just from the time dilation but from stats too. I'm pretty easily going to live more than 100 years. You're not going to still call me old at 60 if it's not even half of my life expectancy, are you? Sam, his father said while placing a hand over his face. Mrs. Grant looked like she'd been slapped in the face, quite clearly being near or above 60 years of age herself. But Sam continued to push ahead. I've seen what these creatures can do. I've helped people who would have died without me being there. I need to go with them. I need to keep getting stronger and do what I can to help. Mr. Grant glanced at Alex as if needing confirmation, so he picked up from there. The rift does offer the chance for us all to grow more. With the time dilation, we can train and get a lot more done while there. Sam could gain months of progress in just a few weeks. And what about us? Mrs. Grant's voice cracked as she clutched at the front of her shirt. You just expect us to sit here and wonder if he'll be coming back like last time. Her voice cracked, and Alex couldn't help but appreciate how much they cared for their son. Well, there are some big differences this time around. To start, we'll be there with him. I'm starting to wonder about that, the mother said with skepticism. Mom, Sam groaned. Well, we came here because we thought it would be safe. Then a week later, there are holes in both buildings. Alex took a deep breath. Mrs. Grant, this is a crazy time that we're moving into, not just in our lives here, but around the entire world. I'm not forcing you or your son to be here, but I cannot stress this enough. I believe it's safer here than almost anywhere else you'd be able to go. He looked at her seriously. I'm not saying that to scare you, but we've both been to the safe zones and seen how bad a state they're in. I've also seen some of the areas surrounding it, and they're even worse. If you want to find a place outside of the safe zone to live, you're at risk of dealing with not just robbers, but potential rift breaks as well. For now, there just doesn't seem to be a great alternative. This is one of the biggest reasons I do want you to be here, though. I told you both a few days ago that I want you to help me begin making this place more self-sufficient. Part of that will include hiring some more security and adventurers to guard the house. I have a meeting with a few people tomorrow. I don't know if Sam shared this with you, but I also gained several titles that I think are going to lend a lot of power and credibility to my name. How do you mean? Mr. Grant asked. Well, in a few hours, I'm supposed to meet with the director of the Hunters Association. They control the Celestial Rift, and I hope we can join them there. If I had to guess, they'd be setting up a sort of central camp and sending in a lot of other hunters to gain levels and train in there as well. We definitely won't be alone. I wouldn't say that I have a lot of pull with them, but we have some pretty great connections being built, and Sam is a part of that. While it was clear that the parents weren't convinced, they were at least contemplating the idea with the new information. Alex decided to pull them off topic for a moment, as it was something that both of them seemed to get excited about previously. I'm not saying that this conversation has to be done, but I did actually want to speak with both of you. Even if Sam doesn't come, I'll be leaving in 2 days. He scratched his head and checked his phone. Tomorrow. Sorry, the last few days have blurred together. So much has happened since we spoke last Saturday. I guess it's technically Wednesday now that it's 2 in the morning, so I'll be leaving on Thursday. I wanted to reapproach my proposal about hiring both of you. The idea would be to awaken you both and have you lead and manage the project for building greenhouses and managing the crop rotation. When I get back and have the time, I want to start getting this place more magically secure. That means defensive wards and looking into ways to enchant or empower the greenhouses. The Grants exchanged startled glances. You both came to me because you wanted to contribute. This is genuinely the best way I can think to do so. Even outside of what we develop here, you have the chance to pioneer a field that could help the safe zones and contribute to the threat that's coming. Even if you don't want to fight, this isn't just about Sam. The entire continent is facing a threat that pretty much no one is prepared for at the moment. Sam stood from his seated position. Mom, Dad, I need this. Not just to help Olivia or gain levels, but I need to go back there. I need to see if it's different. I need to see how. I'm different. Silence stretched between them, and Mrs. Grant hugged her husband's arm to her side. Bring him back, Mr. Grant finally said. You promised to bring him back in one piece. I promise I'll do everything I can to bring him back safely, he said with a nod. Sam's shoulders relaxed. We'll consider your offer, Mrs. Grant said a bit more formally. That's all I ask. Mr. Grant turned to study his son's face. When did you get so grown up? Sam gave a small smile. When the world changed, Dad, his feet dragged with each step as he went upstairs. He was surprised at how sore his body was from a few days of abuse, recognizing that agility and vitality could only do so much. When he reached his door, he paused and let out a sigh. Shaking his head, Alex turned around and walked to his office door. There were too many things to get done and not enough time. Sleep's a waste of time. I need to look through those body tempering. All planning ceased as he opened the door and remembered the gaping hole in the wall where his desk should be. Great, just great. He groaned and looked to his left and found a sleepy dragon curled up in his tree. Holding onto the door handle, he looked behind him and quickly decided not to return downstairs. Instead, he walked to the bookshelf and realized that the only books that were present were mundane books on leadership and philosophy he'd ordered. Deciding his workshop was likely the best place to continue his planning, he looked once more at the door before walking to the jagged opening in his office wall. He looked down and stepped off with confidence. He activated Featherson. Alex fell through the air, pain lancing through his mana channels as he fell into the bushes. Mother F, he rolled to the side and out of the bushes. Somehow, the thin branches were just strong enough to prevent him from actually being able to touch the ground. As he cleared the bush, he landed on both feet, looked up with a glare, and continued to walk around the side of the building. The night air was crisp, and he pulled his sweatshirt around himself a bit tighter while stifling several curses. He saw a figure's silhouette in the night, standing in wait near the workshop. If the posture were any different, he might have taken a defensive stance, but it was clear who waited for him even at a glance. Jesus, Edwin, that trait is a bit freaky sometimes. I thought these might be of use, Master Moore. Alex accepted the offered steaming mug and leather-bound book. He noted it was the body tempering manual. Freaky. Do you ever sleep? I wouldn't need to be awake to provide service, sir, if you ever decided to do so yourself, Edwin replied. His proper tone wasn't quite hiding the tired amusement in his eyes, though. Once inside the small building, Alex was pleased to note that the repair on this broken wall was at least partially complete. It could keep out the night's chill, but still wasn't enough to stop him from contemplating pushing through the pain of laying a heating ritual down. Instead, he wrapped his fingers around the mug and blew on the liquid before cracking open the book. Without warning, his status screen flashed into view, startling him. He hadn't summoned it, but at the thought, he realized that the other half of his mind had. He opened the line between them, allowing himself to process the memories there and what was currently happening. He realized Maylis had very awkwardly asked to see his status. The spirit remained oddly quiet now, though. Then he exploded. What in Istrel's lopsided tea? Maylis, what's wrong? Your willpower stat is that isn't possible. You knew it was high, what are you talking about? Alex replied to the empty room. I told you before. Hi, the spirit sputtered. This isn't high, brat, this is freakish. No one in D rank should have willpower like this. No one, you're an absolute freak. Alex frowned. Well now, that's just hurtful. Wait, Istrel, something teased at the edge of Alex's mind. He knew he'd heard the name before and let his mind split again to figure out where it had come from. Just how I've known system users for centuries. I've been one. This isn't normal. What are you? Okay again. Ouch, it comes from my trait. What are you so confused about? I had another mentor who was B rank who knew some things about the system they didn't react like this. It makes willpower a weighted stat and multiplies everything by 3. Kid, if I were in a body, I'd faint. You have absolutely no idea how ridiculous that is. There's no way that your body is able to utilize this much willpower, even in D rank. Honestly, that's probably a good thing. You'd start experiencing side effects and probably not have the intellect to keep up with the speed of your mind. We're going to have to find a way to patch this up for you soon. It's not optional. Well, shit. At that moment, Alex's other mind connected the dots from where he'd heard the name Istrel. It was from a single system prompt that appeared. Overseer Istrel, he whispered. What did you say? Overseer Istrel, he said louder. That's what the system said when I combined my 2 skills. It said it was going to take me to Overseer Istrel for final judgment, and then it's just hazy. I remember the system going through some options on how to handle me, then a list of options for compensation. That's when I got you. Then again, more recently, the event announcement said it was directly from the Overseer. Kid, what in the hell have you been doing on this backwater planet? Why are you sounding so surprised by all of this? Alex threw his hands in the air and spun away from his table in frustration. I told you this too when we met. You said the system took your skill and gave you an item, not that it took you to the Overseer and stripped your skill from you because you broke the integration parameters. How did you not mention this? You mean in all of our heartfelt talks about our personal lives? You really have such personable conversation habits. Sometimes it's just hard for me not to overshare, he said. Each word dripped with as much sarcasm as he could pump into it. Okay, point taken. Look, it can't have taken you to see the Overseer. They're literally gods. It would smush your aura like a bug. You'd definitely not forget it. My aura. Alex sat up a bit straighter. Wait, Sarah can see auras. She mentioned that mine had a crack in it after the incident. I just assumed that it was from the system taking the skill from me. Would it be from being near the Overseer? There was a long pause before Maylis responded. All right, brat. focus on your little ritual book and let me chat with your smarter half, and we'll dive into everything you've been doing while the amulet is still so charged. Alex grumbled about both halves of his mind being the same and refocused on his surroundings. He turned and flipped through the leather-bound manual that Yura had gifted him. He felt his chest tighten again as he thought of the celestial mentor. Clenching his jaw, he flipped through the pages until he found the section titled Channel Tempering Rituals. Most of the pages in the book were worn at the edges and showed constant use and great care over the years. Muttering to himself, he ran his finger across a drawing of interconnected lines that formed a complex ritual. 2 circles were layered on top of one another and had interwoven curved lines that reminded him of branching rivers or veins. Somehow, none of the arching lines crossed one another, giving it all a very symmetrical look. He scanned the ingredients list below the sketch of a man in a seated position. Required materials: crystal lotus pollen 2 grams, assists in purifying channels and stimulating increased flow. Powdered azure mushroom cap 3 tablespoons, increases channel resiliency and elasticity. River pearl dust 10 grams, smooths pathways. D-rank mana stones, minimum 12 power source and binding reagent. Alex removed his leather notebook from his spatial ring and began to sketch the circular pattern after jotting down the list. The individual circles weren't overly complex, especially not compared to some of the modified circles he'd been making for his spell circles. Where this did get trickier for him was the concept of layering the rituals. He finished sketching the design and let a small smile slip onto his face. If nothing else, he'd refused to lose his love of drawing in this crazy new life. The ritual design had a larger center node than he'd seen in any other schematic. It reminded him of a lattice-work donut. According to the instructions, the hole in the center was where he was meant to sit during the body tempering, and the 12 pathways of arching lines from all ended in small nodes at the outer edge of the ritual. The provided chi-rich minerals will be placed within these 12 points to increase the yin energy around the cultivator. This allows the ritual to draw in and absorb the chi throughout the tempering process. There were more notes on how to prepare the necessary materials, and he was surprised to see that most of what was needed could be achieved with just a knife or a sharp blade. Extracting the pollen seemed the most in-depth, but even that came with small sketches and notes. He also took more notes on the steps listed in the manual. Sit in the center, meditate while directing mana flow through channels with maximum control, minimum duration 4 hours, pain expected, cannot stop once started. There were several notes about the dangers involved in the tempering rituals. The one he'd picked seemed to actually be one of the least dangerous options. Where others spoke of certain death upon failure, his merely mentioned a destroyed cultivation. He felt like he could remember several of the materials required coming from the Celestial Rift, though he didn't want to get his hopes up. At the very least, he remembered Yura talking about a crystal lotus in his garden, and he'd seen many various mushrooms in the tunnels below ground. The other 2 things might be reagents that Edwin could find. At least I know how to get the D-rank mana stones. That'll just be a matter of time, and fighting the creatures of the night, which is the plan anyway. He couldn't help but think of how much harder that would be with his currently injured channels, but found that he wasn't too worried about it. Pain was something he could push through. Outside, the sky began to lighten imperceptibly. The morning was approaching fast, and with it, his meeting with the director. Alex closed the book and tucked his notes away before walking back to the house. He crossed the yard back to the house, stowing his notebook and the ritual manual in his ring. He walked through the courtyard and into the living room. Swiping his laptop off the table as he passed, he opened it and sat down on the couch. The clock on the locked screen showed 6:52 a.m., and Sarah had scheduled his call for 7. He rolled his shoulders and tried to ease the tension he was feeling before dialing the number a few minutes early. To his surprise, the call connected almost immediately. "Mr. Moore, your prompt." Director Matthews appeared on the screen. His silver-streaked hair was immaculately combed back, and Alex once again noted his fit appearance despite his older age. His office backdrop resembled a mix between a military command center and a display of past excellence. "Appreciate you making the time, Director." "Certainly." Matthews nodded in response. "I believe Sarah informed you about the Hunters Association's acquisition of Guild territory and the D-rank rift that they had. I hope these moves don't strain the relationship we've begun to build, but with Ryland's recent developments, we can't let them continue to build like they had been. She did tell me, and no, it won't cause any strain. I left the guild at the same time we brought the Sun Elves to your attention through Sarah. I was calling to actually discuss my team's access to the rift. I thought that's what this call would be about. I had the memo sent to Ms. Lee's tablet for that reason. Since you're the integration champion, I believe allowing your team access serves our mutual interests." Alex willed himself to keep his face still. "That's more accommodating than I expected. Also, it's a system-granted title, not a position. I'm not going to be the planet's protector here. You have to realize that. I'm a pragmatist, Mr. Moore. Your performance against the Sun Elves proved your value not just to me, but to the whole continent. You did enough that the system decided to announce it to everyone. I feel like that says something. No. He raised an eyebrow, but moved the conversation on. The Continental event requires as many capable awakened as possible, and we need them to gain as much strength as they can. The time dilation of this rift, and others like it, is going to be our greatest asset in the year to come. The director folded his hands and continued. Here are my terms. As you did on the previous mission, your team will operate as contractors. I'll authorize 4 slots I'm aware Ms. Santoro has already entered. You'll be responsible for your team's actions within. Under no circumstances can you attempt to close the rift. Maximizing leveling for everyone on each rotation is our priority, and closing the rift early could prove catastrophic for the coming continent-locked event. That's understandable. The deal for your team will be the same as everyone else entering as a contractor. You'll need to sign non-disclosure agreements and contribute 2 D-rank mana stones per person before exiting. Consider it payment for services rendered and resources provided. The director gestured to someone off-screen. We're building a base inside really just a small town for the rotations that we send through. Some non-combat personnel will also cycle through, but we're limiting those slots. What's the cycle you mentioned? 1 month standard Earth time, which gives you 8 months inside. No extensions for anyone. That should give us 12 full rotations of awakened leveling and growing strong enough to at least compete with the elves in the upcoming conflict. Matthews checked his watch. Sir, we need to leave, a feminine voice said from the director's side of the connection. I need to go more, but do you have any questions for me? Part of him wanted to ask more about the guild, who all had been detained, and what Alana's situation now was. He pursed his lips in thought for the barest moment before answering. Not at the moment. This all seems more than fair. Good, I'll have the paperwork sent to Ms. Lee later today. Sign your NDAs and you'll be assigned quarters when you arrive at the rift. Come when you're ready. Teams have already begun to set up, and we're working to remove the extra bodies that were already in the rift. Don't thank me yet, Mr. Moore. When that event timer finishes, we will need as many powerful people as possible working toward the same goal. It's just going to be a damn shame if that goal is survival. He offered a tense smile. Looking forward to working with your team again. Get in there soon. As he shuffled into his room, the morning light began to stream through the open space in Alex's office wall. Small beams of light were created as the dust stirred in lazy swirls as he kicked at the singed edge of the carpet. Near the door was the temporary desk that Edwin had ordered for him the day after the Sun Elf attack. It wasn't anything special compared to the large, beautiful wooden desk that had been in the office, but it was enough to take meetings at. Using his strength-enhanced muscles, Alex easily hefted it into place. Though as he stepped back to look at it, he wasn't sure if it was in the right spot. Do I center it on the wall, or the hole in the wall? Alex scratched his head and decided to go with the hole in the wall. He casually lifted the heavy wooden standing desk and shifted it 2 feet to the right. Everything all right with the materials, Edwin? Alex called over his shoulder. The butler took a step forward from his place near the empty bookshelves. Excellent, Master Moore, he said. We've nearly completed the inventory you requested for supplies. Some of the gear will arrive later today. I was able to get a line on an item from your body tempering ritual, and 2 for the list Samuel gave me for his own. Alex nodded, relieved at the idea he'd been able to find anything. Good, keep trying to make progress on that if you can. Indeed. However, I have 4 of the consumable skill manuals that you requested. The others are either print manuals, or we will need to continue searching for them. You got the 3 big ones, Alex asked, turning around with excitement. Edwin nodded. At substantial cost, but you stressed the importance of obtaining them. The 4th is the one you wanted for Valthurian. Edwin adjusted the cuffs of his jacket. Now, about your upcoming journey into the rift. You mentioned that you'd be gone for 1 month. Am I to assume I will not see you between now and then? Alex thought about it before shaking his head. I'd like for you to come and meet me at the halfway point. 2 weeks. For us in the rift, it will have felt like 4 months. We could use a brief break then. I'd like you to have some updates for me then on how things are progressing, and if you're able to get any additional resources or books from the list. As you wish, Edwin said with a nod. I'll also be setting up accommodations for the new hires you decide on today. Yes, please do. I want you to go ahead and get any of those nearby properties we were looking at. They might drop more in price, but if they're not completely abandoned by this point, I'd be surprised. Just make sure we do whatever we need to own them legally. I don't want anything to pop up and cause us issues down the road. Very well, sir. What about the grants? Were you able to speak with them before everything happened this morning? No, that's your choice. You do your job well and take it seriously. I trust your judgment. Just make sure they're willing to awaken and that they're prepared to handle your standards. Edwin's mustache twitched and his eyes seemed to shine. Very well, sir. I believe our first hires are arriving downstairs. If I may, Alex nodded for him to let the guests in, and it only took a few minutes for the door to reopen and reveal John Riley. He was tall and striking, and even though he was normally full of confidence, he seemed to look around wide-eyed. Behind him came Ian. The archer was more laid back and seemed interested in everything around him, but not in awe of it. John, Ian, it's good to see you guys, Alex said as he stepped forward and clasped their hands. This is your house, John asked in surprise. I didn't realize. Alex waved him away. It's a recent change. I lived in an apartment in Hoboken for the last few years. Come on, take a seat. They both sat and Ian looked around quietly. John was the first to speak up. Speaking of everything changing recently, what happened with the guild? Alex leaned against the temporary desk. Well, that's part of why I wanted to talk to you guys. So much has happened lately. I guess you guys know some of the beef between Rylan and me. Well, Alex spent the next 20 minutes giving them the abridged version of what had happened between Rylan and his group. From there, he described the Sun Elves' attack, and when he was able to easily point at the hole still in the wall behind him, even Ian's nonchalant attitude turned to surprise. He skipped over most details of the Hunters Association and the mission to fight the elves, but did tell them that he fought Rylan and that he was able to at least divert the result of the rift. He wrapped up the story by telling them about the Continental Locked event and how he planned to get his team ready for the threat. John whistled. So you're saying you had something to do with triggering that event we all got? He doesn't know the half of it. Alex ignored the spirit, but he continued to prod. Tell him you're the integration champion. Go on. These guys should know, especially if you're trying to bring them under your command. Alex cleared his throat. What matters is what comes next. What are your plans? John and Ian glanced at each other. Honestly, we're still figuring it out, Ian admitted. Things are looking grim for the guild after hearing that the branches were getting trussed up. I have a proposition. Like I said, I want my team to be ready for this event, and part of that is going to be getting this place in order and getting a larger team to help us. I want to bring you guys on as protection for the property while I'm away with my team. For now, it's just the two of you, but as it expands a bit, I think ideally, each of you would be in charge of your own team. You could rotate shifts every few days. During your off days, you could take your teams and be free to delve in rifts, level up, whatever you want. John raised his eyebrows. Bring us on, like a job, that's the catch. I'm burning through funds fast, and with the economy how it is, Alex gestured in the general direction of the safe zone. While not completely worthless, the normal dollar feels like it's becoming worth a lot less. But I can offer knowledge, training, and housing on the property instead. We've collected a ton of information from the guild, plus what I've learned myself. Knowledge doesn't feed people, Ian said cautiously. No, but it can keep people alive and can help them grow stronger, Alex countered. I've got plans for generating income soon, but for now, survival and strength are more valuable than cash. There was a short pause where they shared another look, then John answered for them both. We're in. When can we move over? The sooner the better. We're leaving to train tomorrow. Edwin will help you guys get settled in. For now, get access to some of the print manuals we have and work on filling out your skill slots and training around the property. Protect it while we're gone. When we get back in a few weeks, I'll be able to give you both a break and hopefully a bit of a bonus. Already said we're in. Don't need to keep selling us on the idea. We'll start moving our stuff over here tomorrow, John said with a huge grin. Ian just smiled as if perfectly content. I have my own team to focus on first. These two should be more than enough to watch the house and staff while we're gone. Well, tomorrow is perfect. Edwin will show you the house later. There are rooms for you guys at the other end of the hall upstairs. We're also working on getting some more property, so we can work something more permanent out when we get back. As they shook on it, Alex felt the first concrete part of his plan falling into place. The three of them talked for a while longer before they were interrupted by tires on the gravel driveway. When Alex looked over his shoulder and saw Craig Hume step out of his old pickup truck and a large bloodhound hop out after him, Alex smiled and finished out the conversation. If you guys get here in the morning tomorrow, I'll chat with you then. Otherwise, Edwin will help with what you need to get set up, he said to the two as they stepped from the office. They were met by Edwin, who brought in the next interviewee. Craig Hume is here to see you, sir, Edwin announced. With his companion, Craig entered with smooth movements and assessed the room. His well-worn clothes seemed so out of place in the expensive mansion. While the fact seemed to bother him, his bonded companion didn't have the same issues. The bloodhound padded into the space alongside Craig and stopped to sniff at the carpet with interest. Craig's grip was firm and calloused. Interesting setup you have here. The tracker raised a hand. I don't need the details. Based on that event that appeared soon after, I can make some assumptions. He gave Alex a pointed look. Craig was already shaking his head as Alex finished. I'm not one to chase the rifts and seek power. No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I want to bring you on as more of a groundskeeper, almost like a security or management role. The two who were here before you are friends of mine, and I'm hoping that they'll be the actual security. My plan is to have their attention focused here on the house while my team and I are gone, and I'd like someone with your experience to be able to range the rest of the property. You can keep an eye on things and be more independent. This proposal seemed to give Craig pause. I'm not sure that I'm the joining type, he said while scratching Duke's ear. I've been trying hard to stay away from any of those organizations popping up, and that brother of yours is damn persistent. I'm not building an organization here, Alex clarified. More like gathering allies. You can think of it more like a job offer. Everyone maintains their independence, and I'd probably be willing to build you a cabin of your own on the property wherever you want. A knock interrupted them, and Sam poked his head in. His blonde hair fell down onto his forehead as he did so. I heard he stopped when he spotted Duke, and his face lit up. Hey, Duke. The bloodhound immediately trotted over to Sam and nuzzled his hand. Alex and Craig both watched with a small smile as Sam knelt and gave the dog some attention. After a few moments, Alex spoke up. If you're interested, we can also talk about payment. Craig waved him off. Money's just paper if things keep going this way. Safety and opportunity are good enough for me these days. As long as I have food on the table and a warm spot by the fire for Duke, I'm happy. So you'll consider it. Craig's eyes drifted to Sam and Duke, then back to Alex. I'll think on it. Give me a few days. Alex nodded and felt another piece sliding into place. People with Craig's skills would be invaluable moving forward. Both of them left shortly after, and Craig promised to consider the offer. There was a good chunk of time between his appointment and the last 2 positions that Edwin had arranged. He didn't want to waste it, so he grabbed a quick bite to eat from the kitchen and changed into something a bit nicer. John, Ian, and Craig knew Alex to an extent the others were total strangers, and he wanted to make a good first impression. Alex spent the extra time between the interviews training and theorizing different ways he could help his friends gain new skills while they were in the rift. As late afternoon rolled around, Edwin escorted a steady stream of candidates for the remaining 2 positions Alex wanted to fill. He tugged at the front brim of his hat before the first one entered and attempted to be a bit more serious despite the literal wizard's hat that he was wearing. For the driver position, Alex met with 2 veterans. The first, a former Marine named Alexander Rodriguez, who had close-cropped hair and a rigid posture. He spoke confidently about his driving experience, having worked with several high-profile personnel in the private sector since his time out of the military. Though qualified, something about his loud personality to climb the ranks and join Alex's primary team seemed more opportunistic. He was being offered a specific position to fill, and Alex didn't want to bring him on with the idea of moving out of that position anytime soon. Also, there couldn't be a second Alex. He felt it would just be too weird. The second candidate, Diane Foster, immediately impressed him. She was a former logistics specialist in her late 30s and carried herself with quiet confidence. Not sure where it had come from, but he'd been imagining a silent but deadly male driver all along. It took a bit of a shift to realize that Diane was the better choice and the personality he was looking for. If Olivia is any indicator, Diane could still grow to be plenty deadly. After Diane left, the interviews for the handyman position seemed to be set up similarly. Edwin picked 2 qualified people with differing personalities, allowing Alex to choose who he preferred. The first person's resume was impressive, but his discomfort with the mansion's scale was obvious, and he said as much when Alex mentioned the future plans to expand the property. The second man was named Michael Strum, and he arrived dressed like he was ready to work. He was interested in the wall behind Alex as they spoke, which made him wonder if the older man would attempt to jump in and repair it on his own. I can fix just about anything, he told Alex. Been working with my hands since I was 12, and I don't need fancy powers to be useful, though I wouldn't turn my nose up at the opportunity if it was smart. By late afternoon, Alex's decisions were made, and Edwin assured him that he'd handle their onboarding while the team was in the rift. Both Diane and Michael would start within the week. He spun his chair around and looked out of the hole in the wall and thought about the day. Even though it had been a full day, he'd got everything he needed done. The only person he hadn't heard from was Evan. He'd sent the enchanter a text and offered to come over, hoping to broach the topic of a job offer, despite the cushy deal that he currently had at the Hunters Association. There was nothing to be done about it now, though. Alex knew that there was no sense in rushing that sort of thing, especially not with a friend. Evan would always be approachable when they returned from the training rotation in the rift. Edwin, Alex called, as the butler appeared in the doorway behind him. I need you to prioritize those material requests for the body tempering rituals. Sam's and mine both, please. Whatever you can find while we're gone, too. Since the manual is from the Celestial Rift, I'm hoping that we can get some materials there as well, but it can't hurt to keep looking here. Edwin nodded. Of course, sir. Footsteps could be heard down the soft runner carpet of the hallway. Sarah appeared first, clutching a folder, and Mark followed behind her. His broad frame filled the doorway, and seeing him stand directly behind Sarah made him look huge. Got the paperwork from the association, Sarah said as she pulled the papers from the folder. NDAs for everyone. It's pretty standard stuff with a few special clauses for Rift security. Alex took the papers and flipped through the dense legalese. Anything I should be worried about? Nothing that serious. We get to remain independent contractors. They just want written confirmation that we won't share information about the Rift and whatever they're building inside. The town, Yeah, the director played it off as something small and temporary, but I'm guessing it'll be a bit more than that as long as we're able to split off from them and do our own thing. I'm happy. Mark leaned against the empty bookshelves and crossed his arms. I'm pretty much done with the training outline. And Mark grinned, running, seriously. Did you make that a requirement for the team just to spite me? You know I hate cardio. Alex signed the paper and couldn't keep the smile from his face. No, but I knew you'd hate it. I want to keep the team efficient, and I have a feeling that a skill like that is going to be pretty crucial as the world keeps developing. I've heard that out west, sections of the highway are already hard to get through with abandoned vehicles or rift breaks, if you say so. Mark shook his head, and his expression sobered. The rest looks solid, though. I've got offensive and survival training. I put the mana control exercises you asked for at the start. We'll be busy. Sarah pulled out her phone. I'll text Sam to come sign his papers. Where is he anyway? Probably in the kitchen with Gabby. Alex glanced at his pocket watch. We're going to leave early tomorrow. Make sure you guys are packed tonight. Here while I have you too. Edwin was able to get these. Alex removed 2 consumable manuals from his spatial pouch and then passed them off to his 2 friends. Flare break, Sarah read aloud, unyielding. Mark flipped through the first pages of the book. They both nodded and consumed the skill manuals and read through the windows before sharing them with Alex. Flare break novice level 4. A flash of mana that briefly disrupts crowd control effects on the awakened, while briefly revealing nearby stealth enemies. Unyielding novice level 2. Instantly break free from crowd control effects and gain temporary resistance. While Alex looked through the skills with them, Sam came up and signed his papers. Alex also gave him his CC break skill manual and had him consume it. Val followed Sam up the stairs and seemed to feel left out as most of the team was in the room. He sent Alex a few thoughts about missing Olivia, and Alex distracted him by asking the small dragon to consume his skill manual, Polyglot's Memory. All intelligence boosts are doubled when learning languages. The skill Alex had got for Val was by far the cheapest of the consumable manuals. Where most people were focused on combat pursuits, many of the non-combat manuals were cheap and plentiful. That wasn't to say that there weren't plenty of people interested in other pursuits, but that the price range of such skills was hard to obtain without delving into rifts, and those people did tend to lean toward combat. Sam read and shared his own skill window, Purifying Bloom Novice Level 6. Removes all debuffs on a single target with a burst of nature energy. Whoa, that's awesome, Sam said as he read through it. These had to have cost a lot, right? Why did you spend the money for all of us? I liked how they were doing some things with those advanced hunter teams. I think we should all work on having pretty well-rounded builds when it comes to our skills. It's why I wanted Mark to begin putting together that training plan, and I've been looking at skills for us all. From what Jonathan said, these are the hardest to gain without a pretty specific goal in mind. They buy them for most of the team members who don't already have them, which is why they also gave me one. Of the skills I want everyone on the team to have, this is probably the most important. It can definitely save your life in a pinch or turn a fight like it did when Rylan first used it on me. He felt conflicting emotions as he took in the team's response. They were all quiet and determined. While he was happy that they were taking it seriously, the danger of the upcoming rift took some of the excitement and fun out of getting a new and powerful skill. Even Mark was quiet as he stared into the air in front of his face at the invisible system window. Guess I don't need to harp anymore on how difficult things will be. They seem to get it at least. Welcome to the Shadow Rift, or maybe I should say welcome back. Alex's vision returned at the same time the gravity did. His foot landed on hard stone ground where he expected to step on grass. The entrance into a rift was always a bit disorienting, but something about the drastic change in what he expected from this entrance gave him a sense of vertigo. A window with quests appeared. He read it before dismissing it to look at the new surroundings. Personal quest, Celestial Hold Slips. The balance has shifted and the night threatens to consume the broken world. Aid the celestial force in pushing back against the corruption and establishing balance once more. Personal quest completed. Ineligible for repeat rewards. Rift quest, Aspects of the Shadow Serpent. A once great entity has shattered its being into 7 aspects to prevent leaving this world. It now stirs in an attempt to rebuild its power. Kill all 7 of the aspects. 1-7 defeated. He let his eyes scan over the transformed landscape as he adjusted the pack on his shoulders. I've got the last group for this rotation, their guide said to the guards waiting inside the entrance. They nodded in response, clearly recognizing Susan. Mark made a few impressed noises from just behind Alex as he looked at the camp that was being constructed around them. Dang, those government boys are really organized. I kept trying to tell you guys about the differences. Sarah responded with an excited smile as she pulled at the straps of her camping pack. Alex barely heard their banter. His attention was fixed on the horizon and the grotesque transformation of the landscape. The chasm that spread forward from the ground in front of the rift had served as a divider between the two halves. Even though he'd seen the top-down map from the guild, the lack of that division hit him harder than he thought it would. To his left, the fields of tall golden grass were completely dead and wilted down onto the ground. Where there had been gorgeous cherry trees, he now saw inky tendrils of corruption that crawled across the ground. With the lack of a pink forest protecting it, he could easily see Tianluo, or at least what remained of it. "It's so much worse than I thought," Sam said to Alex's left. Looking at the healer, he saw him holding on tightly to the turtle totem around his neck while taking slow and steady breaths. The night had leapt the chasm, and what had once been the clear boundary between the celestial and the night side of the rift was now just a crack in the ground that was part of the dark terrain. Alex had to tear his eyes away from the remnants of the city and follow his group. As they went, he noted their more immediate surroundings. There were teams in uniforms and personnel unloading equipment and establishing a perimeter. Tents and prefab buildings were being set up in orderly rows. Almost all of them had the Hunters Association insignia on the side. The white shield with a blue eagle perched above the two Ha letters stood out on the beige-colored tents and looked strangely out of place in the Rift world. Alex noticed some structures had different symbols, making him wonder if there were more special contractors like them. Throughout the camp, workers with system-enhanced abilities sorted and transported supply crates. Val tightened around Alex's shoulders as they moved around. It was partially out of anxiety, but also because the little amphipter had noticed other bonded companions. Not just one or two, but at least a half dozen of them moved around the camp freely with their hunters. "Do you want to fly, buddy? Looks like you won't need to hide here." The answer came quickly. "You don't need to worry. We're going to get out of here quick." Feelings of acceptance and comfort came through their link in response. "This does remind me how different does this make us from the Sun Elves." He looked around at the hasty encampment being set up and realized that they must have felt much the same after breaking through the rift and setting up a safe haven on Earth. The scout's shout cut through busyness of the camp and drew Alex's attention. The man had a whistle that he was blowing as he ran into the camp, the sound consistently coming out in 3 short blasts. He paused as he came closer. "Night creature approaching Section 3, response teams, to me." He called with a skill-enhanced voice before laying into his whistle again and moving further into the camp. Mark raised an eyebrow at her casual response. "You're not concerned about a monster attack. It happens pretty frequently. A couple monsters attempt to attack the camp every few hours." As if to prove her point, the camp responded quickly. Some people barked orders and combat teams sprinted toward the eastern perimeter. At the same time, other non-combat personnel moved toward some of the reinforced structures or continued what they were doing as if nothing were happening. "Only level 30s and up are asked to go to the response points," Susan said over her shoulder. "Everyone else continues operations and can move into the buildings if they want." A loud roar could be heard to their east. From the spot they were at, Alex glimpsed a massive beast wreathed in shadows that had multiple limbs ending in white claws. Its form seemed to suck in light from the surrounding area. His eyes widened slightly. "I didn't fight stuff like this when I was in here. It was mostly just the Shadow Serpent sect. Ah, they're still here, though we fight more beasts in this area than other humans. Our best guess is that the sect does something to help spread the night, so they're typically more at the frontier of the corruption. The beasts roam the Aspect's territories." That one was scanned as a Night Stalker. The response teams fought with practiced ease. A woman with glowing blue bracers created chains of mana from the ground that latched on the creature. Her companions moved to flank it, and 2 hunters wielding bows loosed arrows. At the same time, a line of 5 people stepped up and began shooting rifles at the beast. The sound of gunfire was enough to startle Alex, and the same sense of confusion returned to his mind. The guns didn't seem to do much, but after a few bursts from each person, 2 melee warriors closed in, and the line was ushered back to the camp and away from the fight. The beast activated some sort of movement skill and charged in a straight line toward the backs of the firing squad. A large man with a shield jumped between them, and the beast couldn't stop in time before running directly into the tank's defenses. The melee fighters quickly caught up, and the fight turned messy. The monster bled, but in large quantities, and a black substance that splashed on each of the nearby fighters. "Even for them, it's not easy," Sarah observed as the team struggled to contain the frenzied beast. Even though she said that, the fight lasted less than a minute and was hard to watch while keeping up with Susan. She explained that walls were going to be built as soon as they figured out how large the camp would need to be. She hadn't even paused to watch the fight, only pointing to a stone structure ahead. "This is the admin building. We can process your team over there." They kept walking, and Alex noticed teams of workers assembling more permanent structures from stone. They worked with extreme speed. Some of them used Earth-based skills to shape and join materials. It reminded him of Earth bending from one of his favorite shows as a kid. He caught Mark's eyes going wide as he watched them manipulate the ground. Just as he followed Susan into the building, he saw a team carrying a 15-foot segment of white metal. Stopping in his tracks, he looked at the tree trunk-shaped bar of metal hefted by a team of Awakened, and recognized it to be the same conductive metal that the Sun Elves used in their ritual. They brought it here. Susan ushered him inside, and the in-processing dragged on for hours. Alex's team handed over their driver's licenses, confirmed overall levels, and answered some repetitive questions about why they were in the rift. Forms were signed and filed away in triplicate. Compared to the frantic pace of the last week, the bureaucratic process made it feel like time was crawling by. Make sure these armbands remain visible at all times, the registrar explained while handing them blue armbands with the hunter's logo on them. They are there to identify you as Earth personnel and differentiate you from Rift dwellers. Alex suppressed a sigh as he strapped on the band. Sarah was more patient with the procedures and asked clarifying questions about protocols, reporting, and resupplying. They continued on to the combat section after some time. There are pretty standard Rift rules of engagement, the officer droned on. No fighting between association members or other contractors. The first team to engage a monster claims the kill and any resulting loot. Disputes go through the camp's chain of command, starting with the officer on watch. Any questions? Sam and Mark were nodding along as the tank flipped through the provided handbook. It looked small in his hands. Easy peasy, he said. By evening, they'd been assigned temporary quarters. It was just a simple canvas tent near the edge of camp. It had 4 cots and no separators, with 2 large storage lockers and a small table. There was also a lantern on the table full of oil and a map with the surrounding area printed on it. Susan had separated from them long ago, pulled away by other duties. In her stead, a soldier Alex didn't know had shown them where the tent was. Before he left, Alex asked, was that group with rifles during the attack getting boosted? Oh yes. Each attack, there is a rotation that comes up to participate in the fight and gain some experience. It's not much, but it helps speed up the leveling for the researchers and non-combat personnel. Alex's eyes flicked to Mark and Sarah. Can I get these 2 in on something like that? The soldier gave an apologetic smile. You definitely can, but you guys are pretty late joining in on the rotation. The wait is more than a week at this point. It's probably worth it, though. If you're interested, you can put their names down on the list at the building that you were in earlier. Alex thanked the man, and after he left, he looked at the map they'd been provided and noticed that it was more detailed in the surrounding area than the guild's map had been, but it didn't cover nearly as much of the surrounding land. Well, we definitely won't be waiting a week. He thought about his own ability to solo one of those creatures of the night. The first few fights might be a bit tough, with my mana channels being a problem. Sam hopped onto the cot and sat cross-legged while fiddling with the totem in his hand. Olivia's note mentioned that she wanted to come for answers on the night. Between the stories I told her and the notes that the guild had, I am going to guess that she went to Tianluo. That's where I'd go to start, even if the sect had fallen. Alex traced his finger in the route he and Sam had fought from the city to the rift exit. He glanced at the younger man. Sam returned a smile and looked calmer than Alex felt. As if to emphasize the point, a patch of ethereal green grass bloomed around their feet and filled most of the tent. When do we leave? He asked. First thing in the morning, Alex said. I think all of us could use a bit more sleep. I didn't expect this process to take most of the day. You don't think we should head out after Olivia right now? Mark asked as he sat down next to Sam. Trust me, I want to. But the rift has changed a lot. I don't want to walk into the unknown in the dark. Also, now that we're at least in the rift, it's a single night instead of several days for her. Setting off tomorrow, rested and prepared, is our best option. There was a chorus of agreements. Sam slid back on the cot and poked Mark while pulling a deck of playing cards from his spatial pouch. I'm surprised that they expect us to operate or train out of the base. They can expect whatever they want, Alex said. We've got our own mission. We can start our training tomorrow morning and then head out first thing. Mark was the only one who groaned, which made Alex grin. His large friend was the only one who knew what sort of training was in store. The sun hadn't yet risen when Alex felt a mental poking at his foggy mind. It was his split consciousness, attempting to rouse him from sleep. He kept himself from grumbling as he pushed himself up and stretched his muscles. While he still felt sore, he was mostly recovered after the few days of downtime. 3 bodies still lay motionless in their cots, and Alex lightly kicked each of them. Time to wake up. First day of training, he exclaimed while trying to keep his voice low from waking nearby tents. Mark groaned and buried his head under his pillow. The sun's not even up yet. You don't know that. You haven't even opened your eyes. Sam sat up instantly, alert and looking to the left and right. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself while Sarah rose more gracefully. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Alex reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out 2 containers, each labeled with Gabby's neat handwriting. Mark and Sarah, eat this before we get started, courtesy of Gabby. He passed the containers to them both, and Sam looked put off. Sam, you don't need it. You and I will eat our normal rations. This is the intelligence-boosting food to help these 2 get a mana manipulation skill faster. Understanding dawned in Sam's eyes. Mark could use some extra brain power. He snickered until Mark flicked out his left arm and sent the pillow sailing across the tent and slapping into Sam's face. Sarah took a bite and then made an appreciative noise, which seemed like enough motivation for Mark to get up and eat his own breakfast. As they ate, Alex watched subtle changes in their expressions. They sat up straighter and looked around with some more interest, their gazes sharp and clear. Feel different? Alex asked. Sarah nodded. It's like everything is more defined somehow, and my mind feels clearer. Mark squinted at the wall like it had taken his lunch money. Good, Alex said with a smile. The food has some of Gabby's biggest buffs yet, with +5 to intellect. It should make getting the manipulation skill pretty easy. He sat on the ground and gestured for them to keep sitting. Mana manipulation is the base of everything I've made so far. Even though I'm mostly doing stuff with unstructured magic, I got the mana threads in my movement skill from using mana shaping. I started by trying to move my mana outside of my body and struggled a good bit until Olivia gave me a hint. He smiled as he remembered the message she sent him before they'd even met. What helped was visualizing the mana moving in my body and then outside of it. You guys should try it now. He gave them a nod and watched intently through his heavenly eye. Melis's gruff voice came into his mind. Start them with internal circulation. Most beginners fail because they reach outward before figuring out how to pull from their core. Alex adjusted his instructions and remembered that before he'd got his own skill, he'd intuitively done something similar. Back then, he was just mentally reaching around and clumsily pushing at the mana near his core. They sat in silence for several minutes, and Sarah was the first to speak up. I think I feel it, like a ball of water in my stomach. Alex encouraged her, and Mark seemed like he wanted to focus harder, but it was only a few minutes later when she exclaimed, I got a skill. Sam shushed her with a laugh before congratulating her. Already, Mark's concentration broke. Keep trying, Alex said. Sarah's already had practiced controlling her aura, and mana is supposed to be a part of that. She got it faster than I thought, so just focus on what you can. He turned back to Sarah. That really was fast, good job. Show me which one you got. Mana shaping novice level 1. Allows the awakened one to shape mana more easily to their will. That's the same one I got. Great job, he said with a smile. Keep practicing. Sam helped them continue and show Sarah some exercises for moving her mana. I need to go scout around a bit and see if I can't find us a monster. A monster? Sarah asked, her happy mood seeming slightly dampened. Already? Alex nodded. We don't have a ton of grace here, unfortunately, so we're going to have to play this smart. With my mana channels injured, I need you guys to gain some levels. As you are now, both of you could get injured way too easily. If we can get a few kills under your belt, it'll skyrocket your levels, and we can start working as a team. Sam nodded and took over the teaching portion of training. Let's try visualizing it differently, Mark. You already used your own mana to get the taunt skill, so you could be really close to getting it. Try to imagine that the mana is pushing out from your stomach, like you did. Alex stepped out of the tent, and the air felt warm and totally different than the season outside of the rift. He took out map from his pouch as Val followed him out of the tent and chirped excitedly. Let's find something for their first fight, Alex murmured. The little amphipter stretched his wings and did a lap around Alex's head, willing to fly more freely while the camp was asleep. Can you fly up high for me while we move? You can let me know if you see any monsters around. Yes, Val can. He flew up and soared higher and higher. Alex watched as he flew higher before beginning walking away from the camp. There were guards at the edge, but when they saw his armband, they did little to stop him from moving on freely. He wondered how secure that really made things, especially as he remembered how easy it had been to sneak into the Shadow Serpent Sect camp while he was fighting them before. He moved further out and ranged the area between the camp and Tianluo, realizing that it was likely one of the most traveled sections of land in the rift. There were many factors to keep in mind as he searched and chose one of the remaining monsters in the area. He was more limited than he might normally be, injured as his mana channels were. Also, without Olivia, it left Sam and Valthurian as the only appropriately leveled party members, and Sam was unlikely to be able to kill a monster that was higher level than he was. It didn't take him long to get things set up how he wanted. He baited the monster eastward, and when it was close enough, he used his stats and Valthurian to create a distraction and speed off from its sight and senses. Val stayed above the Night Stalker, flying high above its reach and acting as a marker for Alex to easily find them when he returned with the other three. Covering the distance without the use of his movement skill was frustrating, but Alex focused on his breathing and ran with as much speed as his stats would allow. It took him another hour to return with the trio in tow. He could feel Valthurian through their bond and knew that they were getting close to the spot. Around the short drop in the terrain was a Night Stalker sniffing at the various plants and rocks. Alex moved in a crouch at the front of their small group. When he reached the edge of the small ridge, he motioned for the others to stay low as he peered over the side. The Night Stalker prowled below, and its shadow form blended in well with the shadows of the terrain. Its multiple limbs ended in white claws that left small gouges in the dead ground. Alex moved back to the group and whispered, "All right, you guys ready?" Sarah held her bow with an arrow already on the string, looking extremely nervous. Mark knelt beside Alex and held his shield and hammer in a tight grip. "You sure this'll work? How high did you say its level was?" He whispered, "I'm sure." If it works on boars, it'll work on a Night Stalker. Alex removed his giant from the spatial ring and gave them a smile. Just remember the plan. He gave a final nod before turning and leaping from the ridge. He landed with a grace that he could only attribute to higher stats while slashing down with his sword as he passed the beast's side. The Night Stalker responded quickly. It snapped at him, and Alex swayed to the side and backpedaled quickly to create space. The creature lunged without giving him time to plant his feet. Alex slid his sword behind him in a wide arc, used the giant to brace against his shoulder, and leaned into the blow as much as he could. It caused him to slide back several feet, but he kept his balance. There was a sting in his arm as one of the teeth of the creature caught his shoulder in the attack. On the next lunge, Alex was more prepared and was able to sidestep and slash out with the blade. Black ichor sprayed onto his white robes, but he knew the wound wasn't deep. Above, Val circled, diving every once in a while to launch mana darts at the monster. Each hit drew a snarl and a distracted moment where it would snap at the air where the amphipter had been before. Now Sarah, an arrow whistled through the air, not even a second later. It buried itself into the Night Stalker's shoulder. It was a good shot, and Alex could tell that she'd been practicing. Unfortunately, the creature barely registered the attack and continued to focus on Alex. He danced around it, using his sword skills to the best of his abilities. Alex could tell that he was outmatched in raw stats, and if it weren't for the Night Stalker's consistent attacking patterns, he'd be hopeless in the fight without his magic. As long as Alex remained calm and continued to kite the beast backward, toward their planned destination, he could maintain the upper hand. Even then, sweat beaded on his face, and without the use of Feather Step, each clash felt much more dangerous than it normally would have. The beast's white eyes slowly turned blood red, and Alex could sense its movements coming faster and more frantically. "Mark, your turn." Mark vaulted from the ledge but landed much more awkwardly than Alex had. He hit the ground from the 10-foot drop and attempted to roll, but his shield awkwardly got in the way. A grunt escaped him as he quickly pushed himself up. "Hey, ugly," he shouted while activating his taunt skill. "Over here." The effect didn't seem to register as the beast continued to attack Alex. They had wondered if this might happen, so Mark ran to the space where he could wait, further behind Alex and between the beast and the chasm. When he was in position, he could use the taunt skill again. The effect took hold this time, and the Night Stalker's attention snapped to Mark. Their tank continued to walk backward and hold up his shield, watching the beast as it stalked forward and completely ignored Alex. "That's right. Come and get me," he said. Bunching low to the ground, the beast charged forward explosively, just like the one at the camp. Mark braced his feet and held the shield tight in both hands. Just as the creature was upon him, Mark changed his angle and tried to jump out of the way. When the monster slammed into Mark, he twisted sharply, and Alex watched as his friend went flying through the air. The impact sent Mark sailing sideways rather than backward. He crashed into the ground, his metal armor making dreadful noises as he rolled. He cried out in pain as his arm twisted in an odd direction, but their plan had worked. The Night Stalker, unable to adjust its momentum, continued to charge past the point Mark had been standing and straight over the edge of the ravine. A yowling cry and a distant thud could be heard, followed by silence. "You have slain Night Stalker level 44. Blue experience motes flew up and into Alex's chest, telling him that the others should have gotten experience as well. Sam sprinted forward, dropping to one knee beside his friend. He held the staff in hand and cast a spell through it while the green patch of ethereal grass from his trait also exploded into existence around him. The bright and lush green seemed so out of place on the gray and brown stone. Mark grimaced and rolled onto his back, but then his expression shifted. He stared at something only he could see and suddenly burst into laughter. "Holy shit," he gasped. That was worth a dislocated shoulder. Sarah approached, her face flushed with excitement. "I gained 5 levels from that one kill." "Me too." Mark grinned as Sam completed the healing. He rotated his healed arm and tried to poke at his side before remembering that he was in slightly banged-up metal armor. "We should do that again." Alex helped Mark to his feet and felt pride warming his chest. "You guys did great." Sam dusted himself off and hefted Mark's shield from where it lay on the ground. Mark was higher level, right? Why didn't Sarah get more experience than him? My guess is that Mark's participation was considered higher since he was in actual danger. Sarah was relatively safe and just sent a few arrows into it. "Makes sense," Sam said as he set the shield down and pointed the strap toward Mark. "Sarah, you need to pick your class," Alex said, while turning to face Tianluo. "We'll keep moving toward the city, and if we see another good chance to take a fight, we'll set it up just like this. The ravine only gets deeper and wider the further from the rift we get." Val swooped down and chirped excitedly. "Val can scout ahead." "Yes, buddy," Alex said with a laugh. "Go on, let me know what you see. Sam and Mark, you guys make sure to stay alert. We're going to jog at Sarah's pace since she has the lowest stats, just like we did on the way over here." "Sarah, read your class options and share them if you want some help." "What about you?" Sam asked. "I've really needed to learn more about how this skill works." Alex took a deep breath and hoped that he was right. If his theory was wrong, then using the skill would just hurt. He activated Mirage and felt the molten mana flood through his body from his core, and the system took over, directing the skill and projecting the perfect image of himself nearby. Alex breathed in and out several times and shook his arms in an effort to get rid of the pain. He groaned and pushed the feelings down as best as he could while pushing his second consciousness toward the Mirage. Just as he had in the fight with Rylan, his consciousness flowed easily into the Mirage. Suddenly, he could see from two perspectives, and he forced himself to keep the thoughts separate. There's so much to test with this combination. It's not even funny, he said, more to himself. Guess the first thing to test is range. He opened up the connection in his mind to tell his Mirage to begin heading toward Tianluo, but before he could say anything, the other Alex took off with a wink and a wave. Oh man, how annoying is this about to be? As someone who has already had to put up with two of you for the last several days, I'll say very. Alex rolled his eyes and beckoned the group to begin following him at a jog. Alex stopped and stared in awe. Even though he'd seen the destruction through other eyes shortly before, it was still hard to come to grips with the change to Tianluo. From just outside the entrance to the city, he could see the Grand Pagoda and its shattered sections of once beautiful and sloping roof. Hey, it's the funny hat guy. Didn't I see you come through here already? A hunter lounged in the doorway of a partially collapsed tea house. There was a fire on the floor of the building behind him, the smoke rising from the hole in the roof. White stone buildings lay in various states of ruin, and some of their curved rooftops were caved in or missing entirely. Cherry trees that once lined the road were now blackened and twisted from the corruption of the night. Alex tugged at the brim of his hat and kept moving with his friends close behind. These guys look tough, brat. What are you doing around here? Shouldn't you be focused on killing more of those beasties for your friends? The spirit's voice seemed to grate on Alex's nerves. He sighed. That backseat commentary really makes me want to cancel my illusion and make the other part of my mind deal with you. It's a shame I have to pick one or the other. Well, if you'd made a real clone, you could put my amulet around its neck. The spirit grumbled on about how things were different in his day, and Alex ignored him. He saw you already. Mark whispered while falling in step beside him. SHH. I'll tell you later, Alex muttered. Ooh, Mark said as realization dawned on him. The group walked further into Tianluo and began walking down the central road. It had once been immaculate white stone, lined with blossoming cherry trees, but now the stone was shattered and separated. Some sections were entirely missing or covered in rubble from rooftops. Various hunter groups moved through the area. Some were taking notes or stuffing items into bags, while others were setting up camps or using the city as a resting place and temporary area of safety. Alex glanced up to see a flash of blue overhead. Not too high, Val, stay close. Someone might mistake you for a monster. The amphipter flew higher and did a playful loop. Val, careful. Val can fly good. That's what worries me, Alex said as he sent along feelings of stern seriousness through their bond. You're enjoying this too much. Mark had dried sweat on his forehead from jogging this way with his armor on. It wasn't a full set of plate armor, but the chest piece and the half-greaves were adding weight to the large man. Other than the dent in the side, the armor looked to be in great condition, and its steely gray made Mark look tough and definitely at a higher level than he was. Sarah walked behind Alex and next to Sam. They both wore more modern clothes but carried their weapons. Sarah held her bow, but it didn't have an arrow knot. Her hair was pulled back into a bun, and she looked on with a sort of calm that Alex felt it hard to mirror. He knew she trusted the hunters here, but for some reason, he didn't have the same faith that people would follow the rules set out at the camp. She would nod occasionally as they passed the others who wore armbands. I love the class I got. I can't believe that it took me so long to get to level 7, and then I jumped to level 12 after killing a single monster, she said to no one in particular. What was it called again? Sam asked while looking around. Empath, but I really like the skills. Sarah, Alex said, can we save that talk for when we're all alone? She rolled her eyes a bit but nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked over his shoulder at the young healer, who walked with an unsettling calmness in his eyes, surveying the city. You're taking this well, Alex said. Sam shrugged. It looks different, broken. Alex saw his hand tense around his staff as he walked, using it as a walking stick. With each step, the totem that he'd tied around its twisted head swung and would occasionally clatter with the sound of wood on wood. Alex turned down a narrow street and made for the space he'd scouted earlier. He didn't want to miss their chance. A few moments later, they came out on the next street, and no one was around. He answered Mark's earlier question. Yes, they saw my clone. I sent it ahead to scout, and part of me wanted to see if hunters like this could tell the difference. I think the only way they'll notice it is if they have a mana sight skill, since it lights up like a beacon to my heavenly eye. But to my right eye, it looks totally normal. Aura sight too, Sarah chimed in. Everyone has a colored aura around them in my vision, but your skill just looks like a cardboard cutout. There's no aura there. Alex nodded and made a mental note. I'm telling you, crude. Maylis picked up with his earlier criticisms. The eastern provinces of Taurus had rune mages that specialized in the creation of runic automatons that were far more Is there anything that you won't criticize? Give it a rest. I thought we were past this kind of stuff. When do you go back to sleep? Your hat, Meili said simply. What? I won't criticize your hat. It's appropriately dignified for a practitioner of the magical arts. Alex tugged the brim of his hat self-consciously. Great. The one thing you approve of is the thing that makes me look ridiculous, he said under his breath. How far can it separate from you? Mark asked. It's hard to tell. I can't tell where it is like a bond, but I can tell what it's thinking or seeing. It's a bit overwhelming to parse the senses at the same time, but there doesn't seem to be a range limit yet. It got to the city much earlier than we did. There are some other limitations. I can't pick things up or interact with stuff. It has no physicality at all. Where is it now? Sarah asked, looking up at the roofs as if it were hiding up there. Hiding in a building near the edge of the city, practicing mana shaping. Alex couldn't help the smile that formed. It can use magic, Sam asked excitedly, bouncing closer to the front of the group. That's the weird part. It can use mana since it takes half of all of my magical stats, but it can't use any of my skills. Mark straightened. Wait, so your clone could cast spells. Your circles are unstructured, right? That's the hope, Alex said, his grin growing wider. I normally create them with mana thread though, so I need to try and get closer to those thin strands with just my raw mana shaping skills. That's why he's practicing. Good thing is, if there's one thing I'm really good at, it's magical control. The best part is, it doesn't hurt my mana channels at all when the clone is using mana. Sarah's eyes widened as she thought through the information. His damaged mana channels had been a big limitation in the last few days since returning from the Sun Elf mission. That she began, a game changer, Mark finished with a shake of his head. They crossed another empty alleyway into a wider street with a direct line of sight to the pagoda. Alex stopped again. We're going to wait here for a bit. You can get comfortable if you want, but keep an eye out. Alex took off his pack and set it on the ground before sitting on the stairs, turning his eyes to the entrance to the main building. What are we waiting for? Sarah asked, removing her pack as well. There should be a group coming out of the pagoda soon. I think they're going to come this way. She gave him an odd look and Alex ignored it. Sam, can you heal me a bit? I don't know if it's going to help, but this is going to hurt. What are you doing now, dude? Mark asked. You can't be trying to train. Your channels need to heal, right? More like preparing. Alex answered, and Sam cast rejuvenation on him. Alex didn't waste time and pulled on the mana from his core and braced against the pain. He tried to move the threads of mana as quickly as he could. The spell circle for the lightning bolt formed quickly, but when it came to forming the rune, maintaining concentration, and controlling the mana pattern to set the rune, the spell shattered. The entire time, Alex gritted his teeth and held his breath to brace against the pain. He did it a second time, with the same result. Sam and Sarah were looking at him with concerned glances as he grunted and sagged. He told them he'd try once more, and on the third try he managed a successful cast. An arching bolt of lightning cracked across the stone ground and struck the stairs on the other side of the road before disappearing. The sound was loud in the quiet section of the town. However, Alex only needed one cast to work. Okay, Mark said while drawing out the word. What was the point of all that? I just needed it to work once to put it in my spell storage. But why does that matter if you can barely cast it? Sarah asked. Alex gave her a tired smile and decided to test his theory. He named the spell in the system's pop-up and then activated the skill while bracing himself. The spell went off perfectly. It formed faster and cost less mana than when he'd done it himself. It's about time you started using the system. I don't understand this obsession you have with doing things without it, Meili's chimed in. You would if you'd listened to me. I've told you this like 3 times already. I know I am sorry, kid. The apology stunned Alex into silence for a moment. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. It's fine, just why are you being so critical all of a sudden? I haven't been awake for this long in a long time. I have no idea what to do with myself if I can't teach. Why don't you just give me advice on the situation or teach me more about the system? Just being grumpy as hell isn't helping either of us. Well, it is entertaining, don't worry. I can feel the energy beginning to ebb away. I'll be asleep soon. The thought saddened Alex despite the frustration he felt with the grumpy spirit. After the bolt disappeared, he rubbed his neck and wondered if the pain was worse when the system took over casting. Well, I figured this would work. I'm glad to see that wasn't a waste. When I form the spell circle with unstructured magic, it's a lot harder, takes more mana, and is slower to form. These were some downsides Yura told me about, but with structured magic, the system is actually taking over and doing the magic for me, with my mana. So, while it still hurts like hell, the system isn't going to fail the cast like I might when trying to do it and push through the pain at the same time. That doesn't sound. There they are, Alex nodded as a group of hunters emerged onto the steps, escorting a group of white-robed figures. The Mirage saw them earlier. They're bringing out survivors of the sect. Are we going to talk to them? Sam asked, and this time Alex could hear the hitch in his voice. He nodded nonetheless. Yes, they're moving the sect's people to the camp for processing. Rising as the hunters approached, Alex noticed their tight formation around the white-robed sect members. The group moved with an efficiency that reminded him of Jonathan's group, and most of them carried standard rift weapons. Some had knives, swords, and even a spear, but Alex had seen a scout of some kind on the roofs with his clone before. He didn't see the man now, but he knew he was out there with an oversized modern sniper rifle of some sort. "That's far enough," called their leader. She had short black hair and a thin scar across her ear and jawline. Her eyes narrowed at Alex and lingered on his white and gold robes. He held up his hands to show they were empty and turned so that the clearly shown armband was easily visible. "Where did you get that armband?" "We're contractors with the Hunters Association. Just passing through the city," Alex answered. Her gaze flicked to his brown wizard's hat and then again to his robes. "Those robes look like theirs. Where did you find them? Did you get here early enough to loot some buildings?" Alex shook his head but didn't answer. Her hand rested casually on a sword. "Well, we've got first claim on these ones. Just like the loot we saw them first, their bounty is ours to collect." Behind her, two of the sect members stared openly at Alex. One of the older pair suddenly widened his eyes as Alex glanced at them, and he noticed his left eye. He whispered something to the woman beside him, who gasped. The hunter turned to glance at them. Sarah stepped forward then. "Sergeant Lambert." "Sarah Lee, we met at the Christmas function a few months ago." The tension eased. "Lee, didn't know you were in the field." She glanced at Alex once more before stepping forward and shaking her hand. "Wasn't your specialty what? Psychological assessments or something?" Lieutenant Lambert shrugged. "Sure, you can have 5 minutes. We need to get them processed for the bounty." She looked at Alex. "Sorry for the rude welcome. There are rules here and most are our people, but some people know just how to bend the rules in their favor. Can't hurt to be careful." Alex nodded. "I can understand that. No harm done. Do you mind?" He gestured at the group and she waved him on. As the hunters fell back a bit and began chatting with Sarah, Mark, and Sam, the elder sect member stepped forward to greet Alex. He bowed deeply to Alex's honored guest. This humble one did not expect to see the sect head's blessing upon another. Alex kept his voice low. "I'm looking for information about what happened to him and about a woman who might have passed through recently." The man glanced at the hunters nervously. "First, you must know, what remains of the sage awaits the one with his gaze. In the wilds, the path below the structured growth reveals itself to those who know where to look." Alex frowned and nodded, deciding to think through the message in a few minutes. "What about the woman? She has dark hair about yay tall, looks dangerous, and carries some knives." The warrior woman nodded. "The female sect member. She arrived when the aspect was weakening. After the sect head sacrifice, Rakshasi split into 7 parts. One aspect was here until the warrior woman drove it away. She left about 7 days ago to the east, deeper into the night. Drove it away, or killed it." Alex frowned as he remembered the count being at 1 of 7 when he entered the rift. The woman gestured uncertainly. "I suppose she could have killed it, though alone as she was, that would be a mighty feat." Alex asked a few more questions about Olivia and how the Celestials had lost. He wanted to hear more about the last battle between the 2 B ranks that had led to Yura's death, but their conversation was interrupted. "Time's up. We need to keep moving," Lambert said. "Will you be all right?" Alex asked the sect members. "They have been correct in their treatment," the old man answered carefully. "The bounty is for unharmed extraction," Sarah said as she joined Alex. "We're taking them to the camp. If you have more questions, you can join us or meet them there." "I'll check on them later," Alex said, looking at the woman carefully. She met his gaze steadily. "What happens to them after we turn them over isn't my business." She turned to her team. "Let's move out." The group of hunters left, and Alex turned to his friends before motioning them to the west side of the city. He deflected their questions as they hurried toward the western edge. After they cleared the rubble of the far wall and entered the dead cherry tree forest beyond, Alex created space and hunkered down for a few minutes. "Stay low," he said. "Just watch. Before we start moving, we need to make sure we weren't followed. Val, fly a bit lower while we're out here, and keep an eye out for anyone moving from the city to follow us." He felt the confirmation come through their bond and settled in to watch their surroundings. 15 minutes went by, and he was pleased to see his friends taking the situation seriously. Even if that group of hunters knew Sarah and seemed like decent people, Alex still wasn't sure about the others. When he was sure they weren't followed, he got the group moving further west, away from the chasm and city. "What was that about?" Mark asked after they'd been moving for another 5 minutes. "They told me some cryptic message about the sage leaving something behind." It wasn't really a code, but it was definitely vague. Sage, Yura was known as the Celestial Sage. The rest of the message made it sound like he left something behind for someone who had his gaze, which I'm guessing means me. He pointed at his left eye. "I was thinking about the rest of the message, and I think it's referring to the garden Yura kept." "I remember that," Sam said. "He taught us the difference between structured and unstructured magic there." Alex nodded in response and kept them moving along the trail. He allowed his mind to open to the other half of his consciousness and make sure that it was following their group at a distance to catch any signs of pursuit. He felt a tightening in his chest as they entered the meadow after another 10 minutes of walking, and he saw the small square plot of garden. It was completely dead, with all the plants picked clean or withered and blackened. The wind blew through the dead garden and stirred the stems. Alex knelt at the edge of the plot and gently touched what had once been a beautiful flower. He activated his heavenly eye and couldn't get a read on a single one of the plants. Spread out a bit, see if you can't find anything. Don't get too far and call out if you see or hear anything at all, he said, finding an odd catch in his voice. He moved along the trail, further toward a steep drop in the forest. He looked around and felt an odd swirling of emotions, as he felt sadness for the once beautiful garden that had caused him to shield his eyes from the overwhelming amount of mana, reduced to such a state. Now, whatever in the night drained mana and life from what it infected, leaving the trees completely dead. They showed no signs of mana in them, instead serving as towering panels of black in his vision. That wasn't to say that there was no mana, just startlingly little for being in a rift. He looked around and was happy for his natural mana sight. He saw a bit of mana that seemed to stand out from the rest. He found a worn stone disc at the base of an enormous tree. He looked at it and saw several symbols carved into it, though the fallen cherry leaves around it were already moved as if they had been found. He felt anger begin to overtake his sadness at the thought of someone taking what Yura had left for him. Alex pressed his palm against it and used mana infusion. Despite the pain, he could flush the item with enough mana to activate it and called his friends over in short order. Valthurian dove from the sky at his rise in emotions and hovered nearby, watching as a section of the tree slid down into the ground. When the group joined him, they removed several lanterns that were much nicer than the original antique lantern that Alex had come in with. They were designed with reflective backs on one side to reflect light in a specific direction. As they began to descend, the space was quite dusty, other than a fresh set of footprints that went down ahead of Alex. Someone's been here. Mark tightened the grip on his hammer. Want me up front? Not yet, Alex declined, knowing Mark was still too low level to act as a tank in this environment. The stairway plunged deep under Tianluo and occasionally turned into a hallway for about 20 meters before turning into more stairs. They moved slowly and cautiously, and Alex made sure that his mirage was watching the area around the garden while continuing to practice natural mana manipulation. The lower they got, the shorter hallways began to depict carvings in stone walls, and they widened to allow for more space. Some murals depicted a many-armed goddess with stars in her hair, binding a great charcoal serpent in chains. Alex knew this to be Rakshasi and wondered who the woman was. The air grew heavier as they went deeper, and at some point, Valthurian hissed and darted ahead at full speed, leaving the group stunned. Val, no, come here, Alex called after him, desperately attempting to communicate the urgent need to be safe. They followed more quickly, sacrificing some caution for speed, and after what seemed like an eternity of attempting to recall Val, the passage at the bottom of a set of stairs widened into a vast circular chamber. At its center, raised on a stone dais that was covered with still burning candles, sat a figure in meditation. Yura's transformed body was massive even in his death, his four top arms extended outward in perfect balance and clearly in a meditative pose. His lower pair of arms were resting in his lap, clutching an ornate wooden chest. His gold-tinged skin still radiated a faint aura, even though no breath stirred in his chest. Alex's eyes traced the damage that told the story of how Yura had died. The once pristine white robes were marred with jagged tears and black, inky marks. Dried blood stained the fabric in patterns that spoke of a great struggle. The mix of black and red liquid created a gruesome scene of violence on the white canvas. From a tear in his chest, Alex could see puncture wounds that sprouted dark veins like a winter forest. They spread like roots through the golden skin and crept toward his face. Alex knew that the only thing to have been able to fight Yura to the death in such a way was Rakshasi, and the poison must have slowly gotten to him in the end. Yet Yura's face remained peaceful. Even after his death, he looked like he had all the answers to Alex's questions. He looked as though he might open his eyes at any moment, but the celestial sage was gone. His mentor was gone. Alex felt grief rise like a tidal wave in his chest, and he met it with a brutal efficiency of his own, channeling all of his currently available willpower to dam the emotions up. He deliberately turned away from the scene and scanned the rest of the chamber for exits, threats, and truly anything other than the still form before him. The feeling of Melis's spirit could be felt welling up from the item as well. There was a silence, and Alex almost dared the cantankerous old runemaster to say something critical at this moment. Having something to take the anger out on would be nice. He chose his own way at the end. A proper death, the spirit said quietly. Alex tried to think of something to quip back with but couldn't bring himself to care. I recognize the sacrifice. I've been where he is, choosing to leave something behind for those who come after as a last gesture. The difference is he chose his fate knowing what it meant. The spirit's vulnerability caught Alex off guard, and for a moment he glimpsed the weight of centuries that Melis carried with him. The ancient spirit never spoke of his past or how he died, despite the frequent attempts to pry at him. Val flitted around the dais, whining softly as he sniffed at Yura's body. The amphipter's confusion and genuine sorrow struck Alex harder than his own suppressed grief. He clenched his jaw and refused to allow the tears to build in his eyes. Alex, Sam said tentatively as he placed a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. We don't have time, Alex replied in a tight voice. He approached the dais cautiously and looked around it. Though it seemed to be the only thing in the chamber behind Yura's body, there was a large opening in the wall. As his gaze swept the wall behind the celestial, he saw a tunneled opening. The dark passage extended beyond the reach of their lantern light, but he could feel a gentle breeze flowing through it, carrying an earthy scent. There's a way out, he said quietly. Mark followed his gaze. Think it's safe. We'll check it out after, he replied as he turned back to the raised platform and his eyes fixed on the wooden chest. The box was ornate and carved with symbols that seemed to glow the same golden energy as the celestial himself. Alex reached for it, but the sage's fingers remained firmly clasped around it, unable to be moved even after death. I can't get it open, Alex muttered. He felt worry creeping into his mind. Was it not left for me? Should we try to move his hands? Mark asked. The suggestion felt wrong and Alex just shook his head. He stepped back to look at the box again, this time activating his heavenly eye to attempt to scan it for any hint of a mechanism or system readout. The chest responded immediately. They heard a soft click through the chamber as hidden locks disengaged. More startling was how Yura's lower hand smoothly shifted aside, the joints moving naturally to the side as if he were still alive. Sarah yipped and jumped back, and Mark called out in alarm, looking around wildly as if the ceiling would begin to fall. Alex took a half step back and looked up at Yura's face. The last of the golden energy that seemed to cling to his body dissipated into the surrounding air, and Alex felt something tremble inside. The chest lay open now, revealing a single item in its open maw. Alex saw a single item in the chest. It was made of metal and about 6 inches long and 4 inches wide. Only as he reached for it and began to lift it did he note its cylindrical shape. It was heavier than it looked and was made of a dark silver metal with streaks of blue alloy running through its surface like a frozen river. That's it, Mark asked, peering over his shoulder. Just a fancy armband. Alex didn't answer as he scanned the item and nearly dropped it in surprise. C-Rank Item Realm Walker's Storage Bracer. Rarity Epic Type Container. He slid the bracer onto his left forearm. The metal was cool against his skin, but warmed up quickly. He reached out with his mind and intent toward the item to see if anything was in, and cursed on reflex. Where his spatial pouch felt close to the size of a small closet, and the ring had been able to store items equivalent to a dresser, the bracer's space stretched out before his awareness like a warehouse. Damn. Alex probed deeper. Unlike the other spatial items, where he could only recall what he'd stored through memory or a very vague sense, as if looking through a dense fog, this one let him see and feel what was inside with startling clarity. Books and crates, it's like I can really see them. It's a high-rarity C-rank spatial item, Mayles chimed in. His voice carried an unusual amount of respect. See this right here. He used the illusionary function of the amulet to trace a section of the bracer near the wrist. These enchanters knew what they were doing. These layered enchantments are done flawlessly. The item was made recently. Alex nodded absently as he reached into the spatial field. It felt like he was dipping his hand into cool water that somehow came out to meet his hand as he touched it on the metal. He felt his fingers brush against something solid and pulled out a tome. Philosophy. Mark snorted as Alex read the cover. The old man leaves you a super fancy magic bracer and fills it with homework. Alex forced his eyes to remain dry, though the tightening in his throat made him want to cough or throw up. He replaced the book and pulled out another. He looked at it and saw it to be another one on the philosophy of power written by Yura. He flipped through the pages, and a folded piece of parchment slipped out and fluttered to the cavern floor. Sam leaned down to retrieve it and handed it to Alex. What is it? Alex unfolded the note, and his eyes immediately caught the first line written in an elegant, flowing script. Hello, little human. Those 3 words shattered something inside him, and the paper in his hand began to shake. His vision blurred instantly, and the grief he'd been burying since finding out Yura had died crashed through him like a tidal wave. Alex, Sarah's voice seemed distant. A strangled sob escaped his throat. He tried to hold it back, but it only made it worse. He sank to his knees as tears began streaming down his face. Memories flooded back all at once, finding Yura in the cave, still calm and composed, friendly even, after 10 years of solitude, Yura's patient instruction, and wisdom, the countless hours of training and advice, shared meals in his garden, and calm reassurance when Alex doubted himself, long talks on philosophy, and how power could change a person and shape a world. Mark's strong arm wrapped around his shoulders, and Sarah knelt beside him. Sam stood nearby, his face etched with shared pain as he looked up at Yura's still form. Valthurian swooped down and whined several times while nuzzling Sam, before moving over to Alex and getting directly in his lap. Alex had never seen the bond be so frantic about getting close. Almost like a dog, Valthurian attempted to close the smallest space between them and shove his small head under Alex's chin while licking frantically, as if attempting to make up for his lack of communication skills with genuine affection. I'm sorry. He couldn't have said whether he was apologizing to his friends for breaking down or to Yura for not being there when his mentor needed him. "Don't be," Sarah whispered. "You cared about him, and he took care of you and Sam when you needed it most." That simple truth and the echoing of his own thoughts in reverse made Alex cry harder. He hadn't realized how much Yura had meant to him and how much he owed the powerful Celestial until it was apparently too late. The calm man had filled a void he hadn't known existed. It had only been for 2 months, but in the most trying time of Alex's entire life, Yura had been a mentor, a protector, and a guide. He'd shown Alex what he could become and had believed in him, and now he was gone. Leaving nothing but a note that began with the same words he'd used when they met. "Hello, little human." Alex sat cross-legged on the cavern floor while leaning his back against the stone rise at the base of the dais. An hour had passed, and the initial wave of grief had faded to something more manageable. A dull headache hung behind his eyes, and he felt more exhausted than he thought he should be. He smoothed the slightly wrinkled parchment across his knee and finally read past the first 3 words. Nearby, Mark and Sarah had moved to a side of the chamber, practicing their mana manipulation exercises in hushed tones. Sam and Valthurian had disappeared down the tunnel to explore. Taking a deep breath, Alex focused on the fancy script. "Hello, little human. Remember that the loudest in the room isn't often the strongest, and the victory shouted throughout history is not always the most meaningful. Your growth in our brief time together revealed more about your character than you may realize. I see much of myself in you. Before becoming comfortable, I was also curious, determined, and unafraid to question what I thought was wrong. These texts were my companions through centuries of contemplation. Philosophy is not merely an intellectual exercise, but the foundation upon which power must rest. True strength doesn't just come from your ability, but from understanding how to wield it. Watching you ask these questions and ponder the real meaning of power at such a young stage of the greater path makes me excited to see where you go. Climb as high as your potential allows, Alex, and then push a little further. The power you seek will not only bring your own peace, but protection for those you hold dear. This is a truth I learned too late in life. You once asked me about zombies. I regret not sharing what little I knew with you, but now is the last chance I'll have to make amends. I hesitate to burden you with fragments of stories long lost. All I have to share is a snippet of poetry mentioning the name. On the reverse of this page, I've transcribed the only poem I encountered regarding the architect of magic. It is not much, but it might help you find answers. Alex paused and felt his heart begin to pick up pace. This was the first actual information he'd ever heard about his trait. He carefully turned over the page, but Maylis spoke up before he could read the poem. It's not often you see people still seeking answers for those questions at his rank. Most people who make it past C rank are rather set in their ways and have bathed in blood for decades. He sounds like the kind of celestial I could sit and smoke a pipe with. Alex gave a soft grunt and began to read the poem. From the essence of reality came 8, each bearing a concept's purest form. Zombies was the first, the weaver of possibilities tapestry, magic in veins of starlight. Later came those who called themselves divine, singing different songs of creation. Ones of soul and system. Alex thought over the poem for a moment before turning the note back over. I suspect your trait is unique, even among the rarest gifts. In my centuries, I never encountered another stat-weighted trait quite as potent as yours. Perhaps the connection to the primordials is responsible for the remarkable gift and will lead you further down the path of unstructured magic than I could ever reach. Maylis, you said you'd never heard of this stuff, right? The primordials. You were swearing by Istral's chest the other day. I already told you, kid. I don't know anything about any primordials, the spirit replied. My knowledge of history is pretty extensive, but whatever your mentor's talking about in this letter, I've never heard of it. He continued reading. I've placed several sealed containers within the spatial item for you. The bracer itself was crafted by the finest inscriptionist that we have in the capital of our broken world. I do wish you could have seen his look of shock as I told him the materials I wanted it made from. He asked about you, and when I told him you were a budding young cultivator with a talent to travel worlds, he redoubled his efforts in the craft. He named it the crowning achievement of his life and named the item himself, which is a great honor. In the item, though, is my inheritance. The system can become quite agitated if someone gains power too far outside of their rank within an integration. To prevent bringing heaven's wrath on you, I have secured them with blood seals tied to specific power thresholds. Each container will only open when your blood carries the appropriate rank signature, and you then scan the seal with your eye. This prevents others from claiming what I've left for you and ensures you receive each gift when you're prepared to use it. There are containers for D, C, and B ranks. This includes the peak of my power. Alex set the note to the side gently and placed his right hand on the bracer. He examined the crates through his mind's eye and felt his excitement building. Unsure how to pull out an item so large, Alex stood to hold the bracer in front of himself at head height and then placed his right hand on its underside. While beginning to pull the crate from the storage, he also moved his hands further away from each other, as if opening a curtain. He carefully extracted the wooden box and let it rest on the cavern floor. It was sealed with dark, runic symbols that converged at a single piece of parchment with an open rectangle on it. Do you know these runes, Maylies? Of course I do, brat. You're not learning them anytime soon, though. Learning runic arrays is well outside of what I can teach you at the moment. Don't be greedy. Alex gave a snort and followed his instinct. He pulled a knife from his pouch and pricked his thumb. Squeezing it on both sides, he waited for a solid drop of blood to form and pressed it into the rectangle. The parchment flashed with golden light before dissolving into motes that faded into the air. The box's lid opened with a soft click. Inside lay another leather-bound book, a sealed note, and dozens of neatly labeled packages. Alex recognized dried flowers and roots from Yura's garden. They looked like rare herbs and preserved magical fruits. Spirit fruits, Maylies exclaimed. It was so abnormal for the spirit to speak with that level of volume and excitement that Alex jumped and accidentally let go of the lid, causing it to close again. And a white phoenix's seedling, too. Your mentor gathered an impressive collection of materials. If he has more than this gated behind each rank, you will have a very solid foundation through your lower ranks of power, not just for yourself, but your friends too. Alex reached for the note while forcing himself to ignore the treasure trove of magical items and ingredients in the crate. Whatever Yura had prepared warranted his full attention. Now that you've reached D rank, this portion of my inheritance is yours. I have a gift for you, a body tempering manual that I got for your unique trait. While I provided you with a manual for general body tempering rituals before, this one I recorded exclusively for you over the last year. This body tempering ritual is special. It won't strengthen your physical form, it will grant you a new trait if you endure its trial. We spoke on this once before, but traits and passives like this are the most beneficial boosts in strength that someone like you can obtain. It will increase your intelligence by a portion of your willpower. Given your current path, I believe this will help balance your mind. I've gathered all necessary materials over months of careful preparation. Because this rift is D rank, I cannot provide higher tier rituals, but I encourage you to use this one despite the considerable pain and risk involved. The rewards will be worth the suffering. You'll also find duplicates of various D rank body tempering materials, should you wish to help your companions strengthen their foundations. The pouches of mana stones provided should be useful in your advancement. I hope the boy, Samuel, is well. His gift for healing reminds me of my partner, and his spirit is more gentle than most in this life. Continue to build your power without neglecting your foundation, little human. I am proud of what you've become in such a short time and prouder still of what I believe you will be. Alex carefully folded the note and placed it beside Yura's first letter. His throat tightened again, but it felt like a different emotion this time. The grief was wrapped up tightly by gratitude, hope, and determination. This is a serious gift, kid. It's not likely a B rank has much to give you as a D rank, so he went out of his way to get something specifically to fit your kit. Normally, skills like this are a passive. If this body tempering ritual is strong enough to give you a trait, then it will be even better. He's not wrong when he says it'll be worth the pain if you can make it through. Alex flipped through the manual, which had copious amounts of notes on the ritual. It looked even more complex than the one to heal and strengthen his mana channels. It took 3 times more mana stones and several ingredients that Alex had no idea how he'd get if they weren't included. What will you do? Maylies asked. You plan to use a body tempering ritual to heal and improve your damaged channels. Will you abandon that plan for this new ritual? What? No witty remarks on which the obvious choice is. No, this is your path. I can give you advice, but I'd suggest you first pick which you think is the better route. Alex looked down at his hands and flexed them while thinking of the pain that filled his channels every time he tried to pull on his mana. No, he said finally, I'll heal my channels first. This ritual, he tapped the book in his hands. It's amazing, and my willpower is already starting to get abnormally high. Even though I can't utilize it, we're planning to level a lot in the next few months, which means it's going to skyrocket. But if we want to live through the next few months, I need to be able to use my magic and progress it. I'll save this for when I hit C rank. I'll need to do that before the continental event anyway. Maylies made a sound of approval. Those titles seem to do your wisdom well. I would just add that if you're going to wait, don't wait longer than you need to. When you hit C rank, your willpower will be very high with your trait. Not only that, but when your body adjusts after the threshold, you're going to adapt to more of your stats. Don't hold on to it longer than you need to. Next, Alex found a small slip of folded paper. When he read it, he saw more handwritten instructions, though it wasn't overly detailed. It simply stated that when Alex reaches D rank, it's likely that the Heavenly Eye, as a growth item, would be ready to grow. Unfortunately, there would be nothing that he could do to make that happen, at least not intentionally. Yura explained that growth items were split into overarching sections and would react to appropriately rare materials to upgrade when they were ready. The upgrade material would determine the potential upgrade that was received with the growth, so finding the right material was important. In a way, it reminded him of how Valthurian's evolution worked as a companion. The evolution item that Val consumed could make a large impact on future growth. Alex turned the note over and saw that it was blank. Anything to add to this, Maylis? No, I can give you more guidance, but there's no use. Like he said, there's nothing to be done until your growth item reacts to a material. Just don't use the first thing you find, and I'll tell you more whenever the time comes. He nodded to himself and turned toward the tunnel, hearing flapping wings and boots on stone. He waved them over and called out to Mark and Sarah. He explained what was inside to them, and Maylis chimed in. The spirit fruits in there are good for all of you at D rank too. You can eat a few, but each one will have diminishing returns. They act as flat permanent boosts to some stats. I can't believe there are so many. These are mostly considered natural treasures. Alex smiled and told his friends what Maylis was saying. He prepared all this for you, Sarah asked with wide eyes. For us, Alex corrected. He left enough materials for everyone. There's plenty in here for each of us to go through body tempering rituals when everyone's at D rank. No, he literally is a giant, Mark said with a grin. Alex swung and clipped him on the shoulder. All right, so what's the plan? Sam asked. I think we stay here for the day. Yura left enough materials in here for me to do the rituals in the old book, so I should have what I need to heal my mana channels right now. You guys should use all the time you can to train. Alex pointed to each of them in turn. Mark, keep working on your mana manipulation. You're already close to breaking through. Sarah, start with the printed dash manual I gave you all. Sam, focus on meditate. Val chirped and butted his head against Alex's shoulder. Yes, you too, Alex smiled and rubbed the fluffed feathers between his wings. You can work with Mark on mana manipulation. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Don't let him beat you. You're supposed to be the mana noodle after all. Alex reminded them all not to stop the ritual and that the Mirage would be waiting outside the entrance near the garden to keep watch. Hey dude, after this you'll be able to cast spells again, right? Yeah. Mark grinned over his shoulder as he walked back to the side of the cavern with Sarah and pointed at his head. Then you'll have the hat, the wand, and the magic. You'll be a proper wizard then. They all laughed and Alex shook his head. As the friends settled into their given tasks, Alex removed his notebook from the ring on his right hand and started to lay out the materials for his ritual. All the needed items were in the crate, and more. When Alex looked into the bracer again, he found several satchels of D-rank mana stones. When he removed one, he was startled by its weight. Taking a quick look inside, his eyes lit up with the reflection of purple light. Huali. A single sack contained easily 100 crystals. He looked back into the bracer and saw that there were 4 others. Shit, he shook his head and began methodically arranging the ritual components according to his sketch. The crystal lotus pollen glistened in a small, oiled leather pouch that Yura had in the crate. When he looked inside, they glittered almost like shattered diamonds. The mushroom powder had a very musky scent that caused him to scrunch up his nose. The part that he took the most time on was drawing out the ritual on the cavern floor. He borrowed Sarah's lamp and pointed the two at different angles on the floor. When done, he placed the D-rank mana stones at each of the 12 nodes. Something about how they glowed purple clashed in Alex's mind with what he had begun to think of as mana stones. This is it, he said. Once I start, I can't stop until it's done. Sam settled nearby with his staff across his lap. I'll be here if you need healing. The stones pulsed with light as soon as he channeled mana into the ritual. The initial sensation was warm, almost pleasant. It lasted only seconds. Then came the fire. Alex's body jerked as liquid fire poured through every mana channel in his body. He bit down, clenched his teeth, and groaned loudly as the channels, which were already damaged, felt as though they were being dissolved and reforged at the same time. Hours crawled by. Light from the glow of the stones and the lanterns danced across the cavern walls, and sweat soaked through Alex's clothes. He fought to stay seated, not wanting to risk scraping the ritual if he fell onto his back. Occasionally, he'd have an involuntary spasm as the pain seemed to prod at a particular nerve or section of his back. The stones dimmed one by one, giving him a sort of time frame to follow. Much of the process was a blur, though once he opened his eyes and saw that there were still 8 mana stones to go, he'd almost cried. Sam remained vigilant throughout the process, occasionally casting healing spells on Alex to ensure he was okay. Mark and Sarah trained at a distance, casting worried glances toward their friend. Near the 4-hour mark, Alex's skin began to darken in various patches. Thick, black fluid began to seep from his pores. At first, it was just a few droplets that pushed through, then it began to come through in rivulets. The acrid smell of corruption filled the air, and the entire group of friends came closer, concerned by the screaming. When the last stone faded, Alex slumped forward and caught himself on trembling hands. The black sludge pooled around him and hissed softly as it splashed onto the stone floor. Alex, Sam said cautiously. Alex raised his head, eyes red-rimmed but clear. He lifted one shaking hand and summoned threads of mana. They came instantly and without pain or effort. The threads were faster and more agile than he'd ever seen them. They appeared more defined in his vision, and as he began to weave a spell circle in the air, he had to stop himself from cackling like a madman. The mana responded to his call in a way he'd not even imagined possible before. The comparison was almost indescribable. The new barrier spell circle formed perfectly and without issue. Each line fit into place perfectly, and when he set the rune with his mana, the spell circle flashed into existence for the barest moment before the translucent shield materialized in front of him. Alex's exhausted face broke into a triumphant smile. It worked. Alex flexed his fingers and pulled on his mana for no reason other than to revel in the absence of pain. The deep ache in his body was gone, and he smiled as the mana flew through his body and to his fingertips. With a thought, he ended the mirage skill that had been on the surface and felt his split consciousness return to him. He ended that skill as well, feeling his mind whole for the first time in several days, and breathed a sigh of relief. Activating the combination again, a new illusory clone stood beside him in a few heartbeats without any pain whatsoever. His smile only grew as he cast the barrier spell circle again with no issues and was able to push it into his spell storage. He tested it again through the storage skill, and the defensive barrier appeared in the blink of an eye and pulled only a few points from his split mana pool. He let out a little laugh and shook his head. "Mark, toss a rock at me," he said. Understanding, Mark scooped up a small rock and tossed it at Alex with enough force to cross the distance, but not enough to hurt. The semi-translucent barrier appeared just before the rock reached him, and it bounced off harmlessly with a plink. "Oh man, I'm untouchable." Alex laughed again, and his eyes widened as Sam threw a rock at his mirror. The illusion easily sidestepped the pebble and wagged his finger at the healer. "That's cheating. I can't use spells here yet." "Wow, that's weird," Sarah said, looking at the two of them. "Yeah, that is super weird," Alex admitted. The other him didn't seem at all bothered, though, so I really don't get how it works. "Can you control it too?" Mark asked. Well," Alex started. "I'm there and I'm here. I'm controlling both, but oh man, how do I explain this?" The other Alex chimed in. "The skill splits my mind in two halves. Intellect, willpower, mana, and wisdom are all cut in half for each consciousness." "Well, if I'm wearing the hat, then intellect isn't split. But both of them are my mind, and when it's in my head, it's like I can think about two things at once. I know what the other is learning, though I might just need to give it some direct thought. But now that one of my consciousnesses is over there, it's weird to explain. I can open my mind to see or hear what the other one is doing or seeing, but it's probably more accurate to say that I'm remembering it at the same time it's happening. I can sort of nudge the other mind, but that's about it. I can't seem to put both halves of my consciousness in the mirage. So I guess one has to stay here," Alex said, each of them picking up at the pauses. Mark looked back and forth with a wrinkled brow before looking at Sarah and saying, "Do you have any more of that food from Gabby? I feel like I need it." Everyone laughed, and Alex was glad to see Mark cracking jokes, though his current train of thought had him worried about dampening the mood. The mirage looked down and then at Alex. "You look like hell. Why did you make me look like this?" Alex thought about it. "I didn't do it on purpose. I just keep making the mirage look like me." He dismissed the clone again but made it look like Mark. "Ooh, no," Mark said, waving his hands around. "Don't worry. Looks like you're safe." Alex laughed as he dismissed that mirage as well. "There was some resistance there from my mind. I do feel like I could probably work around it, but not worth pushing things right now." He created another image of himself with cleaner, more modern clothes. He also changed it so that there was no hat on his head. The illusory clone, thinking as Alex, turned and moved to go back outside to stand guard. "I wonder why there's resistance when it looks like Mark," Sarah said with interest. Alex shrugged. "I'm not sure. It's my mind, so maybe it's easier if it looks like me. My willpower is really high, though I could probably find a way around it. That makes me wonder, though, what about making an image of something inanimate, a rock or a bush? Could you put your mind into that mirage?" Sarah asked. "No idea. I've got to imagine that would be even harder than a person." "Oh," Sam exclaimed. "What about a dog? It would be awesome to be a dog." Alex chuckled. "Same thoughts apply. Worth trying it all out later, though, when we're in some more safety." "You really do look like hell, dude," Mark said, mirroring other Alex's words. Alex glanced at the stinking black sludge lying in the middle of the circle and shuddered. "I do want to get moving after Olivia, but this might be a good place for you to do your D-rank body tempering too, Sam. You want to give it a go. It might be better to do it here rather than camp." "Why do you say that?" Sarah asked. "Well, just because it's pretty big magic. The 12 D-rank mana stones for that one alone are a steep price, not to mention the other ingredients. A lot of the hunters in here are D-rank and higher level than me. No sense in letting them know we have the knowledge or resources to do something like this." She thought about it and nodded in agreement. Sam looked nervously at the sludge on the floor. His face paled slightly. I think I'll wait a bit to do mine. I might look more through the manual and make sure I know what I'm getting myself into." Alex rolled his shoulders and adjusted the amulet under his shirt and the hat on his head. He didn't think this would go over well, but he had to give it a try. "We need to talk strategy before we move. Sarah's level 12 now. Mark, you're 15. That's progress, but I'm worried about bringing you guys on this. We need to pick between speed to catch up to Olivia, or slow down to allow you guys to gain enough levels to be safe." So we're still liabilities. Mark's playful tone dropped. That's where this is going. Sarah crossed her arms. So what? You drop us at the encampment while you chase after Olivia. No, it sounds bad when you say it like that. I was just thinking that it makes some sense. I could move faster and not need to worry about either of you being hurt. You could level safely at the encampment and… No chance. Mark's voice had a hard edge to it. His usual easygoing manner was replaced by something Alex had rarely seen. We didn't come in here to be safe and sit on our asses while you solo the dangerous parts. Mark. No, listen, Mark said as he stepped forward. If we stay at that camp, we might get 1 or 2 chances in that shooting rotation over the next week or so. Great. Meanwhile, you're off risking your neck deep in monster territory, potentially getting killed because your backup's still too low-leveled and playing patacake in the camp. His words came out faster as his volume rose, but he forced himself to take a breath. He continued with a more measured tone. Sam's healing makes this safer than it would be anywhere else, maybe even the camp. If we gain levels with you, we won't be that liability soon. We can be an actual team and not the little newbies that you babysit. Alex scratched his head. I know, it's just the risks. We're acceptable when your mana channels were damaged, but now that you're fixed, suddenly we're dead weight, just dropping us off back in the safe spot now that you can actually move full speed. Mark threw his hands up and then poked Alex's chest with his finger. I'm not just here for experience, man. I'm here to watch your back, and I can't do that from a goddamn camp. The cavern fell silent, and even Valthurian held his spot in the air, watching the interaction curiously. Alex stared at his best friend and had nothing to counter his points with. Beneath all of those jokes, a constant in Mark's life was being the protector, even before stats and skills. Once, in his dorm room after a late night of studying, Mark had told him that his size had always made others be intimidated by him or think that he was stupid. As a kid, he'd countered that by acting like the class clown, figuring it would be easier to be silly and friendly than intimidating. The last thing he ever wanted to do was throw his size around and intimidate people, but if it came down to throwing that size between a friend and a problem, Mark was there. That's the kind of man you keep by your side no matter what. Probably the best king of swords you could ask for, Melee said. What? I'll tell you about it soon. He's right, Sarah said quietly. We're not strong now, but if we can get the levels, we want to be there for you. Sam nodded. I won't let anything happen to you guys. Alex exhaled slowly. We do need to move fast. Olivia's trail is only getting colder. We know she went east, but that was a week ago. So we find a balance. Mark's expression softened. You warned us from the beginning that this was going to be dangerous and wasn't going to be easy. Giving a small smile, he said, so don't make it easy on us now. Alex looked at his Frenchie's team. Every instinct screamed to protect them, to keep them safe, but he knew Mark was right. They weren't baggage, and they deserved the opportunity to grow and reach their own goals. There would be a certain amount of safety in helping them gain power, rather than keeping them locked away. All right, you're right. While we're moving, I think you guys need to keep training, and I'll focus on picking our battles. The group agreed, and a lot of the tension left the group. Mark seemed to take a bit of time to compose himself, and was still quite somber as Alex packed up the remainder of the inheritance supplies and returned them to the crate and spatial item. The group started moving through the tunnel behind the dais. Alex looked back one final time at Yura. Traveling through the tunnel was easy, and it opened into a cliff face facing north toward the mountains, but it had a small path that led them up the cliff face. When they emerged at the top of the long, switch-backed path, they were back near the northern entrance to Tianluo. They avoided entering the city again and skirted along the northern side to head east toward the chasm that led deeper into the night territory. They ran on, reaching the crevasse, each of them attempting to focus on their running form and breathing as they went. Alex dispelled his mirage clone with a thought and focused inward as his secondary consciousness returned. Melees. I know you're close to running out of mana. The mirage is really useful for scouting, but I figured while I had you for a little longer, you could get into some of the warding basics with my second mind. Fine, brat, but you better practice before you wake me again, Melee said. That's fair. But when I wake you, I want to learn a new rune too. I don't know which one yet, but I want to start making new spell circles. Melees grumbled for a moment before saying, that's acceptable. You proved your theory and it's clearly powerful. Choose your rune. Is there a limit to which one I can pick? The system gated my knowledge with you, right? Melees snorted. Yes, the system gated the knowledge I can give to you, but that's based on enchanting. Alex was confused and Melees could clearly tell. Brat, you don't know how proficiency ranks work with this, do you? Well, you know that the proficiency ranks go from novice to master. Novices can learn runes and can make trinkets and charms, but you're not a journeyman until you make your first 3-link runic enchantment. It must have one rune from each of the 3 major categories that I taught you: primary, control, and modification. After that, adepts need to learn to layer 2 enchantments. This isn't the same as putting 2 enchantments on one item, but I'll teach you about that at C rank. To be an expert enchanter, you have to create a runic array, which is a 5-link rune enchantment on a single item. Then for master, you have to layer 2 arrays on a single item. All right, so, Maylis groaned loudly. I almost don't want to tell you. How can you be so damn brilliant at some things and so dense in other areas? It means that since your spell circles only need runes for the concept they provide, there's really no limit on what I can teach you. At least not one enforced by the system. It's only worried about the complexity of enchantments. The group was running quite quickly across the open landscape of twisted vegetation, but Alex stopped dead in his tracks. Holy shit, are you serious? Of course, Maylie sounded so proud. You'll still need to be reasonable in what you learn. If you can't form the concept or intent of the rune, it won't matter if your willpower lets you set the pattern into it. Start with something small, and we can work ourselves up. If you try to tell me you want to learn a spatial rune, I won't teach you anything for the next 3 times you wake me up, got it? Alex laughed out loud, ignoring Maylies' threat and sprinting to catch up with his friends. Val picked up on his elation and did a dive bomb to swirl around him before climbing back into the sky to scout for signs of the night creatures. After an hour of travel, they reached the chasm, and Alex grinned at his friends. He thought about doing something absolutely insane and attempting to create a barrier for them to hop across the large span of open space. Though when he spent even a real moment thinking about it, he redirected the group to continue winding along the ledge toward the rift portal. They didn't need to go all the way back to the portal, but close enough that the gap was at least jumpable. It added time to their journey, but unless they were willing to do something reckless to save an hour, he didn't see another way to make it happen. The early days of travel passed quickly as they all settled into a routine. Alex let his second mind focus on a warding lesson with Maylies, while he focused on practicing the lightning bolt spell circle each time his mana got close to capping out. Val flew overhead as a scout while all of them worked on getting running. Alex helped Mark and Valthurian work on their mana manipulation practice on the first night they camped. In hindsight, he could tell he was being a bit too hard on the baby dragon, but it didn't become apparent until Mark got his mana shaping skill, and it caused Valthurian to throw a fit. The small bond flew away from where they were sitting against the rocks and coiled up on the far side of their small area near a tent. From then on, Alex shifted his teaching with Val to allow the amphipter to go with what felt most natural. In less than an hour, he got his own mana manipulation skill. Instead of attempting to control it like water or visualize its outward movement like the rest of them had done, Valthurian instead breathed out in a certain way. It gave him the mana breath skill, and Alex had to prevent himself from geeking out over the idea that his companion was one step closer to breathing fire. This moved Mark and Val both to join Sarah in learning a movement skill. Each morning after they woke, the group would stay in their camp and exercise. This included various body weight exercises and sprints, and were followed up with several movements and drills from different martial training styles that Mark had copied pages from. Just before Maylies had fallen asleep on the second day of travel, he'd found it endlessly funny that the group was trying to get a running skill. Wasting a skill slot, he'd said. It had been a bit creepy how he just kept laughing as he finally fell into his slumber. Alex was impressed, though. The charge from siphoning the elven wards had kept him awake much longer than before. Alex activated Mirage again and continued to use it as a scout, testing limits and practicing its unstructured mana shaping skills. Even with half of his willpower, it was high enough that it shouldn't take much practice and repetition to develop something similar to mana threads without skill use. The days blurred together. Physical conditioning, traveling, and skill training. In the evenings, Alex and Sam would practice for meditation while the others set up camp and his clone kept watch with Valthurian. Once camp was set, they took turns in pairs on watch. Sarah had acquired Dash by the 5th day's end. Sam remained frustratingly close, and they continued to work together after Sarah mentioned she had an idea and wanted to see if he could get a related passive skill. Mark joined them after his mana shaping practice and also worked on getting a movement skill, though Alex noted he was intentionally trying to slide more than dash. When he'd asked, Mark said that he wanted to get another earth-focused skill. Shrugging, Alex gave him a few pointers, and the idea to focus his mana more toward the soles of his feet, rather than his thighs, if that was the goal. In the time that they stopped, Alex had taken to studying the body-tempering rituals to look for a common pattern in the ritual circles. He had the idea of creating a self-cast spell circle base from it. Since the rituals themselves were designed for targeting and altering the person within their circle, he hoped he could do the same with a spell circle. He continued to test the differences in speed and mana cost from his unstructured and structured spells, and when his mind needed a rest or he was out of mana, he would work on getting the meditate skill. On that night, like every other night in the rift, they didn't start a fire, hoping to avoid drawing undue attention from the monsters nearby. Instead, Alex formed a heating ritual under them and turned the heat down low. He made another wider ritual around that to prevent any sounds that they made from escaping the small camping area. We'll try to cover another 15 miles tomorrow, and then we'll be outside the map that the guild had made, Alex said, as he studied the map in question. We're making good time, though, he said to himself. Looking up, he watched his exhausted friends settle into their evening routines. Sarah focused on whatever passive she was trying to get, and when she got too tired, she worked on attempting to spread her aura out around the camp. Valthurian lay coiled in Sam's lap while the healer worked on meditate. The young amphipter was pouting and keeping his distance from Alex, accusing him of being mean after learning that there were pouches of D-rank mana stones in the spatial item he'd gotten. Alex regretted giving him a few and telling Sarah that it was fine. Mark practiced one of the hammer and shield fighting styles he'd found, focusing on one swing movement in particular. They'd all grown and were certainly stronger. Even only taking the 2 or 3 fights that they did over those days, Mark had jumped another 9 levels and Sarah another 10. Their skills were shaping up nicely, as well, but the constant tension of keeping them alive, pushing forward, his own training, and keeping watch had set a permanent knot between his shoulder blades. Sam had first watched with the Mirage, and Alex rolled his shoulders and adjusted his hat so that he could lie down and it still be on to receive the bonus. Valthurian coiled up next to him, despite refusing to speak. It reminded Alex of a cat-like behavior. Even after 5 days, the group hadn't begun to grow complacent. If anything, the deeper they went into the night territory, the more vigilant everyone became. Sleep came in fits for him, occasionally waking and probing his own mind for the memories he had from the Mirage, only to find that everything had been quiet. He would lull himself back to sleep by thinking about warding nets and how he might soon get to a point where he could turn their camp into a mobile fortress. Something tugged at his consciousness that evening, like fingers tapping against the base of his skull. He shook his head once, closing his eyes tighter before they snapped open, and he looked around wildly. Checking his memories, he saw what had woken him. His Mirage had seen a pack of creatures prowling nearby, searching for something. Us, no doubt. He was awake in an instant, the Mirage's warning cutting through the fog of sleep as quickly as his heart began hammering. Through his other consciousness, he knew he could still see them from up high in a tree. The inky figures moved between the trees with a prowler's grace, occasionally lifting their heads as if chasing a scent on the wind. It was odd to see through the other set of eyes, as the system didn't grant his Mirage the ability to see through his heavenly eye. It left him looking at large patches of unnatural darkness through normal sight. He could vaguely count 8 creatures that resembled wolves with jagged ridges along their spines. Alex got up quickly and quietly, whispering at each of his friends. Despite the ritual around the small camp, he kept low and kept the noise down as much as he could. Sarah was on her feet in seconds and stuffing gear into her storage item. Mark took a bit longer to wake up and realize what was going on, but soon positioned himself between the potential threat and Sam, who had started to dismantle his tent. How many? Their level 20 tank asked. 8 that I could see. We're avoiding the fight, so you can start packing, Alex said. The Mirage is currently running away from the camp with their attention, since they seem to be drawn to the mana. I think they were trying to track us by the ritual circles I made. Just as he finished the sentence, he froze and stopped packing, lifting his head high to look around as his second consciousness returned to his body. A howl split the night air. The sound was unnatural and sent a shiver down his spine. Shit, we gotta go, he said, slamming a few more items into his pouch. Come on, you guys. We head east quickly. They caught the Mirage way too fast. Mark, leave it there, come on. Mark and Sarah, you guys lead with Sam behind. I'll cover you all as we start moving. Val, you're in the air, buddy. Thankfully, the Bond seemed to pick up on the urgency of his voice in the situation. He took off into the air at the same time the group stopped packing and started moving away from the pack of creatures. They almost made it. The first creature burst from the dead undergrowth. Alex could more clearly see the white spine protruding from its back in the dimmed lantern light. He pulsed his mana into the spell circle he'd been holding over his left hand and sent a bolt of lightning arcing through the air and catching the beast mid-leap. It convulsed and crashed to the ground, the overly loud bzzzt sound that came as it cracked several times through its body. Run, he shouted to his friends, dropping all sense of stealth as he formed another spell. The clearing erupted into chaos. Mark blocked a lunging beast with his shield, and somehow managed to keep his feet planted despite the obvious size difference. Sarah had her flute already in hand and played a few notes before stowing it and drawing the bow she carried. 2 attacks came at once for Sarah and Sam, 1 creature from each side. Sam saw the one coming for Sarah and moved to cast a healing spell on her right away. Alex activated spell storage, disc barrier spell circle to protect Sam. The lunging night wolf collided with the wall at full force, coming to a stop with a crunch and a yelp. We can't win this, Alex shouted over the snarls and screams that Sarah let loose as a creature landed on her. Get moving, Mark. Now. He used Feather Step to cross the distance to Sarah and began hacking at the beast that had bitten into her shoulder and was attempting to drag her away. The monster let go under the assault of his blade. He grabbed Sarah's collar and shoved her towards Sam, already seeing the green healing magic around her through his left eye. He cast another lightning spell at the wolf that eyed him warily and activated the stored barrier spell again to block a wolf that had snuck around to his flank. Blessedly, the group was moving, which allowed Alex to move and slip out from the surrounding group. As they traveled east, he remained at the rear, fending off the occasional probing attack as the pack of beasts pursued. After having a few seconds to breathe as they moved, he was impressed with his friend's ability to follow the orders and keep a cool head in the hectic situation. A howl sounded from over his shoulder, and he let out a groan. "They're cutting us off," Mark called from the front of the group. He was panting and had some blood dripping down the side of his face from a cut near his hairline. Alex's reserves were getting to the halfway point, and he decided not to use Mirage again, as the clone couldn't do much other than distract one or two at the moment. He placed his right hand over his left arm, withdrew a D-rank mana stone, and used mana siphon while they continued to move. "Start going more north," he yelled to Mark. "Damn, I see why Greg's powers are so useful." Despite how much magic he'd cast in such a short period, Alex felt revitalized by the back-to-back casts of spells and how well the mix of direct offense and defense worked. His newly healed channels were able to flood with mana as quickly as he could draw on it. "There's some kind of," Mark said as he pointed his hammer at a dark depression in the landscape to his left. Though to his right, Sarah's yelp cut through his sentence. She'd been there one moment and then was gone as fast as he could blink. Mark, being only a few feet away, lunged for where she'd been but slid to a quick halt. It looks like a cave." "Alex, come look at this," Mark said. He ran over and came to a skidding halt next to Mark. Alex looked up and back the way they'd come from, where the D-rank beasts waited. He glanced up at his companions circling overhead. "Val, how many are there around us?" "A lot many. More shadows than cookies Alex has." Alex gulped. If Valthurian was comparing the number of beasts to 100 explained mana stones in a sack, then they were in deep shit. "All right, let's go." In the cave, Alex ushered Mark and Sam. Alex recalled Valthurian to his shoulders and slid down after them. The 45-degree incline lasted for about 20 yards and then it leveled out. As he joined the group, he found Mark and Sam helping Sarah to her feet and dust off. Sam cast Healing Touch on her to make sure her scuffs and cuts were healed, and Alex removed his lantern from his storage again. "We need to keep moving," he said. "Use lights and be careful. There are more holes in tunnels like this one that will take us deeper. Just try to go straight and create some distance from these bastards." They stumbled deeper into the tunnel network and were able to pick the pace up to a fast jog as they went. With his blood still pumping, Alex channeled mana into his legs and lungs as he breathed. New skill learned, running novice level 1. "Do you accept?" "Yes, no." He couldn't keep the smile from his face as he hit accept. Curious about how it worked, he activated the skill and felt the system pull on his mana. A uniform amount of mana was channeled from his pool and into his legs. His breathing came easier, and his pace naturally picked up despite not requiring any more effort. With wide eyes, Alex canceled the skill as he quickly caught up to Sam's back in the tight tunnel confines. Pushing his initial desire to test the skill aside, Alex took the time to activate his Mirage and Parallel Mind combination once again. Despite thinking it wasn't necessary up above and in the fight, now that they were in the tunnels and could use the narrow space as a choke point, it would work well as a sort of early alarm system to leave the other Alex behind to keep watch for pursuers while they moved deeper. They ran on for quite some time, the tunnels adjusting from small, cramped ducts to wider areas where an entire vehicle could fit through. After about half an hour of following Mark, Alex felt Valthurian twitch on his shoulders. The tunnel had transformed to something perfectly circular in shape, and the walls were smooth. It reminded him of his first time in the underground area. Mark interrupted his thoughts as he was the first to step into a wide cavern. Should we stop here for a bit? What's up?" he called as the back of the group finally caught up and moved into the open space. They all looked around, the focused beams of their lanterns scanning the walls or space for potential threats. What was different about what Alex could see, compared to what the others could see, came down to mana. While Mark saw an open space with a narrow entrance toward the monsters, with the addition of a small stream of water running through the cave, Alex instead saw small formations of mana. They caused him to freeze as if he couldn't believe what he was looking at. His heavenly eyes showed him more than his normal vision, and the intricate patterns of threads of mana that wove across the floor near the far entrance to the cavern immediately drew his eye. Not only that, but they were in the crude shapes of rituals, not threads, webs, mana spinners, he breathed. This is their territory. Mark stared at him until recognition dawned. The spiders that helped you. Sam and Sarah both looked immediately uncomfortable. I have no idea, but I think we should find out. He pointed at the surrounding cave. Notice something different about this area. There is no night infection. Sarah was the first to notice. I'm willing to bet that whatever's hunting us won't come down this far or cross that threshold. I don't know if it's the same spinners that helped me before, but I can at least try to communicate with them. They clearly have been using what I taught them. What exactly did you teach them? Mark asked as Alex moved to the far tunnel where the ritual webwork had been laid. Yeah, I may have taught them some magic. Magical spiders, Mark said to the ceiling. Because of course, why not? Alex ignored him and looked at the web in fascination as he approached. In his monocyte, he could see the delicately woven strands of webbing that covered the floor and opening in the tunnel. It was a bit hard to see what the ritual did, without knowing what catalyst was used in its setting, but based on the shapes he could see, it would likely redouble the strength of the webbing's normal binding property. He activated Mana Thread and tentatively reached out to touch the webs. The head of staff's room was past the kitchen and down the hall. Even in the early morning, Edwin was perched at the edge of his chair, scanning the finalized documents on his desk. He traced the lines and felt satisfied with the two most recent purchases that he had made for Master Moore. In truth, he had had most of the property sales already waiting in their final state, simply waiting for approval. Two small windows at the back of the room gave a pleasant view of the backyard and now empty training area. Beams of morning light splashed against the nearby wall as he tapped his finger on the paper. Edwin couldn't help but wonder if he should look at getting a bit of help. With the guaranteed addition of these two properties and the potential for two more soon to follow, he wondered if even his enhanced self could keep up with such a workload, or if more staff should be brought in on retainer. In the background, a video played from his half-closed laptop, playing a live podcast segment filled with anxious energy. The main speaker was currently rereading the martial law declaration for the third time, though the reaction seemed no less subdued. The secondary host chuckled nervously and attempted to make a joke that fell quite flat. They suggested a new life as a farmer might provide safety from the increasing chaos in the safe zones. However, they realized that the potential for actual monster attacks from broken rifts would spell almost certain death for the unawakened. Edwin couldn't share in the fake laughter. He could feel the tension rising. With an announcement like this and such strict measures being enforced within all the safe zones, many people would prefer to take their chances in the wilds. To him, people flooding out from the safe zone and into the surrounding countryside meant it was a potential problem for him. It was certainly a bad time for Master Moore and his companions to be away. The one consolation was that he had taken the time to approve the hiring of 2 guards for the mansion, who had only just begun to get settled in the previous night. He turned off the podcast and felt that the odd sense of tension that followed was more relaxing than reading a declaration on curfews, checkpoints, and regulations. He stood, moved to the mirror, and began putting on his work attire. As he did so, Edwin couldn't help but admire the changes in his physique. Even as he buttoned his vest, he could feel the difference in the muscles of his stomach and chest, which had previously turned flabby and soft in his old age. It made him thankful each morning to Master Moore and the opportunities that the system brought with it and its integration. He considered his newfound strength and how much easier it had made each and every day, bringing a brightness back to the work he loved so much. Taking a deep breath, he stretched from left to right with his arms over his head before releasing it explosively. Adjusting his clothes again, he studied his reflection and pushed aside the worry as it crept back in. Master Moore and his friends had been gone for a full day now, though he knew that to them, it would have felt closer to 8 days having passed. He hoped they were safe and resolved to have the estate as prepared as possible for his return. Before stepping out of his room, Edwin pulled up his status screen to see the changes that had taken place over the last 2 months since awakening in the rift. Satisfied with his progress, Edwin grabbed the brush from the dresser beside the door and ensured that his mustache was in its proper shape before striding from the room. His shoes clicked down the hallway, across the mudroom, and into the kitchen where Ms. Cruz was already beginning her morning preparations. "Good morning, Ms. Cruz," Edwin said. "Morning, boss," Gabby said with a wave of her spatula. "I already call Mr. Moore boss. You both can't be boss, maybe he should be big boss," Edwin sighed. "Ms. Cruz, that is not the proper form of address for the head of the house. You think Mr. Boss would work better?" she asked, her face the picture of pure innocence. There was a moment of silence as he stared at her, unsure if she was attempting to tease him as she often did, or if she'd been sent there as a cruel twist of fate. A slight twitch in his mustache might be seen by those paying close enough to his mannerisms, though Edwin's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a gentle tugging in his core. It moved him near the counter, though he wasn't quite sure his trait was attempting to show him. After the last 2 months, he'd grown to trust the strange magic enough to wait and see. Gabby returned to cooking after Edwin asked her to wait a moment, and soon enough the Grants came down the stairs. As they turned to the dining room and made their way toward the delicious smells of breakfast, Edwin understood. "Oh, Linda," Gabby exclaimed. She turned to the left quickly, and the pitch of her voice rose in excitement as the small blonde woman entered the room. As she did so, the corner of her apron caught on the handle of the pan and pulled it from the stovetop. Prepared as he was, Edwin quickly caught it by the handle before it could completely slide from the hot surface. He suppressed a satisfied smile as he placed it back in its place while intentionally turning the handle to the side. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Grant. I hope the rooms were to your liking." He gave them a sympathetic smile. Linda helped her husband into the kitchen, acting as a stabilizer for the side opposite his cane. Both of them appeared to have slept little and were clearly in need of food. Aware that this wasn't his area of expertise or the appropriate time to broach the morning's agenda with them, he decided to do his rounds of the estate while they finished waking up. Edwin completed his morning checks around the property with efficiency. He checked the alarm system, confirmed the new guards were settling in and knew which was on duty for the afternoon to speak with them later, and he inspected the renovations that were due to begin later that day on Master Moore's study. Each inspection was accompanied by a small notation in his pocket ledger. He'd noticed how much sharper his mind had become since increasing his stats. He felt the ledger was less needed, and it was just more of an established habit at this point. The sun climbed higher as he walked the property line and noted the general directions of the two adjacent properties that had been purchased. With everything in order, Edwin returned to the kitchen. He found the Grant sipping coffee while Gabby vigorously whisked something in a large bowl. The radio played quietly in the background, and all three of them listened to the serious news of the martial law declaration. Edwin cleared his throat. "Ms. Cruz, I believe we should discuss our inventory. With the new regulations, deliveries will likely be delayed. All vendors will need to become established through Hunters Association distributors, which will take some time. Just be mindful of what you choose to serve and the portions." Gabby's whisking slowed as she looked up at him. "Well, that's a shame. Nothing to be done about it, though." "Indeed. And Mrs. Grant," Edwin turned. "I've received notice that access to some of the glass and structural materials will be suspended pending inspection. We should adjust your timelines accordingly and be generous with the estimated dates to establish the greenhouse. There are other things that we can work to obtain in the meantime, so this may not set us back too terribly much. How are we supposed to prepare the greenhouse without the greenhouse, though?" Her fingers tightened around her mug. "I've taken the liberty of creating an alternate supply list." Edwin presented a document from the inner pocket of his vest. "I've also made contact with several private suppliers who operate from warehouses outside of the safe zone. It'll be more expensive, but there shouldn't be any problems." The Grants acknowledged his points and assistance, soon turning to talk among themselves about the project that they were throwing themselves into. He left the kitchen and made his way to the foyer of the mansion. The newly hired security personnel had begun their first full day of rotations, and Edwin knew John had the shift for that day. Leaving the building and walking down the front steps, he found John Riley near the gate. He surveyed the surroundings with a critical eye, and Edwin could tell that he was competent with the spear he carried, just by the way he moved with the weapon. The young man had a strapping frame and athletic build that would make Edwin jealous if it weren't for his own recent changes. "Mr. Riley," Edwin greeted him. He maintained proper formality, despite the man's previous insistence on a first-name basis. Holy John jumped slightly and almost fumbled his spear before regaining his grip on it and swiftly dipping into a combat-ready stance as he pivoted. As the surprise wore off, color rose to his cheeks and he stood. "You sure you don't have a ninja class, Edwin? That was terrifying. You didn't make a single sound." "Of course not, sir. I trust the accommodations have been satisfactory." "Excellent. I require your assistance this morning in visiting the newly acquired properties. Master Moore completed the purchases yesterday, and I'd like to assess their condition. With everything that's happened recently, I'd appreciate your presence in case any protection were needed." John agreed easily, and the drive to the first property took only a few minutes. The house sat on a modest but well-maintained land, backing into more woodland that buted against the existing property. There were no signs of disturbance or occupation since their tour the week before. The pristine hardwood floors caused their footfalls to echo through the empty home as they checked each door and window. "Looks secure," John said casually as he checked the garage door a second time. "Indeed, let us proceed." The second property was the larger of the two and stood further from the main road. The driveway was long and winding, giving ample privacy. However, as they approached, they could see movement through the front windows. "It appears we have uninvited guests," Edwin said to himself. He let out a breath, hoping that this wouldn't be something that they'd need to deal with so soon. John's posture shifted. "Want me to handle it?" "No, you are here as a protective measure only, Mr. Riley. I'll manage the conversation." The front door to the large house opened before they'd reached it. A stocky man with close-cropped hair and a scruffy beard stepped out onto the porch, followed by four others who stepped out and leaned against the wall or door frame. Their casual posture and confidence told Edwin that they wouldn't be the kind to listen to reason, though he'd try nonetheless. "Can I help you?" the gruff man asked while crossing his arms. Edwin noted the detail of his large, crossed forearms as a clear sign he wasn't likely open to hearing how to help. Sighing internally, showing no outward sign of displeasure, Edwin straightened to his full height. "Good morning. I'm Edwin Hartley, and I manage the estates for Alexander Moore, who is the legal owner of this property. May I inquire as to your business here?" There were a few chuckles and fs from those leaning around the door. The man exchanged a smile with them and pointed his thumb toward Edwin with a shrug of his shoulders. "We're just keeping an eye on the place. Lots of looters around since the announcement, you know. Abandoned houses are prime targets." I appreciate your concern, Edwin replied smoothly, but I must inform you that this property was already purchased and is now under my employer's management. It is not abandoned. The only woman of the group stepped forward with a slightly worried look on her face. We've been here 3 days. Place was empty when we found it. John shifted his weight and drew their attention at the same time that she stepped forward. The front man assessed him with slightly narrowed eyes, but none of them moved from the porch. Perhaps we can reach an accommodation, Edwin offered in his normal tone. We could consider a temporary rental arrangement while the house remains unoccupied, with proper documentation to legitimize your residency. If or when you're asked to leave, employment may also be offered. The leader snorted. How about this instead? You pay us for keeping this place safe while your boss hides in his own house. Far as I see it, we're providing you a service. Edwin noted the man's tone. It wasn't malicious, but that of an opportunistic vagrant. The group had likely fled the increasingly restrictive safe zone to seek shelter and advantage. They found what appeared to be a very nice, empty, and abandoned house and decided to claim it. I see your position, Edwin replied without emotion. Let me return with the proper paperwork to formalize an arrangement that we can both agree on. We can discuss fair compensation for your services. The stocky man looked at Edwin carefully before nodding. He seemed satisfied with himself and that he'd apparently turned the situation around on Edwin. The butler turned smoothly and walked back to the car with a straight back. John followed closely behind, waving to the group as he went. They're gonna be a problem, John said as they got into the SUV and reversed. Edwin slid into his seat and kept his expression neutral, careful not to betray anything to a curious onlooker. Indeed. But problems have solutions, Mr. Riley. Always. They drove back to the main house, and Edwin reminded John to stay posted near the house and to perform routine checks of the perimeter. Edwin moved around the house throughout the day and checked his personal watch as it ticked away the afternoon hours. He updated his estate's ledger, checked the accounts, coordinated construction crews as they moved in old stones to replace the ones that molded the outer wall of Master Moore's office, and coordinated with his own suppliers to obtain the materials that his employer had asked for. As the sun set, John brought him a report of some foot traffic near the back fence, which caused him to add another entry to his growing list of concerns. In the foyer, he heard the repair crew talking as they hoisted materials up the covered stairs. After long hours of work, they finished and began to clean up, whereupon Edwin presented the foreman with an envelope. One of the other workers snorted. I'm getting out of here. Going to my cousin's upstate. I see, Edwin said. May I ask why? You seen all those checkpoints. Heard the radio. This place'll be a war soon. Hunters Association just mackin'. Sure nobody important gets out first. Edwin suppressed the desire to raise his eyebrow. The crew departed with mumbled goodbyes, and as they left, Edwin stood on the porch and watched them load up their 2 vans. He made another note in his ledger and stood there for many minutes after they had left. The cool air calmed his mind, and he breathed deeply through lungs that felt 20 years younger than they should have. As the sun crested the trees behind the property, Edwin did a final lap and ended back where he'd started. He looked up and was startled to see the silhouettes of several people standing at the edge of the property line. They didn't move or attempt to gesture at him, though they surely saw each other. They watched. Their presence was enough of a statement in its own right. One in particular stood out, a round figure that looked as big as 2 of the others, and a slight slip of a girl at the edge of the 5 figures. Edwin shook his head and simply removed his ledger. He moved the deal with vagrants to the top of his to-do list and returned to the house, wondering how Master Moore and Samuel were faring in their rift. Water trickled through the cavern as they waited. There were small patches of phosphorescent mushrooms that cast a bit of light against the far walls. 30 minutes had passed since they'd arrived, and Alex had begun subtly poking at the web ritual with his mana thread skill. Mark paced along the stream bank with his boots occasionally scuffing against the stone. You sure about this? We've been sitting here for a while now. Sam crouched near the water's edge with his staff across his legs and pinched between his stomach and knees as he flicked the water. Maybe they moved on and the webs are left over. We were outside for 3 months, which is the same as 2 years in here. They'll come, Alex reassured his impatient friends. He sat cross-legged by the ritual pattern that still hung in the tunnel's opening. He disrupted it with his own mana, but not so much that it would cause the magic to fail. If anything, I'm sure they'll come out of curiosity. Sarah sat cross-legged on a boulder nearby, practicing on her flute with some more mundane melodies. Curiosity or hostility? Curiosity, let's hope. I wonder if I'll be able to scan them now. They could clearly sense it when I tried before. Maybe I should wait until we reach an understanding. Part of him desperately hoped that it was the same colony that he'd met before, but there was no way for him to know. Was there only one colony? Were there many, and had the ritual magic spread? Or was this one the same one, and they'd become more powerful from the use of magic? His questions were interrupted as a faint skittering sound could be heard down one of the dark tunnels that branched off from the main chamber. Alex rose slowly and fixed his eyes on the opening. Peering into the darkness, he couldn't see anything with either of his eyes. 8 sleek and glossy black legs emerged, and Alex saw the mana spinner just as he remembered it. Roughly the size of a dog, and unlike a normal spider, it had 2 small front limbs that protruded from the thorax. Its many eyes caught the lantern light as it skittered into the light, and then just inside the shadows of the tunnel. Several more sets of eyes appeared behind it, and he could hear more clicking of chitinous legs on stone from nearby tunnels. Sam stood, turning slowly to look around the room at spiders that appeared as if from nowhere. Within a few moments of the first showing, at least 10 others were present. "Just don't move," Alex murmured to his friends. The largest spinner, the one that had stepped from the tunnel, came closer again. First, it inspected the broken ritual pattern by extending one of its longer legs to test and pluck at several of the webs. It rubbed its 2 forearms together and clacked its mandibles once before turning to Alex. It went completely still as Alex slowly extended a mana thread, as he had done with them when they first met. Alex stopped it halfway out, but that didn't stop the spider from moving quickly away, then forward and back again. It stared at him for a few seconds before extending its mana tendril in kind. Recognition seemed to flicker as the 2 tendrils connected, and Alex felt the familiar vibration and shared mental images flash through his mind. The contact felt comforting, and it was surprising, though maybe it shouldn't have been, how much easier he could follow and understand the emotions and impressions sent through the link. They were still fragmented images, but his mind could keep up so much faster than it had been able to before. A sense of recognition passed through the link, and he felt the collective term they'd come up with for him, and felt it had a better meaning to him now: friend who weaves. He sent back his own impressions, an apology for disrupting the ritual, and relief that the colony recognized him. He followed up with feelings and mental flashes of their flight from the creatures of the night and how they'd ended up where they are, seeking shelter. "What are they saying?" Mark whispered. "They remember me," Alex said while holding the connection. "They're curious why we're here. I think they're pleased to see me again." The conversation between them was broken, but they easily reached an agreement. Alex nodded and spoke to his friends. "I asked for safe passage and shelter for a bit. I also asked if they could help track Olivia's trail if possible." "Can they do that?" Sarah asked. "Their hunters are great, and they could guide us through these tunnels so much faster than we could stumble through them. I think it's a real shot at working. They want more ritual knowledge as payment." Alex's smile spread into a grin as he sent impressions along the connection to the spinner. He got a visible reaction of excitement from the spider as he told it he would teach them something better than rituals. The mana spinners would be the first creatures to learn spell circles. "It only feels fitting after pretty much my entire magical journey is built on the help I got from them." The lead spinner's mandible clicked rapidly, and the other spiders began to move around excitedly. The fine fur on the tops of their bodies stood on end. The lead one moved back to the side tunnel it had come from and motioned for the group to follow with their small arms. "We have an agreement then." Alex rose and dusted off his white robes, which were already filthy from their few exchanges with the night creatures. "They'll give us shelter and help track Olivia in exchange. I'll give them some magic lessons." Mark's stance relaxed a bit. "Spider magic school. Sure, why not? This day couldn't get any weirder." "Why would you say that?" Sarah said in exasperation as she threw a small pebble at the big man. The spinner colony's tunnels twisted and branched through the underground. Their walks were smooth and gleaming with thin strands of mana. He led his friends through the twists and turns, following after their chittering guide as it skated slowly along a thin strand. "They've expanded since I was last here," Alex noted. "We've been walking longer than I remember ever going out to hunt for their prey." Shortly after, the main chamber opened up before them. It was so tall that Alex couldn't see to the top, though the small spiders that leaked mana were easy to see, even in the dark, and made him smile. It was the most noticeable contrast between the adults and the children. All around the large cave, he could catch the movement of mana signatures in and out of small alcoves that were carved into the walls. "Holy crap," Mark whispered. "There's a whole city of them down here." Sam gripped his staff tighter but seemed fascinated by what little he could see. "Are they all looking at us?" The attention of those near them was unmistakable. They paused in their tasks and turned their large eyes on their group as they entered. Some skittered closer, while others moved away to gain more distance from the strange humans. Their guide led them to a side chamber. It was significantly larger than the small alcove he'd stayed in during his first visit, but Alex supposed that they would need more space with more people. A natural spring bubbled in the corner of the room, and webbing covered several of the walls in a beautiful pattern of mana. The spinner gestured with its forelegs in what seemed to be an invitation to rest. Mark dropped his pack and stretched. "So home sweet home." Alex raised an eyebrow. "You really just took that all in stride, huh?" "You're so weird sometimes," Sarah said to Mark. "This is a lot to process, Alex, especially after getting woken up and shoved into a run for our lives." She shook her head, most of her hair having fallen out of her bun. "Well, it's home for now. At least it's pretty clean and has some water. You guys might as well get comfy and get some rest. When we wake up, we can wash this black blood from our clothes and train until they come to check on us." Once settled, the tension gradually melted away from the group. They removed their sleeping gear and didn't bother with setting up tents. Mark and Sarah cleared some of the cave debris to make space for them all, and Alex told them not to worry about a normal watch schedule. He set the Mirage to watch the entrance, more interested in seeing if any of the spinners came to talk with them, rather than out of any fear that they would be harmed. The night passed quickly, and when Alex felt the mental probing from the other half of his mind, he rolled quickly out of bed and looked around. Everything was still. If he had to guess, it had only been 5 or 6 hours and was likely close to morning. Waking up his friends, Alex went through the training schedule with them. They did sprints back and forth in the room and body weight exercises, though at this point they didn't do too much. They each practiced the styles of fighting that Mark had gotten for them based on their roles, and soon they moved into the skill portion of the training. Mark and Sam cleared a small, straight stretch of rocks to practice their dash technique, while Sarah found a flat section of the wall where she could rest her back and play her flute. Valthurian flew overhead, his thin, leathery wings flapping in a steady rhythm. He enjoyed swooping down and weaving between stalactites or terrorizing the glowing bugs that crawled along the walls. After a time, he settled on Alex's shoulder with a content chirp. "I missed being here," Val declared. Everyone froze and looked at the amphipter. "Val, that was great, buddy." "That was a whole sentence," Alex said, rubbing the top of his scaled head. His companion preened, getting better with words. "Well, dang, guess that skill was worth getting your hands on," Mark chuckled. Despite his improved speech, Val stayed playful with an almost childlike level of energy, moving around the spinners and chasing bugs that caught his interest. Later, after everyone was more settled in and Mark and Sam were resting between training sessions, Alex approached with his notebook. "Hey, you guys have all been progressing really well. Can each of you share your status with me? I want to note down skills and how many more slots each of us has left to fill." It took only a few minutes, and Alex was reminded after seeing their screens how completely abnormal his was. When finished, he nodded and returned with the notebook to his rock to sit and examine his status. Bound items, E-rank growth item unique heavenly eye of the celestial sage. D-rank growth item, the magician's cap. Unique identification, item manifest planetary title. He had to keep himself from gawking at his own stat increases. He'd only gained 1 level since they'd entered the rift and had looked at his stats just before entering, but he was getting 4 points into willpower, 3 into intellect, 2 into mana and wisdom, and 1 into constitution. He looked through everything else and changed his displayed title to unbound. It wouldn't do any good for people to get more information than they needed if he decided to share his screen with someone. It's not exactly like someone's willpower would win in a contest if they tried to scan me. His eyes continued to travel down the screen, landing on the last category of items. He had 2 bound growth items, which he knew couldn't be normal. They both seemed extremely powerful, his heavenly eye even going so far as to be marked as unique. Based on what Maylis said, it would need to be a goal of his during his time in the Rift rotation to seek out items that could serve to take it to the next rank. His thoughts drifted to the last thing on the list. He wanted to learn more about the manifest planetary title. It didn't feel right that there was a specific item for no other reason than to prove he was the title holder. Maylis had been very tight-lipped on the topic, and it felt pretty obvious that there was something the spirit wasn't sharing with him yet. He wanted to toy with the card some more, especially since he'd only really gotten 1 or 2 chances to admire the card itself. Glancing at his mana, he decided to wait and do a bit of spell circle practice while his mana was close to full. It wasn't until that moment that he realized a spider that was nearby was watching him closely. At the sudden appearance of the disc, the mana spinner had become startled and scurried back. However, as the spider realized Alex had created the spell without the need for a catalyst like a normal ritual, it became almost frenzied. It skittered left and right, got closer to him, and then created more space while bouncing up and down slightly. Alex laughed and found it amusing how excited the spider was. He even tried to extend a mana tendril to speak with the creature, but it just began attempting to weave its own mana webs and mimic his spell circle. "Tomorrow's lesson will need to be on how to write and set a rune," he promised the little spider. It moved a bit away from him at the vocalization, but seemed too excited to be bothered. Splitting his mind, Alex decided to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Over his left hand, nearest the spinner, he practiced forming and reforming the barrier spell circle. While he loved the new spell storage skill that came with his class, he didn't want to become dependent on it. Being back in Tianluo and at the garden had sent fresh memories of Yura's teachings and lessons on the difference between structured and unstructured magic. Especially after what happened to him weeks ago, Alex felt like the less he could rely on the system, the better. Even though he was still using mana thread to form the circles, he had a plan to fix that as well. While practicing with his main body, He'd use the skill to practice quickly forming the circles then. When he was using Mirage, he would practice the mana shaping exercises from there, since it couldn't use skills anyway. The idea that soon he'd be able to control his mana to create threads of mana naturally excited him. It was the only step that stood between him and his ability to have the illusory clone cast spells. So in the meantime, he practiced the formation of the barrier spell over his left hand, and in his right, he turned the pages of his notebook. There were two things that he wanted to devote more time to studying. The first, being a bit easier, was the desire to turn the body tempering ritual into some sort of self-cast spell circle base. The second, though, could be potentially much more wide-reaching. Sun Elves had taken everything with them when they retreated into the portal, but Alex still had taken plenty of notes on the ritual and runes they used to upgrade and potentially break open their own rift. Even though they had the edge in runic knowledge, Alex knew the combination of magics better than they did. He spent the next hour focusing on those two tasks. Eventually, his mana ran low enough that it threatened a migraine, so he set the training aside and took a long drink from his hydro flask. The mana spinner left shortly after he stopped, leaving him alone in the small space. Remembering his earlier thought, Alex activated the Manifest Planetary title item and watched as a golden light began to emit from his chest. Just as before, he reached up and pulled it from himself. The faint golden light continued to shine from it, enough to be noticeable but not bright enough to see by if it were dark in the cave. It was bigger than his phone, but a bit smaller than a tablet, and looked as if its slightly reflective surface mirrored the lantern's light as he wiggled in from left to right. The card's surface hadn't changed at all. It still showed him looking very serious and casting a spell circle with his mana threads. He wore robes and held a wand, while on the table in front of his figure lay a staff, a sword, and a cup. Looking at it closer, he hoped to find some secret or hidden detail within the image. The soft sound of movement came from his left, and he nearly jumped as he realized that several mana spinners were there now. He was very unused to there being things that didn't leak any mana, which left his left eye at a disadvantage since he didn't have normal peripheral vision. The spinners stood motionless at the chamber entrance, their eyes fixed on Alex. They were so still that it freaked him out a bit. Almost like in a horror movie, the little kid would stand at the end of the hall, unmoving and waiting. Their bodies were crouched low to the ground and oriented toward him. Their legs were pulled in close to their bodies, and the front limbs were stretched out. More appeared, and they created a silent semicircle just outside the chamber. None of them entered or made a sound. They simply stood utterly still. What the fu, the card caught the light from the lantern and drew his eye. One of the larger spinners stepped forward from the group. Alex recognized it as one of their hunters. It approached him sideways before slowly extending a mana tendril for communication. Alex accepted it warily, feeling a pulse of feelings and a mental image come through. A desire. Following urgent, he hesitated. "You want me to follow you? Why?" The spider's small forelimbs gestured toward a tunnel to the side of the space. It didn't say anything else, just sent along a single pulse of urgency. He glanced at the other spiders at the main entrance, unmoving, and then at his friends. They'd all stopped their training and were looking on with more than a little concern. "Guys," Alex called over to them while keeping his eyes on the spinners. "Keep training. I need to check something out." "You all right?" Mark asked. "I think so. Just I want to see what they're so worked up about." Alex let the forgotten planetary card in his hand dissolve by reactivating it, curious to see if it affected the spinners at all. They didn't budge. He shrugged and stood to follow the waiting spider. It moved away quickly and waited for him at the tunnel entrance he had pointed at before. He followed and reached the tunnel's entrance before looking over his shoulder at his friends and the prostrated spider colony. What the hell is going on?